is reluctant to take your life. Unexpectedly, the purple-eyed green-scaled python ignored Qian Duoduo's threats and just shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Kill this fat guy for me." Chapter 2101 If I strike you with this palm, you will definitely die. People have their own preferences, and so do monsters. The purple-eyed green-scaled python had zero tolerance for fat people, and she had already lost her patience with Qian Duoduo. You are the knife and I am the meat. So what? Do you want me to bow my head? Do you want me to compromise? Absolutely impossible. The worst that can happen is death. But even if I die, you will be buried with me. Roar, roar, roar. At the command of the purple-eyed green-scaled python, the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings under her command all let out a long roar. Then, among the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings, the leader, the one with the highest cultivation level of the Tiangong 8th heaven demon king, shouted in a cold voice, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon king of the 8th level of Tiangong rushed out first. The other 11 demon kings in the Tiangong realm also did not stay. After the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings, the Tai realm monsters of the demon clan and the 300,000 Shanwu realm army no longer hesitated. They followed the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings and rushed towards Qian Duoduo. An army of 300,000 demons is attacking. Aggressive. The murderous intent was chilling. Seeing this scene, hundreds of thousands of human captives all showed a look of worry on their faces. As the saying goes, a large number of ants can kill an elephant. Although Qian Duoduo and Ye Bufan are both powerful individuals, they are only two of them after all, and they are facing an army of 300,000 immortal warriors from the demon clan. What's more, there are 12 Tiangong realm demon kings among these 300,000 troops. Once Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo are defeated, what should they do? You know, Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo are now the last straw in their hearts. Once Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo are defeated, they will inevitably die. Fight them. Driven by this mentality, someone suddenly shouted. This is like a wake-up call. Hundreds of thousands of people present woke up in an instant. The demon tribe has an army of 300,000. But don't we also have hundreds of thousands of people? Although in terms of strength, we may not be able to match the 300,000 strong demon army, and there is even no comparison between the two, but at least we can share the pressure with the two seniors and increase their chances of winning. In that case, what are you waiting for? Kill. Following the 300,000 strong demon army, hundreds of thousands of human captives also rushed out in an instant. No weapons. It doesn't matter. Not as strong as before. It doesn't matter. The worst that can happen is death. We are full of enthusiasm and just want to share the pressure for the two seniors. An army of 300,000 demons is attacking. Hundreds of thousands of Terrans participated in the war. Outside Tianfeng City, a war was about to break out. But at this moment, something strange happened. Boom. The pressure of the first level of Yuanfu suddenly exploded around Ye Bufan. That pressure was like a mountain torrent or a tsunami, like a prehistoric ferocious beast, rushing straight towards the 300,000 demon army in front of it. Buzz. The sudden change, especially the powerful pressure released by Ye Bufan, stunned the 300,000 demon army, and even stopped their charge. However, this scene did not last long. The strong men in Yuanfu realm do make the demon clan very wary, but the deterrent power of the strong men in Yuanfu realm is far from comparable to the orders of the king, purple-eyed green-scaled python. The king has given orders and we must obey them. Kill. After a brief moment of distraction, the demon clan attacked again. They are more aggressive. They are more murderous. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo looked at the purple-eyed, green-scaled python in front of him and said with a smile, "Are you very proud? Do you think it's worth it for you to die if we can bury you with you?" Snort. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python snorted coldly. Although she didn't say anything, her attitude showed it all. That's what she thought. In her opinion, it would be worth it even if she died if Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo were buried with her. Hee hee. Seeing the reaction of the purple-eyed green-scaled python, Qian Duoduo smiled, then shook his head and said, "It's a pity imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Your wish is destined to be unrealized." The purple-eyed, green-scaled python frowned and looked at Qian Duoduo with a puzzled look. Qian Duoduo said nothing, but just looked at the demon army in front of him, or rather, at Ye Bufan who was preparing to fight against the 300,000 demon army alone. At this moment, in front of an army of 300,000, Ye Bufan was not surprised or disappointed that his pressure could not intimidate the demon clan, because all this was already within his expectations. But it doesn't matter. If you can't suppress it once, try twice. The demon army attacked again, and Ye Bufan moved violently. Call. The next second, Ye Bufan struck out with a palm. The bearer of the great wilderness heavenly monument. 8-fold palm power. 16-fold increase. Previously, Ye Bufan relied on this palm to beat the purple-eyed green-scaled python, which was also in the Yuanfu realm, half to death. It is conceivable how terrifying it would be for Ye Bufan, who is now in the first level of Yuanfu realm, to use his full strength to perform the great wilderness sky steel hand. It can be said that anyone who receives Ye Bufan's palm will surely die if he is under the Yuan mansion. But at this moment, Ye Bufan had no intention of using this palm to fight against the 300,000 demon army rushing towards him. But, after a palm strike, Ye Bufan squatted down suddenly. Boom! In a flash, Ye Bufan slammed his palm directly onto the ground beneath his feet. Powerful force impact. A huge roar was heard. Ka ka ka. The entire ground around Ye Bufan sank directly, and on the ground, hideous cracks appeared and swept towards the demon army dozens of meters away with unstoppable force. In just a moment, these hideous cracks in the earth had spread to the front of the demon army, accompanied by a gust of sharp wind and a terrifying pressure. The demon army stagnated again. Ye Bufan slowly stood up. A palm print pit several meters long had appeared under his feet, and around the palm print, there were cracks more than 10 centimeters long and bottomless, extending dozens of meters away. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He raised his head and looked at the 300,000 demon army that was hesitating in front of him, and said calmly, "If you really want to be my enemy, then you have to think clearly. If I strike you with this palm, you will definitely die." Gurgle. After hearing this, and looking at Ye Bufan and the shocking cracks under his feet, all the monsters present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Chapter 2102 Qian Duoduo persuades people to surrender. If I strike you with this palm, you will definitely die. Ye Bufan's words kept echoing in the minds of the monsters present. Although his tone was flat, the content of his words was like a bolt from the blue to the monsters present. After seeing how Ye Bufan crippled the purple-eyed green-scaled python, a great demon from the Yuanfu realm, with one palm strike, all the demon beasts present had no doubt at all as to whether Ye Bufan could kill them with one palm strike. Anyone who gets hurt by Ye Bufan's palm will die, and only die. For this reason, the more than 300,000 monsters present immediately stopped their charge and looked at Ye Bufan with hesitation and deep fear on their faces. Seeing this scene, the human members behind the demon army also stopped. Their eyes of disbelief kept wandering between Ye Bufan and the more than 300,000 monsters. They never expected that Ye Bufan could actually intimidate the more than 300,000 monster army by himself. How domineering this is! How incredible this is! In a dead silent atmosphere, neither the demon nor the human race acted rashly again. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python was immediately furious. "You are a bunch of trash. He is the only one. Why are you afraid of him? If he really had the ability to kill you all, would he have wasted so much time talking to you? Go ahead and kill him." Bang! As soon as the purple-eyed green-scaled python finished speaking, Qian Duoduo kicked her directly on the huge forehead. Roar! The purple-eyed, green-scaled python was furious. She howled and said to Qian Duoduo, "Fatty, don't go too far in bullying the monster." Bang! 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 Unexpectedly, Qian Duoduo ignored the anger of the purple-eyed green-scaled python and just rewarded her with 3 kicks, saying, "Mr. Qian bullied you, what's the matter, you don't accept it? If you don't accept it, bite me." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo kicked the purple-eyed and green-scaled python again. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python was confused, disheveled, and even mad. If she could, she really wanted to swallow Qian Duoduo alive. But unfortunately, at this moment, not only was she seriously injured, but she was also nailed to the ground by Qian Duoduo's purple-gold panlong spear, so that she could not resist at all, and she didn't even have time to avoid Qian Duoduo's attack. Before the purple-eyed green-scaled python could think about it, Qian Duoduo spoke again, a little angrily and dissatisfied. "Do you know how much trouble Master Qian had to spend to convince this kid to spare your lives? But you are good. If you really want to die, can you please not implicate others?" Bang! Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo kicked the purple-eyed and green-scaled python twice. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python was indeed confused. What's the meaning? Did you plead for us? You still want this kid to spare our lives? Unfortunately, Qian Duoduo ignored the purple-eyed and green-scaled python and instead looked at the more than 300,000 demon army in front of Ye Bufan. At this moment, the words of the purple-eyed green-scaled python were like enlightenment, instantly, awakening, all the more than 300,000 demon troops present. Yes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Although this human is strong, he is only one person. Why should our side be afraid of him? However, just when the demon tribe was about to launch another charge, Qian Duoduo suddenly said, "Brothers and sisters of the demon tribe, today, here, there is something that Master Qian must say." Well, when Qian Duoduo said this, the more than 300,000 monsters in front were all stunned. Not only the monsters, but also the humans present were no exception. Brothers and sisters of the demon clan. Haven't humans and demons always been mortal enemies? How did they become brothers and sisters? Qian Duoduo didn't care about this at all, and just continued, "What does Master Qian want to say?" Master Qian wants to say everything in this world can belong to others, but only life truly belongs to oneself. The purple-eyed green-scaled python is your king. You can help her, but you don't have to risk your life for her, right? Okay, even if you are more loyal, even if you are willing, you must work hard for the purple-eyed green-scaled python, but she has already become a prisoner of Master Qian. To put it bluntly, she is about to die. In this case, what is the point of you continuing to work hard for her? Or is it worth it? In Mr. Qian's opinion, it's not worth it at all. As the saying goes, a good death is worse than a miserable life. If you know you're going to die but still want to die, wouldn't that make you a fool? Fatty, shut up. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python finally couldn't stand it anymore and roared at Qian Duoduo. Unfortunately, Qian Duoduo simply ignored her and continued to look at the 300,000-plus demon army in front of him and said confidently, "Think about it for yourselves. Is what Master Qian said right or wrong?" MMP. Staring at Qian Duoduo, the purple-eyed, green-scaled python's copper bell-like eyes were about to spit fire. This fat guy is simply spreading rumors to confuse the public. Unable to bear it any longer, the purple-eyed, green-scaled python looked directly at the demon army in front of it and said angrily, "What are you all still standing there for? I order you to kill these 2 humans now, immediately, and immediately." Listen, listen. As soon as the purple-eyed green-scaled python finished speaking, Qian Duoduo immediately said, "This is your king. Apart from ordering you to die, what else has she done? Son of AB*TCH. It's so fucking infuriating." The purple-eyed, green-scaled python was going crazy and was on the verge of collapse. Qian Duoduo ignored him, and didn't care. After hesitating for a moment, he pointed at the 8th level Tiangong demon beast in front of the demon army and said, "8th level Tiangong. I guess you should be the best expert under the king in the Star Moon Forest, right?" The Tiangong 8th level demon beast was a little confused, but he nodded instinctively. Qian Duoduo continued, "In that case, then Master Qian will call you the second great king." Second great king, how long have you been following your great king? Qian Duoduo's call of, second great king, made the Tiangong 8th heavenly demon beast feel very happy. He did not avoid Qian Duoduo's question, but directly replied, "It should be more than 10 years. More than 10 years. That's quite a long time." Qian Duoduo groaned for a moment, then continued, "If that's the case, then your queen should treat you well, right? Tell Master Qian what she has given you over the years." Well, the demon beast of the 8th level of Tiangong was stunned. "What did you give me? What's the meaning?" The monster was puzzled, so Qian Duoduo smiled and said, "Let me tell you this, you have followed your queen for so many years, has she ever promised you that she would help you reach the Yuanfu realm? How is that possible? The king has just broken through the Yuan mansion. Is that so? What about the elixir? How many elixir has your king given you over the years? Spiritual medicine. I already have it in my territory, why do I need the king to give it to me? Just say yes or no." "No." "What about the spirit stone?" "Spiritual stones. There are no spiritual stone veins in our Xingyu forest. Where did the king get the spiritual stones for me? Our spiritual stones were all snatched from your human warriors." So miserable. But then again, for so many years, you have followed your queen, but you have no spiritual stones or spiritual medicines. She has never promised to help you improve your cultivation and attack the Yuan Palace. So why do you follow your queen? Or what do you want? Well, the Tiangong 8th level demon beast was stunned again. Why? The purple-eyed green-scaled python is the only king of the Star Moon Forest. As a member of the Star Moon Forest, isn't it natural for me to follow her? Before the Tiangong 8th heavenly beast could think more, Qian Duoduo spoke again and said suddenly, do you know how many spirit stones the lowest person in Chenny Chamber of Commerce can earn in a month? How many? The 8th level Tiangong demon beast asked subconsciously. 8 million is a base. Qian Duoduo said calmly. Hiss. The demon beast at the 8th level of Tiangong couldn't help but gasp. The other monsters and humans present were also shocked and horrified. Even the purple-eyed and green-scaled python was no exception. 8 million a month. That year it was 96 million. Nearly 100 million in revenue. Don't think that a mere 100 million is nothing just because Qian Duoduo easily cheated hundreds of billions from Chu Xinghe and Wu Yuanying. In fact, for most people, even 100 million is already an astronomical figure. After all, not everyone is Chu Xinghe and Wu Yuanying. This is especially true for the demon race. After all, the 8th level Tiangong demon beast had said before that there were no spirit stone veins in the Star Moon Forest. Since there were no spirit stone veins, if the demons needed spirit stones, they could only snatch them from humans. However, over the years, the human race and the demon race have maintained a non-aggression situation. In this situation, the demon clan can only rob those human warriors who take the initiative to enter the Star Moon Forest. But, how much can we grab? 100 million. That is absolutely an astronomical figure. Even a little scary. Unexpectedly, Qian Duoduo spoke again. Of course, this is only the minimum. In the Chenny Chamber of Commerce, most people's monthly income is definitely more than 20 million. As for a Tiangong level warrior like you, the monthly income is at least 100 million. Chapter 2103 What's the difference between you and salted fish? Of course, this is just the minimum. In the Chenny Chamber of Commerce, most people definitely earn more than 20 million a month. As for a Tiangong level warrior like you, the monthly income is at least 100 million. Earn at least 100 million a month. Wouldn't that be 1.2 billion that year? Seeing Qian Duoduo, the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings present were immediately shocked. How long have they been following the purple-eyed green-scaled python? Even the shortest period is more than 10 years. According to Qian Duoduo's calculation, they can at least get 12 billion spirit stones. That's 12 billion. With the talents of the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings, if they had so many spirit stones to support their cultivation, they would have already achieved the status of Yuanfu realm great demon. But what is the reality? In fact, they had followed the purple-eyed green-scaled python for so many years and gained nothing. The elixir is from one's own territory. You have to rely on yourself to snatch the spirit stones, and it all depends on luck. If you are lucky, you can get hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. If you are unlucky, you may not even see the shadow of a spirit stone in a year. To put it bluntly, the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings can have their current achievements and strength entirely thanks to themselves, and it has nothing to do with the purple-eyed green-scaled python at all. If it were any other time, there would naturally be no problem. Even in the eyes of the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings, it was natural for them to follow the purple-eyed green-scaled python. But after Qian Duoduo said this, or after the comparison under his deliberate guidance, everything was different. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. As both of them are powerful warriors in the Tiangong realm, why can the Tiangong realm warriors of the human race enjoy such generous treatment, while they have to live such a miserable life? Are they, the demon race, inherently inferior to humans? Driven by this emotion, the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings developed a great deal of resentment towards the purple-eyed green-scaled python, because in their opinion, their current misery was entirely due to the purple-eyed green-scaled python's incompetence. Faced with the resentful and even somewhat disgusted eyes of the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings, the purple-eyed green-scaled python was about to collapse and even despaired. She also felt that she needed to say something at this time. Otherwise, these powerful soldiers under her command would be fooled by Qian Duoduo and openly rebel, or even turn against her in the middle of a battle. Unfortunately, before the purple-eyed, green-scaled python could speak, Qian Duoduo had already said, "How about coming over and hanging out with Master Qian?" After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "I dare not say anything else, but as long as you follow Master Qian guarantees that you will all be extremely wealthy in the future. Of course, don't say that Master Qian is vulgar, because Master Qian is a vulgar person. But is that wrong? Just like what you are doing now, you are risking your lives and invading the human race in a big way. What is the purpose? You are here just to plunder resources and improve your strength. But now that you have money, do you still need to rob and plunder? That's not necessary at all. If you have money, why don't you just buy it? In the final analysis, why waste force, even at the cost of life, and take huge risks when money can solve the problem?" After Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the 12 demon kings in the Tiangong realm fell silent, because what Qian Duoduo said was reasonable, and there was nothing wrong with it. But the purple-eyed and green-scaled python didn't think so. Looking at Qian Duoduo, she was almost furious. This fat guy, it would be fine if he had seriously injured and humiliated me, but now, he is actually openly poaching my girlfriend in front of me. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. That's enough. Immediately, the purple-eyed, green-scaled python roared angrily, then glared at Qian Duoduo and said, "Fatty, you are just spreading lies to confuse the public. No matter how high-sounding and exaggerated your words are, you can't change the fact that the human race and the demon race are born enemies. You want me, the demon race, to follow you, or even submit to you. It's just wishful thinking. And you too." As he spoke, the purple-eyed, green-scaled python looked directly at the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings not far away and scolded, "You're the demon kings of the Tiangong realm. Did you go out without your brains? Do you believe what humans say? Don't you know that humans have a saying that those who are not of our race must have different hearts? Do you really think that this fat guy is sincerely recruiting you? Let me tell you, he must have ulterior motives. Hee hee." As soon as the purple-eyed green-scaled python finished speaking, Qian Duoduo smiled and looked at her and said, "Little snake, Master Qian doesn't like what you said. When did Master Qian start to confuse the people with lies? Is what Master Qian said wrong? Also, what do you mean that the demon race and the human race are born enemies? If it's really like what you said, then how did the half-demon come about?" Well, the purple-eyed, green-scaled python was stunned. Qian Duoduo smiled and said, "Why, you have nothing to say? Or do you not even know how to refute yourself?" After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "But it's not your fault. After all, what Master Qian said is true. Half-demons are the fruit of love between humans and demons. If that's the case, it means that humans and demons can live in peace and even understand each other deeply. It's not like you said that humans and demons are born enemies. You are making far-fetched arguments." The purple-eyed, green-scaled python gnashed its teeth. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Whether Mr. Qian is making up stories or not, it is not up to you to decide. Even Mr. Qian himself does not decide. It depends on what everyone thinks and believes. Changing the subject, Qian Duoduo said, "Also, you just said that Master Qian had ulterior motives for doing this. So Master Qian would like to ask, what exactly is Master Qian's ulterior motive? Don't be in a hurry to speak. Let Mr. Qian finish what he has to say. Life is nothing more than 3 words, money, power, and sex. Money, I have so much money that I can kill you with it. Quan, you mere Tiangong-level monsters can't give Master Qian anything. Sex, to be honest, Master Qian has no interest in the women of your demon race. If that's the case, then here comes the question. Money, power, sex, you can't give me money, power, sex, what else can I want from you? Since you can't get anything, where does your ulterior motive come from?" Suddenly, the purple-eyed and green-scaled python was speechless. It's not that she didn't want to refute, but she really didn't know how to refute. On the surface, there is nothing wrong with Qian Duoduo's words. However, he is a human, and such a treacherous one, how could he really be so kind? The purple-eyed, green-scaled python doesn't think so. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The fat guy must have some ulterior motive for doing this. But what does he want? The purple-eyed and green-scaled python was puzzled. Etc. Is this the point? This is not the point, okay. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python suddenly woke up. I almost got tricked by this fat guy again. It doesn't matter what the fat guy wants. It doesn't matter what the fat guy thinks. What's important is that humans and Yao cannot coexist. As soon as he thought of this, the purple-eyed green-scaled python glared at Qian Duoduo and said, "Fatty, I still say the same thing. It's impossible for me to make the demon clan submit to you." "What do you mean by submission? When did Master Qian say that you, the demon clan, should submit to Master Qian?" "Master Qian is talking about cooperation. Do you understand cooperation? If you are good, I am good, and everyone is good, that is the real good." Qian Duoduo said this with great confidence, and then continued, "Of course, I can completely understand why you reject Master Qian so much. After all, you are the only king in the Star Moon Forest, and everything in the Star Moon Forest has always been decided by you alone. Are you worried that after cooperating with Master Qian, your influence in the Star Moon Forest will be weakened? Actually, you don't have to worry. Master Qian has no interest in power. He just likes to make money and have fun. So, after cooperating with Master Qian, the Star Moon Forest will remain the same as before." Roll. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the purple-eyed green-scaled python angrily rebuked him, "Fatty, no matter how fantastic your words are, I will not believe them. Besides, my demon race will never submit to your human race, so just give up on this idea." "Why?" Qian Duoduo sighed helplessly and said, "Master Qian has finally figured it out. You monster, are too selfish and irresponsible. What is a warrior? Warriors fight for their lives against the heavens, and their goal is to constantly break through their limits and strengthen themselves. However, this has a prerequisite, which is resources. Without resources, no matter how strong one's talent is, it will be in vain. But look at your Xingyu forest, or the 12 demon kings under your command who are in the Tiangong realm. In terms of talent, none of them is inferior to the geniuses of our human race. But why, when those geniuses of our human race were at their age, they had already been promoted to Yuanfu, or even Wuji, but they are still stuck in the Tiangong realm. To put it bluntly, it's because limited resources restrict their growth. Now, as long as you cooperate with Master Qian, you can earn a lot of money and resources, and you can safely improve your strength and strengthen yourself in the Star Moon Forest, but you still refuse. Tell me, what's the difference between you and that salted fish? That's all. You yourself are not ambitious, but you can't stop your subordinates from making progress, right? Especially the 12 demon kings in the Tiangong realm under your command. Don't you think that your selfish thoughts are destroying them? Chapter 2104. Leave some for your Uncle Qian. This king is a salted fish. This king does not want to make progress. Do I intend to ruin the future of these subordinates? Is this king such a demon? This is clearly a perverse logic. No, you are still misleading people. However, the purple-eyed green-scaled python didn't know how to refute for a moment, because it was an indisputable fact that the Star Moon Forest was short of resources. The most important thing is that the purple-eyed green-scaled python discovered that the way the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings under his command, as well as the other demon beasts present, looked at him had all changed. That look was full of resentment and dissatisfaction, as if he had really ruined their future and delayed their success. What the hell is going on? At this moment, the purple-eyed green-scaled python felt so helpless and desperate. She found that the fat man in front of her was so terrible at deceiving people. The most important thing is that he was obviously fooling people, but what he said was so reasonable that people couldn't find any fault with it. If she had not already been dissatisfied with Qian Duoduo, she would have been persuaded by Qian Duoduo by now. What to do? Is that just the way it is? Should he just allow his men to defect to this fat guy? No, absolutely not. However, before the purple-eyed green-scaled python could think about it, Qian Duoduo spoke again, looking at the 12 heavenly gang realm demon kings in front of him and said, "Do you think what Master Qian said is right or wrong?" After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "As I said before, if you don't make progress on the road of martial arts, you will regress. Martial artists who don't want to achieve the Holy Spirit are no different from salted fish. This applies to both the human race and the demon race. If you follow Master Qian cannot guarantee that you will be able to become a king of the Holy Spirit in the future. The only thing Master Qian can guarantee you is that your life will be more carefree and comfortable than it is now. At least, you don't need to worry about the lack of resources like you do now, or even risk your life to grab them. If we follow you, what do we need to do? As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, a demon king from the first level of Tiangong suddenly asked a question. Wow! When the demon king of Tiangong realm said this, the whole audience was shocked. No matter if they were demons or humans present, they all couldn't help but look at the Tiangong first level demon king who asked the question with astonished eyes. What does this mean? This meant that the demon king of the first level of Tiangong in front of him had been tempted, and he even had plans to join Qian Duoduo. That is why Qian Duoduo looked directly at the demon king of the first level of Tiangong without any hesitation and said, Master Qian has already said that we are cooperating. Since it is cooperation, then our relationship is equal. There is no question of who follows whom. As for what you are going to do. After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, this question is actually very simple. You joined Master Qian just to make money. Since it's for the sake of making money, then naturally you should do whatever can make money. Of course, you don't have to worry or think about how to do it. Master Qian will send someone to teach you step by step when the time comes. For example, right now, Master Qian has already thought of a way for you to make money. As long as you do well, there will be no problem in getting rich. What way? The demon king of the first level of Tiangong asked. Growing elixirs. Qian Duoduo said lightly. Growing spiritual medicine. The demon king of the first level of Tiangong was a little confused. The other monsters and humans present were also confused by what was said. Yes. Qian Duoduo continued, why are there so many spiritual medicines in the Star Moon Forest? It's because the environment in the Star Moon Forest is suitable for the growth of spiritual medicines. It's just that these spiritual medicines are naturally grown, so the quantity is limited after all. But it doesn't matter. Isn't the Star Moon Forest suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs? If so, why don't we plant spiritual herbs on a large scale in the Star Moon Forest? Now that you have more spiritual medicines, you don't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore, right? And you can sell the extra spiritual medicines to the human race. After selling the spiritual medicine, will you have money? After you have money, can you buy other resources from us humans? Like pills, like weapons. Although your demon race also has these things, but in your Star Moon Forest, these resources should be scarce items, right? So, it's still the same old saying. Whether you are a human or a demon, you have to make money. Only when you have money can you get whatever you want. Hearing this, the eyes of the Tiangong Realm Demon King lit up, but soon, a look of disappointment appeared on his face again, and he said, but we don't know how to grow spiritual medicine. You can't, but someone can. Who? Of course I am a member of the human race. Human race. That's right. If you are willing to cooperate, then we are a family. Since we are a family, there is naturally no need to fight. At that time, you can hire members of the human race to grow spiritual herbs for you. When the spiritual herbs are mature and sold for money, you can give them some compensation. Is it possible? Why can't this be done? We are all here to make money and to live. If you make money, my fellow human race members will also make money. Isn't this a good thing that everyone will be happy about? This. Stop talking like this, you bastards, what are you thinking about? What are you hesitating about? So many people are begging to be with Master Qian, but Master Qian is too lazy to pay attention to them. Suddenly, the 12 demon kings in the Tiangong realm looked at each other. They were obviously asking each other what they meant. However, this scene made the purple-eyed, green-scaled python's face turn black. She knew that the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings under her command had been persuaded by Qian Duoduo. It would be impossible for her to change their minds at this time. The most important and most hateful thing is that with the fat guy Qian Duoduo around, no matter what he says, he has thousands of flawless fallacies to refute him. Since there is nothing to argue about, there is nothing more to say. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python glared directly at the 12 demon kings of the Tiangong realm and said, don't forget your identities. You are from the demon race. As a demon race, do you dare to surrender to the human race? Bang! As soon as the purple-eyed green-scaled python finished speaking, Qian Duoduo kicked her on the head and said, you talk too much nonsense. Do you really think Master Qian is reluctant to kill you? Roll. Hearing this, the purple-eyed, green-scaled python roared at Qian Duoduo angrily, Fatty, don't be so complacent. The worst that can happen is death, but don't expect to have an easy life. As soon as the voice fell, the purple-eyed green-scaled python turned its head again and looked at the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings. She said with a stern expression, leaving no room for doubt, "I order you in the name of the Qinglan royal family. Now, immediately, kill these 2 humans. Otherwise destroy your entire clan." Boom. When the purple-eyed green-scaled python said this, the 12 demon kings in the Tiangong realm all trembled in their hearts, and even the army of more than 300,000 demon beasts behind them were no exception. Kill. The next second, the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings looked at each other and rushed out directly, as if what Qian Duoduo said before was all nonsense. Seeing this scene, Qian Duoduo couldn't help feeling a little confused. What's going on? Weren't we just talking fine? Why are they fighting again in the blink of an eye? Is it just because of the threat from the purple-eyed green-scaled python? Qinglan royal family. What the hell? Before Qian Duoduo could think about it, the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings had already arrived 10 meters away from him with an army of more than 300,000 demon beasts. At this time, Ye Bufan beside Qian Duoduo suddenly said with a smile, "Uncle Qian, it seems that your words are not omnipotent. In the end, we still have to rely on force to solve it." Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. Ye Bufan continued, "I have given you the chance. Since you can't convince them, then I will not be polite, will I? Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan shot out directly. 300,000 demon beasts in the immortal martial realm. That's hundreds of millions of points of luck. If Qian Duoduo hadn't said that these monsters were still of great use, and that his analysis to Ye Bufan did make some sense, Ye Bufan would have probably already started killing them. Now that we can't reach an agreement, there's nothing more to say. In one word, kill. Fuck. Seeing Ye Bufan rushing out, Qian Duoduo was so anxious that he almost cried. Be gentle, don't kill them all, leave at least some for your Uncle Qian. Chapter 2105, Master Qian is dying, I am so heartbroken. Although Qian Duoduo strongly requested Ye Bufan to show mercy, Ye Bufan obviously didn't care and wouldn't listen at all. Leave some for you. Leave a fart. This is hundreds of millions of points of luck, so naturally I have to take it all. Driven by this mentality, Ye Bufan didn't even think about showing mercy to the monsters in front of him. Not only would he not show mercy, he would also go on a killing spree. In the blink of an eye. In an instant, Ye Bufan has already encountered 12 demon kings in the Tiangong realm. Although the cultivation and strength of the 12 Tiangong realm demon kings were far inferior to Ye Bufan's, Ye Bufan was still not careless at all. After all, a large number of ants can kill an elephant, and it is not uncommon for boats to capsize in the gutter. That was why, as soon as he encountered the enemy, Ye Bufan directly used the Tiangong demon subduing technique, and even activated the unique protective chi of the Tiangong realm warriors. Tian Gang subduing demons skill. The warriors' protective chi. Under the double protection, Ye Bufan's own defense directly reached an unimaginable level. At least these Tiangong realm monsters in front of him could never break his defense. In a flash, 12 Tiangong realm demon kings rushed over from all directions, looking as if they wanted to tear Ye Bufan into pieces. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He directly locked onto one of the demon beasts at the 3rd level of Tiangong, and then punched it. One punch, nothing special. With one punch, Ye Bufan didn't even use any martial arts or divine power. But even so, Ye Bufan's punch should not be underestimated. After all, he not only has the martial arts cultivation of the Yuanfu realm, but also has a powerful physique of the Yuanfu realm. A momentary confrontation. Ye Bufan's punch came later but arrived first. Bang! He punched the monster of the 3rd level of Tiangong on the forehead. Under the impact of the powerful force, a dull and heavy sound was heard. Puff! The Tiangong 3rd level demon beast spurted out blood, and then his huge body flew backwards in the air like a kite with a broken string. It was also at this time that the attacks of the other 11 Tiangong realm demon kings finally arrived. Bang! 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 11 terrifying forces slammed down on Ye Bufan's body, causing a series of dull and heavy sounds, and even the ground around Ye Bufan sank directly. Seeing this scene, the 11 demon kings in the Tiangong realm were all overjoyed. They never thought that Ye Bufan would be so arrogant and actually dare to directly challenge the combined attack of the 11 demon kings. He is just looking for death. But soon, the 11 demon kings found out that they were wrong, and very wrong. Because their attack had just landed, Ye Bufan didn't stop for a moment and directly punched the demon king of the 5th level of Tiangong in front of him. The 5th level Tiangong demon king was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! Ye Bufan threw a punch, and a thunderous sound was heard. Puff! The 5th level Tiangong demon king spat out a mouthful of blood, and then, like the 3rd level Tiangong demon king before, he flew backwards in the air. A sudden change. The remaining 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm were all shocked. They acted decisively and stepped back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In less than a breath, the 10 Tiangong realm demon kings had retreated to 10 meters away from Ye Bufan. It was also at this time. Bang, bang. 2 dull and heavy voices rang out in succession, and the 2 Tiangong realm demon kings that had been knocked away by Ye Bufan before also fell heavily on the open ground dozens of meters away. After a few twitches, they stopped responding. The remaining 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm didn't care about this at all, and had no time to care whether the 2 demon kings were alive or dead. Because all their attention was deeply attracted by Ye Bufan. How is that possible? Even looking at Ye Bufan's peaceful appearance, the remaining 10 Tiangong realm demon kings looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were shocked and even a little bit unbelievable. You know, they are all kings of the Tiangong realm. The combined attack of 11 Tiangong realm kings couldn't hurt Ye Bufan at all. Is this really just the Yuanfu realm? Is the Yuanfu realm so powerful and so abnormal? Dead silent space. Weird atmosphere. The 10 Tiangong realm monsters, who had no idea what was going on, dared not act rashly for a while, but that did not mean they would not continue to attack Ye Bufan. After all, they still have an army of more than 300,000 demons under their command. Kill. Following the order from the 10 Tiangong realm demon kings, the more than 300,000 demon army that had already surrounded Ye Bufan rushed forward. Fierce momentum. Cold murderous intent. An army of more than 300,000 monsters directly overwhelmed Ye Bufan. But so what? Under the dual protection of the Tiangong subduing demon skill and the warrior's internal energy, even the demon king of the Tiangong realm could not hurt Ye Bufan at all, let alone the demon beasts of the Tai realm and the Shanwu realm. What's more, although the demon tribe has an army of more than 300,000, there are only 5 or 6 demon beasts that can actually attack Ye Bufan, and at most 7 or 8. For Ye Bufan at this moment, this level of attack is no different from tickling. Let's look at Ye Bufan. With the cultivation level of Yuanfu realm, which of these monsters can withstand his attack and survive? There isn't at all. If Ye Bufan is a hungry wolf with bared fangs, then the current 300,000 strong demon army is a group of weak and harmless lambs. The wolf comes among the sheep and kills. Bang! 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 The dull and heavy sounds continued to ring out. Ye Bufan attacked again and again. His moves are simple and ordinary, but they are sure to kill monsters and take their lives. This was a one-sided massacre. After more than 10 seconds, Ye Bufan had killed over 100 monsters. However, he did not stop there, and his massacre continued. The casualties of the demon clan continued to soar. 300 heads, 500 heads, 800 heads, 1,000 heads. Seeing the monsters flying out from the army and dying instantly, the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm outside the demon army felt their scalps tingling. They had never underestimated Ye Bufan. After all, it was a fact that Ye Bufan had crippled the purple-eyed and green-scaled python with a single blow. However, they had never imagined that Ye Bufan could be so powerful and brutal. These are monsters from the Shanwu realm and Tai realm, and there are more than 300,000 of them. Now they are being killed like chopping melons and vegetables. Is this still a human being? Under this situation, how long can our army of more than 300,000 hold out? 1 hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours? The 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm no longer dared to think further. The Tiangong realm demon king was like this, and the hundreds of thousands of human captives who were preparing to reinforce Qian Duoduo and Ye Bufan not far away were also dumbfounded and confused. One person killed an army of 300,000 demons and caused the blood to flow like a river. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it was true. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still felt like they were in a dream and it was too unreal. Of course, the most shocked and awestruck person at the scene was the purple-eyed green-scaled python. As a great demon in the Yuanfu realm, she believed that she could never do what Ye Bufan did. Could it be that he is not Yuanfu, but Wuji? But, how is that possible? A few days ago, he was just an ant at the mercy of others. In just a few days, could he really grow to the point where he becomes someone that he himself looks up to? At this moment, facing the powerful strength and brutal slaughter displayed by Ye Bufan, all the demons and humans present were in great shock and astonishment. But there was one exception. This person is Qian Duoduo. Watching Ye Bufan's wanton slaughter, Qian Duoduo's heart was bleeding. He felt like he was about to die. He was dying of heartache and also of anger at Ye Bufan. But what can he do? Stop Ye Bufan. What can be used to stop it? Qian Duoduo knew very well that although he was 2 realms higher than Ye Bufan in terms of cultivation, if they really started fighting, Ye Bufan would definitely beat him to the point where he would doubt his life. In fact, Ye Bufan didn't even need to make a move. He could suppress him directly with his identity as the Lord of the Tianyuan Small Thousand Realms. The most important thing is that Qian Duoduo had already made an agreement with Ye Bufan before coming. If Qian Duoduo could subdue the demon clan, Ye Bufan would not have to take action. But if Qian Duoduo could not subdue the demon clan, then when Ye Bufan took action, Qian Duoduo could not interfere, let alone stop him. Nowadays, Qian Duoduo really doesn't know what to do. Originally, he was almost successful, but in the end, because of a word from the purple-eyed green-scaled python, all his previous preparations were ruined. It's all this damn bitch's fault. If it weren't for her, how could the situation have turned out like this? In a rage, Qian Duoduo looked directly at the purple-eyed, green-scaled python that he had pinned to the ground with his purple-gold panlong spear. Chapter 2106. This is a real hitch. As the only king of the Star Moon Forest and a great monster in the Yuanfu realm, the value of the purple-eyed green-scaled python is unquestionable. It is for this reason that Qian Duoduo did not kill the purple-eyed green-scaled python directly. Qian Duoduo even originally planned to wait until he had conquered the demon army in front of him, and then use his eloquence to persuade the purple-eyed and green-scaled python by presenting facts and reasoning. But now it seems that Fatty Qian was wrong, and very wrong. This purple-eyed, green-scaled python is clearly a stone from a pit toilet, smelly and hard. If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have killed her right away. But now, there is no point in regretting anymore. Bang! With endless resentment, Qian Duoduo kicked the purple-eyed green-scaled python directly, stared at her and shouted angrily, "Now, immediately, right now, make them stop." Since Ye Bufan cannot be persuaded, the only thing they can do is to make the demon clan stop. And if they want the demon clan to stop, they can only rely on the purple-eyed green-scaled python, the only king in the Star Moon Forest. After all, the crazy attack of the demon clan was entirely due to the previous threat from the purple-eyed green-scaled python. Unfortunately, the purple-eyed green-scaled python obviously would not do that. Facing Qian Duoduo's roar, he just sneered, then looked at him and said without negotiation, "Stop. Don't even think about it. Dream on. Son of AB*TCH. Qian Duoduo was furious. Do you really think Master Qian doesn't dare to kill you? It's useless even if you kill me. Unless I die, they will never stop, and they dare not stop. So Fatty, your evil plan will never succeed. Today, either you die or they die." The purple-eyed, green-scaled python said solemnly. "You're a jerk." Qian Duoduo cursed angrily. Base. The next second, a dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. The dagger is completely black and looks like just an ordinary curved-toothed dagger, but in fact, this dagger is a genuine ground weapon. Qian Duoduo started with the ground soldiers without any hesitation. Puff. With one blow, he broke through the purple-eyed green-scaled python's armor, stabbed into her flesh, and shouted angrily, "Tell them to stop." Roar. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python couldn't help but howl in pain, but still gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Fatty, I've already said that even if you kill me, I will never compromise with you." Puff. As soon as the purple-eyed green-scaled python finished speaking, Qian Duoduo pulled the dagger out of the purple-eyed green-scaled python's flesh and blood. While pulling out a piece of flesh and blood, he stabbed it into the purple-eyed green-scaled python's flesh and blood again. "Tell them to stop. Don't even think about it." Puff. Puff. Tell them to stop. Impossible. Puff. Puff. Tell them to stop. It's useless, Fatty, just give up on this idea. Puff. Puff. Tell them to stop. If you want to kill me or chop me up, just come and I will take over. Puff. Puff. Tell them to stop. The Earth Soldier level dagger in Qian Duoduo's hand greeted the purple-eyed green-scaled python again and again. At the same time, he ordered the purple-eyed green-scaled python again and again. Unfortunately, the purple-eyed green-scaled python had no intention of compromising at all. 3 minutes later, Qian Duoduo had stabbed the purple-eyed, green-scaled python no less than 100 times. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python's huge body was covered in blood, and even its breath became a little weak, but even so, she still did not compromise and still did not give in. Faced with such a purple-eyed and green-scaled python, Qian Duoduo was confused and helpless. "You're so cruel." After glaring at the purple-eyed, green-scaled python, Qian Duoduo immediately retracted the earth-level dagger in his hand. Hee. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python sneered and said, "What, you fat guy, are you giving up so soon? Don't stop, keep going, I'm still waiting for you to chop me into pieces." Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched, and he cursed, "MMP," in his heart. Then he ignored the purple-eyed green-scaled python and looked at the battle between Ye Bufan and the monster not far away. No, it should be said that he was looking at the massacre committed by Ye Bufan alone not far away. At this time, although only 3 minutes had passed since Qian Duoduo forced the purple-eyed green-scaled python, thousands of monsters had died at Ye Bufan's hands. Looking at these tragically dead monsters, Qian Duoduo felt a headache. He felt that he needed to do something, so he once again shifted his attention to the 10 Tiangong Realm Demon Kings outside the battlefield. At this moment, the 10 Tiangong Realm Demon Kings looked solemn, nervous, uneasy, and even had deep fear and terror. It was obvious that as Tiangong Realm Demon Kings, they had been frightened by Ye Bufan's fighting power. But this has nothing to do with how much money you have. Call out. Qian Duoduo dodged and came directly in front of the Demon King of the first level of Tiangong who had talked to him before. You. Faced with the sudden arrival of Qian Duoduo, the Tiangong first level Demon King was stunned. "You what? You're so skinny." Qian Duoduo cursed angrily and then slapped him with a palm. The Demon King of the first level of Tiangong was shocked. He instinctively wanted to dodge. However, how could he, who was only at the first level of Tiangong, dodge the violent attack from Qian Duoduo, a third-level Yuanfu warrior, who was furious. Bang! In a flash, Qian Duoduo slapped the Demon King of the first level of Tiangong with his palm. Under the impact of the powerful force, the Demon King of the first level of Tiangong fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. It was also at this time. Bang! Qian Duoduo stepped on the head of the Tiangong first-level Demon King, bent down, took out the Earth Soldier-level dagger he had used before, and waved it in front of the Tiangong first-level Demon King, saying, "If Master Qian slashes you with this knife, you will die, do you know that?" Gurgle. Looking at the dagger that Qian Duoduo was swinging in front of him, the Tiangong first-level Demon King couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and then said tremblingly, I know. Since you know, then why are you still standing there? Tell your men to stop immediately. If not, do you believe that Master Qian will chop you into pieces in a matter of minutes?" Qian Duoduo shouted angrily. The body of the Tiangong first-level Demon King trembled violently. He was obviously scared, but the next second, he closed his eyes. Well, seeing this scene, Qian Duoduo was stunned. What is this? Waiting to die? Could it be that this guy is just like the purple-eyed green-scaled python, the kind of tough guy who can disregard life and death? Thinking in his heart, Qian Duoduo asked, "Are you not afraid of death?" "Afraid?" The Demon King of the first level of Tiangong replied directly. Fuck. Qian Duoduo was immediately shocked. Afraid? If you are afraid of death, why are you pretending to be ready to die in front of Master Qian? Are you kidding your Master Qian? Hurry up and tell all those men to stop. Qian, Master Qian, I really can't do this. The Demon King of the first level of Tiangong said this with a sad face. Qian Duoduo's face darkened. The first Heaven Demon King was so frightened that he hurriedly said, Master Qian, please listen to me. I really want to cooperate with you. No, I really want to follow you and make a fortune with you, but if I do this, not only will I die, but all my clansmen will be implicated, so we can only offend you. Well, Qian Duoduo was stunned, and asked in surprise, you mean, you suddenly changed your mind because you were afraid that the purple-eyed green-scaled python would vent its anger on your people and kill them all? Yes, it is. The Demon King of the first level of Tiangong responded. Pa. Qian Duoduo patted his forehead and said, are you fucking stupid? After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, do you think that stinky snake can survive today? If she's dead, how can she take revenge on you? How can she vent her anger on your people? Mr. Qian, you misunderstood. I misunderstood. What did I misunderstand? I'm not talking about our king, but our king's sister. Your king's sister. Yes, even if you, Master Qian, kill our king today, but our king's sister is still alive. If she knew about all this, she would definitely not let us go. Oh. Qian Duoduo sneered and said, I say you are stupid, you really are stupid, isn't she just your king's sister? It's no big deal, if Master Qian can kill your king today, he can kill your king's sister tomorrow. Master Qian is here to protect you, what are you afraid of? But what? Can you speak without hesitating? But our king's sister is the demon king of the Wuji realm, and she is also the imperial concubine of the Red Cloud demon emperor of the Daoji realm. Well, when the demon king of the first level of Tiangong said this, Qian Duoduo was stunned and dumbfounded. The sister of the purple-eyed green-scaled python. The demon king of the Wuji realm. The demon emperor and his concubine in Daoji realm. This is hitting a brick wall. Chapter 2107 Master Qian is really not timid, nor is he afraid. Qian Duoduo's face turned pale and confused. He had never imagined that the purple-eyed green-scaled python would have such a terrifying background. Her elder sister was easier to deal with, even though she was a demon king at the Wuji realm. However, with Qian Duoduo's current cultivation level at the third level of Yuanfu, she could still catch up with her with a little effort. But the brother-in-law of the purple-eyed green-scaled python is different. Scarlet Cloud Demon Emperor. Damn it. This is a strong man in the Daoji realm. With his current cultivation, when would he be able to catch up with the Scarlet Cloud Demon Emperor? Or, how much money would he have to make to allow Ye Bufan to raise his cultivation to the Daojia level? That is absolutely an astronomical figure. Qian Duoduo didn't even dare to think about it. This is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is the identity of the Red Cloud Demon Emperor. As the emperor of the demon race, how could the Red Cloud Demon Emperor not have several Wuji realm warriors under his command? It was even possible that there were powerful demon beasts under his command that were at the Daoji realm like him. Such strength, such an identity. What will be the outcome if the other party retaliates against me? Apart from death, Qian Duoduo could not think of a second possibility. If Qian Duoduo had known that the purple-eyed green-scaled python had such a background, he would definitely change his strategy. At least he would not treat the purple-eyed green-scaled python the same way as before. After all, he was a demon emperor of the demon race in the Daoji realm. If he could establish a relationship with the other party, Fatty Qian would definitely become rich in a matter of minutes. I have to say that Qian Duoduo is really hopeless. At this point, the first thing he thinks about is how to make money and how to profit. Of course, no matter how much he thought about it, Qian Duoduo knew that under the current circumstances, this possibility no longer existed. The relationship between him and the Red Cloud Demon Emperor could only be a life-and-death hostile relationship. As soon as this thought came to Qian Duoduo's mind, it felt like thousands of grass mud horses were galloping through it. He regrets it. He hates it. However, the purple-eyed green-scaled python saw all this and mistakenly thought that Qian Duoduo was afraid and scared, so she said in a cold voice, Fatty, are you scared now? I'm telling you, it's too late. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I will never let you go. Buzz. As soon as the purple-eyed green-scaled python said this, Qian Duoduo came back to his senses instantly. Afraid. The next second, he glanced at the purple-eyed green-scaled python, then sneered, just the Wuji Realm Demon King and Daoji Realm Demon Emperor, do you think Master Qian would be afraid of them? The purple-eyed, green-scaled python frowned. She looked at Qian Duoduo and then sneered, Fatty, stop pretending. After all, with the strength of my sister and brother-in-law, not to mention you, even the Daojia realm masters of your human race would not dare to fight them head-on. So, it's normal for you to be afraid. It's not shameful. Hee. Qian Duoduo chuckled. Do you think that if you bring up your sister who is in the Wuji realm and your brother-in-law who is in the Daoji realm, Master Qian won't dare to do anything to you? You are wrong. Changing the subject, Qian Duoduo continued, maybe in your eyes, your sister and brother-in-law are invincible, but in front of Master Qian, they are nothing. Believe it or not, if your sister and brother-in-law dare to appear in front of Master Qian will teach them a lesson in a minute. No, he will teach them a lesson in a minute. Be a demon. You. After Qian Duoduo's words, the purple-eyed green-scaled python couldn't help but feel a little angry. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. After all, from Qian Duoduo's eyes, she only saw calmness and confidence. Other than that, she didn't see Qian Duoduo showing even the slightest fear. Could it be that this fat guy is really capable of dealing with the Demon King of the Wuji realm and the Demon Emperor of the Daoji realm? The purple-eyed, green-scaled python was confused and hesitant. Seeing the purple-eyed green-scaled python like this, the Tiangong first-level Demon King standing beside him was also shocked, because his inner thoughts at the moment were the same as those of the purple-eyed green-scaled python. It's a pity that whether it's the purple-eyed green-scaled python or the first-level Tiangong Demon King, they don't know that the reason why Qian Duoduo is so calm and confident is not because he has the ability to contend with the Demon King of the Wuji realm and the Demon Emperor of the Daoji realm, but because he is really not afraid at all and not cowardly at all. Why? Because he is human. Because he comes from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. The first royal family, immortal. In this incredible state, Qian Duoduo can be resurrected infinitely. Therefore, let alone the Demon Emperor of Daoji realm, even if facing the Heavenly King of Shengling realm, Qian Duoduo would not show any fear. The worst that can happen is death. Isn't it enough to just resurrect after death? It's no big deal. It's just a few 100,000 luck. Of course, Qian Duoduo would not be stupid enough to tell this fact to the purple-eyed green-scaled python, or reveal it to the Demon King of the first level of Tiangong. The next second, Qian Duoduo ignored the purple-eyed green-scaled python and looked at the Tiangong first-level Demon King who was stepped on by him and scolded him. Look at you, you are still a Demon King in the Tiangong realm, but as a Demon King, this is all you can do. Aren't you just a Demon King in the Wuji realm and a Demon Emperor in the Daoji realm? What are you afraid of? After you follow Master Qian, won't Master Qian protect you? It's fine if they don't come, but if they dare to come, Master Qian will teach them how to be demons in a minute. Well, the Tiangong first-level Demon King was stunned at first, and then he said tremblingly, Qian, Master Qian, what you said is true. Nonsense. Qian Duoduo shouted angrily, Mr. Qian makes tens of millions every minute. How can he have the time to come here and joke with you? But they are the Demon King and Demon Emperor after all. The Demon King of the first level of Tiangong was still a little nervous and afraid. You fucking. Qian Duoduo was furious. Think about it carefully, if those damn Demon King and Demon Emperor come to take revenge, who will they look for first? It should be you, right? What do you mean by should? It means definitely good or not. Yes. Since they will definitely look for Master Qian first, what are you afraid of? Master Qian will just kill them when the time comes. The Demon King of the first heaven of Tiangong hesitated for a moment and said, Qian, Master Qian, are you really capable of dealing with the Demon King and the Demon Emperor? I've already told you, if the Demon King and Demon Emperor want to come for revenge, the first person they'll look for will definitely be Master Qian. If Master Qian is incapable of dealing with them, then wouldn't that be courting death? Do you think Master Qian looks like a fool? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes and said impatiently. Is Qian Duoduo a fool? Obviously not. For this reason, after hearing Qian Duoduo's words, the last psychological defense line of the Tiangong first-level Demon King was instantly broken. He was excited and thrilled. Since Qian Duoduo is capable of dealing with the sister and brother-in-law of the purple-eyed green-scaled python, he has nothing to be afraid of. From now on, he can follow Qian Duoduo, the human powerhouse, to become rich. It's a pity that the Demon King of the first level of Tiangong didn't know that after Qian Duoduo said that, he silently added in his heart, of course, Master Qian is not a fool. If the Demon King of the Wuji realm and the Demon Emperor of the Daoji realm really come to take revenge, then Master Qian will die first as a respect, and you just follow me. Of course, Mr. Qian can be resurrected. As for you, let it cool down. There are so many monsters in the world, and Mr. Qian can find anyone to cooperate with. The next second, the Tiangong First Heaven Demon King, who had already made up his mind but didn't know he was fooled by Qian Duoduo, said directly, Master Qian, I am willing to follow you to make a fortune together. Qian Duoduo smiled calmly in his heart, and said sternly, "What are you waiting for? Tell your men to stop immediately. If they don't stop, they will all be dead." Chapter 2108 You are not worthy of killing me. As he was speaking, Qian Duoduo had already jumped off the body of the Tiangong first-level Demon King. Yes, yes, yes. The Tiangong first-level Demon King responded several times, then looked at the demon army in front of him that was fighting with Ye Bufan and shouted, "Stop, stop quickly, stop fighting." Well, when the Tiangong first-level Demon King said this, all the Demon Beast members participating in the battle were stunned. The other 9 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm also looked at the Tiangong first-level Demon King at the first moment. The Demon King in the Tiangong 8th level, who was the leader, directly shouted, "Old Bear, what are you doing?" The Old Bear was naturally referring to the Demon King of the first level of Tiangong, because the Demon King of the first level of Tiangong was actually a silver-ringed blood-scaled bear. Hearing this, the silver-ringed blood-scaled bear of the first heaven of Tiangong glanced at the 9 Demon Kings and began to explain, "Everyone, Master Qian has already said that he has a way to deal with the Demon King of the Wuji realm and the Demon Emperor of the Daoji realm, so we have nothing to be afraid of, and there is no need to continue to be coerced and manipulated by the purple-eyed green-scaled python." The 9 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm frowned, and then looked at Qian Duoduo one after another. The Demon King of the 8th Heavenly Gang asked, "Master Qian, do you have a way to deal with the Demon Emperor Scarlet Cloud?" "Of course." Qian Duoduo smiled and said, "Master Qian is not a fool. If he is not sure, would he go looking for trouble with a Dao Jia strongman? To be honest, it's just a Dao Jia, it's nothing. If he just stays quiet and does his job as a Demon Emperor, then nothing will happen. But if he dares to come and cause trouble for Master Qian will teach him a lesson in a minute." The 9 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm were all stunned, and then looked at each other. They were sure that when Qian Duoduo said this, the confidence and composure were not pretended at all. In other words, everything he said was true. But, how is that possible? Qian Duoduo is just a warrior at the Yuanfu realm. How can he fight against a Demon King at the Daoji realm? But soon, the 9 Demon Kings thought of a possibility, which was the only possibility, that is, behind Qian Duoduo stood a powerful human being in the Daoji realm. In that case, what did they have to fear? When the sky falls, the tall people hold it up. With the support of the Daoji realm expert behind Qian Duoduo, the brother-in-law of the purple-eyed green-scaled python, the Red Cloud Demon Emperor, did not dare to do anything to them. In addition, the various benefits promised by Qian Duoduo had already made the 9 Demon Kings very excited, so they no longer hesitated and shouted at the demon army in front of them like the silver-ringed blood-scale bear of the first heaven of Tiangong. "Stop, stop quickly, don't fight anymore. People die for money, birds die for death. This is true for the human race, and the demon race is no exception. Who wants to be poor when you can be rich?" Buzz. The 9 Demon Kings shouted in unison, and the entire battlefield instantly fell silent. The army of demon beasts that had been rushing towards Ye Bufan regardless of their lives also stopped immediately. However, Ye Bufan did not stop immediately. After all, these are monsters from the Shanwu realm and Tai realm. Killing one of them will bring hundreds of points of luck. How could Ye Bufan give up so easily? Puff, puff, puff. The moment the monsters stopped attacking, Ye Bufan killed 3 more immortal martial realm monsters in succession, and he had no intention of stopping at all. Seeing this scene, Qian Duoduo's face turned black. "Call out." He flashed and came directly in front of Ye Bufan. "Call." At this time, Ye Bufan just threw a punch and killed a demon beast in the immortal martial realm. Bang! Qian Duoduo took Ye Bufan's fist without saying anything. He glared at Ye Bufan and said with a sullen face, "Boy, what did you promise Uncle Qian before? Now the demons have surrendered and are planning to join your Uncle Qian, why don't you stop?" The demon tribe surrendered. Ye Bufan pretended not to know. Snort. Qian Duoduo snorted coldly and said, "Yes, the demon tribe has surrendered, so if you dare to kill one more demon beast, be careful that Uncle Qian will turn against you." All right. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and said, "If you don't want to kill him, then don't kill him. What's the big deal?" Snort. Qian Duoduo snorted again. Thinking of the tens of thousands of monsters that had died tragically at the hands of Ye Bufan, Qian Duoduo felt extremely distressed. That feeling was even more painful than if someone had stolen his wife. At this time, the 10 great demon kings of the Tiangong realm had already come forward. They looked at Ye Bufan with some fear, then looked at Qian Duoduo and said, Master Qian. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo's face was completely free of anger. He smiled and looked at the 10 heavenly gang realm demon kings, saying, Master Qian, since you have joined the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, we are all family from now on. There is no need to be so formal with each other. Just call me president from now on. We joined the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. When did we join the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? The 10 demon kings were all stunned. But soon, they understood Qian Duoduo's meaning, or perhaps, Qian Duoduo's casual words had already made his attitude clear. That is, although the relationship between him and the demon clan is a cooperative one, it is also a subordinate relationship. He is the master and the demons are his subordinates. The 10 demon kings of the Tiangong realm had already been prepared for this, so they didn't care too much and didn't say much. In fact, the silver ring blood scale bear of the Tiangong first realm directly knelt on one knee in front of Qian Duoduo and called out softly, Your subordinate, the silver ring blood scale bear, greets the president. I have to say that the silver ring blood scaled bear is really good at handling things. At least, his behavior directly won Qian Duoduo a lot of favor. However, his kneeling put the other 9 demon kings in an awkward position. The silver-ringed blood-scaled bears have all returned, what should they do? Bang, bang, bang. In just a moment, the remaining 9 demon kings had made their choice. They half-knelt in front of Qian Duoduo one after another, and called out softly like the silver-ringed blood-scale bear, Greetings, President. Bang, bang, bang. As the 10 demon kings knelt, the more than 300,000 demon beasts present no longer hesitated, and knelt down in front of Qian Duoduo, letting out long howls. Although their roars were completely different, the meanings they expressed were the same, which was nothing more than 4 words, Meet the President. At this moment, outside Tianfeng City, the 10 Tiangong realm demon kings and more than 300,000 Shanwu realm demon beasts surrendered to Qian Duoduo and expressed their submission. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. He was really impressed by Qian Duoduo's ability to deceive people. Of course, more importantly, Ye Bufan felt that it would not be long before the Star Moon Kingdom and the Star Moon Forest would be in a state of change. Why? Because, can you imagine, with Qian Duoduo's personality, what kind of crazy behavior and actions he will perform after he takes control of the entire Xingyu Forest? I can't think of it, and I dare not think about it. In short, the Star Moon Kingdom will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes because of Qian Duoduo. Ye Bufan acted like this, but hundreds of thousands of humans not far away were already shocked. They never thought that Qian Duoduo could actually subdue more than 300,000 monsters. There are more than 300,000 monsters here, and the weakest among them are at the Immortal Warrior level. However, the purple-eyed, green-scaled python was so enraged by the scene before her that she spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. Qian Duoduo didn't care about this at all. Looking at the scene of hundreds of thousands of demon beasts surrendering in front of him, although he enjoyed it very much, he still pretended to be reserved and said with some resentment, What are you doing? Master Qian has said that we are a family from now on. Since we are a family, why should we be so formal? Get up. Thank you, President. The 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm stood up in response. At this time, Qian Duoduo didn't say anything more, but turned and walked towards the purple-eyed green-scaled python not far away. When he came in front of the purple-eyed green-scaled python, he looked at her and said with a smile, Little snake, how about it? Your subordinates have already surrendered to Master Qian, do you want to come with them? Don't worry, as long as you follow Master Qian, you will have the final say in this Star Moon Forest in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to hand over your inner elixir for Master Qian to appreciate. Roll. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the purple-eyed, green-scaled python roared at him, then glared at him, and said with a dying breath, It is impossible for me to submit to you, a fat man. After a pause, the purple-eyed, green-scaled python sneered and said, Fatty, don't be so complacent. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Just wait, my sister will never let you go. And you. As he spoke, the purple-eyed green-scaled python's cold eyes swept directly onto the 10 great demon kings of the Tiangong realm, and said, As a demon, you actually defected to the human race. You deserve to die. Buzz. Hearing this, the hearts and minds of the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm all trembled. Oh. Qian Duoduo just chuckled and said, "You don't need to worry about whether Master Qian is dead or alive. You should think about what to do yourself. Want to kill me? Otherwise I'd keep you." Oh. The purple-eyed, green-scaled python sneered, "Want to kill me? You are not worthy." Bang. As soon as the words fell, the purple-eyed and green-scaled python directly detonated its own inner elixir. Bang. Immediately afterwards, after a muffled sound, the huge body of the purple-eyed green-scaled python fell directly to the ground. The great monster of Yuanfu realm died. Chapter 2109 Demon Soul Seal. Well, looking at the purple-eyed, green-scaled python lying on the ground in front of him, lifeless, Qian Duoduo was unable to react for a moment. He never expected that the purple-eyed and green-scaled python would be so resolute. Qian Duoduo was like this, and the other humans and monsters present were no exception. It was really that the purple-eyed green-scaled python's move was too sudden, and they were completely unprepared. However, it was just a monster. Its death was no big deal. For the human race, the death of the purple-eyed green-scaled python was actually a happy event. As for the demon clan, after Qian Duoduo's engraving guidance and instigation, the monsters present were already filled with resentment towards the purple-eyed green-scaled python. Therefore, even though the purple-eyed green-scaled python was their former king, they did not feel the slightest sadness or heartache because of its death. A great demon in the Yuanfu realm, once the only king of the Star Moon Forest, ended up like this. How miserable and sad it was. However, Qian Duoduo did not give up. Hee. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Qian Duoduo chuckled and looked at the corpse of the purple-eyed green-scaled python and said, "It's better to be dead. Anyway, Mr. Qian's restaurant is about to open, so I can take you back and sell you for a good price." Hearing this, the bodies of the 10 Tiangong realm demon kings behind Qian Duoduo trembled violently. The dead are gone. After all, the purple-eyed green-scaled python was once the only king in the Star Moon Forest. Now, it's dead and not even a single one is left. I have to say, this fat guy is too cruel. Qian Duoduo didn't care about all this. He took a few steps forward and directly grasped the purple-gold panlong spear that was pinning the purple-eyed and green-scaled python to the ground. The purple-eyed and green-scaled python is dead, so Qian Duoduo naturally wants to take back his earth weapon. However, just as Qian Duoduo grasped the purple-gold panlong spear in his right hand and pulled it out of the purple-eyed green-scaled python's body, something strange happened. I saw a red light emerging from the body of the purple-eyed green-scaled python, and then the red light turned directly into the shadow of the purple-eyed green-scaled python, and pounced towards Qian Duoduo. Fuck. The sudden change shocked Qian Duoduo. He had almost no hesitation or doubt, and the purple-gold panlong spear in his hand rushed directly towards the red shadow in front of him with the force of thunder. Puff! In a flash, Qian Duoduo stabbed the red shadow in front of him with a gun. However, this red shadow was not real, and Qian Duoduo's attack naturally could not hurt him at all. Not only that, after Qian Duoduo fired a shot, the red phantom had already rushed in front of him. And then, under Qian Duoduo's shocked and terrified eyes, the red phantom directly sank into his body. Finished. Qian Duoduo said secretly in his heart. He never expected that the purple-eyed green-scaled python would plot against him even after its death. However, the facts do not seem to be what Qian Duoduo thought. After the red shadow entered Qian Duoduo's body, it immediately stopped reacting, as if nothing had happened before. What's going on? Suddenly, Qian Duoduo was a little confused. He checked his condition and found nothing unusual. But at this moment, one of the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm behind Qian Duoduo suddenly exclaimed, "Demon Soul Seal, it's the Demon Soul Seal." Demon Soul Seal. Qian Duoduo frowned, then turned to look at the demon king who exclaimed, and asked, "What is the Demon Soul Seal?" This. The demon king in Tiangong realm hesitated for a moment. The leading demon king of the 8th heaven of heaven said, reporting to the president, "The Demon Soul Seal is a special seal that is condensed by the souls of members of my demon clan with royal blood after their death." What's the use? This. Just say it straight. Yes, President. The 8th heavenly gang demonic beast responded, "In fact, the demonic soul seal itself will not pose any threat to the president. However, after being hit by the demonic soul seal, a special aura will appear on the president's body. Once this aura is sensed by the members of my demon clan, they will regard the president as their mortal enemy and attack you regardless of everything. That's it. No, there is more. What else? Also, all the monsters with the same bloodline as the monster that cast the monster soul seal can use the monster soul seal to find and lock onto the one who was hit by the monster soul seal in the first place. So, your king's sister will come to visit you soon. Yes, it is. Cut. Qian Duoduo curled his lips and said disdainfully, Mr. Qian thought this demon soul seal was something amazing, but it turns out that this is all it can do. The demon king of the infinite realm. Is the demon king of the Wuji realm very powerful? Hee. Master Qian wants to see how this Wuji realm demon king plans to take revenge on Master Qian, and how many moves she can survive in Master Qian's hands. Qian Duoduo paused while speaking, then looked at the corpse of the purple-eyed green-scaled python and said teasingly, Look at you, you are still restless after death, aren't you cheating me? Qian Duoduo's confident look made the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm couldn't help but twitch their lips. Trick sister. Yes. Qian Duoduo's self-confidence has fully demonstrated that he is indeed capable of killing the big monster in the Wuji realm. In this case, the behavior of the purple-eyed green-scaled python is nothing but a trap for his sister. Unfortunately, this is not the case. After learning about the effect of the demon soul seal, Qian Duoduo was actually frightened. He even cursed the purple-eyed green-scaled python's ancestors in his heart. Originally, he thought that even if the purple-eyed green-scaled python's sister or brother-in-law wanted to take revenge on him, it would take a long time. After all, they might not be able to find him. During this period, he can plunder property on a large scale and improve his strength as quickly as possible. By the time the purple-eyed green-scaled python's sister or brother-in-law comes to him, it will still be unknown who is stronger and who is weaker. But now it's good. Demon Soul Seal. Directly lock down the traces of Chinese and Indians. In this way, once the purple-eyed green-scaled python's sister knew the fact that the purple-eyed green-scaled python had fallen, she would be able to lock onto herself in the shortest time possible. The demon king of the infinite realm. Qian Duoduo felt that with his current strength, he might not be able to withstand even one move from the opponent. If the opponent wanted to kill him, it would be no different from crushing an ant. What to do? There is no way I can run away. With the demon soul seal here, even if I run to the ends of the earth, the sister of the purple-eyed green-scaled python will definitely be able to find me through the demon soul seal. Besides, he had finally laid a good foundation in the Star Moon Kingdom and was planning to make a big move with it, so how could he fall into disgrace so easily? Since I can't run away and don't want to run away, I can only fight hard. Isn't he the demon king of the Wuji realm? Who is afraid of whom? The worst that can happen is death. Resurrect after death and continue working. Of course, Qian Duoduo would naturally not tell the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm about these things. He would not even tell anyone outside the Tianyuan small thousand worlds that he possessed an immortal body. What's more, since the boast has already been made, it's natural to continue to pretend to be awesome. Having made up his mind, Qian Duoduo no longer paid attention to the demon soul seal planted in his body by the purple-eyed green-scaled python. Instead, he took back the purple-gold panlongqiang in the body of the purple-eyed green-scaled python. Then he looked at the 10 Tiangong realm demon kings and said, Alright, what a bullshit Wuji realm demon emperor, forget about her. The world is big and making money is the most important thing. Let's discuss how to cooperate next. Chapter 2110 The Desperate Qian Duoduo. The world is so big, but making money is the biggest thing. This is true. Why did the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm follow Qian Duoduo? Isn't it just to follow him and get rich? That is why, as soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the leading Tiangong 8th Heaven Demon King immediately expressed his attitude. What the president said makes sense, but there is no need to discuss it, right? We just need to do whatever the president says. The other 9 demon kings in the Tiangong realm also nodded repeatedly. Discuss. There is nothing to discuss. There's nothing to discuss. These monsters don't know how to make money at all. Qian Duoduo said, how can that be? Master Qian is not the kind of person who acts arbitrarily. Some things need to be discussed. Let's go into the city and talk slowly. The 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm hesitated for a moment. Let's go. Qian Duoduo didn't say anything more and walked straight towards Tianfeng city in front of him. Seeing this, the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm followed directly. As for the 300,000 monster army, they were left outside Tianfeng City. Looking at the 10 demon kings of Tiangong realm who followed Qian Duoduo into the city, Ye Bufan shook his head speechlessly. In Ye Bufan's opinion, if the demon clan cooperated with Qian Duoduo, it would be tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. In the end, they were probably sold out by Qian Duoduo, but they were still helping Qian Duoduo count the money. Of course, Ye Bufan would not remind them, nor would he sympathize with them. He even hoped it would be so. After all, the more money Duoduo made, the more luck he would gain. Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan followed directly into Tianfeng City. Wow! Single quote. As soon as Qian Duoduo and the 10 Tiangong realm demon kings entered the city, the hundreds of thousands of human beings outside Tianfeng City who were originally captured by the demons were immediately in an uproar. Everything that happened today was more like a dream to them. They thought they were doomed to die, but unexpectedly, Qian Duoduo suddenly appeared. He not only saved themselves and others, but also subdued the 10 demon kings of the demon clan and an army of more than 300,000 demon beasts. Most importantly, he even forced the purple-eyed green-scaled python, a great demon in the Yuanfu realm, to commit suicide. What's this? This is a legend, comparable to a myth. Suddenly, someone in the crowd asked, "Does anyone know who this senior is?" Yes. Who is this senior? Everyone was stunned. The next second, someone immediately spoke up. I know, his name is Qian Duoduo, and he is the national teacher of our kingdom. Qian Duoduo, the kingdom's imperial master. Is this true? Why have I never heard of such an imperial master in our Xingyu kingdom before? Quote. Of course you haven't heard of it, because our national teacher has only been in office for a few days. Yes, I know that too. It is said that our national teacher is the president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. He was just hired by His Majesty the King to serve as the national teacher of the kingdom a few days ago. What is the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? Why haven't I heard of it? That's because the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce has only been in our Xingyu kingdom for a short time, so it's natural that you haven't heard of it. However, in the royal city, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce has long been known to everyone. It is said that the Tianyuan Pavilion under the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce has such good business that you can't even wait in line. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. Tianyuan Pavilion. Why do these three words seem so familiar to me? Yes, I feel very familiar with it too. Shit, isn't Tianyuan Pavilion the new store on East Street in Tianfeng City that claims to buy and sell everything? Was it opened by this senior? I think so. Then I will definitely come here often in the future. Me too. I think we should forget it. Why? Don't you know that it's a shady shop? A black shop. Yes, I went into the new store when it opened. To be honest, in terms of product variety, this new store is indeed quite complete. It lives up to its slogan of buying and selling everything. It's just that the price is haha. To be honest, I have never seen such a shady store. Take the same first-grade spiritual medicine for example. Others sell it for dozens of spiritual stones, but this one sells for at least hundreds. Tell me, is it shady or not? You know what? Even if they are the same spiritual medicine, the quality is different. People have already said that Tianyuan Pavilion only sells high-quality products, so it is reasonable that the price is high. Fine art. Bullshit, what kind of national master? I think he is just a black-hearted businessman. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Black-hearted businessman, this damn national master is a completely black-hearted businessman. I've told you, do whatever you want. You're looking for death. Bang, you dare to hit me. What's wrong with hitting you? The Imperial Master just saved everyone's lives, including yours. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you're actually here to slander the Imperial Master. Tell me, should you hit him? When did I ever slander him? What I said is all true. If you don't believe me, go to that store and see for yourself. The price is if you don't curse him, I'll take your last name. Who the hell wants you to take my last name? Also, I'm going to make this clear today. Even if it's really like what you said, I will still patronize Tianyuan Pavilion in the future. After all, the grace of saving my life is greater than heaven, and what are these mere possessions compared to that? Stupid. You're looking for death. Bang. You still dare to do this. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Bang. In an instant, the two men started fighting. But at this moment, another person on the side suddenly said, I can't stand it anymore. If you dare to slander the State Master, I will be unworthy of the State Master's life-saving grace if I don't beat you up. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the third person also took action. Count me in. People like this should be beaten to death. Soon after, the fourth and fifth persons also joined in. 4 against 1, the scene was extremely chaotic. But even so, there are still people fanning the flames, criticizing, and even cursing the person who had previously defamed Qian Duoduo. This ungrateful B***starred should be severely punished. Needless to say, those who beat others, those who were beaten, and those who stood aside and fanned the flames were all former members of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and their intentions for doing so were obvious. It is nothing more than to expand Qian Duoduo's influence, promote Tianyuan Pavilion, and by the way, let the people around him be mentally prepared, and even guide them to go to Tianyuan Pavilion for consumption. To put it bluntly, they were setting a trap for those present. He who keeps company with vermilion becomes red. Birds of a feather flock together. Among the former members of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, none of them were easy to deal with. Qian Duoduo was unaware of what had happened outside Tianfeng City. At this moment, Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan and the 10 Tiangong Realm Demon Kings had already arrived at the City Lord's mansion of Tianfeng City. The front yard of the City Lord's mansion. Qian Duoduo talked big and used his eloquent tongue to tell the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm about his beautiful vision and various arrangements for the future of the Star Moon Forest. The 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm were so fascinated by what they heard that they felt that following Qian Duoduo was definitely the wisest choice they had ever made in their lives. They even couldn't wait to start taking action. More than half an hour later, Qian Duoduo looked at the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm and said, of course, what Master Qian said requires time and cycles. If you want to make quick money, Master Qian has another way. What way? The demon king of the 8th heaven of Tiangong asked instinctively. The eyes of the other 9 Tiangong realm demon kings also lit up. In more than half an hour, they had already been successfully brainwashed by Qian Duoduo. Now, all they had in their eyes was money, money, and money, because Qian Duoduo said that with money you can do whatever you want, but without money you can't do anything. Moreover, after Qian Duoduo presented the facts and reasoned, the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm also felt that his words made sense. As soon as the 8th heavenly demon king finished speaking, Qian Duoduo pondered for a moment and said, it's actually very simple. There are countless demon beasts in the Star Moon Forest, and there should be quite a few demon beast cubs among them, right? If you want to make some quick money, you can get a batch of demon beast cubs and give them to Master Qian to auction for you. You will definitely make a lot of money then. After a pause, Qian Duoduo added, of course, if you have offspring, you can also hand them over to Master Qian. With your strength and status, the price of your offspring will definitely be 10 times, or even dozens of times, that of other monster cubs. The 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm were all stunned. Seeing so much money, they were completely stunned. Puff. Ye Bufan was sitting aside. After hearing Qian Duoduo's words, the tea he had just taken a drink spat out. He widened his eyes and looked at Qian Duoduo in disbelief. When Qian Duoduo had been fooling people before, Ye Bufan already felt that he was going too far. But he didn't expect that in just over half an hour, Qian Duoduo actually started to fool the 10 kings into selling their children. Damn it, do you have to be so crazy? Chapter 2111, 10 Questions from Mr. Qian, Why Not Sell? President, this is not good, right? After a moment, the demon king of the 8th heaven of Tiangong looked at Qian Duoduo and said something with some embarrassment. Although they abandoned the purple-eyed green-scaled python and followed Qian Duoduo in order to get rich, it does not mean that they will abandon their dignity and bottom line. Cooperation is possible, but asking them to sell monster cubs, or even asking them to sell their own children, is absolutely impossible and they will never accept it. After all, they are their offspring. Blood is thicker than water. How could he sell his own offspring for money? What's wrong? After the demon king of the 8th heaven of Tiangong finished speaking, Qian Duoduo asked in some surprise. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? If it were you, would you be willing to sell your children? The corner of the Tiangong 8th heaven demon king's mouth twitched. If it weren't for Qian Duoduo's strength, he would have turned hostile at this moment. Why? But at this moment, Qian Duoduo sighed and said, Xiaohu, 8th heavenly demon king, Iron-armored explosive flame tiger. Master Qian knows what you are thinking, but your thoughts and ideas are wrong and incorrect. You need to change them, do you understand? Is my idea wrong? Do you still want to change it? The iron-armored explosive tiger's mouth twitched and his face turned black. The same is true for several other demon kings. Qian Duoduo spoke again. Of course, it's not your fault. After all, Master Qian didn't make his words clear. After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, well, Mr. Qian will ask you a question first. What? The iron-armored explosive tiger asked instinctively. Qian Duoduo asked, why is it that among humans, the price of a monster cub is much higher than that of an adult monster? Even for the same monster, the price of a cub is several times, or even dozens of times, that of an adult monster. Well, the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm were all stunned. They looked at each other. Then the iron-armored explosive flame tiger of the 8th heaven of Tiangong said, because cubs can be tamed, but adult monsters cannot, and adult monsters can only be subdued by force. That's right. Qian Duoduo responded, this is the only reason why the price of a monster cub is much higher than that of an adult monster. Adult monsters can only be subdued by force, and the means of forcible subjugation is nothing more than imprinting the warrior's consciousness on the monster's inner elixir, thereby controlling the monster's life and death. If you control the life and death of monsters, you can naturally force them to obey you. However, this approach is flawed. What's the flaw? The flaw is that a forcibly tamed monster has no feelings for its owner. Based on this, the monster may turn against its owner at any time and perish together with the owner. But domestication is different. People have feelings. Demons also have feelings. Start training from the time the cub grows up. Even if you don't have control over its life and death, it can become the beast master's most loyal partner, and the kind of partner that won't turn against the beast master. Then here comes the problem. Take you, Xiaohu, for example. What would he do if someone bought your son for a high price? Kill them and eat them. How is that possible? The iron-armored explosive tiger twitched his lips and said, since the other party spent a high price to buy my son, he must want to tame my son from a young age so that he can become his war pet in the future, or someone around him. Then here comes the second question. After your son becomes someone else's battle pet, does he no longer belong to you? Well, don't just say yes or no. I think maybe. The third question is, what is Mr. Qian's status in the Star Moon Kingdom? National Master. The fourth question is, what is our relationship now? Isn't this a partnership? Fifth question, given Mr. Qian's status in our relationship, if you want to come to the Star Moon Kingdom to stroll around, or even stay for 10 days or half a month, is that a problem? Probably not. Sixth question, your son is still your son, and you can come to the Star Moon Kingdom at any time. So, may I ask, after you sold your son, what did you lose? Is there nothing to lose? It seems not. In that case, here comes the seventh question. After selling your son, you will not only make a lot of money, but you will not suffer any losses. So why don't you sell him? The iron-armored explosive tiger was speechless and even a little confused. Yeah, why shouldn't I sell it? Question 8. Qian Duoduo spoke again. If you were to train your son yourself, wouldn't you have to spend a lot of resources during his growth? And now that the other party has bought your son at a high price, then these resources don't have to be paid by you, but by the other party. In this way, aren't you making a profit? The ninth question, you said before that the other party bought your son at a high price and would definitely choose to tame him. If he is tamed, then your son is free. If he is free, can he come back to you at any time? To put it more bluntly, if one day your son runs back to you and no longer cares about the person who trained him, will the other party be helpless? The 10th question is also the last one. You took other people's money and asked them to continue to spend money to help you train your son. How can you refuse such a good thing? What reason do you have to refuse? You took other people's money and let them continue to spend money to help you raise your son. The iron-armored explosive flame tiger was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. Yes, why would I refuse such a good thing? What reason do I have to refuse? The other 9 demon kings also had a look of reflection on their faces. It's true, Qian Duoduo's 10 consecutive questions are not only interconnected, but also reasonable. It is impossible to find any fault with them, and they are also very reasonable. Not only did he take other people's money, but he also let them continue to spend money to train his own offspring. This is a sure win. Looking at the reactions of the 10 Tiangong realm demon kings, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that at this moment, the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm were already moved. Not only them, in fact, even Ye Bufan himself had been somewhat tempted by what Qian Duoduo said. Not only did he take other people's money, but he also let them continue to spend money to train his own offspring. That's two benefits for sure. Nothing wrong. If that's the case, why refuse? There is no reason to refuse. But who is Qian Duoduo? He is a money grubber and a profiteer. Would he be so kind? Ye Bufan didn't think so. He even always had a very weird feeling. All in all, it's very awkward. However, Ye Bufan couldn't think of anything wrong at the moment, and he couldn't find any reason to refute or reject Qian Duoduo's proposal. Chapter 2112 The Wolf is Coming. Never mind. Unable to figure it out, Ye Bufan didn't think about it anymore. After all, Qian Duoduo was fooling the 10 Tiangong realm demon kings, not him. As for the rest, it doesn't matter. As the master of one of the Tianyuan small worlds, Ye Bufan only needs to wait for Qian Duoduo to make money and then enjoy the fruits of his labor. After a moment, the silver ring blood-scaled bear of the first heaven of Tiangong suddenly looked at Qian Duoduo and asked, "President, can we wait for a while before doing this business?" "Why?" Qian Duoduo asked instinctively. "It's better to make money sooner rather than later." "Why wait?" The silver ring blood-scale bear scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Isn't this because I don't have any offspring yet?" After a pause, silver ring blood-scale bear patted his chest and assured, "But don't worry, President. I will give birth as soon as I return to the Star Moon Forest." Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "I don't have any children. But after returning to the Star Moon Forest, I'll give birth." "MMP. Do you really want to sell your children?" Ye Bufan was messy. Qian Duoduo smiled calmly and said, "It's not a big deal. You just don't have any children yet. Go back and have children slowly. Anyway, our cooperation has just begun, so there's no rush." After saying this, Qian Duoduo looked at the other 9 Tiangong realm demon kings and said, "What about you? You guys are not like Xiao Shang and haven't given birth to any offspring yet, right? How is that possible?" As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the 9 Tiangong realm demon kings immediately said, "President, I have a son and a daughter, and I plan to sell them both." "President, I have 1 son and 3 daughters. Except for my youngest daughter who is less than a month old, I'll sell the other sons and 2 daughters. We can sell the youngest daughter when she grows up." "President, I only have 2 sons, sell them both." President. Without exception, all the 9 demon kings in the Tiangong realm chose to sell their children. Okay. Qian Duoduo laughed. "You guys go back to Xingyu Forest and pick up your child. As for Master Qian, it's a good opportunity for you to promote the child while you're in Xingyu Forest. We'll hold a grand auction then. Don't worry, Master Qian will definitely help you sell the child at a good price." "Thank you, President." The 9 demon kings in the Tiangong realm were filled with gratitude. Only the silver ring blood scale bear of the first level of Tiangong had a look of loneliness and frustration. Why? It's because among the 10 demon kings he is the only one without any offspring. That would be fine, but he, the great demon king, is still a bachelor. It would have been fine in the past. But now, Thinking of the other 9 Tiangong realm demon kings who were about to make a fortune, the silver ring blood-scaled python felt extremely envious and jealous. They are all demon kings, why should they make money while we can only watch? No, absolutely not. After returning this time, Old Bear will hurry up and give birth to 70, 80, or 90 children. No, 70, 80, or 90 children are not enough. From now on, Old Bear will do nothing but give birth to children. Looking at the reactions of the 10 Tiangong realm demon kings, Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and was speechless. Fatty Qian instigated you to sell your children, and you actually thank him. You are all fucking stupid. At this time, Qian Duoduo spoke again. Why thank you? We are all family, there is no need to be so polite. It is only Master Qian's job to help you become rich. Qian Duoduo changed the subject and said, but everything has its own rules. Without rules, there will be no order. Now that the purple-eyed green-scaled python is dead and the star moon forest is ownerless, in this case, shouldn't we choose a suitable king to lead everyone to become rich together? Choose a new king to lead everyone to become rich. The 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm were all stunned. If it was before, they would definitely fight for it. But now, what are you fighting for? The throne of the king is not as important as making money. Immediately, the silver ring blood-scaled bear of the first heaven of Tiangong expressed his attitude. President, the position of the king should naturally be assumed by you, don't you agree? Yes, yes, yes. The 9 demon kings in the Tiangong realm immediately echoed. The throne of king belongs to Qian Duoduo. It's a pity that Qian Duoduo has no interest in the throne of the king of the Star Moon Forest. He pointed at himself, then shook his head and said, Mr. Qian is definitely not an option. After all, Mr. Qian is very busy. How can he have the time to manage such a huge Star Moon Forest? The 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm were stunned. They never expected that Qian Duoduo would actually refuse. But at this moment, Qian Duoduo spoke again. However, Master Qian can recommend a suitable candidate for you. In terms of earning ability, he is only slightly worse than Master Qian. Who? The 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm looked curious. Even Ye Bufan is the same. In terms of making money, no, it should be the ability to cheat people out of money. Is there anyone in this world who is just a little bit worse than the one who has a lot of money? How come I don't know? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qian Duoduo had already looked at him. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Could it be that the person this fat guy is talking about is me? The next second, Qian Duoduo said, Boy, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and release that cheap ahem. Quickly release your Wolf King so that I can borrow some money. Our Wolf King. Damn it. You're not talking about the Snow Wolf Demon King, are you? Ye Bufan was messy. Ye Bufan didn't know whether the Snow Wolf Demon King could make money, but he was clear about the fact that he was extremely despicable and shameless and had not logged off. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan knew very well what Qian Duoduo wanted to do. He just wanted to control the Star Moon Forest through the Snow Wolf Demon King. This Nima. Qian Duoduo is an extremely cunning person. Add to that a shameless Snow Wolf Demon King who has not yet logged off. Ye Bufan felt that these monsters were about to be led astray. The future of the Star Moon Forest is worrying. However, Ye Bufan did not reject Qian Duoduo because of this. With a wave of his hand, he directly consumed more than 100,000 points of luck and summoned the Snow Wolf Demon King in the Tianyuan Small Thousand Realms to his front through the Hongmeng Sky Seal. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King appeared, he threw himself at Ye Bufan's feet and cried. Woo woo woo, Master, you finally remembered your little wolf. Did you know that during the time you were away, the little wolf couldn't eat or sleep, and he lost a lot of weight? Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You can't eat, can't sleep, you've lost a lot of weight. You are a jerk. The Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds no longer exist, and all the creatures in the Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds are in a state of stasis. In this situation, can you still eat? Can you still sleep? You are fooling people. The next second, before Ye Bufan could speak, Qian Duoduo had already waved to the Snow Wolf Demon King and said first, Little wolf, come here, come here. Upon hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately looked at Qian Duoduo. Oh. The moment he saw Qian Duoduo, he sneered and said, It's you again, you money-sucking B*****starred. Did you call me little wolf? Do you know that I'm calling you Wolf Master? Also, who are you? Let Wolf Master pass by, Wolf Master. Buzz. The Snow Wolf Demon King had just said half of his words when the pressure from Qian Duoduo's Yuanfu realm fell directly on him. Bang! The Snow Wolf Demon King was so frightened that he immediately collapsed to the ground and said in a hurry, Uncle, Little Wolf knows that I was wrong. Little Wolf will go over right away. As he spoke, the Snow Wolf Demon King had already crawled towards Qian Duoduo. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. The 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm also looked confused and bewildered. The aura and courage that the Snow Wolf Demon King showed when facing Qian Duoduo just now made them think that the Snow Wolf Demon King was a formidable monster, but they didn't expect that this guy would become cowardly in a matter of minutes. That's all. Is this a monster from the immortal martial realm? The realm of immortal martial arts. How could a monster of this level command the entire Star Moon Forest? Before the 10 Heavenly Gang Realm Demon Kings could think about it, the Snow Wolf Demon King had already crawled in front of Qian Duoduo and wagged his tail and said, "Uncle, do you have any instructions for me, little wolf? Just tell me, little wolf will go through fire and water and die without hesitation." Through fire and water. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. Forget about going through fire and water. Master Qian is going to give you a great opportunity to command the millions of monsters in the Xingyu forest. What do you think? Chapter 2113, Shooting Oneself in the Foot. Are you giving Lord Wolf a great opportunity? Do you still want Lord Wolf to lead the millions of monsters in the Star Moon Forest? The fat guy is trying to harm Master Wolf. The Snow Wolf Demon King turned his head and looked at Ye Bufan, saying with a sad face, "Master, I want to go home." "What the hell, what do you mean?" After hearing what the Snow Wolf Demon King said, Qian Duoduo immediately became unhappy. "Master Qian asked you to be the only king in the Star Moon Forest, but you told Master Qian that you wanted to go home. Do you look down on Master Qian or what? What the hell is this king? If you want to go, go by yourself. I will never go even if I die." The Snow Wolf Demon King said with absolute certainty. "You'd rather die than go?" Qian Duoduo asked coldly. "I'd rather die than go." The Snow Wolf Demon King simply closed his eyes. Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched, and he said in a messy way, "What's the reason? What's the reason why you don't want to go? Any reason?" The Snow Wolf Demon King opened his eyes, then rolled his eyes at Qian Duoduo and said, "What kind of shitty opportunity is this? You are clearly asking Master Wolf to die. Mr. Qian asked you to die. When did Mr. Qian ask you to die? You're still telling me to go and die. With my strength, I'll definitely be beaten to death by the monsters in that Star Moon Forest you mentioned. Who wants to kill you?" Qian Duoduo was furious. He pointed directly at the 10 Demon Kings at the side and said, "Do you know who they are?" "Who is it?" The Snow Wolf Demon King glanced at the 10 Tiangong Realm Demon Kings and said, "They are the only 10 Demon Kings in the Star Moon Forest." After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "Now, they have all surrendered to Master Qian. With their support, who in the Xingyu Forest dares to touch you?" "Oh." Unexpectedly, the Snow Wolf Demon King sneered and said, "Fatty Qian, are you really stupid, or do you think your wolf master is a fool? Just believe what they say. Thank goodness you are a fellow wolf. What is the promise? Promises are bullshit. They have said they want to join you, but can you guarantee that they are not just pretending to be loyal to you? Or, can you guarantee that they will not betray you in the future? What will Lord Wolf do if they turn against us? When the time comes, Master Wolf will skin them alive and eat them alive." Well, Qian Duoduo was stunned. At this moment, even though he looked very confident, he didn't know how to refute. Seeing Qian Duoduo like this, the 10 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm became anxious. After just a few minutes of contact, they had already seen clearly that the Snow Wolf Demon King in front of them was clearly a coward who was afraid of death. But that's not the point. The key point is the last words of the Snow Wolf Demon King. What does it mean to be servile? What does it mean to turn against someone in the future? Damn it. It's your business if you're a coward, but please don't harm us. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the 10 Demon Kings of the Tiangong realm knelt down in front of Qian Duoduo and explained in a hurry, "President, please understand. We really want to follow you. We are absolutely not hypocritical." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver ring blood scale bearer of the first level of Tiangong directly spat out his own demon beast inner elixir to express his attitude and loyalty. Seeing this, the other 9 demon kings in the Tiangong realm no longer hesitated. They all spit out their demon beast inner cores and showed them in front of Qian Duoduo one by one. Unexpectedly, Qian Duoduo waved his hand and said, all right, quickly take back all your inner elixirs. If Master Qian didn't believe you, I wouldn't have told you so much before. Imprint one's own spiritual consciousness on the inner elixirs of the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm. Qian Duoduo had never even thought of this idea. Because there is no need. What he wanted was the sincere submission of the 10 demon kings, not forcing them. Besides, with the means of Fatty Qian, he couldn't subdue a few demon kings of the Tiangong realm. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could ask the 10 demon kings of the Tiangong realm to work for him without frowning. Call. After Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the 10 demon kings in the Tiangong realm secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Qian Duoduo had already looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "You've seen it all, right? They are willing to give their lives to Master Qian. Do you think they will just pretend to be submissive and surrender temporarily, as you said?" Snort. The Snow Wolf Demon King snorted coldly and said, "Anyway, Master Wolf is not going." You. Qian Duoduo was furious. "Believe it or not, if you don't go, Master Qian will kill you right now." Owner. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at Ye Bufan with a wronged expression. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he said, "Okay, just go ahead." After a pause, Ye Bufan added, "As for life or death, there is actually nothing to worry about. Even if you die, I have the ability to resurrect you." Real. The Snow Wolf Demon King looked delighted. Ye Bufan nodded. "Ha ha." The Snow Wolf Demon King laughed. "Then I'll go, I'll go." Why had he always refused before? To put it bluntly, it's because he is afraid of death. Although the attitudes and performances of the 10 Tiangong Realm Demon Kings have fully demonstrated that they really want to join Qian Duoduo, even so, the Snow Wolf Demon King is still a little worried, because in addition to the 10 Tiangong Realm Demon Kings, there are many demon beasts in the Star Moon Forest that are stronger than him, and any one of these demon beasts can take his life. The 10 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm can protect him for a while, but can they protect him for a lifetime? Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. The Snow Wolf Demon King is very careful about his life. That's why he has always refused to go to the Star Moon Forest. But it's different now. Ye Bufan has promised that even if he dies, he can help resurrect him. In that case, what is he afraid of? As for whether Ye Bufan could resurrect himself, the Snow Wolf Demon King would not question it at all. Whatever Ye Bufan said, he believed it. But the 10 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm are different. After hearing Ye Bufan say that even if the Snow Wolf Demon King died, he could still resurrect it, they were stunned or shocked. Can you be resurrected after death? Is this true or false? Before the 10 Heavenly Gang Realm Demon Kings could think more, the Snow Wolf Demon King, who was lying on the ground, stood up and came in front of the 10 Heavenly Gang Realm Demon Kings. He glanced at them and said, "From now on, you will follow Master Wolf. Come on, call me Master Wolf first." Well, the 10 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm were stunned. They came back to their senses, looked at Qian Duoduo, and then looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King, and called out bitterly and helplessly, "Lord Wolf." Quote, "Not bad, not bad." The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled happily and said, "Okay, let's go. Lead the way. We are going back to the Star Moon Forest now. Lord Wolf can't wait to inspect his territory." The 10 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm looked at Qian Duoduo at the side with hesitant eyes. The Snow Wolf Demon King frowned and said, "Why, Master Wolf, is it not working?" No. The Silver Ring Blood-Scaled Bear of the First Heaven of Tiangong immediately explained, "It's just that, Lord Wolf, we haven't finished discussing cooperation with the President yet." Cooperate. The Snow Wolf Demon King's expression changed. He glanced at Qian Duoduo, then looked at the Silver Ring Blood-Scaled Bear and asked, "You are cooperating with him? What are you cooperating on?" "We can make money through cooperation." The Silver Ring Blood-Scaled Bear said this with some excitement. The Snow Wolf Demon King's mouth twitched. Make money by cooperating with Fatty Qian. Damn it. Is there something wrong with your brains? What's the difference between this and trying to get the skin of a tiger? Still making money. Make a fortune. In the end, you will probably be sold out by him and have to help him count money. Ahem. Immediately, the Snow Wolf Demon King coughed lightly, then looked at Qian Duoduo and said seriously, "President Qian, the affairs of the Demon Clan are now under the final say of Lord Wolf, so if you want to discuss cooperation, talk to Lord Wolf." Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Chapter 2114 Life is like that. In terms of the ability to make money, Qian Duoduo considers himself second to none, and no one dares to be first. But when it comes to the degree of shamelessness, the Snow Wolf Demon King is obviously invincible. Because of this, Qian Duoduo and the Snow Wolf Demon King have always had a feeling of being like-minded and sympathetic to each other. This is also the reason why Qian Duoduo thought of the Snow Wolf Demon King first. In Qian Duoduo's opinion, letting the Snow Wolf Demon King lead the millions of monsters in the Star Moon Forest would definitely save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. At least when dealing with Smart people, in many cases, even with just a glance, the other party will be able to understand what you mean. However, Qian Duoduo forgot, or overlooked the most important point, that is, the Snow Wolf Demon King was just like himself, he would eat anything but would never suffer any loss. And this guy knows himself inside and out. In this situation, he could trick the 10 Demon Kings, but he definitely couldn't fool this mean wolf. Just like now, talk to the Snow Wolf Demon King. If you talk to him, Qian Duoduo's income will definitely be greatly reduced. But what can you do with a lot of money? Change the Snow Wolf Demon King. Stop kidding. Even if the 10 Demon Kings agreed, the Snow Wolf Demon King would definitely not agree. Hee. Helpless, Qian Duoduo smiled bitterly in his heart, then looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, I'll talk to you, let's go, let's talk over there. As he was speaking, Qian Duoduo had already pulled the Snow Wolf Demon King towards a place not far away. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not refuse at all. The Snow Wolf Demon King knew very well what Qian Duoduo wanted to do. He just wanted to avoid the 10 Demon Kings and conduct some private transactions with himself. And this is exactly what the Snow Wolf Demon King wants. It was for this reason that the two of them hid it off and directly avoided the 10 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm. Seeing this scene, the 10 Demon Kings were all confused. Why did Qian Duoduo and the Snow Wolf Demon King go there to talk? They can't figure it out. Ye Bufan was very clear about it. However, Ye Bufan did not say much. He just twitched the corner of his mouth, and then looked at the 10 Tiangong realm Demon Kings with some sympathy. A lot of money, plus a Snow Wolf Demon King. Ye Bufan felt that the misfortune of the 10 Tiangong realm Demon Kings, no, it should be said that the misfortune of tens of millions of demon beasts in the entire Star Moon Forest was about to begin. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan ignored all of this, or rather, he really couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he walked directly towards the city lord's mansion behind him. Previously, Ye Bufan had killed more than 10,000 demon beasts in the immortal martial realm. At this moment, Qian Duoduo took advantage of the time when he was having a private transaction with the Snow Wolf Demon King to count the profits brought to him by these tens of thousands of immortal martial realm monsters. Somewhere in the city lord's mansion. At the moment, the entire city lord's mansion is vacant. Apart from Ye Bufan and others, there is no one else here, so Ye Bufan just randomly chose a room and walked in. In the room, Ye Bufan directly took out the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal. Tens of thousands of demon beasts from the immortal martial realm. At least 5 or 6 million in profit. Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan couldn't help feeling excited and thrilled. However, when Ye Bufan took out the Hongmeng Tianian and saw the luck value displayed on the Hongmeng Tianian, his face turned black. Son of AB*TCH. Ye Bufan cursed in his heart, you damn Dowling, come out here, young master. Master Divine Lord, do you have any instructions? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dowling's voice immediately rang out from the Hongmeng Tianian. Lord God, how dare you call me young master God? Ye Bufan's face turned pale, and he shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense, tell me, did you embezzle my luck? Luck, embezzlement. Dowling was a little confused. Master Divine Lord, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand it? You're a jerk. Ye Bufan cursed angrily, don't you dare pretend to be ignorant when you know the truth. I killed tens of thousands of immortal martial realm monsters before, which means at least 5 to 6 million points of luck. But now there are only 800,000 points left. Where is the remaining luck? Can they grow legs and run away? My lord, are you mistaken? I made a mistake, young master. What did I make a mistake about? The Lord God has killed tens of thousands of immortal martial realm monsters, but the Lord God has not gained even a little bit of luck from them. What's the meaning? The heavenly seal can only absorb the luck of creatures within 2 realms of the Divine Lord, and the Divine Lord is now a warrior in the Yuanfu realm. The Yuanfu realm and the Shanwu realm are 3 realms apart, which has exceeded the limit of 2 realms. Therefore, the Divine Lord cannot gain luck by killing creatures in the Shanwu realm. Fuck, Ye Bufan exclaimed. Is there such a thing? Yes. Dowling responded. Ye Bufan was about to say, why didn't you say it before, but immediately gave up. Why? Because Ye Bufan already has experience. Why didn't you tell me before asking Dowling? Hee. Then his answer must be, you didn't ask before. Meeting such a Taoist spirit, Ye Bufan felt that he was unlucky for 8 lifetimes. He was even on the verge of collapse. But what can Ye Bufan do? He had no choice at all. Helplessly, Ye Bufan could only suppress the anger and resentment in his heart and said, "According to you, I can only kill Tai, Tiangong, or creatures in the Yuanfu realm to gain luck." Yes. Dao Ling responded and said, "Of course, creatures above the Yuanfu realm can also do it." "You are a jerk." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. The living beings above the Yuanfu realm. In this Star Moon Kingdom, apart from him and Qian Duoduo, there is not even a Yuanfu realm. Where did the creatures above the Yuanfu come from? The most important thing is that even the creatures in the Tai and Tiangong realms are extremely limited in the Star Moon Kingdom or the Star Moon Forest. It was bad enough that the income from spirit stones was restricted before, but now even the path of killing has been restricted to within 2 major realms. It's really impossible to survive in the Star Moon Kingdom. Of course, the creatures in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds can still do well, and with the accumulation of little by little, the luck they gain will definitely far exceed what Ye Bufan himself gains. When he first arrived in the Shanwu world, Ye Bufan felt that Tian Yuanzi wanted to train him to be a complete robber and killer. But now, Ye Bufan discovered that he was wrong, and in a rather outrageous way. Tian Yuanzi's arrangements were obviously intended to train himself to become a wealthy landlord who would sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. What to do? Life is like that. Since you can't break free, just enjoy it. Isn't it just sitting back and reaping the benefits? Won't. I can learn it. Since you want to learn, you must plan it carefully. Ye Bufan thought about it carefully. At present, there are 2 ways to rely on the creatures in the Tianyuan small thousand world to quickly and massively acquire luck. First, the Snow Wolf Demon King. Second, Emperor Qin Tian. After all, with the precedent of Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan is certain that as long as the creatures of the Tianyuan small thousand world obtain a relatively important identity and status in the Shanwu world and are recognized by people related to the Shanwu world, then they can bring themselves the dual benefits of luck and world power. Nowadays, although the Snow Wolf Demon King has become the nominal demon beast king of the Star Moon Forest, his identity has obviously not been recognized by the 10 demon kings and other demon beasts. But there is no rush. Ye Bufan believed that with the ability of the Snow Wolf Demon King, plus Qian Duoduo's assistance, it was only a matter of time before the Snow Wolf Demon King was recognized by the Star Moon Forest. Then there is Qin Tian. Ye Bufan positioned Qin Tian as the imperial teacher. Of course, this is the ultimate goal. For now, the first thing Qin Tian needs to do is to become the master of Chuzan, who has the 9-5 supreme body, and assist him to ascend the throne of the Star Moon Kingdom. Ye Bufan was constantly calculating and planning in his mind. More than half an hour later. "Boy, are you going to leave or not?" Qian Duoduo's voice suddenly sounded outside Ye Bufan's door. Ye Bufan collected his thoughts, stood up, walked to the door, opened it, looked at Qian Duoduo and the Snow Wolf Demon King outside and asked, "Where are you going?" "Of course, we're going to the Star Moon Forest." Qian Duoduo said lightly. "Go to the Star Moon Forest." Ye Bufan looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King in astonishment. Hey. The Snow Wolf Demon King bared his teeth and said with a smile, "Master, please go ahead. This is a good opportunity for the little wolf to show his hospitality and get you 2 monster cubs to play with. Let you do your best to be a good host. There is nothing wrong with this. But what's the point of playing with 2 monster cubs? Also, you 2 were acting so competitive just now, what's going on now?" Seeing Qian Duoduo and the Snow Wolf Demon King flirting with each other and smiling happily, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Needless to say, these 2 must have reached some kind of shameful agreement in private. Chapter 2115, Regicide and Father Killing. Ye Bufan didn't know what kind of agreement Qian Duoduo and the Snow Wolf Demon King had reached in private, nor did he want to know. However, Ye Bufan chose to accept the proposal of the 2 to go to the Star Moon Forest. After all, for now, apart from letting Qin Tian become Chuzan's master, Ye Bufan had nothing to do and could do nothing, and Qin Tian didn't mind waiting a few more days. In addition, Ye Bufan also wanted to visit the Taikang Dragon Snake clan to see what kind of development they had achieved during this period of time with their incredible talent of infinite evolution. More than 10 minutes later, Ye Bufan, Qian Duoduo, the Snow Wolf Demon King, and the 10 Tiangong Realm Demon Kings left Tianfang City with an army of more than 300,000 Shanwu Realm Demon Beasts and rushed to the Xingyu Forest. At this point, the threat from the Demon Clan came to a perfect end. Star Moon Royal City. The Royal Palace. Imperial Study. At this moment, Chu Xinghe, the ruler of a country, was sitting there reading the memorials submitted by civil and military officials, while next to him stood the chief eunuch Lu, as motionless as a statue. Dead silent space. Quiet atmosphere. Da da da. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps came from far away. Then, the 4 guards outside the imperial study exclaimed at the same time, "Your Highness." The sudden noise made Chu Xinghe, who was reviewing memorials in the imperial study, frown. Before he could react, a figure rushed in from outside the imperial study. The visitor is about 20 years old. His appearance is somewhat similar to Chu Xinghe. He is Chu Ming, the eldest prince of the Star Moon Kingdom, and the grandson of Wu Yuanying, the prime minister of the kingdom. Even so, Chu Ming looked somewhat embarrassed at the moment. He stumbled when he ran in, as if he might fall at any time, and his right hand, which was covering his waist and abdomen, was completely stained with blood, and there were even drops of blood dripping from his hand. Bang! As soon as he entered the hall, Chu Ming fell to the ground, but he didn't care about it at all. Instead, he looked up at Chu Xinghe in front of him and said with a dying breath, "Father, save me." Boom! The sudden scene caused a roar in Chu Xinghe's mind. Looking at Chu Ming in front of him, he was stunned and stupid, and there was only a blank in his mind. Chu Xinghe was like this, and eunuch Lu beside him was no exception. What is this place? This is the inner palace of the king. Who is this young man in front of me? That is the kingdom's eldest prince. Now, in the royal palace of the Star Moon Kingdom, the eldest prince Chu Ming actually ran to Chu Xinghe, the ruler of a country, with serious injuries, and shouted for help. What is going on? Who did this again? In just a moment, Chu Xinghe came back to his senses and became furious. At this time, the 4 guards outside the imperial study also ran in with shocked, terrified, and confused faces, but Chu Xinghe simply ignored them. Call out! Chu Xinghe came to Chu Ming in a flash. He squatted down, half helped Chu Ming up, and looked at him with concern. "Ming-er, what's going on? Who did it?" Father, yes. Chu Ming spoke with great effort and difficulty while he was breathing heavily. Quick, call the imperial physician. Seeing this, Chu Xinghe didn't waste any more words and just shouted loudly. It was also at this time that something strange happened. Puff! Chu Ming didn't know when a sharp dagger appeared in his hand, and the dagger pierced directly into his left chest without Chu Xinghe being prepared. The blade immersed itself, going straight into the heart. Buzz! In an instant, Chu Xinghe's body trembled violently. "You!" He looked at the wound, then looked at Chu Ming, with a look of horror and disbelief. "Why? Why?" Chu Ming sneered. "Because you, my father, have been sitting on the throne for too long, I can't wait any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ming drew out the dagger. Puff! A trace of blood spurted out. Puff! At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Chu Xinghe's mouth. "That's hurt, and also angry. His Majesty." It was at this moment that the people present came back to their senses. They all exclaimed in surprise. They had never expected that the eldest prince Chu Ming would actually assassinate Chu Xinghe, the ruler of a country, in this way. Is he crazy? But no matter what, they can't just ignore it. Eunuch Lu was about to take action. The 4 guards also surrounded Chu Ming. However, as quick as they were, someone else acted even faster than them. This person was none other than Chu Xinghe, who was plotted against. Rebellious son. In a rage, Chu Xinghe shouted angrily, and then directly hit out with a palm. A palm, as fast as lightning. A palm strike, as powerful as thunder. Chu Ming barely had the ability to react before Chu Xinghe's palm landed on his left cheek. "Paw!" A dull and heavy voice sounded. Puff! Chu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and fell directly to the ground. At this time, eunuch Lu had already come to Chu Xinghe. "His Majesty!" he exclaimed, and then tried to help Chu Xinghe. Unfortunately, Chu Xinghe refused directly. He stood up slowly, covered the wound on his left chest with his right hand, stared at Chu Ming, who was lying on the ground, and said, "King and father killer, tell me, how should I deal with you?" Quote. "You." Chu Ming was stunned. He ignored Chu Xinghe's questioning and raised his head. He looked at Chu Xinghe with a shocked and unbelievable face and said, "You are okay. How can you be okay?" You know, his knife went straight into Chu Xinghe's heart. Even if he is a strong man in the Tiangong realm, he will be half crippled if not killed by this sword, right? But what about Chu Xinghe? He acted like nothing happened. Snort. After Chu Ming finished speaking, Chu Xinghe snorted coldly and said, "At this point, you still don't repent. If it weren't for the fact that my heart is on the right and not on the left, you would have succeeded." Buzz. When Chu Xinghe said this, Chu Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble. Is the heart on the right instead of the left? Ha ha ha. The next second, Chu Ming laughed. I see, that's how it is. After two silent groans, Chu Ming's face darkened again. He looked at Chu Xinghe and said coldly, "But so what? Do you think you can walk out of this imperial study alive today?" Chu Xinghe frowned. "Do it," Chu Ming shouted loudly. "Call out." The next second, a figure rushed in from outside the imperial study. The person came at such an extremely fast speed that people could only see a shadow. Moreover, after entering the imperial study, the person did not stop for even a second and rushed directly towards Chu Xinghe, who was in front of Chu Ming. Chu Xinghe was shocked and punched out instinctively. Boom! A dull and heavy voice sounded. A momentary confrontation. Da da da. Chu Xinghe retreated 6 steps in a row. The visitor did not move at all. With one strike, the strong and the weak are immediately determined. But Chu Xinghe didn't care about these things at all, or he didn't have the time to care about them. As soon as he stabilized his body, he looked directly at the person who attacked him. "It's you." Looking at the person in front of him, Chu Xinghe couldn't help but exclaim. The person who came was none other than the Prime Minister of the kingdom, Wu Yuanying. "Your Majesty, let me see you off." Wu Yuanying ignored Chu Xinghe's shock and just said it lightly. "Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yuanying rushed out again. Since Chu Ming's assassination attempt failed, he would take action and kill Chu Xinghe. Chapter 2116, Jade Blood Sword, Ni Ying. Seeing Wu Yuanying taking action without saying a word, Chu Xinghe was furious and annoyed at the same time. He never thought that the eldest prince would actually join forces with Wu Yuanying to assassinate him. But at this moment he had no time to think too much, because Wu Yuanying had already arrived in front of him. Chu Xinghe did not stop and fought with all his strength. Wu Yuanying is at the 7th level of Tiangong, while he is only at the 5th level. The gap between the two small realms makes him dare not be careless or underestimate the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the fistfight between Wu Yuanying and Chu Xinghe began. At this time, eunuch Lu, who was shocked by the sudden assassination attempt by the eldest prince Chu Ming, came back to his senses instantly. Looking at Wu Yuanying fighting with Chu Xinghe in front of him, he said angrily. "Wu Yuanying, how dare you, how dare you?" After saying this, he looked at the 4 guards in the hall and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help His Majesty capture Wu Yuanying, the traitor." Unfortunately, the 4 guards ignored eunuch Lu, and turned their heads to look at the eldest prince Chu Ming, who was watching the fight between Wu Yuanying and Chu Xinghe. Seeing this, eunuch Lu was stunned. At this time, the eldest prince Chu Ming waved his hand and said, "Everyone, leave." Yes. The 4 guards responded and walked out of the imperial study. Not only that, after they walked out of the imperial study, they also closed the door of the study. This scene made eunuch Lu stunned again. How could he not understand that the 4 guards had been bribed by the eldest prince, or, they were actually the eldest prince's or Wu Yuanying's men? "Prince, what are you doing? His Majesty is your biological father. How could you be so bold and presumptuous?" Immediately, eunuch Lu pointed at the eldest prince and scolded him angrily. "Oh." The eldest prince sneered and said, "Father. So what? The imperial family has always been ruthless. For the throne, I will kill my biological father." Eunuch Lu was shaking with anger. The next second, he shouted directly outside the imperial study, come here quickly, protect the emperor, protect the emperor." It's a pity that there was no movement outside the imperial study. The eldest prince Chu Ming said with a teasing and amusing look on his face, "Lu Shi, just save your energy. The people outside have already been transferred away by me. Today, no one will come even if you shout your throat out." After a pause, the eldest prince continued, "Since you are still somewhat useful, as long as you submit to me now, the position of the chief steward of the palace will still be yours in the future. How about that? You want us to be with you, the traitors? Dream." Eunuch Lu gave a direct scolding. The eldest prince's face changed, and he said angrily in a deep voice, you stubborn eunuch, since you don't want the face I give you, then go and die for me. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, the eldest prince rushed directly towards Eunuch Lu. Just you. Eunuch Lu, however, gave a cold rebuke. Boom. The next second, a powerful and cold aura surged out from him. The eldest prince paused. You. Looking at Lu Shi, his face was filled with shock and daze. At this time, Wu Yuanying and Chu Xinghe exchanged blows, then dodged and retreated, staring at Eunuch Lu and shouting, Lu Shi, you are also a Tiangong realm warrior. Hearing this, the eldest prince couldn't help but exclaim. Is Lu Shi also in the Tiangong realm? How is that possible? Isn't he in the immortal martial realm? Before the eldest prince could think about it, Eunuch Lu said in a cold voice, I have never said that I am not in the Tiangong realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared out of thin air in Eunuch Lu's hand. Base. The long sword was unsheathed, and a green light flashed. The jade blood sword, Wu Yuanying exclaimed, looked at Eunuch Lu with an incredulous expression and said, Are you Ni Ying, the abandoned disciple of Tianyu's sect 13 years ago? Abandoned disciple. Eunuch Lu sneered, if you say so, then it is so. Snort. Wu Yuanying snorted coldly and said, I didn't expect that not only did you not die 13 years ago, but you even hid in the inner palace of my Xingyu kingdom. This matter I guess you, Chu Xinghe, must have had a hand in it, right? As he spoke, Wu Yuanying had already looked at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe didn't say anything. Eunuch Lu said with a nostalgic look on his face, Yes, 13 years ago, if it weren't for your majesty taking me in, I would have died tragically at the hands of my master. So, Eunuch Lu pointed the sharp sword in his hand at Wu Yuanying and said, If you want to kill the king today, then ask the jade blood sword in my hand if it agrees. Just you. Wu Yuanying said coldly and disdainfully, If it was 13 years ago, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take even one of your moves. After all, you were already at the second level of Tiangong at that time, and I was only Tai. But now, I am already at the 7th level of Tiangong, and you are still at the 2nd level of Tiangong. There is a gap of 5 levels. What can you use to compete with me? Just relying on the Earth Soldier Jade Blood Sword in your hand. After Wu Yuanying finished speaking, Chu Xinghe suddenly stood up, looked at Wu Yuanying with a look of shock and anger and said, What if I am included? Wu Yuanying frowned. Chu Xinghe continued, Chu Qing, stop now. I can treat today's events as if nothing happened. Otherwise. How else? Wu Yuanying interrupted Chu Xinghe coldly and said, Do you really think that if you two join forces, I can't do anything to you? You. Chu Xinghe was furious. Wu Yuanying smiled and said, Okay, Chu Xinghe, stop talking nonsense. Today, either you die or I die. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yuanying rushed out. Stubborn. Then I will fulfill your wish. Chu Xinghe and Eunuch Lu both shouted sternly, and then without any hesitation, they surrounded and killed Wu Yuanying with 2 against 1. The Tiangong battle broke out again. This time, the eldest prince did not stay, but ran out of the imperial study directly. After all, the battle between the 3 Tiangong realm powerhouses was definitely not something that a warrior in the Shanwu realm like him could withstand. In the imperial study, the eldest prince was present before, so both Wu Yuanying and Chu Xinghe had their considerations. To put it bluntly, they were afraid of accidentally hurting the eldest prince. But now, with the eldest prince gone, both sides no longer have any concerns and they act without reservation. Call. Chu Xinghe used the Zon-level intermediate martial art Panlong Seal to attack Wu Yuanying directly. Wu Yuanying met the attack with the heart-destroying palm, which is also a mid-level Zon-level martial art. At the same time, he had to dodge the killing move of the Jade Blood Sword in Eunuch Lu's hand. That is why, even though he had the advantage in cultivation, Wu Yuanying was unable to do anything to Chu Xinghe and Eunuch Lu for a while. Wu Yuanying is like this. Chu Xinghe and Eunuch Lu were naturally no exception. The two sides are evenly matched. Bang, bang. In the imperial study, dull and heavy sounds kept ringing out. In just a moment, the originally extremely luxurious imperial study was turned into a mess. Time passes by every second. Be it Wu Yuanying, Chu Xinghe or Eunuch Lu, the 3 of them felt increasingly heavy-hearted and uneasy. After all, this kind of stalemate in battle was not good for anyone. In other words, in this situation, their side could be defeated at any time, and if they were defeated, they would surely die. 30 minutes later. Wu Yuanying suddenly shouted, tomorrow, let your uncle do it. Chapter 2117 I am actually an expert swordsman. Tomorrow, let your uncle do it. Buzz. Hearing this, Chu Xinghei's heart trembled, and he said, Wu Yuanying, what do you want to do? What? Wu Yuanying sneered and said as he fought, Your Majesty may not know yet, but long before tomorrow's action, my son's 3,000 Kanglang troops and the Wu family's 300 death warriors will be ready. Originally, I planned to wait until His Majesty died, use them to suppress the court, control the overall situation, and support Ming-Er to ascend the throne, but I didn't expect that Lu Shi would appear. Now that I can't do anything to you, I can only change my strategy. It's a deliberate plan. I believe that without any precautions, your guards will definitely not be a match for Qianyan's 3,000 Kanglang soldiers and my Wu family's 300 death warriors. Once they rush into the palace, you two will still not be able to escape death. You. Chu Xinghei was shocked and furious. Father-in-law, why are you doing this? Why? Wu Yuanying said as a matter of course it's for the throne. Sooner or later, the throne will belong to the eldest prince. Why are you doing this? Chu Xinghei roared angrily. Morning and evening are all tomorrows. Wu Yuanying sneered. Chu Xinghei, do you think I will believe this? You. Chu Xinghei was furious. Believe it or not, this is the fact. Also, the kingdom is surrounded by powerful enemies. The northern barbarians are eyeing us covetously, and the southern demons are forcibly invading. In this situation, you actually want to cause civil strife and damage your foundation. If you do this, aren't you afraid of pushing the kingdom into an irreparable situation? You don't need to worry about that. Wu Yuanying said this calmly, and then added, Oh, by the way, do you know why the demon tribe gave you a month's deadline, but suddenly changed their minds and took action in advance? Is it you? Chu Xinghei exclaimed. Yes, it's the old man. Wu Yuanying said without hesitation. It was I who sent someone to tell the purple-eyed green-scaled python about the fat guy in Tianyuan Pavilion. And it was also I who sent someone to instigate the purple-eyed green-scaled python to take action in advance. You. Puff. Chu Xinghei was so angry that he spat out blood. His Majesty. Seeing this scene, Eunuch Lu exclaimed. While he Before Chu Xinghei could think about it, Wu Yuanying spoke again, smiling and saying, Lu Shi, no, it should be Ni Ying, do you think it is necessary for me to do what you said? After a pause, Wu Yuanying continued, I still say that when my son breaks into the royal city, you two will still die. Today, you have no chance of turning the tables. So what? Eunuch Lu brandished his sword and shouted, even if our family and His Majesty are doomed to die, you will not succeed. Don't you forget that more than 70% of the kingdom's troops are under the command of General Gongsun. Gongsun Bupo. Wu Yuanying sneered and said disdainfully, at this moment, he has probably already become a lonely ghost outside the northern fortress. What can he use to stop me from supporting Ming-Er to ascend the throne? What? When Wu Yuanying said this, both Chu Xinghei and Lu Shi were shocked. The next second, Chu Xinghei couldn't help but ask, what did you do to the old general? It's nothing. I just cooperated with the Tianyu sect and asked them to help me deal with that old man Gongsun. It's that simple. Wu Yuanying said calmly. You. Puff. Chu Xinghei was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his body couldn't help shaking and trembling. Tianyu sect, Tianyu sect. Tianyu sect has always been the biggest thorn in Chu Xinghei's heart. After all, Tianyu sect is like a vampire, and has been constantly exploiting the Xingyu kingdom over the years. But now, Wu Yuanying, the prime minister of the kingdom, actually cooperated with the Tianyu sect and asked the Tianyu sect to help him kill Gongsun Bupo, who was like the pillar of the kingdom. Isn't this trying to get the skin of a tiger? And that's just the beginning. Would the Tianyu sect help Wu Yuanying for no reason? Definitely not. Since the Tianyu sect is willing to take action, it means that Wu Yuanying must have paid a hefty price, and this price is definitely not something Wu Yuanying and the Wu family can afford. Since they can't afford it, the kingdom will have to pay for it. Son of AB*TCH. Wu Yuanying is going to destroy the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Chu Xinghe was furious. Wu Yuanying didn't care about these at all. When he saw Chu Xinghe lose his focus and lose his concentration, his eyes lit up. Good opportunity. Wu Yuanying said so much, wasn't it just to distract Chu Xinghe and make him reveal his flaws? The opportunity is right in front of him, so how could he miss it? In an instant, murderous intent flashed in Wu Yuanying's eyes. Then, he instantly struck out with another palm. This palm was tricky, ruthless, and extremely fast. Your Majesty, be careful. The sudden change made Eunuch Lu unable to help but exclaim. Chu Xinghe also came back to his senses because of this. Unfortunately, it's too late. As the saying goes, one step slow, all steps slow. Wu Yuanying had planned carefully and took advantage of the moment when Chu Xinghe was distracted to strike him with a palm. How could Chu Xinghe easily block it? Bang! In a flash, Wu Yuanying's palm came down. The heart-destroying palm, the palm destroys the heart. Puff! Under Wu Yuanying's palm, Chu Xinghe spat out blood again. Immediately afterwards, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. His Majesty. Seeing this, Eunuch Lu became very anxious and exclaimed. He instinctively looked at Chu Xinghe who was flying backwards. It was at this time that Wu Yuanying took action again. After he knocked Chu Xinghe away with a palm, he rushed directly towards Eunuch Lu. Eunuch Lu was stunned by the sudden change, but he came back to his senses in an instant. Then, without any hesitation, he swung the blood-green sword in his hand directly at Wu Yuanying. Wu Yuanying did not retreat but advanced instead. Base. In front of Eunuch Lu, Wu Yuanying put his right hand on his waist, and then a long metallic sound was heard. At this time, Eunuch Lu's sword had already fallen. However, no matter how fast he was, Wu Yuanying was even faster than him. Puff! A cold light flashed by. A streak of blood spurted out from Eunuch Lu's neck. Buzz! In an instant, Eunuch Lu's body trembled. Afterwards, his body seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. Although the blood-stained sword in his hand was only half an inch away from Wu Yuanying's throat, it could no longer fall. Dead silent space. Quiet atmosphere. Tick-tock. Wu Yuanying held a soft sword as thin as a cicada's wing in his hand. A drop of bright red liquid dripped from the tip of the sword, and the moment it dripped onto the ground, it turned into a blood flower. Eunuch Lu didn't care about this at all. Looking at Wu Yuanying, there was only shock and horror in his eyes. Didn't expect that. Wu Yuanying smiled calmly and said, the abandoned disciple of Tianyu sect, Jade Bloodsword Niying. Nothing more than that. You have been in front of me for 13 years without me recognizing your identity. Don't I have some hidden cards that are unknown to the public? After a pause, Wu Yuanying continued, outsiders only know that I specialize in palm techniques, and the heart-destroying palm is the skill that made me famous, but no one knows that I am actually an expert in swordsmanship. My sword is called Lingxi. If the telepathic connection comes out, it will be fatal. Puff! As soon as Wu Yuanying finished speaking, blood spurted out from Eunuch Lu's neck. Bang! The next second, Eunuch Lu fell straight to the ground. The blood dyed the earth red. He stared, shocked, horrified, and unable to die with eyes closed. Chapter 2118, The King's Sorrow. At the moment Eunuch Lu died, Chu Xinghe covered his chest, sat on the ground, and looked at Wu Yuanying with shock and disbelief. Chu Xinghe never thought that Wu Yuanying would hide so deeply. Although the incident 13 years ago left Lu Shi with hidden injuries, so that his cultivation could no longer be improved, but over the years, Lu Shi had already practiced his swordsmanship to a superb level, and the sword he just struck out was obviously a preemptive strike. But even so, he still lost and was killed by Wu Yuanying with a single sword strike. Faced with this fact, Chu Xinghe really found it difficult to accept. At this time, Wu Yuanying had already retracted the thin sword in his hand, and turned to look at Chu Xinghe, saying, Your Majesty, do you want to do it yourself? Or do you want me to take you there? Ahem. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but cough lightly in anger, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Wu Yuanying's previous palm strike had injured him badly. Coupled with the previous sword attack from the eldest prince, although Chu Xinghe had the cultivation level of Tiangong realm, he looked a little weak and tired. But Chu Xinghe didn't care about these at all. Looking at Wu Yuanying, although he was furious, he also knew that he was at the end of his rope, so he said calmly, "Father-in-law, can you tell me why you did this?" After a pause, Chu Xinghe added, "Don't say you are doing this for the throne. I know that this is not the real reason that prompted you to do this." Hearing this, Wu Yuanying frowned. He looked at Chu Xinghe, thought for a moment, and said, "I am only trying to protect myself." Self-protection. Chu Xinghe was stunned, somewhat confused. "Yes, it's self-protection." Wu Yuanying said calmly that he had nothing to hide now, so he said bluntly, "The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. If I don't take action now, I'm afraid your majesty will take action, right?" "What's the meaning? At this point, your majesty, is there any need to pretend? Your majesty, have you always regarded me as a thorn in your side and wanted to get rid of me as soon as possible?" You think so? Isn't it? Hee. Chu Xinghe gave a bitter smile. "There is nothing to worry about in the world, only mediocre people make trouble for themselves." Wu Yuanying was clearly judging others by his own standards. He had never thought of getting rid of Wu Yuanying and the Wu family from the beginning to the end. However, Chu Xinghe did not explain, because he knew very well that at this point, there was no point in explaining, and Wu Yuanying would definitely not listen. As the saying goes, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. The current situation cannot be changed or reversed. Suddenly, Chu Xinghe asked, "Has the old general really?" "Yes." Wu Yuanying responded, "With the 5 Tiangong realm deacons and 1 Yuanfu realm elder of the Tianyu sect taking action personally, Gongsun Bupo will surely die. 5 Tiangong realm deacons plus an Yuanfu realm elder." Chu Xinghe laughed bitterly. They really think highly of the old general. After a pause, Chu Xinghe asked again, "What about you? What price did you pay for this?" Wu Yuanying hesitated for a moment and said, "The annual offering will be increased by 30%. "What?" Chu Xinghe exclaimed. Ahem. In a hurry, he could not help but cough lightly, then looked at Wu Yuanying in disbelief and said, "Father-in-law, are you crazy? An additional 30% of annual tribute. That's 60%, plus the 30% from the Tianwu dynasty, and my Xingyu kingdom's annual income is only 10%. How can we support the operation of the kingdom with this 10% of income?" Ahem. Father-in-law, cough cough, you are going to, cough cough, you are going to destroy the entire Star Moon Kingdom, cough cough, cough cough. Chu Xinghe coughed as he spoke, and his face turned pale. Seeing this, Wu Yuanying frowned and said calmly, "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this matter. Since I dare to do this, I naturally have a plan to deal with it. What's more, this kingdom belongs to your Chu family and will belong to Ming'er in the future. Just for this reason, I will not let the kingdom fall into ruin." Chu Xinghe was stunned, then said helplessly, "I hope so." After saying this, he looked at Wu Yuanying again, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Father-in-law, can you agree to my last request? You say, give the other princes a chance to live. Your Majesty, rest assured. What I did today was not to seize your Chu family's kingdom. It was just a helpless move. Therefore, everything in the kingdom will remain the same. The princes will remain the same as before. This will not change. What about Shuaner, second prince? Yes, can you also let him live?" "Of course, but what? Your Majesty, you also know the grudge between me and Ye Bufan, so I will not touch the second prince, but as for Chen Tianlong beside him, I can only apologize." "You want to use Chen Tianlong to lure out Ye Bufan?" "Exactly. Father-in-law, have you ever thought about Ye Bufan's identity and origins?" Judging from his age and strength, it is very likely that he has an extraordinary origin and a powerful background. In this case, do you really want to fight him to the death?" "So what?" Wu Yuanying said sternly, "The hatred of killing my son is irreconcilable. Even if he has an extraordinary background or a powerful backer, I will never give up." Changing the subject, Wu Yuanying said, "Of course, your Majesty can rest assured about one thing. No matter what the outcome is, this is a matter of our Wu family and will never involve the kingdom." "Thank you very much." Chu Xinghe said this lightly, but he sneered in his heart. "Use Chen Tianlong to lure out Ye Bufan. Still thinking about avenging your son's death." In Chu Xinghe's opinion, Wu Yuanying was simply dreaming and courting his own death. After all, Wu Yuanying didn't know, but Chu Xinghe already knew the relationship between Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo was Ye Bufan's son-in-law. Want to touch Ye Bufan? Then you have to ask Qian Duoduo whether he agrees or not. As for how powerful Qian Duoduo is, Chu Xinghe didn't know. However, from several previous private contacts and the calmness and disdain with which Qian Duoduo mentioned the purple-eyed green-scaled python, Chu Xinghe believed that Qian Duoduo might not be just Yuanfu. He is most likely still a powerful person in the Wuji realm. Even if he is not, he is definitely a high-level Yuanfu realm being. Is Wu Yuanying willing to offend such a person? Not to mention Wu Yuanying, even the Tianyu sect might not dare to provoke him. Of course, Chu Xinghe would not tell Wu Yuanying about these things. The most important thing is that Chu Xinghe has other plans in mind. There is no doubt that Qian Duoduo is powerful. Ye Bufan's extraordinary-ness is about to emerge. However, Chen Tianlong is Ye Bufan's apprentice and Chu Zan's brother-in-law, which is equivalent to bringing Ye Bufan and Chu Zan into the same camp. Plus Ye Bufan's previous promise. Chu Xinghe believed that after his death, the eldest prince's desire to ascend the throne would definitely not be as easy as Wu Yuanying, the prime minister of the kingdom, thought. Thinking of this, Chu Xinghe suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Looking at Wu Yuanying, he said calmly, "Father-in-law, I hope you will keep your word and spare Xuaner's life." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xinghe slapped himself on the forehead without any hesitation. Under the impact of powerful force, Chu Xinghe fell directly to the ground. He is already completely lifeless. In the imperial study, the prime minister forced the emperor to abdicate. The king falls. The country changes hands. However, there was always a faint smile on Chu Xinghe's face. Chapter 2119 The Regicide, the abandoned disciple of Tianyu sect, Ni Ying. Royal City, outside the palace gate. At this moment, Wu Qianyan and the eldest prince Chu Ming, along with 3,000 Kanglang soldiers, came with murderous intent. Unfortunately, before they could enter the palace gate, they were stopped outside the palace gate by the commander of the imperial guards, Wang Chang, who brought all the imperial guards in the palace. Quote, "Wang Chang, what do you want to do?" Faced with the interception by the royal guards, the eldest prince shouted angrily at Wang Chang. "My lord, this is what I want to ask, right?" Wang Chang glanced at the 3,000 Kanglang soldiers, then looked at the eldest prince and Wu Qianyan and said, "General Wu brought 3,000 Kanglang soldiers into the palace. What is his intention? Rebellion? Presumptuous." As soon as Wang Chang finished speaking, the eldest prince shouted angrily, "Wang Chang, watch your words." This prince and General Wu led the troops into the palace to serve the king. Loyal to the king. What do you think? My lord, are you kidding me? Everything is normal in the palace, so why would you say we are here to serve the king? Everything all right. Snort. The eldest prince snorted coldly and said, "When my father was assassinated, I happened to be there and I saw it with my own eyes. Now, you are telling me that I was joking. Get out of the way. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens to father, you, Wang Chang, will not be able to get enough heads to lose even if you have 10 heads. That's impossible." Wang Chang exclaimed, his face changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, "If His Majesty was really assassinated, why is there no news in the palace? You still have the nerve to ask." The eldest prince shouted angrily, "Do you know why I didn't ask you for help, but ran out of the palace and asked General Wu to lead his troops into the palace to defend the king? Why? Because this prince believes you or not." "My lord, what do you mean? What do you mean?" The eldest prince sneered. "This prince suspects that your guards are colluding with the assassins and are plotting something bad." "What?" Wang Chang exclaimed, "My great prince, please stop talking nonsense. My guards are loyal to His Majesty and would never do such a treasonous thing." "Is the king talking nonsense?" The eldest prince shouted, "Then tell me why your guards didn't react at all when my father was assassinated. If you weren't conspiring with the assassin, what else could you do?" We didn't even know about His Majesty's assassination." "You don't know. The royal guards are responsible for the safety of the entire palace. Now my father has been assassinated, and you, the commander of the royal guards, actually told me that you know nothing." Stop arguing with me. Let me tell you, Wang Chang, even if your guards didn't collude with the assassin, you can't escape the crime of dereliction of duty. Now, immediately, get out of my way. Otherwise kill me." Buzz. The word, "kill," from the eldest prince made Wang Chang's heart tremble. But he quickly calmed down and looked at the eldest prince and said, "Eldest prince, I will lead people to rescue His Majesty right now, but the Kanglang army must not set foot into the palace." Unfortunately, the eldest prince would never agree, and it was impossible for him to agree. Wang Chang, this prince has already said that this prince does not trust you, so you don't need to worry about the matter of serving the king. Not only that, from now on, all members of your guards must be stationed here, including you. Before the matter in the palace is resolved, no one can leave privately. Walk. After saying this, the eldest prince walked straight into the palace gate. The eldest prince. Wang Chang wanted to say something else. The eldest prince shouted at him angrily, Wang Chang, do you really want to rebel? After he finished speaking, the eldest prince shouted again, Kanglang army, listen up. From now on, anyone who tries to stop us will be killed without mercy. Yes. The 3,000 Kanglang soldiers responded in unison. Shish, shish, shish. The sharp swords in their hands were unsheathed at the same time. Seeing this scene, Wang Chang was slightly distracted. But soon, Wang Chang showed a trace of determination and resoluteness on his face. Looking at the eldest prince, he said directly, if your majesty encounters misfortune, I am willing to die to apologize. After saying this, Wang Chang ignored the eldest prince and looked at the deputy commander Zhao Gang beside him. He said, Zhao Gang, I will go to rescue his majesty now. As for you, take all the brothers to stay here. Remember, no one is allowed to step into the palace gate without my permission, including the eldest prince and General Wu. Anyone who breaks in will be killed. Yes. Zhao Gang responded in a deep voice. Shish, shish, shish. All the members of the royal guard drew their swords. Son of AB*TCH. Seeing this scene, the eldest prince was almost furious. He never thought that Wang Chang would be so stubborn. However, the situation in the palace is extremely urgent now. Wu Yuanying has to deal with two Tiangong realm masters, Chu Xinghe and Lu Shi, alone. If he makes the slightest mistake, he may be doomed. So, the eldest prince couldn't wait any longer. Not only that, he absolutely could not let Wang Chang or anyone from the royal guards enter the palace. After all, once they entered, the fact that they had murdered Chu Xinghe would no longer be concealed. At that time, how could he take over the throne with the notoriety of regicide and patricide? How could he convince the hundreds of millions of people in the kingdom? Most importantly, there was a Tianwu dynasty above the Xingyu kingdom. As a vassal state of the Tianwu dynasty, the Xingyu kingdom is protected by the Tianwu dynasty. Under such circumstances, would the monarch of the Xingyu kingdom allow a person who killed the king and father to take over the throne? Obviously not possible. That is why the eldest prince can kill the king and his father, but he cannot lose the greater good. To put it bluntly, the murder of Chu Xinghe must not be known to anyone other than them. Since we can't stop it, we can only kill them to silence them. The eldest prince immediately shouted, the royal guards are colluding with the assassins, with ill intentions, and even openly rebelling. The Kanglang army, kill them. Boom. Hearing this, Wang Chang and other members of the royal guards could not help but tremble in their hearts. They never thought that the eldest prince would directly and forcefully accuse them of colluding with assassins and openly rebelling. Kill. Before the imperial guards could think about it, 3,000 Kanglang soldiers had already rushed out. At the same time, among the guards present, more than 300 members pointed their long swords directly at other guards around them. It was not for any other reason, but because these 300 people were not the imperial guards at all, but more than 300 Wu family warriors temporarily placed into the imperial guards by Wu Yuanying. The reason why other members of the royal guards, or the two royal guard commanders Wang Chang and Zhao Gang, did not notice it was that every member of the royal guards was wearing armor and a helmet, which obscured the faces of the more than 300 people. In addition, the incident happened suddenly, so Wang Chang and others naturally could not notice that more than 300 people in the royal guards had been replaced by other people. This is also the reason why the eldest prince dared to take direct action when the Kanglang army and the imperial guards were evenly matched in strength, because, if the imperial guards were caught off guard, they would surely be defeated. Something happened in a flash. The Kanglang army has already charged out, so the imperial guards will naturally not sit there and wait to die. Kill. In the next second, the two sides will fight. However, at this critical moment, a stern voice suddenly rang out from inside the palace, stop. Buzz. The sudden sound startled all the members of the Kanglang army and the imperial guards present. They all stopped their killing moves against each other and instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, a figure had arrived at the palace gate. The person who came was none other than Wu Yuanying. The moment they saw Wu Yuanying, the eldest prince and Wu Qianyan were delighted. Since Wu Yuanying was here, it meant Chu Xinghe and Lu Shi had been killed. Even so, the two did not show any abnormality. The eldest prince even looked at Wu Yuanying and said, "Grandpa, you came at the right time." This prince was planning to go to the palace to rescue you, but Wang Chang. No. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuanying interrupted the eldest prince directly, and said with a lonely and sad expression, "The assassin is dead, but your majesty has also been killed by him." What? When Wu Yuanying said this, everyone present was shocked. "Your Excellency, Prime Minister, this. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Wang Chang, was even more terrified and incredulous. He asked, "How is this possible? How could His Majesty be assassinated suddenly? Why didn't we hear any noise at all? Are you doubting the truth?" Wu Yuanying glanced at Wang Chang with a gloomy look. "I dare not." Wang Chang lowered his head and said something. Snort. Wu Yuanying snorted coldly and said, "I don't think you dare. If you still don't believe it, you can go to the Imperial Study and check it out. The person who did it is none other than Lu Shi, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Palace, and also Ni Ying, the abandoned disciple of the Tianyu sect 13 years ago." Chapter 2120. The prince wants to take the throne, but the general is not dead yet. "I don't think you dare. If you still don't believe it, you can go to the Imperial Study and check it out. The person who did it is none other than Lu Shi, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Palace, and also Ni Ying, the abandoned disciple of the Tianyu sect 13 years ago." What? After Wu Yuanying finished speaking, Wang Chang was shocked and confused. In fact, Wu Yuanying's simple words contained too much information. Is Lu Shi Ni Ying, the abandoned disciple of Tianyu sect 13 years ago? Was it he who killed His Majesty? How is that possible? Why did he want to kill your Majesty? Also, how does this matter involve the Tianyu sect? Is all this a conspiracy of the Tianyu sect? Wang Chang was like this, and the other members of the Imperial Guard present were also confused. Wu Yuanying didn't care about what Wang Chang and the others thought. He even ignored them and looked at Wu Qianyan in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "Qianyan, pass on my order. From now on, seal off the royal city. No one is allowed to enter or leave the royal city without my permission. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." "Yes," Wu Qianyan responded. "Let's go." Afterwards, he waved his arm and left the palace with 3,000 Kanglang soldiers. Buzz. Seeing this scene, or after hearing Wu Yuanying's order to blockade the royal city, Wang Chang's heart trembled, and he instinctively looked at Wu Yuanying. His face looked heavy, nervous, and even a little uneasy. What does Wu Yuanying want to do? It would not be difficult for Wang Chang to figure it out even if he used his toes. Kings fall and royal power changes. This will surely lead to a bloody storm in the Star Moon King city. What should the guards do then? As the king's personal guards and private army, they could have stayed out of it. After all, the royal guards were only loyal to the royal power and the ruler of the kingdom, so no matter who took over the throne, it was the same to them. But is this really the case? Wang Chang doesn't think so. A new emperor appoints his own ministers. When the royal power changes, no one can stay out of it, and everyone needs to choose a side. The imperial guards were no exception. The most important thing is that Wang Chang always felt that what happened today was not as simple as Wu Yuanying said. At least, in his eyes, Chu Xinghe's assassination was too strange. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about Lu Zai's assassination attempt. As the chief eunuch of the imperial palace, Lu Shi has served Chu Xinghe for 13 years. If he really wanted to assassinate Chu Xinghe, would he have to wait until now? And there is Wu Yuanying. When did he enter the palace? How could it be such a coincidence that he happened to see Lu Shi assassinating Chu Xinghe? Then there is the eldest prince. Before this, Wang Chang saw the eldest prince walk out of the palace with his own eyes. But how long has it been? In just a minute or two, the eldest prince actually returned to the outside of the palace with Wu Qianyan and his 3,000 Kanglang soldiers. Is this normal? Definitely not normal. After calming down and thinking about it carefully, Wang Chang felt a burst of fear in his heart. He felt that all of this was planned in advance by Wu Yuanying and others. They were trying to usurp the throne. This thought made Wang Chang's mind tremble and shake uncontrollably. But what can he do? Continue to support the king. Revenge for Chu Xinghe. Stop kidding. With the strength of their imperial guards, it is impossible for them to compete with Wu Yuanying, the powerful prime minister of the kingdom. Most importantly, the winner becomes a king and the loser becomes a bandit. Now Wu Yuanying is still alive, but Chu Xinghe is dead. Does it matter what he chooses? Or does he have any choice? Before Wang Chang could think about it, Wu Yuanying looked at him again and asked with a smile, "Commander Wang, what do you think we should do next?" What to do next? Wang Chang's heart trembled. Is Wu Yuanying really just asking for his opinion? Stop kidding. How could a prime minister care about the opinion of a commander of the imperial guards? Wu Yuanying is clearly forcing Wang Chang to take sides. Bang! Without any hesitation, Wang Chang knelt down on one knee in front of Wu Yuanying, clasped his fists and said, "I will obey your orders, my Lord Prime Minister." Bang! 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 As soon as Wang Chang finished speaking, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, Zhao Gang, and other members of the Imperial Guard also knelt on one knee in front of Wu Yuanying and shouted in unison, "It's all up to the Prime Minister's orders." Hee hee. Seeing this, Wu Yuanying smiled knowingly and said, "I like smart people like you. After all, only smart people can live longer." Buzz. Wang Chang's heart trembled. Wu Yuanying said calmly, "Okay, get up." Yes. Wang Chang stood up in response. The other members of the royal guard also stood up. At this time, Wu Yuanying spoke again, looking at Wang Chang and said, "Go and make arrangements. Have someone notify all the civil and military officials to come to the palace to discuss matters immediately." Wang Chang was stunned at first, then responded, "Yes." More than 10 minutes later, the 4 major gates of the Star Moon Royal City had already been closed, and the city guards were mobilized in full force, putting the entire royal city into a state of total martial law. In addition, the news of Chu Xinghe's assassination had spread throughout the city. Logically speaking, such a serious event as the king being assassinated would not have leaked out so quickly, but it happened. Not only did it happen, but the entire royal city was talking about it. Most importantly, it seemed as if someone was deliberately leading the discussion, and the person most people were talking about was Lu Shi, the chief eunuch. Eunuch Lu, the chief eunuch of the imperial palace, is actually from the Tianyu sect. What do you mean Lu Shi is from the Tianyu sect? He was expelled from the Tianyu sect 13 years ago. He is an abandoned disciple of the Tianyu sect. Okay. How do you know he is the abandoned disciple of Tianyu sect? Nonsense, isn't this obvious? 13 years ago, the Tianyu sect promised a large sum of money to hunt down Lu Shi. If he is not an abandoned disciple, who else is an abandoned disciple? If that's the case, then tell me, why, with the strength of the Tianyu sect, they couldn't kill an abandoned disciple, and let him live until now? What's this? If you ask me, Lu Shi, also known as Ni Ying, is not an abandoned disciple of Tianyu sect at all, and Tianyu sect has never thought of taking his life. You mean, Lu Shi assassinated His Majesty, is? I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything either. Never mind, I have something else to do. Bye. Such discussions can be heard everywhere in the royal city. Although they have not been confirmed, a seed of doubt has been planted in the hearts of everyone in the royal city. Many people have even determined that Lu Zai's assassination of Chu Xinghe was the intention of the Tianyu sect, and that the Tianyu sect wanted to kill Chu Xinghe. Royal Palace, Chaoshan Hall. At this moment, all the third-rank officials and officials above the third rank in the royal city of the Star Moon Kingdom had arrived, and they were arguing loudly in the Chaoshan Palace. The reason for this is that after Wu Yuanying summoned these officials into the palace, he directly announced that Chu Xinghe had been assassinated and proposed that the eldest prince take over the throne. Officials belonging to Wu Yuanying's camp naturally had no objection to this. However, many officials also expressed opposition. All of these opposing officials were members of Gongsun Bupo's camp. In their opinion, the most urgent task was to handle Chu Xinghe's funeral rather than discussing who would inherit the throne. Some officials even directly proposed that Gongsun Bupo should return to the royal city. After all, Gongsun Bupo was the kingdom's first commander. He had to know about and be involved in such a big event as the king's death. Officials from both sides argued endlessly over this issue. Wu Yuanying just watched quietly from the side. After a moment, ahem, Wu Yuanying pretended to cough lightly. The whole audience was silent. Wu Yuanying glanced at the ministers and said, "Since everyone cannot reach a consensus, then send someone to bring the news to General Gongsun and ask him to return to the royal city immediately." We can discuss other matters after the old general returns. Well, when Wu Yuanying said this, all the officials present were stunned. They were all very surprised and puzzled. In the current situation, since Wu Yuanying has proposed that the eldest prince succeed to the throne, shouldn't he cut the Gordian knot and make this happen right away? But he actually wanted to wait for Gongsun Bupo. What are you waiting for? Will you go against Gongsun Bupo when he comes back? How could the officials present know that the reason Wu Yuanying made such arrangements was because he knew very well that Gongsun Bupo would never come back? Of course, he couldn't say this openly. After all, Gongsun Bupo was in a northern fortress thousands of miles away. If Wu Yuanying said at this time that Gongsun Bupo had died, wouldn't that obviously arouse suspicion? Therefore, Wu Yuanying is not in a hurry. He can wait. When the news of Gongsun Bupo's death spread back to the royal city, then who in the royal city would dare to oppose him? Who would dare to disobey him? Report. But at this moment, an urgent voice suddenly sounded outside Chaoshan Palace. Then, a member of the Kanglang army rushed in from outside. He clasped his fists and looked at Wu Yuanying anxiously and said, "Sir, urgent news." "Explain," Wu Yuanying said in one word. "This." The members of the Kanglang army looked hesitant. Seeing this, Wu Yuanying frowned and said, "Just say it directly." Wu Yuanying already knew the reaction of the Kanglang army members. What he was going to say could not be known to outsiders, at least not here. But in Wu Yuanying's opinion, there is no need for this at all. Now, Chu Xinghe is dead and Gongsun Bupo also died tragically at the hands of Tianyu sect. In this situation, there is no one in the kingdom who can compete with him. In this situation, he has nothing to hide. Yes. After Wu Yuanying finished speaking, the members of the Kanglang army responded and said, "Your Excellency, news has come from the northern fortress that General Gongsun was assassinated by an unknown strongman. Fortunately, the old general broke through on the battlefield and advanced to become a Yuanfu realm strongman. But even so, General Gongsun was seriously injured by these unknown strongmen and is now missing." Chapter 2121, Bloodstained Chaoshan Palace, Wu Yuanying's cruelty. What? As soon as the Kanglang army member finished speaking, Wu Yuanying couldn't help but exclaim. He was shocked and even more confused. Wu Yuanying was like this, and other officials present were no exception. However, Wu Yuanying's shock was different from that of other officials. The other officials present were shocked because, at the same time Chu Xinghe was assassinated, Gongsun Bupo, who was far away in the northern fortress, was almost killed. What shocked Wu Yuanying was that the Tianyu sect actually failed. All along, the person Wu Yuanying feared the most was not Chu Xinghe, the ruler of a country, but Gongsun Bupo, the ever-victorious general. This is why Wu Yuanying was willing to pay an unbearable price to get Qingtian Yuzong to take action. Originally, after killing Chu Xinghe and learning the true identity of eunuch Lu, Wu Yuanying had already made a plan to put all the blame on the Tianyu sect. They were the ones who assassinated Chu Xinghe. They were also the ones who killed Gongsun Bupo. At that time, the Star Moon Kingdom could use this as an excuse to ask the Tianwu dynasty to sanction the Tianyu sect. After all, the Tianyu sect's attack on the kingdom's leader had already touched the bottom line of the Tianwu dynasty. As for his collusion with the Tianyu sect, Wu Yuanying didn't care at all. Saying that you are colluding with the Tianyu sect. Where is the evidence? The Tianyu sect couldn't produce any evidence at all. As the old saying goes, the truth is always written by the victors. As long as the eldest prince ascends the throne and becomes the ruler of the Star Moon Kingdom, then, if he says that he did not collude with the Tianyu sect, then he did not collude with the Tianyu sect. After all, the Xingyu Kingdom is a vassal state of the Tianwu dynasty, while the Tianyu sect is not. Between the eldest prince and the Tianyu sect, the Tianwu dynasty will definitely choose to believe the eldest prince. In this way, the Tianyu sect will definitely be sanctioned by the Tianwu dynasty, and their strength and foundation will be greatly weakened. At that time, the Tianyu sect will no longer be able to threaten the Xingyu kingdom. Since the Tianyu sect can no longer threaten the Xingyu kingdom, the huge reward that Wu Yuanying promised when he asked the Tianyu sect to take action naturally does not need to be fulfilled. This is also the reason why the news of Chu Xinghe's assassination spread throughout the royal city in such a short time, and why most people were talking about eunuch Lu and the Tianyu sect. This was all arranged by Wu Yuanying. Plan ahead. Wu Yuanying planned to take action against the Tianyu sect as soon as the eldest prince ascended the throne. Kill the king. Kill the general. Ascend the throne. Destroy Tianyu. Wu Yuanying wanted to kill 4 birds with 1 stone. But now, Chu Xinghe is dead, but Gongsun Bupo is still alive. What to do? As long as Gongsun Bupo is alive, or in other words, as long as Gongsun Bupo does not nod his head, then the eldest prince will not be able to ascend the throne smoothly. If the eldest prince cannot ascend the throne, then Wu Yuanying's previous ideas will be in vain. Damn it! When he thought of this, Wu Yuanying couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Kill people." Wu Yuanying's sudden and stern shout startled all the officials present. But Wu Yuanying ignored them. The next second, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Wang Chang, rushed in. "Your Excellency, Prime Minister." Facing Wu Yuanying, Wang Chang clasped his fists and said, "Go." Wu Yuanying pointed at Wang Chang and said sternly, "Send people to surround the general's mansion. From now on, without my permission, the second prince is not allowed to leave the general's mansion. Since Gongsun Bupo is not dead, we can only use Chuzan to force him to surrender." Well, when Wu Yuanying gave this order, Wang Chang was stunned. "Wu Yuanying, what do you mean?" Inside the main hall, a general who was at the second level of Tiangong glared at Wu Yuanying and shouted angrily. The other officials also looked confused and puzzled. However, at this moment, "Call out." Without saying a word, Wu Yuanying flashed and arrived at the general who was at the second level of Tiangong. Not only that, the moment he arrived next to the general, Wu Yuanying directly struck him with a palm. The sudden change shocked the generals of the 2 levels of Tiangong. "Call." Without any hesitation, he instinctively threw a punch at Wu Yuanying's palm. Fists collide. Boom. A dull and heavy voice sounded. A strong wind was raging in the hall. Click. The next second, the sound of bones breaking was heard. The arm of the Tiangong realm warrior was broken. Puff. Immediately afterwards, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards instantly. However, Wu Yuanying did not give up. The moment the Tiangong second-level warrior flew backwards, Wu Yuanying chased after him with a quick step. The moment he came to the side of the Tiangong realm warrior, he slapped him down with another fierce palm. Bang! Wu Yuanying slapped the Tiangong realm general on the left chest. Puff! The Tiangong realm warrior spat out another mouthful of blood. Then, with a loud bang, the body of the Tiangong realm warrior hit the ground heavily, the ground sank, and cracks spread everywhere. The Tiangong realm warrior twitched for a while and then lost reaction. A sudden change. From the time Wu Yuanying took action to the time he killed this Tiangong realm general, it was actually less than 2 seconds. It was not until the Tiangong realm general fell to the ground and died that the officials present reacted. Wu Yuanying, you actually dared to kill a first-ranked general of the kingdom in this Chaoshan palace. Do you want to rebel? Immediately, the only general of the first level of Tiangong left in Gongsun Bupo's camp could not help but shout angrily. Kill. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuanying just said one word in a cold voice. What? The generals of the first level of Tiangong were shocked. Other officials in Gongsun Bupo's camp were no exception. Wu Yuanying did not hesitate at all. After saying this, he immediately rushed towards the only Tiangong realm general in Gongsun Bupo's camp. Seeing this scene, although the officials in Wu Yuanying's camp were shocked, they had already understood Wu Yuanying's meaning, so they did not hesitate any longer and directly rushed towards the officials in Gongsun Bupo's camp. Damn it! In an instant, the faces of the officials in Gongsun Bupo's camp changed drastically. The most important thing is that Wu Yuanying's sudden abnormal reaction after learning that Gongsun Bupo's assassination attempt had failed made them immediately think of an impossible possibility. That's why one of them asked angrily in a cold voice, Wu Yuanying, did you kill His Majesty? And did you send people to the northern fortress to assassinate the old general? So what? Wu Yuanying admitted it directly. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his heart-destroying palm to strike directly at the Tiangong realm warrior in front of him. Damn it! Wu Yuanying's answer made all the officials of Gongsun Bupo's side furious. They never thought that Wu Yuanying would do such a treasonous thing. But there is no point in thinking about these things now. Wu Yuanying was determined to kill. They had no choice but to fight back. In an instant, a melee broke out between the two sides. It's a pity that the strongest combat force of Gongsun Bupo's side is just a general of the first level of Tiangong, while on Wu Yuanying's side, in addition to Wu Yuanying himself being a strong man of the 7th level of Tiangong, his camp also includes Wu Qianyan, Wang Chang, and another warrior of the Tiangong realm. With such a huge gap, how can Gongsun Bupo's side be a match for Wu Yuanying's side? The battle lasted less than 3 minutes from start to finish, and during these 3 minutes, all the officials in Gongsun Bupo's camp were killed. The blood dyed the Chaoshan Hall red. The remaining officials all looked at Wu Yuanying quietly. Wu Yuanying swept all the officials aside and suddenly shouted in a cold voice, "Go, root out all of Gongsun Laogui's followers in the royal city, leaving no one alive." Wu Yuanying's idea is simple. Since Gongsun Bupo is not dead, he can only change his original plan. At least he must completely control the entire royal city before Gongsun Bupo returns to the royal city. Chapter 2122. Master Chu is critically ill, Chen Tianlong is captured. At Wu Yuanying's command, the Kanglang army, the imperial guards, and the city guards in the royal city went out in full force to surround and kill all members of Gongsun Bupo's camp. For a while, there were endless shouts and sounds of fighting. The whole royal city was in a state of panic and everyone was in danger. On the other hand, everyone in the outside world was in danger, and everyone in the general's mansion was also worried, but it was not because of what happened in the outside world, but only because of the sudden change of Master Chu. Not long ago, the second Prince Chu Zan was planning to take Chen Moyan on a street tour, but he didn't expect that before the two of them walked out of the general's mansion, Chu Zan suddenly spurted out blood for no reason, and then he completely fainted. At this moment, in the general's mansion, in Chu Zan's bedroom, Chen Moyan, Chen Beiwang, Shui Lanshan, Chen Tianlong, Gongsun Yang and others gathered in a room, looking at the royal physician who was taking Chu Zan's pulse with nervous and worried expressions. After a while, the imperial physician finished taking the patient's pulse. Chen Moyan couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Shen, what happened to Brother Zan?" Facing Chen Moyan's question, the imperial physician surnamed Shen hesitated for a moment and said, "Forgive me for my incompetence. The second prince is in good health. There is nothing unusual." What the hell? When the imperial physician surnamed Shen said this, everyone present was stunned. His Highness the second prince is in good health and there is nothing wrong. Is this the result of your pulse diagnosis after nearly half an hour? Nothing unusual. There's nothing wrong with that, sir. Didn't you see that the second prince's face was pale and his body was cold, and that he had lost a lot of weight compared to half an hour ago? As if he understood the meaning behind everyone's strange looks, the imperial physician surnamed Shen gave a wry smile and said awkwardly, "Although the result of my diagnosis is a bit absurd, it is the fact. The reason why the second prince has become like this now, I think, should be closely related to the strange disease that the second prince has." Is it related to the strange disease that Brother Zan has? Chen Moyan was stunned. Yes. The imperial physician surnamed Shen responded, "Besides this reason, I really can't think of any other explanation, so, I'm sorry, I really can't do anything." After saying this, the imperial physician surnamed Shen couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. And the fact is just as he thought. The reason why Chu Zan became what he is now is because of his 9-5 supreme body. To put it bluntly, all this was caused by Chu Xinghei's death. When Chu Xinghei was alive, Chu Zan was the second prince of the kingdom, and he still had the opportunity to succeed to the throne. Therefore, he could also share part of the kingdom's fortune. But now, with Chu Xinghei's death, coupled with various other changes, although Chu Zan is still the second prince of the kingdom, the possibility of him succeeding the throne is very slim. In this case, the kingdom's luck that Chu Zan could share was naturally affected, and it could even be said that it was reduced to a point where it could no longer support the body of the 9-5 Supreme. That is why Chu Zan has become what he is now. This is only because Chu Xinghei has just died and the throne has not yet been assigned. Once the eldest prince succeeds to the throne, Chu Zan's identity will change from the second prince to the second prince. At that time, Chu Zan will not just be in a coma, but will die directly. This is the 9-5 Supreme Body. The body of the emperor. The body of an emperor. Powerful, yet domineering. As soon as the imperial physician surnamed Shen finished speaking, Chen Moyan immediately came back to his senses, and pulled Chen Tianlong, saying urgently, "Tianlong, let's go find your master, he will definitely be able to save Brother Zan." Chen Tianlong nodded. Others also acquiesced to this. Although they were not present when Chu Zan wanted to take Ye Bufan as his master, and they did not know what happened at that time, but from Chu Zan's various behaviors after returning, it was obvious that Chen Tianlong's master, that is, Ye Bufan, could indeed save Chu Zan, but for some unknown reason, the other party did not take direct action. Under the current circumstances, finding Ye Bufan has indeed become Chu Zan's only hope. Come on, let's go together. Immediately, Chen Beiwang and others also spoke up. Bang! But at this moment, the originally closed door was suddenly kicked open violently from the outside, and then Wu Qianyan rushed in with more than a dozen Kanglang soldiers. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Gongsun Yang stared at Wu Qianyan and shouted angrily, "Wu family boy, what are you doing?" "What?" Wu Qianyan sneered. "Nothing much, I just followed my father's order to come and take the kid from the Chen family away, and also inform the second prince that from now on, without my father's permission, the second prince is not allowed to step out of the general's mansion." "You." Hearing this, Gongsun Yang was furious. He looked at Wu Qianyan and shouted angrily, "What do you, Wu family father and son, want to do? Are you going to put my young master under house arrest? Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will blame you for doing this?" "His Majesty." Wu Qianyan shook his head and sighed. "Gongsun Yang, oh Gongsun Yang, don't you know that His Majesty was assassinated and is now dead?" "What? Never stop until your words shock people." When Wu Qianyan said this, not only Gongsun Yang, but also Chen Moyan, Chen Beiwang and others present were all shocked and horrified, and even felt deeply unbelievable. However, Wu Qianyan didn't care about these. He didn't even bother to continue talking nonsense with everyone. He just waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Okay, take the kid from the Chen family away." As soon as Wu Qianyan finished speaking, 2 members of the Kanglang army came up immediately. "Let's see who dares." Seeing this scene, Gongsun Yang directly stood in front of Chen Tianlong, and with an angry shout, the pressure of the Tiangong realm burst out instantly, pouring towards Wu Qianyan in front of him. Wu Qianyan frowned and said angrily, "Gongsun Yang, you'd better not get involved. Otherwise, it will not be of any benefit to you or your young master." "What if I insist on interfering?" Gongsun Yang said, "You, Wu Qianyan, are not qualified to take people away from my general's mansion. Then do you think I can do it?" But at this moment, a plain voice suddenly sounded outside the bedroom. Immediately afterwards, Wu Yuanying walked in from outside the bedroom with his hands behind his back. Wu Yuanying. The moment he saw Wu Yuanying, Gongsun Yang's face changed. No one in the Chen family was an exception. Wu Yuanying looked at Gongsun Yang and said with a smile, "Old Yangtu, can I take the person away? Or do you want to compete with me?" "You." Gongsun Yang was furious, but helpless. He knew very well that once Wu Yuanying made a move, he would not be able to stop him with his strength. But at this moment, Chen Tianlong suddenly said, "I will go with you." "Tianlong." Chen Beiwang and others all exclaimed. Gongsun Yang also frowned. Unfortunately, Chen Tianlong ignored him and just looked at Wu Yuanying and said, "I can go with you, but you can't hurt anyone else." Hearing this, Wu Yuanying looked at Chen Tianlong with some surprise, then smiled and said, "No problem, after all, I never thought of making things difficult for others. Let's go, then." Chen Tianlong said this and walked straight out of the bedroom. Wu Qianyan. Chen Tianlong doesn't know him. Wu Yuanying. This was also the first time Chen Tianlong met him today. However, Chen Tianlong knew very well why the Wu father and son must take him away. They just wanted to use him to lure his master to show up. But what can they do now that the master has shown up? Revenge? No. They are seeking death. After all, when they were in the Xingyu forest, Chen Tianlong had heard Ye Bufan say in person that what a crap Wu Yuanying, he could kill a bunch of them with just one slap. In this case, as Ye Bufan's apprentice, what does Chen Tianlong have to be afraid of? Just follow them. Chapter 2123 The Snow Wolf Demon King's Lofty Ideals. Seeing that Chen Tianlong actually took the initiative to go with the Wu father and son, Chen Beiwang and others immediately became anxious. After all, they knew very well why the Wu father and son took Chen Tianlong away. Although they were targeting Ye Bufan, as Ye Bufan's apprentice, Chen Tianlong would inevitably be implicated. Once he left, there was a high possibility that he would never come back. That was why Chen Beiwang wanted to stop it immediately. But before Chen Beiwang could make a move, Chen Moyan had already grabbed him. Chen Beiwang looked at Chen Moyan with a puzzled look. Chen Moyan said nothing, but just shook her head at Chen Beiwang. At this time, Wu Yuanying looked at Gongsun Yang and said with a smile, Old Yangtu, I will take my leave first. Let's go. After saying that, Wu Yuanying walked out of the bedroom directly. As for Chu Zan on the bed, Wu Yuanying naturally saw it, but he ignored it. After Wu Yuanying left, Wu Qianyan and more than a dozen members of the Kanglang army followed. Looking at their departing backs, Gongsun Yang clenched his fists. Although I am unwilling, I have no choice. At this time, Chen Beiwang looked directly at Chen Moyan, and asked with some dissatisfaction and confusion, Yun'er, why did you stop your father just now? If you don't stop your father, what will he do? Chen Moyan asked softly. Of course we have to fight them. At least we can't let them take Tianlong away so easily. Fight. Wu Yuanying is already a Tiangong 7th layer expert, and beside him there is also Wu Qianyan, who is also a Tiangong 2nd layer expert. What can we use to fight this? Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment and said, but can we just let it go like this? You know, Tianlong may not come back once he leaves. Who said that? Father, don't forget that Tianlong has a master. Master? Are you talking about Master Yi? That's right. Yun'er, you are confused. Although Master Yi is a Tiangong realm warrior, he may not be a match for the Wu family father and son. What's more, don't forget that the Wu family father and son took Tianlong away for Master Yi. If Master Yi really shows up to rescue Tianlong, wouldn't that be like walking into a trap? Just because he can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it either. What's the meaning? Father, do you know why he has been in Tianyuan Pavilion all this time? Why? Isn't it because of those half-demons? Of course not. The reason why he is in Tianyuan Pavilion is because the pavilion master of Tianyuan Pavilion, the Yuanfu realm expert, is his father-in-law. What? Chen Moyan said something shocking. Chen Beiwang was completely stunned. No one else present was an exception. They have always known that Ye Bufan was in Tianyuan Pavilion, but, in their opinion, the reason why Ye Bufan stayed in Tianyuan Pavilion was only because of those half-demon women. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan stayed in Tianyuan Pavilion because he was Qian Duoduo's son-in-law. Yan is what you said true? Suddenly, Chen Beiwang looked at Chen Moyan and asked in a deep voice. Absolutely. Chen Moyan nodded and said, this was what Ye Bufan admitted when Brother Zan became his disciple, but His Majesty asked us to keep it secret, so we didn't mention it before. This. Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment and said, that's great. After saying that, he added, then what are we waiting for? Let's go to Tianyuan Pavilion now and ask Master Yi and President Qian to help. Chen Moyan nodded. That's what she originally thought. At this time, Gongsun Yang suddenly spoke up, his expression solemn, you guys go, the sudden assassination of His Majesty is too strange, I must send someone to inform the head of the family immediately. When Gongsun Yang said this, Chen Beiwang and others were shocked again. Just now they were so concerned about Chen Tianlong that they ignored the assassination of Chu Xinghe. Now after Gongsun Yang said this, they realized the seriousness of the situation. Chu Xinghe's sudden death as the lord of the kingdom would inevitably cause turmoil in the entire kingdom. No one could predict what would happen next. But this has nothing to do with them, and they have no ability to interfere in these matters. Immediately, Chen Moyan and others took their leave and went to Tianyuan Pavilion, while Gongsun Yang arranged people to go to the northern fortress to inform Gongsun Bubai that Chu Xinghe had died. Unfortunately, they all failed. After Chen Moyan and others arrived at Tianyuan Pavilion, they were told by Xiao Qian who stayed in Tianyuan Pavilion that Qian Duoduo and Ye Bufan were not in Tianyuan Pavilion at all, and were not even in the royal city. The people sent by Gongsun Yang were eventually forced to retreat back to the general's mansion because the royal city was under martial law and the 4 major city gates were all blocked. Not only that, Gongsun Yang also finally learned 2 shocking pieces of news. The Wu father and son eliminated dissidents in the royal city and carried out a bloody massacre, and Gongsun Bubai was assassinated outside the northern fortress and disappeared. For a moment, the general's mansion was truly filled with dark clouds. If Chu Zan's sudden vomiting of blood and coma only made people nervous and worried, then what was happening now was enough to make Gongsun Yang, a Tiangong realm expert, feel scared. Chu Xinghe was assassinated. Gongsun Bupo was assassinated and his whereabouts are unknown. Is this just a coincidence? Gongsun Yang doesn't think so. Half a day later, deep in the Star Moon Forest, the Snow Wolf Demon King glanced at the somewhat frightened and trembling Wolf Demon in front of him, then looked at Ye Bufan and said in confusion, Master, are you kidding me, Master? Joke. Ye Bufan shook his head. Do you think I'm joking with you? After a pause, Ye Bufan spoke again, speaking earnestly. Little wolf, as the saying goes, there are 3 kinds of unfilial behavior, and the worst is to have no offspring. You have followed me for so many years, and it is time for you to consider your lifelong affairs. What's more, you are now the only king of the Star Moon Forest. As a king, you must have a queen to serve you, right? Look at her. As he spoke, Ye Bufan pointed directly at the wolf demon in front of him and said, when I met her in the Star Moon Forest, I immediately thought of you. In my opinion, she and you are a perfect match. The wolf demon in front of Ye Bufan and the snow wolf demon king was none other than the rather wretched, no, rather clever, immortal martial realm wolf king that Ye Bufan had encountered in the Star Moon Forest. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the snow wolf demon king couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Then he looked at the wolf demon in front of him again, and then looked at Ye Bufan again, hesitantly and somewhat embarrassedly. Master, Little Wolf, can Little Wolf refuse? Reject. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked in confusion, why? Don't you like her? Master, don't you think she is not worthy of the Little Wolf? The Snow Wolf Demon King asked back. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned again, she is not worthy of you. Certainly. The Snow Wolf Demon King said as a matter of course, who is Lord Wolf? How can you marry a demon wolf? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Well, Ye Bufan was a little confused, aren't you a demon wolf yourself? As a demon wolf, you don't marry a demon wolf of the same kind. Do you want to marry a demon tiger? No. The Snow Wolf Demon King rejected the idea and said arrogantly, demon wolves, demon tigers, they are not good enough. Among the demons, only real dragons are worthy of Master Wolf. If Master Wolf wants to ride, he will ride real dragons. Puff. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, Qian Duoduo beside him couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. He looked directly at the Snow Wolf Demon King with a look of astonishment. Ye Bufan was also dumbfounded and confused. If Lord Wolf wants to ride, he should ride a real dragon. Damn it. You are a wolf, and you want to sleep with a real dragon. I am a wolf, so domineering. However, neither Ye Bufan nor Qian Duoduo, nor even the Snow Wolf Demon King himself, noticed that the immortal martial realm Wolf King, who was originally lying on the ground with a somewhat panicked and trembling look, looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King with only obsession after hearing what the Snow Wolf Demon King said. It's like saying, I've confirmed through our eyes that you are the wolf destined for me. Chapter 2124 The opportunity has arrived. Ahem. After a moment, Ye Bufan coughed lightly, looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, are you serious? Master, do you think the little wolf looks like he's joking? After a pause, the Snow Wolf Demon King continued to speak, with a determined look on his face, and said, anyway, the little wolf has already decided to be a true dragon in this life. If the master insists on forcing the little wolf, then the little wolf can only die to prove his determination. Hee hee. Ye Bufan chuckled. To die to prove one's will. If someone else said this, Ye Bufan might still believe it, but if it was the Snow Wolf Demon King, to be honest, Ye Bufan really didn't believe it. How could such a coward dare to die to prove his integrity? Awoo, awoo. But at this moment, the immortal martial realm Wolf King on the side suddenly howled a few times at the Snow Wolf Demon King. Shut up. The Snow Wolf Demon King was furious. He shouted at the immortal martial realm Wolf King, want to sleep with Master Wolf? Let me tell you, Master Wolf is a wolf you will never be able to sleep with in your lifetime. Well, seeing this, Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo were stunned. What's the meaning? Could it be that the few howls from the immortal martial realm Wolf King just now were saying that she wanted to sleep with the Snow Wolf Demon King? If not, why would the Snow Wolf Demon King say that Wolf Master is a wolf that you will never sleep with in your life? If that's the case, that would be interesting. Shameless Snow Wolf. The wretched Wolf King. One of them just wants to ride a real dragon, while the other wants to sleep with the other. If these two wolves get together, the scene it's interesting and exciting just to think about it. But this is the Snow Wolf Demon King's own business after all. Although Ye Bufan thinks that the immortal martial realm Wolf King and the Snow Wolf Demon King are a perfect match, he can't force the Snow Wolf Demon King. Of course, you can't force it, but you can let it take its course. Loving wolves should eventually marry. Ye Bufan felt that he needed to take advantage of the wolf's advantage. That was why Ye Bufan patted the immortal martial realm Wolf King beside him and said, Okay, from now on, you stay with our Snow Wolf Demon King. As for whether you can take him down, that depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Awoo, awoo. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King of the immortal martial realm howled at Ye Bufan a few times. In that way, I can be as excited and thrilled as I want. The Wolf King of the immortal martial realm was like this, and the Snow Wolf Demon King's face turned black. This Wolf King from the Shanwu realm obviously had ill intentions. She was determined to sleep with him. Under such circumstances, the master actually arranged her to stay by his side. Isn't that destroying the wolf's innocence? Immediately, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at Ye Bufan with a wronged and reluctant expression and said, "Master." Unfortunately, Ye Bufan interrupted him directly and did not give him a chance to refuse. "Okay, it's settled. You are new to Xingyu Forest. Having her help you will only benefit you, not harm you." The Snow Wolf Demon King was speechless and felt aggrieved. Ye Bufan has said so, what else can he do? The wolf is also helpless. Seeing the constipated look on the face of the Snow Wolf Demon King, Qian Duoduo at the side couldn't help but joked. "Not bad, Xiao Bai, you have only been in the Shanwu world for a short time, and you even have a wife. Not bad, keep up the hard work. Roll." The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily at Qian Duoduo, "You money-grubbing B*****, don't forget that this is Lord Wolf's territory. Do you believe that Lord Wolf will never let you leave the Star Moon Forest?" "Yo-ho." Qian Duoduo chuckled. "Master Qian, why do I not believe it? Son of AB****TCH. You are so cruel." The Snow Wolf Demon King was furious. Nowadays, he really has no way to get more money. But so what? It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Lord Wolf will take revenge and let you live 20 more years. Just wait, fat guy. Sooner or later, Lord Wolf is going to beat the shit out of you. Bang, bang, bang. Before the Snow Wolf Demon King could think about it, a sound of earth shaking suddenly came from afar, and then, with dust flying, a large group of monsters came in front of Ye Bufan and his companions. Leading the group were none other than the 10 Heavenly Realm Demon Kings in the Star Moon Forest. Behind them were hundreds of densely packed monster cubs. Mr. Qian, Master Yi, Wolf King. In front of Ye Bufan and the other two, the 10 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm shouted. Not bad, not bad. Qian Duoduo stood up and looked at the hundreds of monster cubs behind the 10 Heavenly Gang Realm Monster Kings. He praised them with satisfaction, then looked at the 10 Heavenly Gang Realm Monster Kings and said, "Is that all?" "This." The 10 Demon Kings in the Tiangong realm looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King hesitantly. "Scam, isn't this enough?" The Snow Wolf Demon King said, "The scarcity of things makes them valuable. Do you think your wolf master doesn't understand this? If I give you thousands or tens of thousands of cubs at once, can you still sell them at a high price? You don't believe in Mr. Qian's ability. I have never doubted your ability to cheat people out of money, but I don't believe in your character. Haha, to be honest, I don't believe it at all." Changing the subject, the Snow Wolf King said, "Okay, I'll give you these first. As for the rest, we'll talk about it after you sell all of these. Of course, if the price you sell them for doesn't satisfy me, then we can't discuss future cooperation. Also, when you go back, let our little tiger go with you, and he must be present during the auction." "What do you mean? Lord Wolf is afraid you'll cheat me." "I'm cheating you, isn't it?" The Snow Wolf Demon King rolled his eyes and said, "If no one is watching, and you say it's only 1 million even though it's clearly sold for 10 million, what will I do? I'll be screwed by you, right?" Qian Duoduo was furious. He was about to say something, but suddenly frowned. The next second, Qian Duoduo took out a crystal jade slip from his body. This jade slip is none other than the communication jade slip of the Tianyuan Small Thousand World. Seeing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately said, "You swindler, is this a jade slip for communication?" "Nonsense." Qian Duoduo scolded harshly. "Can the communication jade slips from the Tianyuan Small Thousand World be used in the Shanwu Great World?" The Snow Wolf Demon King asked again. Ye Bufan also frowned. Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said with disdain, "You can come to the Shanwu world, so why can't you use the communication jade slip? In that case, first give Lord Wolf 2,000 pairs." The Snow Wolf Demon King asked directly. Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. This B***** really didn't consider himself an outsider. However, who was Qian Duoduo? Wanting to get something for nothing from him. That was impossible. Want to. Go find your master. After saying that, Qian Duoduo no longer paid attention to the Snow Wolf Demon King, but looked at the communication jade slip in his hand. The reason why he was able to create an extremely powerful intelligence network in such a short period of time was precisely because of the communication jade slip in his hand. Seeing Qian Duoduo act like this, the Snow Wolf Demon King ignored him and looked at Ye Bufan instead. Who is Ye Bufan? That is the God Lord of the Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds. It's just a jade slip for sending a message. Ye Bufan can have as much as he wants. But at this moment, looking at the jade slip of communication in his hand, Qian Duoduo's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Ye Bufan happened to see this scene and asked directly. Hee. Qian Duoduo put away the communication jade slip, chuckled, looked at Ye Bufan, and said, do you know what happened in the royal city during the time we were away from the royal city? What happened? Chu Xinghe was assassinated and Gongsun Bupo was seriously injured and missing. What? Ye Bufan was shocked. In less than a day, Chu Xinghe, the lord of the kingdom, was assassinated, and Gongsun Bupo, the kingdom's ever-victorious general, also disappeared due to serious injuries. Isn't this too abnormal? Was it done by the Wu family father and son? Suddenly, Ye Bufan asked instinctively. Who knows? Qian Duoduo chuckled and said, but, does this matter? It doesn't matter. The important thing is that Chu Xinghe is dead. Haven't you been thinking about how to help Chu Erlangzi ascend to the throne? Well now, the opportunity has come. Chapter 2125 Please help, President Qian. Yes, the opportunity has come. In the general's mansion there was the will that Chu Xinghe had left long ago. The content of the will was to designate Chu Zan as the next king. Now that Chu Xinghe is dead, Chu Zan is the new king. As for whether Chu Zan could succeed to the throne smoothly, Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo were not worried at all. With the support of the two Yuanfu realm powerhouses, who in this kingdom could stop the second Master Chu from becoming the emperor? The Wu family father and son. Just two clowns. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo added with a smile, it seems that your little disciple was also forcibly taken away by the Wu family father and son. Tianlong. Ye Bufan was stunned at first. Oh. Then he sneered again and said, since they are determined to die, I will grant their wish. Why did the Wu father and son want to take Chen Tianlong away? Ye Bufan could easily guess that they must be trying to use Chen Tianlong to lure him out so as to avenge the death of Wu Qianchuan. But they obviously overestimated themselves. With their strength, what can they do even if I show up? Ye Bufan immediately said, let's go back to the royal city. Star Moon Royal City. In less than a day, more than 80% of the officials and their families in the royal city who belonged to Gongsun Bupo's camp had been killed by the Wu father and son. As for the remaining less than 20% of the people, they are all direct relatives of the generals in the army. The Wu father and son did not make things difficult for them, but simply imprisoned them. As for the intention of the Wu family father and son in doing this, it is already obvious. They simply want to use these people to force the generals in the army to submit so that they can smoothly control the kingdom's army. As for whether it can succeed, no one can predict until the last moment. But no matter what, after a bloody massacre, the entire royal city was completely under the control of the Wu family father and son. The 327th year of Xingyuli. The 3rd day of June. This was the 2nd day after Chu Xinghe's death. In the early morning, a shocking and even unbelievable piece of news spread throughout the Star Moon Royal City. Ye Bufan, a spy from the northern Yi kingdom, colluded with Ni Ying, an abandoned disciple of the Tianyu sect, and jointly assassinated Chu Xinghe, the king of the kingdom, resulting in Chu Xinghe's death in the royal palace. That's right, it's a spy from the northern barbarians. In order to make everything they did afterwards appear logical, the Wu father and son forced Ye Bufan to be labeled a spy from the northern barbarians. That's not all. In order to weaken the influence of Gongsun Bupo, the ever-victorious general, in the kingdom, the Wu father and son, while forcing Ye Bufan to be labeled a spy of the northern Yi kingdom, did not forget to throw dirty water on Gongsun Bupo. Why was Ye Bufan, a spy from the northern Yi kingdom, able to successfully enter the Xingyu kingdom and even joined forces with Ni Ying, an abandoned disciple of the Tianyu sect 13 years ago? Because Gongsun Bupo was also involved. Why did Gongsun Bupo do this? Because he wanted to use the Beiyi kingdom to eliminate Chu Xinghe and get his hands on the royal power. Although this statement does not stand up to scrutiny at all. But it doesn't matter. The Wu family father and son didn't care at all. They did this just to give an explanation for this series of events. The rest is not important. The winner becomes a king, and the loser becomes a bandit. As long as the eldest prince ascends the throne, all this will be true. For this reason, while spreading the two pieces of news, Wu Yuanying, in the name of Prime Minister, directly announced to the public that the eldest Prince Chu Ming would succeed to the throne 2 days later. At the same time, in order to pay tribute to the late king and comfort the late king's spirit in heaven, the eldest prince will personally execute Chen Tianlong, Ye Bufan's follower, on the day of his enthronement. The successive pieces of news made the people in the royal city confused and dumbfounded, so much so that they were unable to understand the situation for a while. Royal City, Tianyuan Pavilion. Qian Duoduo returned to the royal city overnight. Early this morning, the Wu family father and son came to the door. In one of the private rooms on the second floor of Tianyuan Pavilion, Wu Yuanying looked at Qian Duoduo with a look of relief and said, "National Master, you are finally back. This way, I am relieved." "Oh." Qian Duoduo frowned, pretending to be surprised and curious. "What do you mean by that? What does it have to do with your peace of mind whether I come back or not?" "The Imperial Master doesn't know yet." Wu Yuanying was stunned and pretended to be surprised. "Know what?" Qian Duoduo is also a dramatic actor. "This." Wu Yuanying hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, you may not know that yesterday, His Majesty was attacked by an assassin and has passed away." "That's it," Qian Duoduo said calmly. "The president already knows about this." Well, Wu Yuanying couldn't help but be stunned. To be honest, Qian Duoduo's reaction really surprised him. After all, Chu Xinghe was the ruler of a country. Shouldn't Qian Duoduo be surprised that the ruler died? Before Wu Yuanying could think about it, Qian Duoduo had already picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said calmly, "Isn't it just that a king died? It's not a big deal. Can't we just replace him with another one?" Hearing this, Wu Yuanying couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Behind him, Wu Qianyan and the eldest prince were no exception. "Isn't it just that a king died? Can't you just change it? This tone, this attitude. Don't you take the king seriously? But it's okay this way." At least Qian Duoduo's attitude shows that he will not delve into the real cause of Chu Xinghe's death. "That's enough. Yes, yes, yes." Wu Yuanying immediately responded, "The Imperial Master is right. Your Majesty has passed away. We do need to appoint a new master. However, Imperial Master doesn't know that we are in big trouble right now." "Oh." Qian Duoduo asked with great interest, "What's the trouble?" "That's right," Wu Yuanying said calmly. "The former commander of the kingdom, Gongsun Bupo, colluded with the northern barbarians and intended to get involved in the royal power. I think the national teacher must have known about it, right?" Now, although the truth has been revealed and Gongsun Bupo has disappeared, I'm afraid he still won't give up. When the new king ascends the throne, he will most likely come out to cause trouble. In addition, he has already advanced to the Yuanfu realm. No one in the kingdom can be his opponent, so. You want me to help you? Yes. No. Well. Wu Yuanying was stunned. Qian Duoduo sneered, "You, the Star Moon Kingdom, are really making a big deal about this. With just 300 billion, you still want Master Qian to sell his life to you. I'm sorry, but I won't do business at a loss." Mr. Qian was the national teacher hired by Chu Xinghe. Now that Chu Xinghe is dead, the cooperation between Mr. Qian and him is over. From now on, Mr. Qian has no relationship with the royal family of the kingdom. Mr. Qian is no longer the national teacher of the kingdom, but just a businessman. Hearing this, Wu Yuanying couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Qian Duoduo's words sound high-sounding, but in the final analysis, it is still a matter of money. To put it bluntly, Qian Duoduo is blackmailing Wu Yuanying in disguised form. But what can Wu Yuanying do? Although they have a cooperative relationship with the Tianyu sect, and when the eldest prince ascends the throne, the Tianyu sect will definitely send a strong man from the Yuanfu realm to help, but Wu Yuanying is still worried. The most important thing is that in Wu Yuanying's eyes, Qian Duoduo is like a time bomb. This fat guy always cares about money rather than people. If I don't pull him into my camp now, what should I do if someone else spends a lot of money to hire him to deal with me? You know, this fat guy is a powerful Yuanfu realm master. Immediately, Wu Yuanying glanced at the eldest prince behind him and said, "Tomorrow." The eldest prince understood, and walked forward, looking at Qian Duoduo, and said respectfully, President Qian is right, my father is my father, and I am me, we cannot be confused, so I would like to hire President Qian to serve as the state teacher of my Xingyu kingdom again, please help me. Chapter 2126 The Truth, You Have No Choice. Half an hour. As soon as Wu Yuanying, Wu Qianyan, and the eldest Prince Chu Ming walked out of Tianyuan Pavilion, their faces immediately turned gloomy. Although they had successfully persuaded Qian Duoduo to serve as the kingdom's imperial master again, they had also paid a heavy price for it. 236 billion low-grade spirit stones. This was the reward they paid for hiring Qian Duoduo to serve as the national teacher again. Compared to the 300 billion low-grade spirit stones that Chu Xinghe spent to hire Qian Duoduo, they had actually made a profit. At least they spent 64 billion less than Chu Xinghe. But that's not the point. The key point is that these 236 billion is all that the royal family and the Wu family can come up with right now. In other words, Qian Duoduo directly drained all of the royal family and the Wu family's money with this one move. In addition, there is one most important point, that is, the figure of 236 billion was proposed by Qian Duoduo. Fatty Qian just mentioned a number and emptied the royal family and the Wu family. Is this just a coincidence? Bullshit. It was obvious that Qian Duoduo already knew everything about the royal family and the Wu family's financial situation. But how did he know? Wu Yuanying couldn't understand. Wu Qianyan and the eldest prince were also puzzled. After a moment, the eldest prince looked at Wu Yuanying, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, Grandpa, this fat guy is too greedy. Are we just going to let it go? What else can I do? Wu Yuanying asked back, Ming-er, you have to remember that this world is so realistic and cruel. He is stronger than us, so he can be so unscrupulous and greedy. If you are not convinced, then find a way to surpass him. As long as you can surpass him, then what you lose today can still be recovered in the future, even 1,000 times, 10,000 times. But before that, you have to learn to be patient, understand? Yes, Grandpa, I'll understand tomorrow. The eldest prince responded. Wu Yuanying nodded and said, let's go back to the palace first. The most urgent thing is to let you ascend the throne smoothly. Other things can be discussed later. As long as he is still in the kingdom, we will have plenty of opportunities to take revenge. After saying this, Wu Yuanying walked straight towards the palace. Wu Qianyan and the eldest prince followed closely behind. Inside Tianyuan Pavilion, Qian Duoduo played with the storage ring in his hand that contained 236 billion spirit stones. He looked at Xiao Qian beside him and said with a smile, little girl, did you see that? Your president has earned more than 200 billion in a few minutes. Learn more from him in the future, okay? President, don't you feel any pain in your conscience for cheating them like this? Xiao Qian rolled his eyes and was speechless. Trick them, Qian Duoduo retorted. What did Master Qian do to them? Xiao Qian, they obviously want to use this money to bribe the president so that he can help them deal with Gongsun Bupo or even the Lord God. But will you help them? Of course not. Then you are not trying to trick them, are you? That's not right. Something's wrong. Mr. Qian asks you, who are they in the eyes of your family's god? Of course it's the enemy. No, they are dead. Dead. That's right, they are dead people, dying people, and people who are bound to die. Since they are dead, what's the point of them keeping all this money? Mr. Qian spent it, which was helping them. Why do you say it's cheating them? A little messy. What you said seems to make sense. I am totally speechless. Royal City, General's Mansion. After Ye Bufan returned to the royal city, he came here directly. At this moment, in the general's mansion, in Mr. Chu's bedroom. Ye Bufan sat quietly on a chair beside the bed, while behind him were Chen Moyan, Gongsun Yang, Chen Beiwang and others with serious and worried looks on their faces. As for the bed, Chu Zan had woken up more than an hour ago, but his appearance had changed drastically after waking up. His face was full of wrinkles, and his whole body was so thin that only skin and bones were left. How can this be the appearance of a young man in his 20s full of vigor and vitality? This is clearly a centenarian who is about to die. Looking at Chu Zan like this, Ye Bufan felt dissatisfied and a little emotional. The 9-5 supreme body is worthy of being the body of the emperor. It's really extraordinary domineering. It hasn't been long since Chu Xinghe died, and Chu Zan, the second prince, has already become what he is now. If the eldest prince Chu Ming ascends the throne, what will Chu Zan become? I'm afraid he will disappear in this world. On the other hand, seeing the sigh in Ye Bufan's eyes, Chu Zan seemed to have been prepared for this, so he smiled bitterly and asked, "Young Master Yi, am I hopeless?" When Chu Zan said this, Chen Moyan and others present all felt nervous. No hope. Ye Bufan came back to his senses, looked at Chu Zan and said with a smile, "Who said you are hopeless?" Well, Chu Zan was stunned and asked, "You mean, I can still be saved?" Certainly. Ye Bufan is full of confidence. Everyone was very happy about this. Chu Zan was so excited that he wanted to sit up. However, Ye Bufan stopped him directly. "Okay, you should just lie down obediently as you are now. Otherwise, if you die accidentally, I will be powerless to help you." Chu Zan gave a bitter smile, but still lay down. At this time, Ye Bufan ignored Chu Zan and looked at Chen Moyan and others behind him, saying, "You guys go out first. I have something to tell him alone." Well, everyone was stunned. Chu Zan was also a little confused. However, since Ye Bufan said so, Chen Moyan and others could only do as they were told. After all, in Chu Zan's current situation, no one could save him except Ye Bufan. Immediately, Chen Moyan and others left the bedroom. After everyone left and the door was closed, Ye Bufan looked at Chu Zan again and said, "At this point, I have nothing to hide from you. Do you know why you are like this? Or, do you know the reason for your intractable disease that prevents you from living beyond the age of 30? Please let Ye Xiaoming speak." Chu Zan asked calmly. His reaction was also much calmer than Ye Bufan expected. However, Ye Bufan didn't care too much about these. Because of the 9-5 Supreme Body. Looking at Chu Zan, Ye Bufan told him frankly. 9-5 Supreme Body. Chu Zan was stunned, with a puzzled look on his face. "Yes, it's because of the 9-5 Supreme Body." Ye Bufan responded, "The so-called 9-5 Supreme Body is also called the Imperial Body. The foundation of this special physique is the Imperial Luck, which is also known as the National Destiny." Ye Bufan explained carefully. Chu Zan listened carefully. A few minutes later, Chu Zan finally understood the root of his illness and what the 9-5 Supreme Body was. However, the truth behind all this directly caused a huge shock in his heart. Chu Zan was confused and dumbfounded. Ye Bufan did not disturb Chu Zan. He knew that Chu Zan needed time to adapt to and accept this sudden fact. A few minutes later, Chu Zan finally calmed down a little. Then, he looked at Ye Bufan and said solemnly, "Young Master Yi, do you mean that if I want to survive, the only way is to ascend to the throne?" "Yes," Ye Bufan responded. "Besides this, you have no other choice." Chapter 2127 Gongsun is not broken. Before, the reason why Ye Bufan did not tell Chu Zan all this directly was because Ye Bufan needed an opportunity to introduce Qin Tian to Chu Zan, the future master of the empire, and let Chu Zan sincerely recognize Qin Tian as the imperial teacher. But now, it's not necessary. Chu Xinghe is dead. Although Gongsun Bupo is still alive, his influence in the court has been completely eliminated by the Wu father and son. To put it bluntly, all the people in the court of the Star Moon Kingdom are the Wu father and son's people. In this case, even if Chu Zan ascended the throne, what would happen? In other words, who would help him, the new king, govern the huge Xingyu kingdom? Relying on Gongsun Bupo and the generals under his command. Stop kidding. Civil officials and military generals each have their own duties. Wencheng ruled the country from the imperial court. Generals fight on the battlefield. If a group of military generals were allowed to govern the country, I'm afraid the entire Star Moon Kingdom would be in chaos. And this is Qin Tian's opportunity. Ye Bufan believed that with Qin Tian's ability, there would be no problem or difficulty in assisting Chu Zan in governing a mere Star Moon Kingdom. At that time, Ye Bufan can introduce Qin Tian to Chu Zan. As for the rest, Ye Bufan would not ask, nor did he need to ask. Because they had no ill intentions and no desire to control the court, but sincerely wanted to help Chu Zan strengthen the Star Moon Kingdom. In this case, how could Qin Tian not get Chu Zan's recognition? It's impossible. That's why Qian Duoduo said the opportunity had come. That's why Ye Bufan changed his mind and told Chu Zan the truth without putting forward any conditions. He would also help Chu Zan ascend the throne without asking for anything in return. Buzz. However, Ye Bufan's words, "no choice," made Chu Zan's heart tremble. Who wants to die when they can live? But, looking at Ye Bufan, Chuzan smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Yi, do you think that in my current situation, I am still capable and qualified to compete with my elder brother for the throne? Why not?" Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said confidently, "As long as you want, you can be the new king of the Star Moon Kingdom." Well, Chuzan was stunned. What does Ye Xiao mean? I can help you. Will you help me? Yes. Why? What why? Although what I said may be a bit offensive, I still want to say that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I don't believe that Master Yi will help me for no reason. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Yes, there is indeed no free lunch in the world, but nothing is absolute. If I say that I help you only because you are Tianlong's brother-in-law and because the Wu family father and son provoked me, do you believe it?" This. Chuzan hesitated for a moment. Ye Bufan had already looked outside the bedroom door and said with a smile, "General Gongsun, are you satisfied with what I said?" What? Hearing this, Chuzan was startled, and he instinctively turned his head to look at the bedroom door. Squeak. At this moment, the bedroom door opened. Then, an old man in a green robe slowly walked in. The old man walks like a dragon and a tiger, and he is majestic without even getting angry. He was filled with a strong and thick murderous aura. Obviously, this is a veteran who has been through many battles. However, at this moment, there was a hint of fatigue in his deep eyes, and the sleeve of his left arm was drooping, indicating that he was missing his left arm. The old man was none other than Gongsun Bupo. Grandpa. The moment he saw Gongsun Bupo, Chuzan instinctively let out a light cry, and a long-lost look of joy appeared on his face. Then he wanted to sit up. However, Gongsun Bupo had already come to the bedside and stopped him. "Lie down properly." Chuzan was stunned for a moment, then responded. The next second, when he saw the shriveled sleeve on Gongsun Bupo's left side, his expression changed again, and he said in a heavy face, "Grandpa, your arm." "Nothing," Gongsun Bupo said calmly, and smiled, "It's just an arm, it won't kill you." Although Gongsun Bupo spoke calmly, Chuzan knew that the situation he encountered at that time must have been extremely dangerous. However, Gongsun Bupo was unwilling to say more, so Chuzan naturally did not ask any more questions. The next second, Gongsun Bupo ignored Chuzan and looked at Ye Bufan. He sized him up and frowned and asked, "Young man, do you know me?" "No." "Then why do you think the person outside the door is me?" "I guessed it." "Guess." Gongsun Bupo's mouth twitched. He obviously didn't believe it. But that's not important. Since Ye Bufan didn't want to talk, Gongsun Bupo didn't ask any further questions. Looking at Ye Bufan, Gongsun Bupo thought for a moment, then said solemnly, "Are the words that little brother said to Shuaner before true?" "What? 9-5 Supreme Body. You guess." "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. What I said is absolutely true. So as long as Shuaner ascends the throne, his illness will be cured without medicine." "It's much more than that." "What's the meaning?" "If he can ascend to the throne, then not only will his illness be cured, but he will also be able to ascend to heaven in one step. With the luck of the kingdom, he can almost directly become a Tiangong or even Yuanfu level warrior." "What?" When Ye Bufan said this, Chuzan couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Gongsun Bupo was somewhat shocked. Once you ascend the throne, you can directly become a Tiangong or even Yuanfu level warrior. Is this true or false? Is it that exaggerated? Why, you don't believe it? Looking at Gongsun Bupo's reaction, Ye Bufan asked with a smile. Ha ha ha. Gongsun Bupo came back to his senses and laughed a few times, saying, "Believe it, why wouldn't I believe it?" Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly knelt on one knee, facing Ye Bufan, clasped his fists, and said very seriously, "Thank you for your help, little brother. Please accept my greetings." Well, Gongsun Bupo's sudden action stunned Chuzan. Ye Bufan said, "Old general, there is no need to do this. I have already said that I took action only because the Wu family father and son provoked me again and again. Helping him was just a matter of convenience. For you, little brother, this may be just a small thing, but for me, Shuaner, and even the entire kingdom, it is a great favor." After a pause, Gongsun Bupo continued, "Your Majesty was assassinated, and I was assassinated by the Tianyan sect outside the northern fortress. Although I managed to escape, I was seriously injured. In addition, in the Battle of the Northern Fortress, more than half of the Tiger Roar and Golden Scale armies were killed or injured in order to cover my evacuation. Now there are rumors in the royal city. The most hateful thing is that the Wu family father and son are colluding with the Tianyu sect. What's the difference between them and trying to get the skin of a tiger? It's a pity that with all these changes, although I want to change, I am powerless to reverse the situation. To be honest, I sneaked into the royal city this time with the intention of taking Shuiner away from this place of trouble, but now as he spoke, Gongsun Bupo glanced at Chu Zan and said, as you said, Shuiner has the body of an emperor, so he has no choice. Therefore, I can only rely on you. But you can rest assured, little brother. Once we start, even though I am seriously injured, I am confident that I can kill a Yuanfu of the same level from the Tianyu sect. As for the others, I will be powerless. Grandpa. When Gongsun Bupo said this, Chu Zan was shocked. Ye Bufan chuckled and looked at Gongsun Bupo confidently and said, Old general, you are worrying too much. Tianyu sect. They are just a bunch of clowns. There is no need to worry about them. Chapter 2128. There is a surprise at the ceremony, remember to bring more money. Ye Bufan was not speaking nonsense when he said this, but he really did not take the Tianyu sect seriously. Based on Qian Duoduo's investigation and understanding during this period, Ye Bufan knew that although there were more than one Yuanfu realm warriors in the Tianyu sect, there were no strong warriors at the Wuji realm level. Even among the Yuanfu realm warriors in the Tianyu sect, the strongest is only at the 5th or 6th level. Can a warrior of this level be Ye Bufan's opponent? Don't be funny. It's just the Tianyu sect, there's nothing to be afraid of. It would be fine if they didn't come. If it comes, destroy it. Ye Bufan was extremely confident in his own strength, but Gongsun Bupo and Chu Zan did not know Ye Bufan's strength. Therefore, after facing Ye Bufan's confident words and his disdain for Tianyu sect, they were both stunned. Then Gongsun Bupo said solemnly, Little brother, you don't know, this Tianyu sect. But at this moment, Ye Bufan interrupted Gongsun Bupo just as he was about to say something. Old General Gongsun, the highest combat power of the Tianyu sect should be their sect master, right? Well, Gongsun Bupo was stunned for a moment, then responded, yes, the highest combat power of the Tianyu sect is indeed their sect master Yinyang Long Yu. What level is his Yuanfu? He came to the royal city once 3 years ago. At that time, he was already at the 5th level of Yuanfu. Now he should have advanced to the 6th level of Yuanfu, right? Of course, I cannot be sure whether he has made a breakthrough or not. So even if he is at the 6th level of Yuanfu, what is his talent? How many levels higher can he fight? This. Can you reach the infinite realm? How is that possible? That's it. As long as it's not Wuji, if he dares to come, he will die. Little brother, you. Gongsun Bupo was shocked and asked, could it be that little brother has already reached Wuji? Don't worry about that, Ye Bufan said calmly. You just need to know that if it's not Wuji, it will be useless no matter who comes. Seeing Ye Bufan's calm demeanor, Gongsun Bupo's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, in that case, when do you plan to take action, little brother? Isn't the eldest prince going to ascend the throne in 2 days? Little brother, are you planning to take action during the coronation ceremony? What else? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. As the saying goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Don't you think it would be interesting to step on them hard when they are about to succeed? So cruel. Gongsun Bupo's heart trembled. The same is true for Chu Zan. Ye Bufan said, okay, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet at the coronation ceremony in 2 days. By the way, remember to bring the will in your hand with you then, old general. Will. Gongsun Bupo was shocked. The matter of the will was a secret, and no more than 5 people in the kingdom knew about it, but Ye Bufan was definitely not one of them. So how did he know about it? Before Gongsun Bupo could ask, Ye Bufan had already walked out of the bedroom. Tianyuan Pavilion. Looking at Ye Bufan who had just returned from the general's mansion, Qian Duoduo said meaningfully, the 4 gates of the royal city are closed and the whole city is under martial law, but Gongsun Bupo was still able to quietly enter the royal city and return to the general's mansion. It seems that the Wu family's father and son's control over the royal city is not ironclad. Qian Duoduo smiled and said, but this is interesting. The reason why the Wu family father and son supported the eldest prince to take the throne is that Chu Xinghe died too suddenly and did not leave a will, so the eldest prince should succeed to the throne. Now, Gongsun Bupo has come back. When the eldest prince ascends the throne, he will throw the last king's will on the Wu family father and son. I'm sure the expressions of the two father and son will be very interesting, right? Uncle Qian, when did you become so evil? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes, then looked at the pile of dark golden invitations on the table in front of Qian Duoduo, picked up one at random, and said, by the way, what are you up to? What do you mean by what? Master Qian is doing the right thing, okay. Business. Nonsense, the ascension of a new king is such a big event, and as the king's imperial master, it is natural for Lord Qian to invite all the wealthy merchants and the aristocratic families in the kingdom to come and watch the ceremony. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. The ascension of a new king to the throne has nothing to do with those wealthy businessmen and powerful families. Is it necessary for them to come and watch the ceremony? If I believe what you said, I would be an idiot. Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan opened the invitation card that Qian Duoduo had already written. When he saw the contents of the invitation card, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. There is nothing wrong with the content of the first half. Just as Qian Duoduo said, he did invite someone in his capacity as the national teacher to come to the royal city to watch the ceremony when the new king ascends the throne. But the content of the second half is completely different. Are there any surprises during the ceremony? Remember to bring more money. If you bring too little, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. What the hell does this mean? Uncle Qian, you wouldn't want to take advantage of the day when the new king ascends the throne to cheat all the wealthy merchants in the entire Star Moon Kingdom, right? Ye Bufan said in a somewhat disorderly manner, raising the invitation in his hand. How can you talk like that? Is Mr. Qian that kind of person? Aren't you? Go, go, go. Qian Duoduo snatched the invitation from Ye Bufan and said impatiently, you have nothing to do, right? If you have nothing to do, spend the more than 2 million luck that your Uncle Qian just earned for you. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Of course he knew about the luck worth more than 2 million. But when did Qian Duoduo become so generous? Doesn't he want these 2 million lucks himself? Although he was puzzled, Ye Bufan was too lazy to ask. It just so happens that what I lack now is luck. Now, these 2 million plus the remaining 1 million make up almost 4 million of luck. Nearly 4 million of luck can be used to summon Qin Tian and improve his cultivation at the same time. Do it when you think of it. Immediately, Ye Bufan walked out. From beginning to end, Qian Duoduo didn't even look at him. She just sat there writing invitations. When she finished writing the last invitation, Qian Duoduo called out softly, little girl, where are you? President, you're looking for me. After a while, Xiao Qian arrived in front of Qian Duoduo. Go. Qian Duoduo pointed to the pile of invitations in front of him and said, have someone send all these invitations out. Remember to be quick, otherwise you will be late. Oh, Xiao Qian responded weakly. Qian Duoduo asked again, by the way, where is the commander of the Imperial Guard? He's waiting in the box next to him. Go and fetch him. Okay. Xiao Qian responded and ran out of the box. After a moment, Wang Cheng walked in from outside. I pay my respects to the Imperial Master. Looking at Qian Duoduo, Wang Cheng clasped his fists and said respectfully. Okay, forget about the formalities. Qian Duoduo waved his hand, then looked at Wang Cheng and said, do you know why Master Qian asked you to come here? This. Wang Cheng hesitated for a moment and said, the Prime Minister only told me to follow the instructions of the Imperial Master. As for the rest I don't know. It's nothing serious, actually. Qian Duoduo said calmly, Master Qian wants you to take your guards to the Star Moon Forest and take back the batch of goods that Master Qian left there to the royal city. Go to Xingyu Forest to pick up the goods. Wang Cheng couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't the Star Moon Forest the territory of the Demon Clan? Where to pick up what goods? Who will you hand over to? Why, you don't want to? Seeing Wang Cheng in a daze, Qian Duoduo asked. No, no, no. Wang Cheng immediately said, I will follow the instructions of the Imperial Master, but I don't know what the goods are. And who will be handing them over to in the Star Moon Forest? Nothing. Qian Duoduo said calmly, it's just a few hundred monster cubs. When you get to the Star Moon Forest, just go find their monster kings to hand them over. What the hell? Wang Cheng was confused and dumbfounded. Go to the Star Moon Forest and receive hundreds of monster cubs. Damn it. Mr. Imperial Master. Are you kidding me? If I go there, will I be able to come back? Chapter 2129 The new king ascends the throne and reads the last king's edict. If I really went to the Star Moon Forest, I was afraid that the monsters in the Star Moon Forest would tear me into pieces. It's clear that the Imperial Master is trying to send himself to death. But why? I have no grudges against him in the past or recently, so there is absolutely no need for him to harm me. Could it be the eldest prince? Or is it Wu Yuanying? Are they worried about me, so they want to use this method to eliminate me? The more Wang Cheng thought about it, the more anxious he became. The more he thought about it, the more scared Wang Cheng became. Drops of cold sweat couldn't help but roll down his forehead. Bang! The next second, Wang Cheng knelt on the ground and said to Qian Duoduo tremblingly, "Master Imperial Master, please spare my life. I will definitely follow your lead in the future." Well, Qian Duoduo was stunned by Wang Cheng's sudden action. Looking at him, Qian Duoduo was a little surprised and asked, "What is Commander Wang doing?" "Please spare my life, Master Imperial Master." Wang Cheng just repeated the previous sentence. Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched, and he said in a somewhat messy manner, "When did Master Qian say he wanted to take your life? If the Imperial Master insisted on taking my life, why did he let me go to the Star Moon Forest to take those hundreds of monster cubs?" Wang Cheng lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Qian Duoduo, and just said tremblingly, "Are you suffering from paranoia?" Qian Duoduo scolded him lightly, saying, "Those hundreds of monster cubs are the goods that the new king of the Star Moon Forest entrusted to Master Qian to auction. Just go ahead and feel free. Master Qian guarantees that you will get nothing." After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "Besides, if Master Qian really wanted to harm you and take your life, would it be necessary to go through so much trouble? You are just a Tiangong realm warrior, and killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for Master Qian." Well, Wang Cheng was stunned. Yes, with the strength of the national teacher, if he really wanted to harm me, would it be necessary to go to so much trouble? But that's not right either. How could the king of the Star Moon Forest entrust a human to help him auction the monster cubs? Is he crazy about money? Or was it that his head was kicked by some other monster? Thinking in his heart, Wang Cheng raised his head and looked at Qian Duoduo, who was still a little nervous. He asked suspiciously, Guoshi, are you telling the truth? Do you think Mr. Qian has any reason to lie to you?" Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes. "Coco. But what?" Qian Duoduo interrupted Wang Cheng with a sharp rebuke, "Hurry up and go. If you can't take these hundreds of monster cubs back to the royal city before the new king's coronation ceremony, you'll have to wait for your head to be moved." Buzz. Wang Cheng's heart trembled, and he said hurriedly, Yes, I will go right away." If possible, Wang Cheng really doesn't want to go. But there are not so many ifs in the world. He had no choice at all. Not going. If he doesn't go, he would probably die now. A moment later, Wang Cheng left Tianyuan Pavilion and, along with 500 members of the Royal Guard, rode out of the royal city on horseback and headed to the Xingyu Forest to help Qian Duoduo receive hundreds of monster cubs. Xiao Qian has also arranged people to deliver Qian Duoduo's invitations to various places in the Star Moon Kingdom. At the same time, matters related to the new king's coronation ceremony were also being carried out in full swing under the management of the Wu family father and son. The 327th year of Xingyuli. June 5th. Today is the 5th day since the late King Chu Xinghe passed away. Today is also the day of the eldest prince's coronation ceremony. Logically speaking, the new king should be able to ascend the throne 1 month after the death of the previous king. However, the Wu family father and son were worried that the longer the time, the more trouble they would cause, so they shortened the original 1-month deadline to 3 days. What they did was absolutely disrespectful to the late king. But so what? Now the entire court, and even the entire royal city, are under the control of the Wu family father and son. Even if they are guilty of disrespect to the late king, who can punish them? The new king ascends the throne and the royal power is passed. Everything is renewed and there is amnesty for the world. Today the royal city seems exceptionally lively and festive. The inner palace. At this time, the eldest prince was already wearing the royal robe. He had a happy look on his face and was in high spirits. He was just waiting for the auspicious moment to come so that he could ascend to the supreme throne in the kingdom. But even so, the eldest prince did not forget the potential huge threat posed by Gongsun Bupo. That's why he looked at Wu Yuanying beside him and couldn't help asking, "Grandpa, do you think will that old immortal Gongsun Bupo show up today?" Maybe, maybe not, but it doesn't matter anymore. Wu Yuanying said calmly, now, the families of most of the generals in the northern fortress are under our control. They dare not act rashly. The army dare not act rashly. That old man Gongsun is like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. Even if he has broken through the Yuan mansion, he is not a big threat to us. If he shows up today, we can send him off. Today, if he continues to hide, then let him go. Once today is over, the overall situation will be settled. We will have plenty of time and opportunities to deal with him. As long as we keep a close eye on Chu Zan, this useless man, how can we be afraid that he will run away? Changing the subject, Wu Yuanying continued, actually, compared to old ghost Gongsun, I am more concerned about that kid Ye Bufan. I just don't know if he will show up today. Grandpa, Ming thinks he won't dare show up. The eldest prince said with a frown. Not showing up. Then I'll cut that kid from the Chen family into pieces. Wu Yuanying said in a cold voice, and then changed the subject. By the way, have you settled the deputy leader of Tianyu sect and that elder Qin? Where are they now? Them. The eldest prince hesitated for a moment, and said with a somewhat grim expression, they are in the harem now. Harem. Wu Yuanying was stunned. The eldest prince responded, thought for a moment and said, Grandpa, by doing this, are we inviting wolves into the house? You don't know that last night they actually killed several of my father's princesses. Okay. Wu Yuanying waved his hand to interrupt the eldest prince and said, they are just the concubines of the late king. They are nothing. Just bear with it for now. We can talk about everything after today. All right. The eldest prince responded helplessly. Wu Yuanying said, the auspicious time is coming soon. You should get ready. Grandpa should be leaving soon. The eldest prince responded. Wu Yuanying left with his hands behind his back. Half an hour later, outside the Chaoshan Hall, the royal palace square. Hundreds of officials stood on both sides. Civil officials are on the left, and military generals are on the right. Following them were 3,000 Kanglang soldiers and a group of imperial guards. The two armies were also on the left and right. Behind the two armies, right in front of the palace gate of Chaoshan Palace, there gathered tens of thousands of people from the royal city who came to watch the ceremony. Of course, among them were many wealthy merchants and nobles from all over the royal city. Compared to the coronation ceremony of the new king, these people are actually more curious and interested in the surprise that Qian Duoduo, the kingdom's imperial master, mentioned in the invitation to them. Unfortunately, after they arrived at the royal city, they didn't even see the figure of Qian Duoduo, the national teacher, let alone the surprise he mentioned in the invitation that would make people regret for the rest of their lives. At this moment, they could only wait quietly at the palace gate like ordinary people. 3/4 noon. The auspicious time has arrived. Please invite the new king to ascend the throne. Following a shout, the sound of ceremonial music instantly rang out. Everyone was shocked. On the southwest side of the square, the eldest prince, wearing a royal robe, walked slowly towards us, surrounded by hundreds of people. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, everyone present knelt down. The eldest prince and the hundreds of people behind him walked past the tens of thousands of people watching at the palace gate, past the Kanglang army and the imperial guards, and then passed through the civil officials and military officers in the center of the square, and finally stepped onto the steps outside the Chaoshan Palace step by step. At this time, the hundreds of people behind the eldest prince had stopped and retreated to the sides. Like everyone else, they all knelt on the ground. After a while, the eldest prince had stepped onto the last step outside the Chaoshan Palace. He stood outside Chaoshan Palace and turned around suddenly. At this time, the eunuch who had been standing outside the Chaoshan Palace once again sang, "The new king ascends the throne and reads the last king's edict." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the venue changed drastically. Chapter 2130. If you can take action, stop talking. The late king's will. All the civil and military officials present knew very well that the late king Chu Xinghe was assassinated and did not leave any will. This had been confirmed by Wu Yuanying, the prime minister of the kingdom. But now, a will from the previous king suddenly appeared. What's going on? In an instant, all the civil and military officials below the Chaoshan Hall could not help but raise their heads, and their eyes of surprise and astonishment turned to look outside the Chaoshan Hall at the eunuch in charge of singing who was standing next to the eldest prince. Although all the officials acted like this, the people present did not react much. After all, to them, it was only natural for the new king to ascend the throne and read out the previous king's will. Let's talk about Wu Yuanying, Wu Qianyan, and the eldest prince. If we were to say who were the most shocked and surprised three people in the whole audience, they would definitely be them. Especially Wu Yuanying. All matters and links related to today's coronation ceremony were arranged by him personally. He was very clear and certain that there was absolutely no link to read out the late king's will. But it just happened now. Why? Wu Yuanying immediately thought of a possibility. This was a temporary arrangement made by the eldest prince on his own initiative. The so-called will of the previous king was also fake. He did this just to ascend the throne legitimately. In Wu Yuanying's opinion, the eldest prince's behavior was simply unnecessary. It's even a bit superfluous. Use a fake will to consolidate his throne. Isn't this just making yourself uncomfortable? But now that things have come to this, Wu Yuanying naturally won't say anything more. Wu Yuanying said nothing, and the eldest prince and Wu Qianyan naturally thought that this was Wu Yuanying's arrangement, so they quickly accepted it and acquiesced to the reading of the late king's will. The next second, the officiating eunuch continued to sing. By the will of heaven, the king proclaims. To establish a successor and venerate the foundation of the country, Tezu has guarded the artifacts and the previous kings have passed on the legacy. We should respect the previous teachings, preserve the classics, surpass our ancestors' teachings, and enjoy the blessings of heaven. We should always bear in mind the teachings of the successor and serve as the successor to the throne. I advise you, the second prince, Chu Zan, who has the spirit of heaven and is born with the virtue of a sage. You are deeply influenced by the teachings of the zither, and you are as good as leaves in copper. You have achieved great success in drought. You have no childish ambitions. You are gentle and cultured because of your natural talent. You are filial and friendly because of your natural talent. You are talented and have far-reaching achievements. You are loved by the society and have a sincere heart. You are unique among the people in Hezhou and admire the happiest person in Dongping. The virtue of the earth is respectable, and people and gods are under your jurisdiction. I will follow the laws and regulations and carry the emblems. Now I will confide you as the crown prince. Go and admire it. There is a country and a family, a king and a father. Righteousness combines the two poles, and is important to all nations. What is good is not virtuous, what is evil is not flattery, what is not the way, what is not respectful is punishment. Those in a high position should not be arrogant, and listen to advice. Dead silent space. Weird atmosphere. Although the presiding eunuch was still reading out the late king's last will, no one was listening anymore. The content of the will was simply too inconsistent with the current grand occasion. Confer the title of the second prince Chu Zan as the crown prince. In other words, the second prince was the crown prince chosen by the late king. But now the eldest prince has succeeded to the throne. In an instant, all the civil and military officials present turned their strange eyes to Wu Yuanying, who was in the front. Although they were all Wu Yuanying's men, they still couldn't figure out what Wu Yuanying was trying to do. Even the eldest prince was no exception. On the day of his ascension, my grandfather had someone read out such a will in front of all the officials and tens of thousands of people. Isn't this embarrassing for me? How will the ascension ceremony proceed? However, neither the eldest prince nor the officials present knew that Wu Yuanying was actually confused at this moment. Previously, he thought that the late king's will was arranged by the eldest prince, but now, the truth was obviously not what he expected. The most hateful thing was that the content of the will was to appoint the second prince as the crown prince. You are a jerk. Who did it? Wu Yuanying's heart was boiling with anger and murderous intent. However, the tens of thousands of people watching at the palace gates didn't care about this. After hearing the contents of the will, they immediately started to discuss, the second prince is the crown prince. Then shouldn't the second prince be the heir today? Why did it become the eldest prince? You don't know yet, right? The second prince has been placed under house arrest in the general's mansion. What? Is this true? What's true or false? Haven't you noticed that there have been city guards guarding outside the general's mansion since the last king was assassinated 3 days ago? Then, doesn't that mean that the eldest prince is trying to seize the throne that should belong to the second prince? Hush, you don't want to live. Forget it, let's just run away. I feel like something's going to happen. The sounds that came one after another made Wu Yuanying even angrier, and he was almost about to explode with anger. However, outside the Chaoshan Hall, the eunuch in charge was still reading the late king's will. Shut up. Suddenly, Wu Yuanying shouted angrily, murderous intent flashed in his tiger eyes, and pointed at the eunuch in charge of the ceremony in Chaoshan Hall and shouted, "Who are you? Who ordered you to do this?" As soon as Wu Yuanying said this, all the civil and military officials and the eldest prince present came to their senses instantly. Only then did they realize that this so-called last will of the previous king was not arranged by Wu Yuanying at all. Damn it! Someone is trying to stir up trouble. In an instant, all the officials looked at the eunuch presiding over the ceremony outside the Chaoshan Hall. Their faces were cold and their eyes were filled with anger. However, the eunuch presiding over the ceremony turned a blind eye to all this. "I hereby order." He finished the last two words, then closed the edict of the late king in his hand, looked at the civil and military officials below the Chaoshan Hall, and said, "The edict has been read, why don't you all accept the order quickly? Receive an order. Pick you up Ma Pai." All the officials were furious. They are all Wu Yuanying's people. Naturally, they are the eldest prince's people. If the will is really followed, the second prince will succeed to the throne. Then what are they? A traitor. Son of AB*TCH. Seeing all the officials like this, Wu Yuanying's face turned pale. He couldn't help but asked angrily again, "Tell me, who are you? And who ordered you to do this?" "I." The eunuch in charge of the ceremony smiled and said, "I am just an unknown eunuch in the palace. I just gave a gift and got the good job of presiding over the coronation ceremony. As for who sent me here, it's me, the old man." Before the young eunuch finished his words, a loud shout was heard from the crowd watching at the palace gate. "Brush, brush, brush." In an instant, everyone present looked in the direction of the voice. Gongsun Bupo walked out slowly from the crowd. The crowd avoided. Gongsun Bupo walked forward slowly. "It's you. Gongsun old ghost." The moment he saw Gongsun Bupo, Wu Yuanying couldn't help but shout loudly. "Yes, it's the old man." Gongsun Bupo responded and continued to walk slowly forward. "How dare you show up here?" Wu Yuanying shouted again. "Why doesn't this old man dare to appear here?" Gongsun Bupo smiled and said, "Is it because of you, Wu Yuanying, who called a deer a horse, confused right and wrong, and framed me in various ways? Then you underestimated me too much." Snort. Wu Yuanying snorted coldly and said, "Whether I have framed you or not, you know it in your heart. Since you still dare to appear in this palace, I will take you away on behalf of the late king. I am a treacherous villain." "Then what are you?" Gongsun Bupo asked loudly, then pointed at the tens of thousands of people watching behind him and said, "You said that I colluded with the northern barbarians and intended to get involved in the kingdom. Ask these people here, how many of them would believe it? How many of them can believe it?" When Gongsun Bupo said this, tens of thousands of people present were all stunned, and then voices rose one after another. "If you want to say that General Gongsun colluded with the northern barbarians, I, Hu Hansen, will be the first one to disbelieve it. I don't believe it either. As for me, I have already had some suspicions. The old general is the pillar of our kingdom. All of his sons died in the battle between the northern fortress and the northern barbarians. How could he be in collusion with the northern barbarians? It's a blatant accusation. Damn it, this must be the work of Wu Yuanying and the eldest prince. They are confusing right and wrong and trying to seize the kingdom that should belong to the second prince. The second prince is such a good person, and you actually want to persecute him. You really deserve to die." Endless anger. Endless abuse. No one present doubted Gongsun Bupo. There was no one present who stopped scolding the Wu father and son. This is Gongsun Bupo, the ever-victorious general. The pillar of heaven. In the Star Moon Kingdom, he is absolutely supported by all the people. In terms of prestige, even the previous king Chu Xinghe could not compare with him. If it weren't for the collusion between the Wu family father and son and the Tianyu sect. If it weren't for the lack of strength. Gongsun Bupo doesn't even need Ye Bufan's intervention, he can turn the tide with his own strength. This is also the reason why the Wu father and son are so afraid of Gongsun Bupo. His strength is only one of them. The second is the army he controls. At present, this prestige supported by all the people is the third, and it is also the point that the Wu family father and son and the eldest prince fear the most. At this moment, facing the angry curses of tens of thousands of people at the palace gate, Wu Yuanying's face turned black and he was almost about to explode with anger. Wu Yuanying never expected that Gongsun Bupo would appear at this time. Most importantly, he actually had a will left by Chu Xinghe in his hand. It can be said that the current situation has become extremely unfavorable for them. But, so what? Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Today no one can stop the eldest prince from ascending the throne. Snort. Wu Yuanying immediately snorted coldly, glared at the tens of thousands of people at the palace gate and said, "What do you know, you fools? You are just deceived by the hypocrisy of Gongsun Laogui." After saying this, Wu Yuanying looked at Gongsun Bupo again and said, "Gongsun Bupo, no matter how much you explain or how much you argue, it will be useless. Today, I will avenge the late king." He he. After Wu Yuanying finished speaking, Gongsun Bupo smiled calmly and said, "Wu Yuanying, can I understand that you are doing this now because you feel guilty, so you are desperate? Whatever you say, I still say the same thing. Today, even if you say it to the sky, it will be useless." Wu Yuanying said sternly. Finally, he added, "You are a martial arts expert, but don't you know that the strong are always respected in this world? If you can take action, don't talk nonsense. Someone, take him down for me. If you resist, you will be killed on the spot." Chapter 2131. I am not interested in knowing the name of a dead person. It is unlucky. Wow. As soon as Wu Yuanying finished speaking, the members of the Kanglang army and the imperial guards present had surrounded Gongsun Bupo. Not only that, the sharp blades in their hands were all unsheathed. Seeing this scene, the angry people at the palace gate and faraway gate immediately fell silent. Just as Wu Yuanying said, this is ultimately a world where the strong are respected and everything is based on strength. Although the people believe in Gongsun Bupo and even support him, this does not mean that they will put themselves in danger because of Gongsun Bupo. At least there won't be too many people like this. A sudden change. Facing the Kanglang and Imperial Guards armies that surrounded him, Gongsun Bupo simply smiled indifferently. Seeing this scene, Wu Yuanying frowned. Gongsun Bupo's abnormal reaction suddenly gave him a bad feeling. But now that things have come to this, he can no longer care about so much. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Kill! Wu Yuanying shouted. Pa, pa, pa. But at this moment, a burst of crisp applause suddenly rang out from the crowd at the palace gate. Although the applause was light, in the almost dead silence, it was like the sound of thunder, so loud and even so harsh. The sudden applause also stunned the Kanglang and Imperial Guard armies that were about to charge. The next second, Wu Yuanying, the Kanglang army, the Imperial Guards, and even the other people present all turned their eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. In the crowd, Ye Bufan came with his hands behind his back. Looking at Wu Yuanying not far away, he continued to move forward and said with a smile, "If you can take action, then don't talk nonsense. This is absolutely right, and it is exactly what I want." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan had already arrived beside Gongsun Bushi. "It's you." Wu Yuanying glared at Ye Bufan and shouted. "Yes, it is this young master." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "You held my beloved disciple hostage, didn't you just want to force me to show up? Now that I'm here, are you happy and satisfied?" Ha ha ha. Wu Yuanying laughed loudly and said unscrupulously, "Yes, I am really happy and satisfied." Changing the subject, Wu Yuanying looked at Gongsun Bupo again and shouted, "Old ghost Gongsun, you are standing with the spies of the northern barbarians, and you still say that you have not colluded with the northern barbarians." Ye Bufan was messy. When did I become a spy for the northern Yi kingdom? What is the northern Yi kingdom? Where is the northern Yi kingdom? It's good that I don't know anything. However, Ye Bufan knew that Wu Yuanying said and did this just to find a reason for himself to take action. To put it bluntly, he wanted to be the boss and also wanted to build a good reputation. Ye Bufan immediately shook his head and looked at Wu Yuanying with some disdain, even some contempt, and said, "Wu Yuanying, right. You are the prime minister of a country after all. Can you do some homework before you speak, do things, or even frame others? You said that I colluded with that abandoned disciple of the Tianyu sect to assassinate Chu Xinghe. Do you know where I was when Chu Xinghe died?" Snort. Wu Yuanying snorted coldly and said, "You were naturally in this palace. The members of the Imperial Guards and I who were present at the time were able to take charge. Do you still want to quibble?" "Yeah." Ye Bufan chuckled. "How many people are there in the Imperial Guard?" Wu Yuanying was puzzled, but still said truthfully, "There were at least 100 guards present at the time." 100 people. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment and said, "So, are you more trustworthy, the words of 100 people or the words of hundreds of thousands of people in a city?" "What do you mean?" Wu Yuanying frowned. "Nothing." Ye Bufan smiled and said, that is when your king Chu Xinghe was assassinated. I was just outside Tianfeng City and was discussing facts and reasoning with the purple-eyed and green-scaled python of the demon race. So, I really can't understand why Lord Wu saw me appear in the palace at the same time. Could it be that I can do two things at once? Were you outside Tianfeng City at that time? Wu Yuanying couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, Ye Bufan responded. Snort. Wu Yuanying snorted coldly. You said you were outside Tianfeng City. Are you really outside Tianfeng City? Who can prove it for you? At that time, hundreds of thousands of people outside Tianfeng City could prove this to me. Ye Bufan said this as a matter of course, and then added, that's why I asked Master Wu before, is it more credible to say 100 people or hundreds of thousands of people? Wu Yuanying was stunned and furious. Snort. Then he snorted again, so what if you were outside Tianfeng City at the time? Who knows if you have brothers? What if you have brothers in the palace at the time? Okay. As Wu Yuanying was talking, Ye Bufan said impatiently, if you keep making up stories like this, don't you feel tired? I feel tired for you. This is a world where the strong are respected. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you can take action, don't talk nonsense. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanying became furious. Puff. Among the onlookers, many people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wasn't this what Wu Yuanying said to Gongsun Bupo before? Now things are different. Ye Bufan actually repeated the original words directly to Wu Yuanying. That scene is really interesting. Of course, the most important thing is that at this moment, the people present have basically understood in their hearts that the assassination of Chu Xinghe is definitely related to Wu Yuanying. At the very least, all the accusations he made against Ye Bufan and Gongsun Bupo are absolutely false accusations. And this is exactly what Ye Bufan and Gongsun Bupo wanted. The people's hearts have been won. The rest will have to do with fists. Wu Yuanying was also well aware of this. People's hearts have been lost. If he wanted to save the situation, he could only kill Ye Bufan and Gongsun Bupo, and then forcibly support the eldest prince to ascend the throne. Wu Yuanying immediately snorted and said, that's right. If you can take action, then stop talking. Since both of you are here, I will send you off together. Send me on my way. Ye Bufan smiled, then glanced at the surrounding Kanglang army and imperial guards and said, just these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Then he looked at Wu Yuanying again, or do you think you can rely on a little scumbag like you in the Tiangong realm? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, if that's the case, then I'm sorry. Today, you may end up like your scumbag son Wu Qianchuan. As soon as Ye Bufan mentioned Wu Qianchuan, Wu Yuanying instantly became furious. What if we are included? But at this moment, a light laugh suddenly sounded in the palace. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately afterwards, two figures rushed over. In just a moment, they arrived beside Wu Yuanying. They were two white-haired old men. One of them wore a green robe and the other wore a black robe. Seeing the two, Wu Yuanying was immediately delighted and said with a fist, from now on, I will rely on you too. Rest assured. The old man in green robe waved his hand and said confidently. Oh. Ye Bufan just sneered, and said with contempt and disdain, one is in the first level of Yuanfu, and the other is in the third level of Yuanfu. I don't know where their confidence comes from. After saying that, Ye Bufan looked at Wu Yuanying again and said with a smile, little scum, you really disappoint me. Are these two old guys the reason why you keep provoking me? Presumptuous. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the old man in green robes shouted angrily, staring at Ye Bufan and said, you are really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. You dare to be stubborn even when you are about to die. Young man, tell me your name. I will not kill nameless people. This is Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan, right. Remember, I am the elder of Tianyu sect. Okay, stop talking. Ye Bufan interrupted the old man in green robe and said, I am not interested in knowing the name of a dead person. It is unlucky. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed out directly. Chapter 2132, Hurry, go and invite the Imperial Master. I am not interested in knowing the name of a dead person. Still so unlucky. What does he mean? He was obviously saying that he was no match for him and that he was already dead. Simply. This is simply outrageous. Court death. The old man in green robe was furious. He shouted angrily and did not stop. With the burst of his Yuanfu first-level cultivation, he directly killed Ye Bufan who was coming towards him. However, the old man in black robe at the side remained unmoved. He just looked at Gongsun Bupo quietly not far away, with a teasing and playful smile on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that in his eyes, only Gongsun Bupo was worthy of his attack. As for Ye Bufan, a young man of about 20 years old can be handed over to the old man in green robe. The old man in black robe did not move. Gongsun Bupo also did not move. In other words, Gongsun Bupo had no intention of taking action at all. Call out! Call out! In the center of the square, Ye Bufan and the old man in green robe rushed out at the same time. In just a moment, they became the focus of the whole audience. Ye Bufan came forward. The green-robed old man's killing move has arrived. As soon as the two met, the old man in green robe shouted directly, "Boy, remember this in your next life, be low-key, otherwise you will die early." Call. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in green robe threw a punch. With one punch, a violent wind raged. Even though the people around were tens or even hundreds of meters away, they could still clearly feel the fierce murderous intent coming towards them. However, Ye Bufan just chuckled. "I'll also give you a message. Don't be pretentious, or you'll be struck by lightning." Call. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan also threw a punch. But compared to the green-robed old man's violent punch, Ye Bufan's punch was so ordinary and so common. Oh. Seeing this, the old man in green robe sneered. Most of the people around also looked messy and speechless. They originally thought that Ye Bufan had the ability to compete with the old man in green robe, so he dared to be so calm and confident. But unexpectedly, he was just a fool. The Wu family father and son smiled at each other. A mere Tiangong actually dares to confront Yuanfu. It's just asking for death. At this time, Ye Bufan and the old man in green robe collided with their fists. Boom. Fists collide with each other. A dull and heavy voice sounded. Ka ka ka. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind swept through with the two of them as the center, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. In everyone's opinion, with such momentum, Ye Bufan was bound to die. However, at this moment the green-robed old man's expression changed. He felt a fierce force that was far stronger than his own suddenly attacking his iron fist. Da da da. The next second, the old man in green robe couldn't control his body and retreated 4 or 5 steps. Ye Bufan didn't move at all. This sudden change made everyone present, except Gongsun Bupo, look shocked, horrified, and bewildered. What happened to the defeat you promised? What about the promised instant kill? Why is it the other way around? Even the old man in black robe frowned. You. At this time, the old man in green robe looked at Ye Bufan with fear and disbelief. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was dead silent. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, looked at the old man in green robe and asked, "What's wrong with me, young master?" Changing the subject, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised? I told you, it's just the first level of Yuanfu, just a rookie. Newbie. I am the dignified elder of the Yuanfu realm of the Tianyu sect, and you actually call me a rookie." The old man in green robe was about to explode with anger. "Go to hell." He roared angrily, and then rushed towards Ye Bufan again. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. "If you want to fight, I will fight." In an instant, Ye Bufan and the old man in green robe started fighting again. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The dull and heavy sounds continued to ring out. Powerful force impact. A fierce wind swept through. The people watching were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan and the old man in green robe were moving so fast that most people present could only see their afterimages. Between breaths. Hundreds of encounters. Bang. A heavy voice sounded. Da da da. The old man in green robe suddenly shot out and retreated 7 steps before he could stabilize his body. Ye Bufan, however, remained motionless. Looking at Ye Bufan, the old man in green robe covered his chest with his hands, his expression ferocious and unwilling, but he had to admit that he was no match for Ye Bufan at all. What kind of monster is this kid? He is only about 20 years old. Could it be that he has been practicing since his mother's womb? Why did it stop? Before the green-robed old man could think about it, Ye Bufan had already looked at him with a teasing and playful expression. "I've told you, don't pretend to be cool, or you'll be struck by lightning. Are you scared now? You are a jerk." The old man in green robe twitched his mouth. Ye Bufan said, "It's too late." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp murderous intent surged out from Ye Bufan's body. Then he rushed out directly. Seeing this, the old man in green robe was startled. He wants to kill me. With unprecedented fear and uneasiness, the old man in green robe could not help but shout out anxiously, "Old Chin, what are you still standing there for? Take action." At this time, Ye Bufan had already reached the front of the old man in green robe. The old man in green robe wanted to retreat, but was forced to fight. The other side. As soon as the green-robed old man finished speaking, the black-robed old man frowned. As the deputy leader of the third level of Tianyu sect's Yuan mansion, he could naturally see that the green-robed old man was no match for Ye Bufan. He really wanted to join forces with the green-robed old man to deal with him, or even kill Ye Bufan. But he always remembered that there was a Gongsun Bupo in front of him. If I take action, will Gongsun Bupo stay out of it? Obviously not possible. 2 against 2. Although he had the ability to suppress Gongsun Bupo, he could not subdue him in a short period of time. In other words, he had no chance to reinforce the old man in green robe. Once the old man in green robe is defeated, he may even be killed. I will have to fight 1 against 2. Originally, with the strength of him and the old man in green robe, it would be no problem for the two of them to take down Gongsun Bupo after joining forces, but they didn't expect that a young man in Yuanfu realm suddenly appeared. What to do? The current situation made the old man in black robe feel a strong sense of uneasiness. At this time, as if seeing through the black-robed old man's heart, Gongsun Bupo on the side suddenly looked at him and said with a smile, "Deputy sect leader Qin, why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear Elder Wang asking for your help? Hurry up and help him, otherwise he will die." Well, when Gongsun Bupo said this, the old man in black robe was stunned. He looked at Gongsun Bupo with a puzzled look, as if to say, "What do you mean?" Gongsun Bupo spoke again, "Master Deputy Sect Leader, you are not on guard against me, are you? If so, then you are obviously worrying too much. To be honest, although I survived the battle at the northern fortress, I was seriously injured. Now I have no ability to fight at all. So, you don't have to care about me, or even pay attention to me." After saying this, Gongsun Bupo turned around and walked back. When he reached the palace gate and retreated in front of the onlookers, he turned around, looked at the old man in black robes, and stretched out his hand and said, "Deputy sect leader, please." The sudden scene stunned everyone present. The old man in black robe couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "What the hell do you mean? You really won't do anything?" Looking at Gongsun Bupo, he finally couldn't help but ask a question. "A gentleman's word is as good as his bond." Gongsun Bupo said this, then patted his chest and said, "My words are always as good as gold. If I can't make a move, then I won't make a move." The black-robed old man's mouth twitched again. He was messy and even more confused. It was really that Gongsun Bupo's behavior was too abnormal and too weird. Either there is something fishy going on, or maybe Gongsun Bupo has a hole in his brain. But what can he do? If he didn't take action now, the old man in green robe would probably be defeated and killed. If he's fighting 1 against 2 at that time, does he still have a chance of winning? Immediately, the old man in black robe gritted his teeth and ignored Gongsun Bupo, but rushed towards Ye Bufan, who was fighting with the old man in green robe not far away. But even so, he still did not forget to be on guard against Gongsun Bupo. Except for the old man in black robe, everyone else present also believed that Gongsun Bupo would choose an appropriate time to take action. But they were obviously overthinking it. Gongsun Bupo never thought about taking action, or even launching a sneak attack. Just as he said, he is now seriously injured. Unless he fights desperately, he has no ability to compete with the strong men of Yuan Mansion. Seeing that Gongsun Bupo had not made a move yet, everyone's attention was once again focused on Ye Bufan and Tianyu Zong, 2 Yuanfu realm powerhouses. 1 against 2. In everyone's opinion, Ye Bufan would definitely lose. The old man in black robe and the old man in green robe thought so too. But the result was unexpected again. As soon as the black-robed old man joined the battle, Ye Bufan's combat power strangely increased by 3 points compared to before. Then, he beat the black-robed old man and the green-robed old man so hard that they could only passively defend. This scene made everyone confused and dumbfounded. What is going on? Is this young man named Ye Bufan really that strong? Everyone was in disarray. The Wu family father and son were terrified. You know, the two Yuanfu realm powerhouses of Tianyu sect are their greatest reliance, but now, these two people can only be suppressed and beaten by Ye Bufan. What to do? If they lose, can I still survive? Thinking of the feud between them and Ye Bufan, the Wu family father and son felt a chill in their hearts, and drops of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. At this moment, they clearly realized that they had greatly underestimated Ye Bufan's strength. He was not Tiangong at all, but Yuanfu, and even a relatively mediocre existence among Yuanfu. Wu Yuanying immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then looked at Wu Qianyan beside him and said urgently, Qianyan, hurry up, go and invite the state master. Chapter 2133 Mr. Qian advises you to be kind. Qianyan, hurry up and invite the imperial master here. Although the two Yuanfu realm masters of Tianyu sect could not control Ye Bufan together, Wu Yuanying knew that he had not been defeated and he still had a chance. As long as you invite Qian Duoduo, it will be 1 against 3. He didn't believe that Ye Bufan could fight against 3 Yuanfu realm masters at the same time by himself. What's more, Qian Duoduo is not an ordinary Yuanfu realm, he is at least at the 5th or 6th level of Yuanfu, or even more powerful. As soon as Wu Yuanying finished speaking, Wu Qianyan came back to his senses instantly. Okay. He responded somewhat dazedly, and then ran out of the palace. It was also at this time, during the battle. The old man in black robe and the old man in green robe became more and more frightened as the fight went on. They never expected that even if they joined forces they couldn't control a teenager of about 20 years old, and they were even completely suppressed by the other party. Finally, the old man in black robe could no longer hold back and let out a long roar. Boy, who are you? If he was just an ordinary boy, how could he have such powerful strength? Obviously not possible. The one who wants you dead. After the old man in black robe finished speaking, Ye Bufan said something directly. You. The old man in black robe was furious and gnashed his teeth and said, do you really want to be an enemy of my Tianyu sect? Be enemies. Are you worthy? Call. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan punched out fiercely. The old man in black robe was shocked and dodged instinctively. Ye Bufan's punch missed. At this time, the old man in green robe suddenly came. Ye Bufan turned around to greet him. Bang! Fists collide with each other. Da. The old man in green robe took 3 steps back. Ye Bufan took a step forward and attacked the old man in black robe on the other side. Fighting 1 against 2 with ease. Ye Bufan's fighting power made the 2 old men in black robes feel deeply helpless. But they did not flee. Because they knew very well that in addition to the 2 of them, Wu Yuanying's side also had a national master who seemed to be a little stronger than them. As soon as the national teacher arrives, 3-1. They firmly believed that Ye Bufan would definitely lose. Time passes by every second. A few minutes later. Bang! A dull and heavy sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the palace gate, startling the people who were watching the battle at the palace gate, and then they instinctively turned around. Gurgle. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but swallow. It was not for any other reason, but because more than 10 meters away from the palace gate, 2 figures were rushing towards them, and behind them were hundreds of monster cubs. Hundreds of monster cubs are rushing over. What kind of scene is that? What kind of picture is that? Before the people present could think about it, Qian Duoduo and Wu Qianyan had already arrived in front of them with hundreds of monster cubs. Stop. As soon as he came in front of the people, Qian Duoduo stopped, then raised his hand and said something. In an instant, hundreds of monster cubs stopped. Sit. Qian Duoduo said in one word. Hundreds of monster cubs sat down obediently again. Fuck shit. Seeing this scene, the people at the palace gate were all dumbfounded and confused. Of course they know Qian Duoduo. He is the boss of Tianyuan Pavilion and also the imperial master of the kingdom. But what about these monster cubs? Are they so obedient? Also, what is the purpose of the national master bringing so many monster cubs? Before anyone could think about it, Qian Duoduo had already pulled at his collar and said, "Excuse me, everyone. I am Qian Duoduo, the president of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, and also the imperial master of the kingdom. Among you, there should be quite a few who came here after receiving Mr. Qian's invitation, right? Are you curious about what the surprise Mr. Qian mentioned is? Then please look." As he spoke, Qian Duoduo pointed to the hundreds of monster cubs squatting on the ground behind him and said, "This is the surprise that Master Qian promised you." Later, after the new king's coronation ceremony is over, Master Qian will hold a grand auction here, and the items to be auctioned are these monster cubs. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Fuck. When Qian Duoduo said this, tens of thousands of people present were really shocked and happy. Auctioning hundreds of monster cubs. Is this true or false? Such a big deal. However, Wu Qianyan, who was next to Qian Duoduo, twitched his mouth. Just now when he went to Tianyuan Pavilion to find Qian Duoduo, Wu Qianyan was actually very confused when he saw the hundreds of monster cubs on the first floor of Tianyuan Pavilion. Especially when Qian Duoduo said that these monster cubs were going to be auctioned, Wu Qianyan was so shocked that he was speechless. But is this the point? Still surprised. Still surprised. Oh my god. Things have different priorities. Is now the time for you to make money? Wu Qianyan immediately had to remind him, Master, should we do business first? Yes, yes, yes. Qian Duoduo quickly responded and said, let's do business first. As he spoke, Qian Duoduo once again looked at the people in front of him who were staring at the monster cubs behind him, and said, please wait for a moment, Master Qian will take care of some things first. After that, we will start the auction. After he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo looked at the hundreds of monster cubs behind him and warned them, stay here and don't move. Do you understand? Ah. The monster cubs howled softly. Let's go. Qian Duoduo ignored these monster cubs and said something to Wu Qianyan beside him. Palace, square. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between Ye Bufan and the two Yuanfu realm warriors was still going on, and the Kanglang army, the imperial guards, and the civil and military officials present were dazzled. However, Wu Yuanying, the prime minister of the kingdom, never paid attention to these things. His eyes were always fixed on the palace gate. As soon as Wu Qianyan and Qian Duoduo walked into the palace gate and appeared in his sight, he went straight to greet them. Master, you are finally here. Looking at Qian Duoduo, Wu Yuanying said excitedly that Qian Duoduo's arrival finally made him feel relieved. Qian Duoduo responded. Wu Yuanying immediately said, I am really ashamed to ask you to come here during your busy schedule, but don't worry, I and Ming-Er will definitely apologize to you and give you a generous reward. Now, please help me subdue that kid. As he spoke, Wu Yuanying pointed directly at Ye Bufan. However, Qian Duoduo ignored it. Bang! He took out a chair from the storage ring, and then, under the stunned looks of Wu Qianyan and Wu Yuanying, he sat down directly and boldly. National Master, you, what are you doing? Wu Yuanying said with some confusion and bewilderment. Watching a show. Qian Duoduo said lightly. See, watch a show. Wu Yuanying was stunned and looked directly at Wu Qianyan who was standing beside him. Wu Qianyan was also stunned, then looked at Qian Duoduo and said, National Master, didn't I tell you everything when we were at Tianyuan Pavilion? I'm looking for you. Let me deal with that kid, right? Qian Duoduo interrupted Wu Yuanying. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Qianyan responded repeatedly. But Mr. Qian didn't seem to agree to you, did he? Qian Duoduo asked back. Well, Wu Qianyan was stunned. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Wu Yuanying's mouth twitched. At this moment, he clearly understood that Qian Duoduo, the fat profiteer, was clearly trying to raise the price and rip them off. Wu Yuanying immediately said, Master, can you tell me the number? What do you mean by a number? Qian Duoduo glanced at Wu Yuanying and pretended to be confused. Wu Yuanying's mouth twitched, and then he gritted his teeth and said, 200 billion. As long as the State Master can help me kill that kid, I am willing to pay the State Master 200 billion as a reward. 200 billion. That's right. Can you still afford so much money? I State Master, rest assured, as long as you can help me kill this kid, I will personally hand over the 200 billion to the State Master afterwards. That won't work either. 300 billion. It's not about the money. 400 billion. Master Wu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. What's wrong with me? Do you know who that boy is? Who? That boy is Mr. Qian's biological son-in-law. What? Wu Yuanying was shocked. Ye Bufan is your son-in-law. What do you think? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, you don't even know the relationship between Master Qian and him, and you want Master Qian to help you deal with him. Are you stupid? Also, do you think money is omnipotent? You actually wanted to bribe Mr. Qian with a large sum of money to kill your son-in-law. Who do you think Mr. Qian is? Master Wu. As he spoke, Qian Duoduo patted Wu Yuanying on the shoulder and said earnestly, Mr. Qian advises you to be kind. You shouldn't be so cruel and crazy. Chapter 2134, Angry to Death. Are you advising me to be kind? Isn't it right for a human being to be so cruel? How could this old man be so crazy? How could this old man be so cruel? It would be fine if you were the father-in-law of that kid Ye Bufan, but you knew clearly that he and I are mortal enemies, yet you still wanted to induce me to win you over. The first time was 150 billion. The second time was 230 billion. The sum of the two is 380 billion. That is my coffin book. Now you, the father-in-law and son-in-law, have gotten it for free. The most hateful thing is that you actually told me this cruel fact in this situation, when I am almost at the end of my rope. What do you want to do? Is it hurtful and heartbreaking? In comparison, you are even more crazy, right? Wu Yuan was angry, anxious, furious and hateful. You're kidding me. Suddenly, he glared at Qian Duoduo and couldn't help but roar in anger. That's right, Mr. Qian is just teasing you, what's the matter? Qian Duoduo said with a smile, then said with contempt and ridicule, you think you are very smart. You think everything is under your control. But you don't even understand the relationship between Master Qian and that kid, and you dare to scheme around. Who gave you the courage? Who gave you the confidence? Tell me, if Master Qian doesn't play tricks on you, who will he play tricks on? You. Puff. Wu Yuanying was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out blood, and his body staggered. Father. Seeing this, Wu Qianyan immediately supported Wu Yuanying. Roll. Unexpectedly, the furious Wu Yuanying pushed Wu Qianyan away, then glared at Qian Duoduo and said, Fatty, even if I lose, you won't have an easy life. Why, you still don't give up. Qian Duoduo smiled calmly, stretched out his hand and said, come on, continue your performance. You. Wu Yuanying gritted his teeth and was furious. Afterwards, he ignored Qian Duoduo and looked at the Kanglang and Imperial guards not far away, and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Kill him for me. Although the individual strength of the members of the Imperial Guard and the Kanglang army is not strong, they are after all Shanwu, Tai, and even Tiangong level warriors. As the saying goes, a large number of ants can kill an elephant. With the two armies combined, nearly 10,000 people are fighting desperately under the siege. Even if a Yuanfu realm strongman does not die, he will definitely lose a lot of skin. Of course, after the First World War, both armies would have been almost completely wiped out. This was also the main reason why Wu Yuanying did not directly ask the two armies to assist the two Yuanfu realm masters of Tianyu sect to besiege and kill Ye Bufan. The Kanglang army and the Imperial Guard army are two sharp swords in Wu Yuanying's hands. If possible, Wu Yuanying naturally does not want these two swords to be worn out. But now, Wu Yuanying couldn't care less about that anymore. If I die, you won't have an easy life. Puff, puff, puff. The next second, the sound of a knife entering the body and blood splattering suddenly rang out. The source of this sound was actually caused by the long swords in the hands of the royal guards falling on the members of the Kanglang army. At some point, the members of the royal guards had dispersed around every member of the Kanglang army. Under their sneak attack, none of the 3,000 Kanglang army was spared. Bang, 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 semicolon. A dull and strange sound was heard. All 3,000 Kanglang soldiers fell to the ground and died. This. Wu Yuanying was stunned and dumbfounded by the sudden scene. Qian Duoduo looked at Wu Yuanying and said with a smile, how is it, Master Wu, are you surprised? Are you surprised? It's you. Wu Yuanying glanced at Qian Duoduo and said angrily. This is really none of my business. Qian Duoduo smiled and said, that's because General Gongsun is so charming. As soon as the commander of the Imperial Guards saw General Gongsun, he immediately turned against us. Wang Chang. Hearing this, Wu Yuanying shouted angrily, then looked at Wang Chang, the commander of the Imperial Guards not far away, and said angrily, how dare you betray me? Betray. Wang Chang sneered, even with some disdain, a traitor who killed the king and seized the throne is worthy of the word betrayal. How can my Imperial Guards be associated with you? You. Wu Yuanying pointed at Wang Chang. Why? Qian Duoduo suddenly sighed and said, you've spent all your money, and all your people are dead. You can't beat Master Qian, Master Wu. What do you think we should do next? Puff. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Wu Yuanying spat out another mouthful of blood. Run out of money. All the people died. Still can't win. This is so fucking heartbreaking. Even the tens of thousands of people at the palace gate looked at Wu Yuanying with sympathy and pity. For a prime minister to end up in such a situation, he really deserved it. Fatty, are you done pretending? But at this moment, Ye Bufan, who was fighting with two Yuanfu realm masters, suddenly said something impatiently. It was originally a very simple matter, just kill him directly. Tell me, why do you have to make it so troublesome and complicated now? Master Qian is here to vent his anger on you, kid. It would be fine if you didn't appreciate it, but you're actually complaining about Master Qian. Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes and said, okay, start your performance. Give me some vent. If you tell this to others, they may believe it. But do you really think that I am still the young man who just walked out of Tianwang City? Do you really think that I don't know that you want to take this opportunity to establish your authority and expand your influence in the Xingyu kingdom? Boom. Without paying any more attention to Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan's aura suddenly changed, and his true fighting power, which had been hidden, erupted instantly. The sudden change made the two Yuanfu realm powerhouses of Tianyu sect stunned. Call. Ye Bufan had already punched the old man in green robe. The old man in green robe was shocked. He had no time to dodge, so he could only meet the attack with his fist. Bang! The two fists collided and a heavy sonic boom sounded. Puff. Semicolon. The next second, the old man in green robe spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Ye Bufan severely injured a Yuanfu realm expert with one punch. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was shocked and even horrified. The Wu family father and son are no exception. Qian Duoduo looked at Wu Yuanying and said with a smile, are you surprised? After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, in fact, there is one thing that Master Qian has never said, that is, even if Master Qian takes action, it will be useless because Master Qian is no match for this kid. You are no match for him. Wu Yuanying was shocked and seemed a little unconvinced. What do you think? Qian Duoduo sighed and said, although Master Qian doesn't want to admit it, this is the fact. So, Xiao Wu, you have hit a wall. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that your greatest misfortune is not your stupidity or ignorance, but your family misfortune. Why do you say that? You think your grandson tricked your son to death. Now your son is going to kill you again. Look at your family. The grandson cheats the son cheats his father, one generation cheats the next, and it never ends. Why are you doing this? Grandson betrays his son. The son betrayed his father. Puff. Wu Yuanying spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang. Then, his body fell straight to the ground. Although his eyes were open, he was completely lifeless. Chapter 2135 The seventh princess of the Tianwu dynasty arrives. The prime minister was angered to death. It's really sad and lamentable. However, none of the onlookers felt the slightest sympathy or pity for Wu Yuanying. After all, they were not fools. At this moment, they could see what had happened to Chu Xinghe, who was clearly planned by Wu Yuanying and others. Killing the king and seizing the throne is not a pity. The common people are like this, but Wu Qianyan is different. Father. The moment Wu Yuanying fell to the ground, Wu Qianyan pounced on him. When he saw Wu Yuanying had no life left and died with his eyes open, his body trembled violently, and then he looked at Qian Duoduo angrily and said, I will fight you to the death. After a roar of anger, Wu Qianyan stood up and rushed towards Qian Duoduo. It's a pity that Wu Qianyan is only at the second level of Tiangong. How could he be a match for Qian Duoduo who is at the third level of Yuanfu? Call. As soon as Wu Qianyan got close, Qian Duoduo struck him with a palm. Although Wu Qianyan attacked first, Qian Duoduo struck back with a palm strike. Bang! A dull voice sounded. Before Wu Qianyan's attack landed, Qian Duoduo had already slapped him on the body. Puff! Wu Qianyan spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Qian Duoduo, his eyes were full of unwillingness and regret. Bang! The next second, Wu Qianyan fell to the ground. Boring. After taking a look at Wu Qianyan who was already lifeless on the ground, Qian Duoduo muttered something and ignored him. Instead, he shifted his gaze to look at the battle between Ye Bufan and the two Yuanfu realm warriors. At this moment, the Wu family father and son had just died, and the two Yuanfu realm warriors of the Tianyu sect were trembling with fear. Coupled with Ye Bufan's sudden surge in strength, the two of them had already considered retreating. That was why the old man in black robe dodged Ye Bufan's attack and did not hesitate at all before retreating directly. In just a moment, he had already opened up a distance of more than 10 meters between himself and Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan naturally would not give up, he chased after him closely. The old man in black robe suddenly waved his hand and said, "Wait a minute, little brother." Ye Bufan frowned. Then, he stopped and stood 5 or 6 meters away from the black-robed old man. He looked at the black-robed old man and said, "If you have any last words, please say them quickly." Last words. The black-robed old man's mouth twitched. However, thinking of the strength Ye Bufan had shown now, and the old man in green robe who was struggling to stand up after being hit by Ye Bufan's palm not far away, the old man in black robe did not refute. Because he knew very well that Ye Bufan was telling the truth. If they continued to fight, he and the old man in green robe would either die. Call. After taking a deep breath and calming down a little, the old man in black robe looked at Ye Bufan and said calmly, "Little brother, although we were also wrong in today's matter, we are only entrusted by others after all. To put it bluntly, this is still an internal matter of your kingdom. Now that the father and son of the Wu family have died, there is no need for us to continue the fight. How about we both stop here?" "Nothing. You said to start, so I started. You said to stop, so I stopped. You take yourself too seriously, don't you? So what do you want? It's simple. Leave your lives to me. You. All right, stop arguing. Now that you've said your last words, let me send you off." Presumptuous. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the old man in black robe shouted angrily, "Boy, do you really think that you can be an enemy of our Tianyu sect just because you have some strength? I'm telling you, you're courting death." Changing the subject, the old man in black robe continued, "In the Tianyu sect, besides the two of us, there are 6 Yuanfu realm warriors. Among them, our sect master is a Yuanfu 7th heaven warrior. Do you think that with your strength, you can fight against 6 Yuanfu realm warriors at the same time? So, I advise you not to make mistakes. If you let today's matter go, our Tianyu sect can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this vast world." "Oh." Ye Bufan sneered and said, "The world is so big, there is no place for me to stay. You are so boastful, do you know that?" After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Let's not talk about how high the sky is or how vast the earth is, let's just talk about this Star Moon Kingdom. All under heaven belongs to the king. All the people in the land are subjects of the king. Since you, the Tianyu sect, are in the Xingyu Kingdom, you are citizens of the kingdom. But have you got the royal approval? No. Since there isn't, then you are an illegal organization. An illegal organization, plus a group of lawless criminals. Where do you get the courage and confidence to leave me with nowhere to hide? Just relying on your 6 Yuanfu and your master of the 7th level of Yuanfu. Oh, do you believe it or not, after the new king of the Star Moon Kingdom ascends the throne, the first thing he will do is to break down your mountain gate and eradicate you lawless criminals. You." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the black-robed old man couldn't help but tremble. He looked at Ye Bufan, shocked and horrified, and said, "Are you going to attack our Tianyu sect?" "That's right." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "You guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward." "You." The old man in black robe was furious. He never expected that Ye Bufan would admit it directly. He never expected that Ye Bufan would actually attack the Tianyu sect. The most important thing is, with the strength that Ye Bufan has shown now, plus the foundation of the kingdom, they may not be a match for the Tianyu sect. But at this moment, the old man in black robe could no longer care about so many things. Because, first of all, he has to survive. Brush. Suddenly, the old man in black robe looked behind Ye Bufan and exclaimed, "Sect master, save me." Ye Bufan frowned. He subconsciously looked behind him. Ye Bufan was like this, and everyone else present was no exception. However, when they looked behind Ye Bufan, they found that there was no one behind Ye Bufan, let alone the leader of Tianyu sect. It was also at this time. Call out. The old man in black robe flashed and ran towards the palace gate. He pushed his speed to the extreme, and in just a moment, he had already opened up a distance of hundreds of meters between him and Ye Bufan, and the distance was still continuing to increase. At this time, everyone understood that the old man in black robes, "Master, save me," was just a diversionary move, and his real purpose was to create a chance for himself to escape. Oh. Seeing that the old man in black robe had already escaped hundreds of meters away, Ye Bufan sneered and said disdainfully, "You want to run, can you run away?" Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took a step forward. Thunder. Under the rumbling thunder, Ye Bufan's figure turned into a residual shadow, and in just a moment, he was already 50 meters away from the black-robed old man. After the thunder, Ye Bufan transformed into the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword flashed and was already several meters away from the old man. The sharp murderous intent chilled the heaven and earth. Everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, especially when they saw Ye Bufan turning into a knife in front of them. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble and shake. It was also at this time, feeling the chill and murderous intent coming from behind him, the old man in black robe was frightened to the extreme, and an ominous premonition surged over him. He really wanted to see what was happening behind him. But he didn't dare to look at it, nor did he have the time to look at it. At this moment, he had to race against time. If he missed even 1 second late, he might die. But no matter how fast he is, how can he be faster than Ye Bufan? In just a moment, Ye Bufan's incarnation of heavenly sword had already arrived behind the old man in black robe. The heavenly sword slashed down from above. Puff! For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. Then, with 2 clicks, the body of the old man in black robe was split into 2 halves. The broken body fell to the ground, and his internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The 3 swords that kill gods make gods and ghosts weep in fear. With 1 sword, the Yuan mansion is destroyed. Call. The heavenly sword dissipated. Ye Bufan stopped and stood. A lightning-fast strike. The whole place was dead silent. Looking at Ye Bufan, then at the 2 halves of the black-robed old man's body, and then thinking back to the scene just now, everyone present felt that breathing became a little difficult. After a moment, a shout suddenly rang out from the crowd, "The 7th princess of the Tianwu dynasty has arrived." Chapter 2136. Are you willing to be my consort? The 7th princess of the Tianwu dynasty has arrived. The sudden shouting and singing instantly made the originally silent atmosphere become extremely weird. The 7th princess of the Tianwu dynasty. As a vassal state of the Star Moon Kingdom, the power of the Tianwu dynasty is unquestionable. In fact, in front of the Tianwu dynasty, the Star Moon Kingdom is just a subject. In terms of status, any member of the royal family is more noble than the king of the kingdom. The 7 princesses of the dynasty were naturally no exception. But how could the 7th princess of the dynasty appear here? Before anyone present could think about it, a young girl in white clothes slowly walked out from the crowd watching at the palace gate, accompanied by 2 old men. It is obvious that this girl in white is the so-called 7th princess of the dynasty. But do you think that those wearing white clothes are necessarily fairies? No. If you really think so, you are totally wrong. Not only is the woman in white in front of him not at all related to the so-called fairy, but she is actually 2 extremes from the fairy who is loved by everyone and makes flowers bloom wherever she goes. How should I put it? If I had to describe the image of this girl in white, it would be, in 1 word, fat. 2 words, very fat. 3 words, very fat. 4 words, quite fat. About 1.56 meters tall. Weighing 300 or 400 kilograms. Can you imagine what that concept is? It was clearly a moving ball of flesh. As for appearance, does not exist. Her facial features had long been distorted by the fat on her face. In short, in everyone's eyes, this is just a ball of meat. If the purple-eyed green-scaled python was still alive, or if it happened to be present, she would probably have cursed with disgust, "Another fat guy." That is why everyone present was stunned the moment they saw the girl in white. Is this the 7th princess of the dynasty? Is this true or false? Isn't this too inconsistent with the image of an imperial princess in their minds? As for impersonation, does not exist. Who dares to pretend to be a princess of the Tianwu dynasty within the territory of the Tianwu dynasty? That's nothing but seeking death. In other words, the person in front of him must be the 7th princess of the Tianwu dynasty. In this world, the strong are respected, and there is also an order of hierarchy. Bang. Therefore, after a brief moment of daze and confusion, one of the officials present knelt on the ground and bowed to the girl in white, saying, "Your humble servant greets Her Royal Highness the 7th Princess. May your Royal Highness live 1,000 years and 1,000,000 years." Bang, bang, bang. After the civil officials, including Gongsun Bupo, everyone else present did not hesitate anymore and knelt before the girl in white, saying in unison, greetings to Her Royal Highness the 7th Princess. May your Royal Highness live 1,000 years. In an instant, in the huge palace square, except for the woman in white and the two old men behind her, Ye Bufan was the only one still standing. As for the money, he still sat in his chair calmly, but frowned as he looked up and down at the woman in white, that is, the two old men behind the 7th princess of the dynasty. Qian Duoduo was very sure that these two old men were not ordinary people. At least, their cultivation and strength were definitely not inferior to his own, and were even much better than his. No need to be polite. At this time, the woman in white waved her hand and said something. Afterwards, she didn't say anything more, but walked slowly towards Ye Bufan. Seeing this, Ye Bufan frowned. A moment later, the woman in white had walked in front of Ye Bufan. She stopped, looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Are you from the Star Moon Kingdom? What's your name?" Well, Ye Bufan was stunned by the sudden question from the woman in white. The other people present also looked at Ye Bufan with some surprise. At this moment, they understood that the 7th princess of the dynasty suddenly appeared just for Ye Bufan. As for what she wants to do, who knows? Although Ye Bufan was somewhat confused about the intentions of the 7th princess of the dynasty in front of him, he still politely replied, "This is Ye Bufan." Ye Bufan. The woman in white groaned for a moment, then smiled and said, "The Ye family has a son who is born extraordinary. What a good name." But her praise, especially her smile, coupled with the grease on her face, made Ye Bufan feel uneasy in his heart, and even a creepy feeling. It was a pity that the woman in white didn't know about Ye Bufan's experience. Looking at Ye Bufan, she spoke again, "I am Enrushui, the 7th princess of the Tianwu dynasty. I am very happy to meet you." As soon as she finished speaking, Enrushui had already extended her right hand towards Ye Bufan. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned again. Although Enrushui's behavior was a little sudden and Ye Bufan was a little confused, as the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you, so Ye Bufan still extended his right hand politely. The two men separated as soon as their hands touched. Afterwards, Enrushui looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Ye Bufan, your previous sentence, 'All under heaven is the king's land, and all the people are the king's subjects,' is very domineering, and this princess likes it very much." "Princess, you are so kind." Ye Bufan replied with a smile. Enrushui asked, "Are you willing to marry me and be my consort?" What? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was completely stunned. Not only Ye Bufan, but everyone else present was bewildered. Even the two old men behind Enrushui looked at their 7th princess with surprise and shock. "Princess, are you joking?" The next second, Ye Bufan came back to his senses and said with a twitching mouth, "Are you kidding?" Enrushui shook her head and said seriously, "No, I am serious. As long as you promise me, from now on, you will be the imperial consort, enjoying wealth and honor, and holding the power of the dynasty." Damn it. Ye Bufan was in a mess and even more crazy. "Serious? Seriously? The first time you see me, you want me to be your consort? Are you fucking crazy?" "Feel sorry." Ye Bufan immediately said, apologetically, "I already have a family, so I can only appreciate the princess's kindness. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." After saying this, Ye Bufan turned around and was about to leave. First, there was a python with purple eyes and green scales. Now another 7th princess of the dynasty has emerged. The women in this Shanwu world are simply a bunch of crazy people. Ye Bufan wanted to go back to the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, etc. Unexpectedly, just as Ye Bufan was about to leave, Enrushui stopped him and said, "It is normal for a strong man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, so even if you already have a family, I won't mind." Damn it. You don't mind, but I do. Ye Bufan was messy. Enrushui changed the subject and continued, "Or is it that having a family is just an excuse for you? You rejected me just because I'm fat and ugly. So you knew it." Ye Bufan was speechless, but said, "Your Highness, you have misunderstood. I really do have a family, and my love for my wife is as strong as gold. There is no room for anyone else in my heart." Without waiting for Enrushui to speak, Qian Duoduo suddenly came to Ye Bufan, put his arm around his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Boy, you are really good. Your luck with women has come again and again. I am almost envious and jealous of you. However, the 7th princess loves you so much, but you are fooling her like this. Don't you feel guilty?" After saying this, Qian Duoduo looked at Enrushui and said, "Little girl, don't be fooled by this guy. He has more than one wife, and even quite a few. You are a jerk. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Is this really my father-in-law? He was messy and even mad. He even wanted to kill Qian Duoduo. But at this moment, Enrushui spoke again. Do you still think I'm ugly? Do you think I'm fat? Ye Bufan really wanted to say, yes. But Enrushui didn't give him any chance at all. Looking at Ye Bufan, Enrushui smiled and said, it's okay, this is human nature, I can understand it, but do you know the Tianwu beauty list? Tianwu most beautiful list. What the hell? Ye Bufan was stunned and even a little confused. You are in the Star Moon Kingdom, so it's normal that you don't know the Tianwu peerless beauty list. Enrushui said, since you don't know, then I'll tell you. The so-called Tianwu peerless list is actually a ranking of all the women's looks in the imperial court by the Tianji Tower. This naturally includes the 13 kingdoms under the imperial court. In addition to the peerless list, the Tianji Tower also has the Tianzhao list, the wealth list, and many other ranking lists. Of course, these are not the main points. The main point is, do you know who is the first person on the Tianwu peerless list? Tianji Tower. The most beautiful list. The list of geniuses. Wealth list. It has to be said that the Star Moon Kingdom is still too small. The information Ye Bufan can access here is too limited, and he knows nothing about these things. Ye Bufan was a little confused as to why Enrushui suddenly mentioned this. But he still asked, who? My sister, the 8th princess of the Tianwu dynasty, Enruyan. Enrushui said with a smile. What the hell? Ye Bufan was stunned. Your sister is the most beautiful woman in the Tianwu dynasty. Damn it. You look like this, but your sister is the most beautiful person on the list. This Tianji Tower is too fake. It seemed that she had already anticipated Ye Bufan's reaction, so Enrushui was not surprised at all. Instead, she just smiled and asked, you don't believe it? Anyone who believes it is a fool. Ye Bufan said to himself, Princess, please speak directly. What do you want to say? All right. Enrushui responded, 3 years ago, my father issued an imperial decree, announcing to the world that whoever marries me, Enrushui, can marry my 8th sister, Enruyan. In other words. After a pause, Enrushui looked at Ye Bufan meaningfully and said, as long as you marry me and become my consort, you can marry my 8th sister, Enruyan, the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. Chapter 2137 Either get it or destroy it. 3 years ago, my father issued an imperial decree, announcing to the world that anyone who marries me, Enrushui, will marry my 8th sister, Enruyan. In other words. As long as you marry me and become my consort, you can marry my 8th sister, Enruyan, the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. Oh shit. When Enrushui said this, everyone in the audience was shocked. Ye Bufan was naturally no exception. But for Ye Bufan, it was more of a mess. His Majesty the Emperor Tianwu issued an imperial decree that whoever marries you, Enrushui, will get Enruyan, the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. Damn it. Is this true or false? What does your father want to do? Is it sold as a bundle? In my opinion, he is afraid that you won't be able to get married, right? But that's not right either. As the 7th princess of the imperial dynasty, her identity is so noble and her status is so high. Even if she is fat or ugly, there must be someone willing to marry her. Then, Enrushui said that whoever marries her can marry Enruyan, the most beautiful woman in Tianwu, not that whoever marries the most beautiful woman in Tianwu must marry Enrushui. Could there be some other reason? Ye Bufan didn't know. Ye Bufan couldn't care less. The most beautiful woman in Tianwu. So what? Am I the kind of man who can't even move his feet when he sees a beautiful woman? Ye Bufan immediately said, Your Highness, thank you for your kindness, but I still say that I already have a family, so I can only apologize. Are you really going to reject me? Enrushui frowned. Yes. Ye Bufan's attitude remained the same. Presumptuous. But at this moment, before Enrushui could speak, an old man behind him had already shouted angrily, pointing at Ye Bufan and said, Boy, the 7th prince has taken a liking to you. It is a blessing you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. It would be fine if you don't feel grateful, but you actually dare to refuse again and again. Ye Bufan frowned. Looking at the old man, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since soft tactics don't work, you guys want to use hard tactics. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Enrushui said, Master Jian, please step down. But your highness, stand back. The old man wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Enrushui's stern rebuke. Yes. The old man responded helplessly and said nothing more. At this time, Enrushui looked at Ye Bufan again and said with a smile, since you don't want to, forget it. However, if you change your mind, you can come to the imperial capital to find me at any time. Goodbye. After saying this, Enrushui turned and left. The two old men naturally followed. After a moment, Enrushui and the two old men had already passed through the crowd and disappeared from everyone's sight. Enrushui came suddenly and left decisively. Ye Bufan, however, looked confused. Leaving now? What about the dignity of the imperial princess? Where is the majesty of the imperial princess? As a princess of the dynasty, shouldn't you be reckless and domineering? I have rejected you again and again, shouldn't you teach me a lesson? Enrushui's reaction really surprised Ye Bufan. But it's okay this way. When it comes to emotional matters, it's all about mutual consent. Ye Bufan was really afraid that the seventh princess of the Tianwu dynasty would be as relentless as the purple-eyed green-scaled python before. If that was true, then it would be quite troublesome. After all, she was a princess of the dynasty, and based on Ye Bufan's preliminary understanding of the Shanwu world, there must be powerful people in the Wuji realm in the dynasty, and there might even be Daoji Tianzun. With Ye Bufan's current strength and background, he is obviously unable to compete with the dynasty. What a pity. At this time, Qian Duoduo suddenly sighed and said with some resentment, "Boy, this is the seventh princess of the dynasty. If you marry her, you will at least save 20 years of hard work. What's more, marrying her will also give you the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. This is a great opportunity to gain fame, wealth, and beauty. Why did you refuse it? Roll." As soon as Qian Duoduo said this, Ye Bufan immediately yelled at him, "Fatty, do you really think no one can cure you? Do you believe that I will find Rumeng right now? Behind your daughter's back, you encouraged your son-in-law to find another woman. What kind of father-in-law is this? Ha ha." Qian Duoduo immediately laughed and said, "Look at what you said. Master Qian was just joking with you. Why did you bring up Rumeng? It's not necessary, it's not necessary. Fatty Qian is not afraid of anything in the world except his daughter Qian Rumeng. If Qian Rumeng knew that he instigated Ye Bufan to find another woman, would Qian Duoduo still be able to have a good life? Just thinking about it, Qian Duoduo felt a little creepy. Snort. Seeing this, Ye Bufan snorted coldly. Qian Duoduo immediately changed the subject and said, "Okay, let's put this matter behind us. Chu Erleng is still waiting to ascend the throne." After saying this, Qian Duoduo looked directly at Gongsun Bupo who was standing beside him and said, "Old general, let's begin." Etc. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan suddenly stopped Qian Duoduo. "What's wrong with you again?" Qian Duoduo said a little impatiently. "There is still one person who has not been dealt with." As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked directly at the place where the old man in green robe had been before. Unfortunately, at this moment, there was no trace of the old man in green robe. Where are the people? Immediately, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask. People? What people? Qian Duoduo asked back. Of course it's the green-robed old man from the Tianyu sect. That old guy. He slipped away a long time ago. Slipped away? Yes, when the seventh princess showed up just now, Master Qian saw her climbing over the palace wall over there with his own eyes. I'm afraid she has already escaped a great distance by now. You saw it, why didn't you stop it? Why did Master Qian stop him? Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Yes, why stop him? The monk can run away but the temple cannot. Even if the old man in green robe escapes from the palace, he will never leave the Tianyu sect. Since he won't leave Tianyu sect, it will be easy. When the time comes, we'll just take over everything at once. It doesn't matter whether you die early or late. Not only that, after he returns to Tianyu sect, he will definitely tell the sect master of Tianyu sect what happened here, and he might even add some exaggeration. In this case, can the leader of Tianyu sect tolerate it? He certainly can't stand it. Since he can't bear it anymore, he will definitely come to take revenge on me. This way, I don't have to go to Tianyu sect in person. I have to say that the fat man's intentions are extremely sinister. Okay. Without paying any more attention to Ye Bufan, Qian Duoduo said directly, looking at Gongsun Bupo on the side and said, "Old general, let's begin." Outside the royal city, 300 meters away. At this time, Enrushui had already left the royal city and was standing here, looking at the royal city not far away. Her face was cold, even a little ferocious. At this time, behind Enrushui, the old man who angrily rebuked Ye Bufan in the palace suddenly asked, "Your Highness, are you just going to let it go?" "Never mind." Enrushui snorted coldly and said resolutely, "How can I just let it go like this? If I like something, I either get it or destroy it. This goes for things and people as well. I have decided. If that's the case, Your Highness, why did you stop me just now? I can just take action and forcibly bring him back to the imperial capital." The old man asked with some confusion. "Idiot." Enrushui cursed angrily, "You are a Yuanfu realm expert, but you are worse than the Wu family father and son." After a pause, Enrushui continued, "The Wu family father and son at least know that this is a world where the strong are respected, but what about you? And took him away by force. Are you so sure that you too can subdue him? Think about his last blow. What should we do if you take action but cannot control him? Will he let us go easily then? I'm afraid he will kill us directly. Don't ever tell me that I'm a princess of the imperial dynasty and he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. The princess of the dynasty. Without the strength to back her up, the so-called princess of the dynasty is nothing but a joke." The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Highness, what should we do now?" "Return to the imperial capital." Enrushui looked playful and teasing, yet confident as she said, "I will go back and ask my father to grant me the marriage. When the time comes, I don't believe he will dare to refuse. Besides, I have an 8th sister. Bring 8th sister along when the time comes. After he sees her stunning beauty, I don't believe he won't obey." Chapter 2138, The Supreme Body, the Imperial Plan and Domination Merit, Kill. Enrushui has absolute confidence in the authority of the Tianwu dynasty. Enrushui is also absolutely confident about her sister Enryan's appearance. A two-pronged approach, using both soft and hard tactics. Enrushui wasn't worried at all that Ye Bufan would refuse again. Because such a possibility does not exist at all. After leaving a few words, Enrushui did not stay any longer. She took the 2 Yuanfu realm elders with her and left the royal city and the Star Moon Kingdom. 18 years later, my heart is beating for the first time. Now, she wants to go back to Tianwu imperial capital. She wanted to ask her father for permission to marry her. She also wanted to bring her sister Enryan to Ye Bufan. When she returns to the Star Moon royal city, she and Ye Bufan will be living in harmony. As for the rest, whether Ye Bufan likes himself or not. Does Ye Bufan really want to marry me? None of that matters. As long as she likes it. As long as she gets it. If you can't get it, then destroy it. Royal City, Royal Palace. At this moment, all the bodies had been taken away by the members of the Royal Guard, and the bloodstains on the ground had been wiped clean. The coronation ceremony of the new king continued, but the protagonist was changed from the original eldest Prince Chu Ming to the second Prince Chu Zan. Although it was a temporary replacement of the new king, the tens of thousands of people watching at the palace gate did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction or any other negative emotions. They were all even smiling. Why? Just because of the name of Mr. Chu from Wangcheng. What Chu Zan has done in the royal city over the years has already won him the hearts of the people. In the eyes of the people in the royal city, Chu Zan is their sky, shielding them from all injustice. Chu Zan is their land, making them safe, stable and at ease. Therefore, for the people of the royal city, the eldest prince's succession to the throne was just a natural and reasonable thing, but the succession of the second Master Chu was absolutely what everyone wanted. Amid the sound of ritual music, Chu Zan, wearing a black royal robe, walked slowly over, supported by a young eunuch. The people who were watching at the palace gate were originally excited, thrilled, and happy about Chu Zan's succession to the throne. However, the moment they saw Chu Zan, the smiles on their faces froze instantly, and were replaced by astonishment, shock, and disbelief. In the end, all these emotions condensed into endless anger in their eyes. Not for any other reason, just because of Chu Zan's image at the moment. Everyone in the royal city knew and had seen Chu Zan. He was a handsome young man. But what about now? Is this shriveled and dying, old man, in front of them really their second Master Chu? How is that possible? Although some people were skeptical, no one doubted it. After all, Gongsun Bupo was present. If the person in front of him was not Chu Zan, how could he just leave it alone? But how did Mr. Chu become like this? Damn it! It must have been done by the Wu family father and son. Considering what had happened before, the people present immediately identified the Wu father and son as the culprits. In their opinion, it must be the Wu father and son who caused Chuzan to become what he is now. Because of this, their hatred for the Wu father and son instantly reached its peak. The common people were like this, and the imperial guards and civil and military officials present were all shocked and horrified. It was really that Chuzan's image at this moment was too weird, too abnormal and unbelievable. Only Qian Duoduo and Ye Bufan at the front of the crowd were relatively calm. After all, they knew very well that Chuzan became like this entirely because of the 9-5 Supreme Body. But this is only temporary. After Chuzan ascends the throne, everything will change. The Supreme Ruler is the embodiment of the kingly way. Once you ascend the throne, you will surely soar. This is just the beginning. From now on, Chuzan will definitely stir up the situation and completely change the existing structure between countries in Shanwu continent. However, the success of a general is built on the sacrifice of hundreds of soldiers, let alone the rise of a peerless emperor. I'm afraid many people will die by then. Ye Bufan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Little did he know that he himself had gotten into big trouble with, and Rushui. Of course, this is a later story. No matter what the people present thought or what kind of mood they were in, Chuzan's coronation ceremony had to continue. He walked step by step, very slowly and with great effort. If he had not been supported by the young eunuch beside him, he would have fallen to the ground by now. But even so, beads of sweat rolled down Chuzan's forehead uncontrollably. Time passes by every second. The journey that was supposed to take only a few minutes took Chuzan more than half an hour. At this moment, he finally stepped on the last step and walked to the beginning of his road to kingship, Chaoshan Palace. Next, the presiding eunuch read out the late king's will again. Everything is going according to plan. More than 10 minutes later. All ceremonies are over. The eunuch presiding over the ceremony called out, "The second Prince Chuzan is the one who has inherited the heavenly gate and will ascend the throne. Kneel." Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the palace maids, eunuchs, civil and military officials, all members of the imperial guards, and tens of thousands of onlookers at the palace gate all knelt in front of Chuzan outside the Chaoshan Palace. The only exceptions are Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo. They still stood there quietly. Boom. At this time, a bolt of thunder suddenly sounded from the blue sky above the 9 heavens. Immediately afterwards, the entire palace, no, it should be said that the sky above the entire royal city, was filled with wind and clouds, thunder and lightning. What's going on? This sudden change shocked and horrified everyone in the royal city. Roar. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, a deafening dragon roar sounded from the sky, followed by wisps of golden light gathering from all directions. In just a moment, the golden lights condensed into a golden dragon over 200 meters long in the sky above the royal city. Although the dragon had no substance, it displayed endless majesty, causing everyone in the royal city to tremble. This is the kingdom's heritage, the golden dragon of destiny. Roar. The next second, the golden dragon of luck let out a long roar and swooped directly towards Chuzan outside the Chaoshan Palace. His Majesty. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. However, the speed of the golden dragon of luck was so fast that no one could stop it. Even when everyone exclaimed, the golden dragon of luck had already crashed into Chuzan. Finished. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Although they didn't know what had happened, nor did they know what this golden dragon was, they knew that with Chuzan's dying condition, he could not withstand the attack of the golden dragon. However, the truth is always so unexpected. Just when everyone except Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo was sure that Chuzan was doomed to die, the golden dragon had completely dissipated and turned into a ball of golden light that enveloped Chuzan. Not only that, under the cover of these golden lights, the wrinkles on Chuzan's face have begun to fade, and his shriveled body seems to have regained vitality and become plump again. 3 seconds later, Chuzan's dying look was gone, and he returned to his original appearance, a 20-year-old boy. This strange scene made everyone lose their minds for a moment. However, it's not over yet. Although Chuzan's body no longer changed as he bathed in the kingdom's luck, his martial arts skills began to improve rapidly. Destiny is the first level. There are 2 different destinies. The first level of soul. The spirit and soul are in 2 different worlds. The first level of immortal martial arts. 2 worlds of immortality and martial arts. The first heaven. Tai 2 heavens. The first level of Tiangong. The two heavens of Tiangong. The 8th level of Tiangong. Boom. The powerful pressure of martial arts swept across the entire venue uncontrollably. About 3 minutes. The golden dragon of luck dissipated. Chu Zan achieved the 8th level of Tiangong. This. Everyone present was stunned, shocked, and dumbfounded. In just 3 minutes, he went from being an ordinary person with no martial arts skills to a powerful person at the 8th level of Tiangong. What exactly happened? Even though they saw it with their own eyes, everyone still found it hard to believe. However, Chu Zan didn't care what others thought. At this moment, feeling the surging power throughout his body, he just felt that his condition was better than ever before. The most important thing is that just now, at the moment when he resonated with the golden dragon of the Star Moon Kingdom, his 9-5 supreme body actually condensed a supreme skill on its own, the Imperial Map and Hegemony skill. The body of the supreme ruler. The Imperial Plan and Hegemony achievement. Ye Bufan really didn't lie to him. The body of the kingly way. Either be high above and dominate all living beings. Either you become unknown and fall into the mortal world. Chu Zan no longer thought about the 9-5 supreme body and the imperial domination technique, but withdrew the pressure of the 8th layer of the heavenly gang, then looked at all the people kneeling in front of him and said, "Everyone stand up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone came back to their senses and stood up in unison. The next second, Chu Zan scanned the entire place, and finally his gaze fell on the civil and military officials in front of him. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted in a cold voice, "Imperial guards, listen to my orders." Faced with this sudden change, all the civil and military officials present were stunned. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Chang, however, had already knelt on one knee like the other members of the Imperial Guard. Brush. Chu Zan did not hesitate. He pointed at the civil and military officials in front of him and said in a cold and decisive voice, "Kill." Chapter 2139 Tai Xiaohu. Kill. When Chu Zan said this, everyone present was stunned. Especially the civil and military officials. Looking at Chu Zan, they were all shocked and horrified. Although they were from Wu Yuanying's faction, they were also officials of the kingdom. Moreover, all the officials of Gongsun Bupo's faction had already been killed by them. Now they were the only ones left in the court. If they were killed, who else in the court could help the new king Chu Zan govern the kingdom? Wouldn't the kingdom be in chaos by then? The most important thing is, if Chu Zan really wanted to kill them, why didn't he kill them when he dealt with the Wu father and son before, but waited until now? How could they know that the reason why Chu Zan chose to take action at this time was because Ye Bufan had reminded him before that as long as Chu Zan ascended the throne, the side effects brought by the 9-5 supreme body would be completely eliminated. However, Ye Bufan could not be sure what the concept of ascending the throne was, or in other words, whether Chu Zan needed to obtain the approval of the officials of the kingdom when he ascended the throne. That was why Ye Bufan did not directly kill these officials. Chu Zan has naturally been enduring it all the time. But now, wear the royal robe and protect the national destiny. The 9 supreme bodies, awaken. Chu Zan no longer has any worries. If that was the case, how could he let these officials go? Traitors should be executed. Buzz. After a brief moment, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Wang Chang, was the first to come to his senses. Kill. He pointed the long sword in his hand at the officials and spoke coldly. In an instant, all the members of the royal guard came back to their senses. Kill. Under the leadership of Wang Chang, they raised their swords and killed the civil and military officials in front of them. Seeing this scene, all officials were horrified. They all looked at Chu Zan with pleading eyes. It's a pity that although Chu Zan was looking at them, there was only indifference, determination, and endless murderous intent in his eyes. Chu Zan's expression made all the officials clearly realize that at this moment, even if they begged for mercy, Chu Zan would never let them go. Immediately, the leading Tiangong Second Heaven official in Wu Yuanying's faction shouted directly, "Everyone, things have come to this point. If you want to survive, then we have to join forces to kill them." After hearing this, the other officials also came back to their senses. That's right. If you want to live, then fight your way out. Kill. Officials from the 2 levels of Tiangong were the first to rush out. Kill. Civil and military officials also rushed out one after another. In an instant, the Imperial Guards and officials encountered each other. The fighting started again. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over. It was none other than Ye Bufan. Among these civil and military officials, there are quite a few Tai realm warriors, and even 2 Tiangong realm warriors. These people are luck to Ye Bufan, so how could Ye Bufan let them go easily? Call out. With a flash, Ye Bufan arrived in front of the official from the 2nd level of Tiangong. The moment they saw Ye Bufan, the officials of Tiangong realm were stunned. He had witnessed Ye Bufan's strength with his own eyes. Even the deputy leader of the 3rd level of Tianyu sect's Yuan mansion could not block Ye Bufan's sword. With his mere cultivation level of the 2nd level of Tiangong, how could he compete with Ye Bufan? In almost an instant, the officials in Tiangong realm had the idea of surrendering and begging for mercy. It's a pity that Ye Bufan didn't give him any chance at all. In front of the Tiangong realm official, Ye Bufan threw a punch. A punch, fast, fierce and powerful. Bang! Before the Tiangong realm official could react, Ye Bufan's punch had already hit him in the chest. An impact with the force of thunder. Puff! The Tiangong realm official spat out a mouthful of blood. Ye Bufan did not stop for a moment, and did not even look at the other side, and rushed towards the last Tiangong realm official in Wu Yuanying's camp. This is indifference, but also self-confidence. Ye Bufan knew very well that the opponent's strength alone was not enough to block his punch. This is also true. Bang! As soon as Ye Bufan left, the Tiangong realm official fell to the ground. He was completely dead. Officials from the 2 levels of Tiangong died. The imperial guards and officials were already fighting each other. But there was no suspense in the battle at all. With Ye Bufan's participation, no one among the officials could be his match. 2 Tiangong realm warriors were killed instantly. All Tai realm warriors were also dealt with 1 punch. The battle lasted less than a minute from start to finish. All the officials were killed. The guards did not lose a single member. At this time, Qian Duoduo suddenly stood up from the crowd, facing Chu Zan in the Chaoshan Palace, clasped his fists and said, "Congratulations to your majesty for eradicating the rebellion and ascending the throne. I have something else to report on this auspicious occasion." "Master, please speak." Chu Zan immediately looked at Qian Duoduo. "Yes." Qian Duoduo responded, "The monsters in the Star Moon Forest are willing to surrender to your majesty. From now on, we will obey your majesty and live in peace with our Star Moon Kingdom." "What? Never stop until your words shock people." When Qian Duoduo said this, everyone present was shocked. Even Chu Zan is no exception. "The demons surrender and submit to me. Is this true or false?" But soon, Chu Zan understood that this must be true, but the monsters in the Star Moon Forest did not submit to him, but to Qian Duoduo in front of him. Qian Duoduo is doing this now simply to build momentum for himself. The new king ascended the throne and the demons surrendered. Once this news comes out, it will definitely cause a sensation. By then, the prestige of the new king will inevitably reach an unprecedented peak. Chu Zan couldn't help but reveal a hint of gratitude in his eyes when he looked at Qian Duoduo. He knew very well that without the help of Qian Duoduo and Ye Bufan, he would not be where he is today. At this time, Qian Duoduo spoke again. "To show our sincerity, the demon race is willing to auction off hundreds of demon beast cubs as a gift on the day of your majesty's ascension to the throne. Please grant your approval." Hearing this, Chu Zan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Gift? Is this really a gift from the demon clan? Those hundreds of monster cubs, I'm afraid you snatched them from the monster tribe. A money lover is a money lover. A dishonest businessman is a dishonest businessman." However, Qian Duoduo not only gave Chu Zan enough face, but also helped him build momentum. Chu Zan naturally would not refuse Qian Duoduo's good intentions, and immediately said, "Okay. Thank you, your majesty." Qian Duoduo smiled and said. The tens of thousands of people watching at the palace gate were dumbfounded. Originally, they were skeptical about Qian Duoduo's words. After all, the demon race and the human race have always been mortal enemies, and how could the demon beasts in the Star Moon Forest possibly submit to the Star Moon Kingdom? But now, such doubts have completely disappeared. Because the hundreds of monster cubs outside the palace gate are the best proof. If what Qian Duoduo said was all false, then where did these hundreds of monster cubs come from? How could they possibly listen to Qian Duoduo obediently? The only explanation is that what Qian Duoduo said was true. The demons surrendered and were willing to serve as subjects. In an instant, the whole audience was boiling and excited. Qian Duoduo didn't care about these, but looked towards the palace gate and said with a smile, "Little guys, come in." In an instant, hundreds of monster cubs that were originally sitting quietly outside the palace gate all stood up, and the people at the palace gate naturally cooperated and made way for them. Hundreds of monster cubs entered the palace. Then they all sat quietly and neatly in front of Qian Duoduo. Everyone who saw this scene was filled with disbelief. It was really that these monster cubs were too self-aware and too obedient. In fact, they were too self-aware and obedient. Even if everyone saw it with their own eyes, they still felt that it was a little unreal. Qian Duoduo ignored all this. Ahem. He coughed lightly, then looked at the tens of thousands of people watching at the palace gate and said, "It's getting late, let's just start the auction. However, before the auction, please allow Master Qian to introduce a few of our friends to everyone." After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "Do you know who is the strongest person in the Star Moon Forest? Of course it's the purple-eyed, green-scaled python." Someone in the crowd immediately said something. "That's right." Qian Duoduo responded, "The purple-eyed green-scaled python was indeed the strongest in the Star Moon Forest, but that is all in the past. Now the purple-eyed green-scaled python is afraid that even the grass on his grave is already 3 feet high." "What's the meaning? The purple-eyed and green-scaled python is dead." Everyone was stunned. Qian Duoduo continued, "Yes, as you thought, the purple-eyed green-scaled python is dead. Therefore, the strongest person in the Star Moon Forest is no longer the purple-eyed green-scaled python, but their second king, the iron-armored explosive flame tiger." "So." Qian Duoduo deliberately prolonged his voice, then said with a smile, "Now, let Master Qian introduce our first friend to everyone." After saying this, Qian Duoduo shouted again, "Xiaohu, step out." In an instant, a fat little tiger stood up. Pointing at the little fat tiger, Qian Duoduo said with a smile, "This is the first friend that Master Qian wants to introduce to you. He is the strongest person in the Star Moon Forest today, the third son of the iron-armored explosive tiger, Iron Little Tiger." Chapter 2140 The First Meeting Between Chu Zan and Qin Tian. Puff. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, many people present burst into laughter. Why? Just because of the last 3 words of Qian Duoduo. Tai Xiaohu. My son's name is Tai Xiaohu. Should his father be called Tai Dahu? Isn't it a bit crazy that you call me that so casually? Even Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. But Qian Duoduo obviously didn't care about these things. In fact, facing the reactions of those present, he said confidently, "What are you laughing at? It's just a name. Xiaohu doesn't care, so why do you care?" Roar. Unexpectedly, as soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Tai Xiaohu roared at him angrily, which was obviously to express his dissatisfaction. It was a pity that the little fat tiger obviously had no deterrent power, and his appearance even won the hearts of many girls present. Ahem. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo felt a little embarrassed, so he changed the subject directly and said, "It's just a name, it's not important. What's important is that Tia Explosive Flame Tiger said that although he is willing to auction his son to congratulate the new king on his ascension to the throne, Tai Xiaohu is Tai Xiaohu. Even if he is sold by him, he is still his son. So, what he meant is that no matter who buys Tai Xiaohu, they will be a family with him, Tai Dahu, no, Tia Explosive Flame Tiger. Do you know what a family is? We are a family. If you have any questions, just ask." Qian Duoduo stopped talking here and didn't continue talking. However, even if he didn't say it, most of the people present had already understood what he meant, or rather, understood what iron-armored explosive tiger meant, which was simply, "By my son, then we are a family, and from now on, I will protect you." Damn it. This is a demon king from the 8th level of Tiangong. In the Star Moon Kingdom, the Tiangong realm is already the top powerhouse. If there is a demon king of the 8th level of Tiangong to protect you, won't you be able to do whatever you want in the future? What's more, Tai Xiaohu himself is of great value. That's the son of the demon king. After he grows up, he will definitely become a demon king. In an instant, the look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Tai Xiaohu changed. Excitement, desire. Especially those wealthy businessmen. Now they finally understood why Qian Duoduo had written in the invitation to them that there would be a surprise at the ceremony, so remember to bring plenty of money. Damn it. This is indeed a surprise. This is indeed a good idea. Tai Xiaohu. Must get him. Everyone's thoughts were racing. Qian Duoduo ignored Tai Xiaohu and continued to introduce other monster cubs. The second daughter of the 9 polarity thunder and fire lion. The eldest son of the golden silk howling moon wolf. The third son of the black nether blood refining leopard. Among the 10 Tiangong realm demon kings in the star moon forest, except for the silver ringed blood scaled bear which has no offspring yet, the other 9 Tiangong realm demon kings all arranged for a demon beast cub to be handed over to Qian Duoduo for auction. Faced with so many sons of the demon king, everyone present was stunned, dumbfounded, and even shocked. They never imagined that the 9 kings of the star moon forest would actually sell their own children in order to congratulate the new human king on his ascension to the throne. This sincerity could not be greater. However, those present had no idea that the 10 great demon kings in the Tiangong realm were auctioning their demon beast cubs not to congratulate the new king Chu Zan on his ascension to the throne, but simply because they were fooled by Qian Duoduo. Of course, none of this matters. What's important are these monster cubs in front of us. Not to mention the sons of the 9 demon kings, even the other demon beasts are definitely very precious and valuable. After all, demon beast cubs are not common. Under the watchful eyes of the public. After Qian Duoduo gave a brief introduction, he said directly, "Okay, that's all Mr. Qian has to say. Let's start the auction. The first one is Tai Xiaohu. The auction is without reserve price. Let's start." Well, when Qian Duoduo said this, everyone present was stunned. First one, Tai Xiaohu. As the third son of the iron-armored explosive tiger, Tai Xiaohu is definitely the monster cub that everyone present wants most. In other words, Tai Xiaohu is the finale of this auction. Logically speaking, shouldn't this kind of finale be put at the end? Most people were confused for a while. Ye Bufan, however, had a messy look on his face. Ye Bufan could guess what Qian Duoduo wanted to do just by using his toes. What he was doing now was nothing more than wanting to catch all the wealthy businessmen he invited. Why do I say so? It's very simple. Tai Xiaohu's value is unquestionable. He is definitely the monster cub that everyone present wants most. If Tai Xiaohu is put at the back, then everyone will inevitably hold back in order to compete for Tai Xiaohu. As a result, the monster cubs before Tai Xiaohu would definitely be neglected. In this case, can these monster cubs still be sold at high prices? Obviously not. The most important thing is that there is only one Tai Xiaohu. In other words, in the end only one person can get Tai Xiaohu. What about the others? The fact that they didn't take a picture of Tai Xiaohu was secondary, the money in their pockets was the important thing. The auctions are over. How can Qian Duoduo turn their money into his own money? Therefore, Qian Duoduo's current arrangement is nothing more than to make everyone give their all from the very beginning and bid for each monster cub without reservation. To put it bluntly, he wants to squeeze the maximum amount of money out of every bidder's pocket. Ye Bufan could only express sympathy for the people present. Being targeted by Qian Duoduo is their greatest misfortune. However, Ye Bufan had long been tired of Qian Duoduo's cheating and deceiving tactics, and he had no interest in the upcoming auction. That is why, when everyone's attention was focused on Qian Duoduo and the monster cubs, Ye Bufan quietly left the palace. Ye Bufan was like this, and Chu Zan was no exception. He was grateful and trusted Qian Duoduo from the bottom of his heart, but Chu Zan was speechless and even a little annoyed by Qian Duoduo's face of a profiteer. Watching Ye Bufan leave, he also quietly left Chaoshan Palace. As for the coronation ceremony, it's just a formality. What's more, he has already got what he deserves. The rest is not important. Let Qian Duoduo, the profiteer, deal with it. What Chu Zan needs to consider now is what the next step for himself and the kingdom should take. Is it just relying on the supreme body and great achievements? It was nothing more than a special physique and an extraordinary martial arts technique, which were not enough to support him on the path to becoming an emperor and step onto the true supreme position. Royal City, Tianyuan Pavilion. Ye Bufan returned here after leaving the palace. Chu Zan needs to consider what to do next, and the same goes for Ye Bufan. After all, the Star Moon Kingdom is too small, so small that it has limited his improvement and development. He felt that it was necessary for him to step out of the Star Moon Kingdom and onto a higher stage. However, not long after Ye Bufan returned to Tianyuan Pavilion, Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo came to him. "Your Majesty, please tell me what you want to say." Looking at Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo sitting in front of him, Ye Bufan spoke directly. "Young Master Yi is being too polite. Chuzan said, "You are Tianlong's master and Chuzan's benefactor, so you should just call me Chuzan. To be honest, the word, Your Majesty, sounds really awkward. It's just a title, Your Majesty, why should you care too much about it?" Ye Bufan said lightly. Chuzan was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. Your Majesty, please tell me about your two origins." Ye Bufan spoke again. This. Chuzan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Gongsun Bupo beside him, and then looked at Ye Bufan, and said, "To be honest, I came to see Master Yi this time because I want Master Yi to show Chuzan a way forward." Ye Bufan frowned. Although he knew what Chuzan meant, he still asked, "What does Your Majesty mean?" "Young Master Yi, you also know that all the officials of my grandfather's faction were murdered by the Wu family father and son, and all the officials in the Wu family father and son's camp have been killed. Now, although Chuzan has succeeded, there is no one else available in the court except my grandfather and some generals in the army. But governing a country cannot rely solely on generals, so Chuzan would like to ask young Master Yi to help recommend a few capable officials to govern the country. Can you ask me to recommend you some capable officials to govern the country?" "Yes, with Master Yi's status and strength, I think this shouldn't be a difficult task. Aren't you afraid that I will use this opportunity to interfere in the imperial court and become the second Wu Yuanying of your Xingyu kingdom? With Master Yi's strength, if you really have this idea, why bother doing this? Even if you want Chuzan's throne, who in this kingdom can stop you? Perhaps I am just afraid of the Tianwu dynasty." After a pause, Ye Bufan said meaningfully, "As a vassal state of the Xingyu kingdom, the Tianwu dynasty can tolerate power struggles within the royal family, but it should not tolerate others outside the royal family interfering with the royal power, right? If not, I'm afraid that the Wu family father and son would not support the eldest prince but would sit on the throne themselves." "Young Master Yi is joking." Chuzan said, "If young Master Yi was really afraid of the Tianwu dynasty, he would not have directly rejected the 7th princess and Rushui when he was in the palace before." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. The three words, "and Rushui," still made Ye Bufan feel a little messy and creepy. That's why he changed the subject directly and said, "Okay, since you have said so much, then I will tell you clearly. I have already chosen the person for you, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied." "Are you serious?" Chuzan was delighted. "Really?" Ye Bufan said calmly, "As long as you dare to use it, as long as you are not afraid that I have ill intentions, then you can take him away now." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan called out softly, "Qintian, come in." Brush, brush. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chuzan and Gongsun Bupo both turned their heads and looked towards the door. The next second, Qintian came with his hands behind his back. Chuzan took a look. Qintian also turned his gaze to Chuzan. In an instant, their eyes met. A former empire master. A new king of the present kingdom. An invisible aura erupted and collided between the two. Chapter 2141 Imperial Master. Get out of here now. As the former emperor of the Qin dynasty, Qintian has been in a high position for a long time. His aura is powerful, heavy, and full of oppression. On the other hand, Chuzan. Although he has the supreme body, he has just ascended the throne after all, so his aura seems a little weak and unbearable compared to Chuzan. That was why Chuzan was completely defeated after just a brief confrontation. He dodged his gaze slightly and didn't dare to continue looking at Qintian. The most important thing is that the aura and oppressive feeling from Qintian are what Chuzan had experienced many times from his father Chu Xinghe, but the aura Chuzan displayed was even stronger and heavier than that of his father Chu Xinghe. That is the majesty of an emperor. But how could this person have the majesty of an emperor? Could it be that he is also a human emperor? Chuzan was shocked. Gongsun Bupo had the same feeling. However, before they could think more, Qintian had already retracted his gaze from Chuzan, and looked at Ye Bufan, bowed and said, "Young Master Yi. Sit down." Ye Bufan smiled and said, Qintian nodded and sat down next to Ye Bufan. At this time, Chuzan and Gongsun Bupo had come back to their senses. "Master Yi, who is he?" Looking at Qintian, Chuzan couldn't help but ask. "His name is Qintian," Ye Bufan said calmly, and added at the end, "It's the imperial teacher of the dynasty." Boom. When Ye Bufan said this, both Chuzan and Gongsun Bupo were startled, and the way they looked at Qintian also changed drastically. There was shock, horror, disbelief, and even some doubt. This young man is actually the imperial teacher of the dynasty. What is the imperial teacher of the dynasty? That was the teacher of the lord of the dynasty. But, how old is he? Seeing the reactions of Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo, Ye Bufan smiled and said, of course, although Qin Tian is the imperial teacher of the dynasty, what he teaches is not martial arts, but only the way to govern the country. This is why I will introduce Qin Tian to your majesty. As for which dynasty Qin Tian is the imperial teacher of, I will not say it clearly. It's not that it's inconvenient to say it, but that it can't be said at all. After all, Qin Tian is not an imperial teacher of some dynasty, but the real emperor of the empire. However, compared to the Shanwu world, the military force of the Tianyuan small world is too weak. In terms of strength and foundation, Qin Tian's great Qin Empire is not even as good as Chu Zan's Star Moon Kingdom. But it doesn't matter. Military force cannot limit Qin Tian's ability to govern the world. In the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, he can govern the great Qin Empire in an orderly manner and with unity among the people, and he can even make all the people in the empire work for him. Then, he can do the same in the Shanwu world. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo both came back to their senses. However, looking at Ye Bufan and Qin Tian in front of them, they didn't know what to say for a moment. Originally they came here to seek Ye Bufan's help. And Ye Bufan had indeed helped them. However, they never expected that Ye Bufan would actually invite out an imperial teacher. Although no one knows which dynasty Qin Tian is the imperial tutor of, an imperial tutor of a dynasty is an imperial tutor of a dynasty. In terms of identity and status, even Chu Zan, the lord of the kingdom, is not as good as Qin Tian. Under such circumstances, why should they keep Qin Tian in the Star Moon Kingdom? Why should they let Qin Tian give up his high position and generous salary in the imperial dynasty and stay in a small Star Moon Kingdom to work for them? As if seeing through Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo's thoughts, Ye Bufan suddenly smiled and said, Your Majesty, there is no need to belittle yourself. Whether it is the dynasty or the imperial court, they all rose step by step from the kingdom. Since others can do it, why can't you, Your Majesty? What's more, Your Majesty still has the body of the Supreme Emperor. The body of the Supreme Emperor, the destiny of an emperor. I believe that Your Majesty will one day be able to promote the Star Moon Kingdom to a dynasty, or even an imperial court. This is also the only reason why Qin Tian is willing to accept my invitation, give up his position as the imperial teacher of the dynasty, and come to the Star Moon Kingdom to help Your Majesty. He sees Your Majesty's potential and even more so Your Majesty's future. To put it bluntly, this is an investment. What he wants is not just a royal imperial teacher, but a true imperial teacher of the imperial court. At this moment, Ye Bufan made it clear. He told Chu Zan that the reason why Qin Tian gave up the position of imperial teacher of the dynasty was to be a teacher to you, the future emperor of the imperial court. Boom. Chu Zan was shocked. Gongsun Bupo was also caught off guard. But they are not fools. Especially Gongsun Bupo. As the commander-in-chief of the kingdom, he clearly understood what Ye Bufan meant. Shuaner. Immediately, he called out softly, Why don't you pay your respects quickly? Ah. Oh. Chu Zan was a little dazed, but he quickly came back to his senses, stood up, clasped his fists towards Qin Tian, and saluted. Chu Zan greets the teacher. Qin Tian accepts this greeting. Qin Tian stood up and said with a smile, But it's only this time, there is no need to do this in the future. Qin Tian doesn't care about these empty formalities, as long as Your Majesty is sincere, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said, If you have anything to say, go back and talk. Well, Chu Zan couldn't help but be stunned. Gongsun Bupo was also a little embarrassed. Qin Tian suddenly looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, Young Master Yi, you have come all the way here to find Qin Tian. You are not going to send Qin Tian away just like this, right? Well, Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo were stunned again. They looked at Qin Tian with some confusion. Ye Bufan frowned and said, Tell me, what do you want? Hey hey. Qin Tian smiled, rubbed his hands and said, Give me a few battle formations. At this moment, he no longer had any dignity as an emperor. He was just a complete rogue. Of course, this was something he and Ye Bufan had already discussed. To put it bluntly, they were acting in order to increase Qin Tian's weight in the hearts of Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo, and make them accept Qin Tian as soon as possible. It's a pity that neither Chu Zan nor Gongsun Bupo knew any of this. When they heard Qin Tian asking Ye Bufan for a battle formation, or rather, just the word, battle formation, they were shocked. Battle formation, also known as military formation. It exists in the Tianyuan Small Thousand World, and naturally it also exists in the Shanwu Great World. The role of military formations is beyond doubt. Especially for the military. If hundreds of thousands or even millions of soldiers activated the military formation at the same time, the power would be absolutely terrifying. However, in the Shanwu world, only dynasties and imperial courts have military formations. As for the kingdom, maybe, but it definitely doesn't include the Star Moon Kingdom. If the Star Moon Kingdom had a military formation, then even if it was the lowest level formation, the military strength of the Star Moon Kingdom would directly double, or even more. This is the power and terror of the military formation. It's a pity that things like military formations are simply not available for purchase, because neither the dynasty nor the imperial court allows it, so naturally no one dares to sell it. But now, Qin Tian actually asked Ye Bufan directly for the military formation, and not just one set. How could Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo not be shocked? But at the same time, they felt inexplicably excited and happy. If the Star Moon Kingdom could have a military formation, just thinking about it makes people feel excited and thrilled. But will Ye Bufan agree? Before Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo could think about it, Ye Bufan had already thrown the 2 jade slips on the table in front of Qin Tian, and said angrily, "Get out now." Chapter 2142. Since we have nothing to do anyway, let's destroy the Tianyu sect first. Get lost now. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo were shocked and confused. They never thought that Ye Bufan would agree to Qin Tian so easily, and the first move was to form a 2-day military formation. This is a military formation. In terms of value, the current Star Moon Kingdom might not be able to afford these 2 sets of military formations even if it sold all its belongings. But Ye Bufan took it out so easily. As for Ye Bufan's slightly angry words, they didn't care at all, because they could see that Ye Bufan was not actually angry, or he didn't take these 2 military formations seriously at all. At this moment, Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo finally realized that they had underestimated Ye Bufan before. At least now it seemed that Ye Bufan was far more powerful and mysterious than they had expected. Hey, Qin Tian didn't care about these. He directly put away the 2 sets of military formations in front of him, looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Mr. Ye is still generous. Thank you." After saying that, he changed the subject and said, "By the way, when does young Master Ye plan to take action against the Tianyu sect? If the Tianyu sect is not eliminated, I won't be able to do my job." Tianyu sect. When Qin Tian said this, Chu Zan and the others were shocked again. It was only at this time that they remembered that not only was there no one in the court who could defeat the Star Moon Kingdom now, but there was also the potential huge threat of the Tianyu sect outside the court. Especially this time, the deputy leader of Tianyu sect fell in the royal city, and Tianyu sect will definitely not let it go. Although due to the authority of the Tianwu dynasty, the Tianyu sect cannot directly destroy the Xingyu kingdom, they will definitely retaliate against the Xingyu kingdom. Many people will surely die as a result. This is definitely not what Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo want to see. That was why they both looked at Ye Bufan. Qin Tian. Ye Bufan shouted angrily, "Don't push your luck. Master Ye, what you said is true." Qin Tian smiled and said, "How can I be said to be asking for trouble? You killed the deputy leader of Tianyu sect, didn't you? Since you killed him, shouldn't you be held responsible for this?" Ye Bufan pretended to twitch his lips, then said impatiently, "All right, I will help you solve this matter, now you can go away." Ha. Qin Tian smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Ye. Goodbye." After saying this, Qin Tian looked at Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo beside him and said, "Let's go." After leaving a few words, Qin Tian left. Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo were both slightly distracted. They always feel like something is odd. But they couldn't figure out what was wrong for a moment. However, Qin Tian had already left, so it was naturally impossible for them to stay any longer. Immediately, Chu Zan looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Young Master Ye, then we won't bother you anymore." Ye Bufan responded, "Goodbye." Chu Zan and Gongsun Bupo clasped their fists and walked out of the box. After Qin Tian and the other 2 had left and Ye Bufan was the only one left in the box, he smiled and murmured, "I have done what I should do. Now it's up to you, Qin Tian. The military formation is also good. It would be fine to eradicate the Tianyu sect. These are the chips Ye Bufan prepared for Qin Tian. To put it bluntly, it is to increase Qin Tian's weight in Chuzan's heart. It can also be said that it is an investment by Ye Bufan in Chuzan, the body of the supreme ruler. This alone makes it worthwhile for Ye Bufan to do so. Now that Qin Tian's affairs have been arranged, Ye Bufan should also think carefully about what his next steps should be. The Tianyu sect must be destroyed. But what happens after destroying the Tianyu sect? Is he just going to wait for death and live out his days in peace in the kingdom of Star Moon? That was obviously not Ye Bufan's style. Half a day later, it was already dark. Seeing that Qian Duoduo had not returned yet, Ye Bufan walked out of the box and found the fairy feather girl Xiao Qian, and said, "Xiao Qian, where is your guild leader? Hasn't he returned yet?" Reporting to the Lord God, the president has returned, but has left again. Xiao Qian bowed and replied, "Come back, and leave again." Ye Bufan was stunned and asked puzzledly, "Where did he go?" This. Xiao Qian hesitated for a moment and replied, "I heard from the president that he seemed to be taking someone to the Xingyu forest for an investigation." "Who to bring? Did you go to the Star Moon forest for an investigation?" The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Needless to say, the people Xiao Qian was talking about must be the wealthy businessmen invited by Qian Duoduo. As for the investigation in the Star Moon forest, who knows what bad things this fat guy might be planning. I have to say that when it comes to making money, Qian Duoduo is more active than anyone else. But that's a good thing. Previously, Ye Bufan had used up all his luck after summoning Qin Tian and helping him improve his cultivation. But now, Ye Bufan's luck once again surged to more than 4 million. Where did it come from? It is obvious that Qian Duoduo obtained the money from the auction of hundreds of monster cubs. More than 4 million luck. This is equivalent to more than 400 billion low-grade spirit stones. In terms of the value of those monster cubs themselves, except for the offspring of the 9 monster kings, the other monster cubs are not worth mentioning at all. After all, they are just ordinary monster cubs. Therefore, even if there are hundreds of monster cubs, they are definitely not worth more than 400 billion. But Qian Duoduo sold it at such a sky-high price. From this point, it is not difficult to see that those wealthy businessmen were all fooled by Qian Duoduo. Of course, some people may say that even if hundreds of monster cubs were sold at a sky-high price of more than 400 billion, Ye Bufan should not have gained more than 4 million in luck, right? After all, these monster cubs were auctioned on behalf of Qian Duoduo by several demon kings of the Star Moon Forest. In other words, most of the auction proceeds of more than 400 billion yuan belonged to the Star Moon Forest, and Qian Duoduo only received a commission at most. Since it's just a commission, how could it be so much? This is also true. Under normal circumstances, Qian Duoduo can only collect a commission, and the monsters in the Star Moon Forest do not belong to the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, so their income cannot bring Ye Bufan even a little bit of luck. But, who is Qian Duoduo? He is a money grubber and a profiteer. Is it possible for the money that has gone into his pocket to be taken out? Don't be funny. That's impossible. Qian Duoduo has at least 1,000 ways to take the 400 billion for himself. As for how he did it, Ye Bufan didn't know, nor was he interested in knowing. The only thing Ye Bufan could be sure of was that even if Qian Duoduo took the more than 400 billion for himself, the monsters in the Star Moon Forest would definitely accept it with pleasure and would even thank Qian Duoduo. This is Fatty Qian's ability. Even if he sells you out, you still have to be happy to help him count the money. After knowing that Qian Duoduo had gone to the Star Moon Forest, Ye Bufan returned to his box. Nowadays, Qin Tian has gone to the palace, Qian Duoduo is busy making money, the Snow Wolf Demon King has successfully settled in the Star Moon Forest, and even the creatures in the Tianyuan small thousand world like the Taikang Dragon Snake and Xiao Qian have things to do and are busy. But what about Ye Bufan? As the God Lord of the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, the Supreme Being, he suddenly found that he had nothing to do in this huge Star Moon Kingdom. Even though he had been thinking for a long time alone in the box, he still couldn't figure out what he should do. It can be said that Ye Bufan has never been as confused as he is at this moment. It was like he had lost his purpose in life. Of course, this is not Ye Bufan's fault. Why do I say so? As a warrior, the greatest ideal and goal is nothing more than to improve your cultivation and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Ye Bufan was naturally no exception. But others improve their cultivation by practicing. Where is Ye Bufan? Ye Bufan relies on luck to improve his cultivation, and he can only rely on luck. Practice on your own. Haha, if Ye Bufan relied on himself to practice, then even if he practiced for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, his cultivation would not improve. How can I practice like this? What a bullshit practice. Let's talk about luck. Logically speaking, since luck can quickly improve Ye Bufan's cultivation and strength, he should try his best to plunder and earn luck. But Ye Bufan worked very hard for many days, but still did not make as much money as Duoduo could earn in a few minutes. How can Ye Bufan do it himself? Why? Thinking about this, Ye Bufan sighed helplessly and said, forget it, forget it. I'm free anyway, so I might as well destroy the Tianyu sect first. Chapter 2143 Tianyu sect is going to run away. Since we have nothing to do anyway, let's destroy the Tianyu sect first. If the people from Tianyu sect heard what Ye Bufan said, they would probably be so angry that they died. You have nothing to do, so you come to destroy us. What do you take us for? Are they ants that you can slaughter at will? In fact, this is what Ye Bufan thought. If you are not Wuji, then you are an ant. With Ye Bufan's current cultivation and strength, he really didn't take the Tianyu sect seriously. But even so, Ye Bufan would not go directly to Tianyu sect. After all, Tianyu sect is also a sect after all. In addition to the Yuanfu realm powerhouses, there must also be Tiangong, Tai, and even Shanwu and Shenpo-like warriors. However, with Ye Bufan's current cultivation level at the Yuanfu realm, he cannot gain luck by killing immortal warriors or warriors like the spirits. Ye Bufan had already suffered a loss once outside Tianfeng City, so naturally he would not suffer a loss again. But could they just let go of the disciples under Tai of the Tianyu sect? No, no, no. If you don't remove the roots of the trouble, there will be endless disasters. If we are going to destroy it, then we should destroy it completely and thoroughly. What's more, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Isn't it just immortal martial arts and divine spirit? Cultivation is too low. Is there no benefit in killing yourself? Fine. If you can't kill it yourself, let someone else do it. Who? God-killing guard. As early as in the Star Moon Forest, Ye Bufan had thought about bringing the God-killing guards into the Shanwu world, but the pitiful amount of luck Ye Bufan had at that time was not enough to support him to do so. But now, the more than 4 million in luck that Qian Duoduo had just earned was just right for summoning the God-killing guards. Do it when you think of it. Ye Bufan directly used up all his luck and summoned 30 God-killing guards from the immortal martial realm. Tianyu City. This is a city located in the northwest of the Star Moon Kingdom. The reason why it is called Tianyu City is because the entire city belongs to the Tianyu sect. It exists in the Star Moon Kingdom, but is independent of it. To put it bluntly, this is the private territory of Tianyu sect. All under heaven belongs to the king. Are all the people in the world subjects of the king? This was more like a joke to the Tianyu sect. Here, Tianyu sect is the sky. Here, Tianyu sect is the place. Here, everything is decided by the Tianyu sect. Star Moon Kingdom. That's bullshit. They have no right to interfere with anything here, nor do they have the ability to interfere with anything here. This is definitely the greatest misfortune and sorrow of the royal family. But that's the reality. The Tianyu sect is very powerful, so it can do whatever it wants. This is because of the protection of the Tianwu dynasty. If it weren't for the threat from the Tianwu dynasty, a vassal state, the Tianyu sect would have already replaced the entire Chu kingdom over the years. At this moment, the night is deep. In the main hall of the Tianyu city lord's mansion, Tianyu sect master Yinyang Long Yu sat on the city lord's throne deep in the hall, and below him sat the Tianyu sect's 5 Yuanfu realm elders. Looking at the 5 elders, Yinyang Long Yu frowned and said, "Hasn't there been any news from the royal city yet?" Reporting to the sect master, "Not yet." An elder from the first level of Yuan Mansion stood up and said calmly while looking at the Yinyang dragon jade. At this time, another elder also spoke up, "Master, could there be any accident? After all, the coronation ceremony of the new king has already ended by now. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, the deputy master should have sent news." Accident. What kind of accident could there be? Although Gongsun Bupo has advanced to the Yuanfu realm, he is only at the first level of the Yuanfu realm. Moreover, I cut off one of his arms in the battle at the northern fortress. He is now at the end of his strength. With Deputy Sect Master Qin and Elder Wang, two Yuanfu realm warriors, attacking at the same time, it will be easy to take him down. But why has there been no news from the royal city for so long? Maybe it's because Metropolitan. But at this moment, the elder had just said half of his words when a cry of surprise suddenly sounded outside the hall. Then, in the eyes of Yin Yang Long Yu and others, a figure rushed in directly from outside the hall. Master, something happened. As soon as the visitor entered the hall, he shouted. Puff. The next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground with a bang. The person who came was none other than the elder of Tianyu sect who had escaped from the royal city earlier. Elder Wang. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Yin Yang Long Yu also stood up suddenly, and came to the elder in a flash, helped him up, and asked, What happened? Who hurt you? Where is Deputy Sect Leader Qin? Reporting to the Sect Master, Qin, Deputy Sect Master Qin is dead. Elder Wang said this with some effort and weakness. What? Never stop until your words shock people. When Elder Wang said this, everyone present was shocked again. Who did it? Yin Yang Dragon Jade couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Yes, it's Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan, the young man wanted by the Wu family father and son. No, that's right, it's him. How is it possible? Isn't he a Tiangong realm warrior? Master, we were all tricked by the Wu family father and son. That guy is not at the Tiangong realm at all, but at the Yuanfu realm. And he is not just an ordinary Yuanfu realm. He took half of my life with one palm strike, and what? And when Vice Sect Leader Qin tried to run, he was chopped in half by him. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Even Yin Yang Long Chen is no exception. Split a warrior from the third level of Yuanfu into two halves with one sword. What kind of skill is this? What kind of strength is this? At the very least, it is at the sixth level of Yuanfu. Immediately, Yin Yang Long Yu asked with a serious face, Is everything you said true? I swear to heaven that every word I say is true and not a single word is false. Elder Wang raised his hand and swore to the sky. If it's true as you said, how did you escape? But at this moment, before Yin Yang Long Yu could speak, another elder on the side suddenly frowned, looked at Elder Wang with a face full of doubt, and even asked with some suspicion. Shen Donglin, what do you mean? Elder Wang was instantly furious. Ahem. After coughing lightly, he glared at the elder and asked, Are you saying that I lied? Isn't it? Elder Shen said something in a sarcastic tone. You. Elder Wang was furious. That's enough. But at this moment, Yin Yang Long Yu shouted angrily. The two elders fell silent immediately. Yin Yang Long Yu looked at Elder Wang again and said, Elder Wang, it's not that I doubt you, but I'm also very curious. If it's really like what you said, how did you escape back? Sect Master, you don't know that Ye Bufan had just killed the Deputy Sect Master. I don't know how the 7th princess of the Tianwu dynasty suddenly appeared, and I took advantage of that time to sneak away. Elder Wang explained helplessly. The 7th princess of Tianwu. Yin Yang Long Yu was stunned. The other elders were also stunned. Yes, Elder Wang responded. Why did the 7th princess of the dynasty appear in the Star Moon Royal City? Yin Yang Long Yu asked. This. Elder Wang hesitated and said, After I escaped from the royal city, I immediately rushed back. Therefore, I don't know what happened afterwards, nor do I know why the 7th princess appeared in the royal city. Is that so? Yin Yang Long Yu frowned. Afterwards, he stood up and walked back and forth in the hall in front of several elders. Several elders knew Yin Yang Long Chen and knew that he must be making some important decision. That was why they did not interrupt Yin Yang Long Chen. It was not until more than a minute later that Yin Yang Long Chen stopped. He looked at one of the elders and said in a deep voice, Elder Shen, pass the order down. All disciples pack up. We will withdraw from the Star Moon Kingdom tomorrow morning. Chapter 2144, The Rage of a Common Man. Elder Shen, pass the order down, all disciples pack up, and we will withdraw from the Star Moon Kingdom tomorrow morning. This. When Yin Yang Long Yu said this, the elders present were all stunned and horrified. One of the elders couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, why is this? The other elders also looked at the Yin Yang Dragon Jade with confusion on their faces. Why? Yin Yang Long Yu groaned, then frowned and said in a deep voice, "If you don't leave, I'm afraid my Tianyu sect will be destroyed." Boom. The Yin Yang Dragon Jade said something shocking. The elders were shocked. One of the elders asked, "Master, what you mean is that the seventh princess is coming for us?" No. Yin Yang Long Yu shook his head and said, "Whether the seventh princess of the dynasty came for us, I don't know. I also don't know why she appeared in Xingyu Royal City. But, I can be sure that we can't afford to offend Ye Bufan." This. The elders hesitated. The elder Wang who escaped from the royal city earlier said with some resentment and unwillingness, "Master, although that boy is quite powerful, our Tianyu sect is not without the strength to fight, right? Moreover, if we withdraw from the Xingyu kingdom like this, then all our efforts over the years will be in vain, right?" Idiot. Unexpectedly, as soon as Elder Wang finished speaking, Yin Yang Long Yu directly scolded him, and then he directly scolded, "The father and son of the Wu family don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Did a donkey kick your brain? 20 years old, Yuanfu realm, do you know what that means? That means there must be a huge monster behind this kid, and this huge monster is at least at the imperial level. Do you think you've lived too long to be enemies with people like this? A word can wake a dreamer up." As soon as Yin Yang Long Yu said this, all the elders of Tianyu sect present came to their senses, even Elder Wang who was full of resentment and anger towards Ye Bufan was no exception. Previously, they only paid attention to Ye Bufan himself, but ignored the deeper problems. 20 years old in Yuanfu realm. It can be said that he has no backing. Is it possible? That's obviously impossible. Without a strong foundation to support him, no matter how talented he is, it is impossible to reach the Yuanfu level at the age of 20, or even to be the top one in the Yuanfu. But even so, there are still elders who can't help asking, "Master, even if that's the case, there's no need for us to evacuate the Star Moon Kingdom, right?" After all, Elder Wang has already said that the incident in the royal city was caused by the Wu family father and son, and has nothing to do with our Tianyu sect. Now that the Wu family father and son are dead, the young man shouldn't continue to investigate, right? Shouldn't. Yin Yang Long Yu sneered, "What do you mean it shouldn't happen? If you don't remove the roots, there will be endless troubles. Don't you understand this truth? If you were that young man, what would you do? Would you let it go? From the moment he killed the deputy leader of our Tianyu sect, he and I were destined to be enemies, not friends. Under this circumstance, do you think he will let us go? Let's take a step back and say that even if this sect master is just overthinking, and even if that young man has no intention of destroying our Tianyu sect, then we can just come back when the time comes. Why should we take the huge risk of destroying our sect and killing people just for that 1 in 10,000 chance?" Well, the elder who was speaking was stunned. The other elders present also understood instantly. Yin Yang Long Yu was right. They could not afford to offend Ye Bufan and his Tianyu sect. Since they could not afford to offend them, they could only run away. If Ye Bufan had no intention of dealing with them, they could then return to the Xingyu kingdom. Immediately, the elder surnamed Shen said, "Sect master, I will arrange for all the disciples to evacuate now." Yin Yang Long Yu nodded and said, "Remember, take everything you can. If we can't return to the Star Moon Kingdom, we can still rebuild the mountain gate in other kingdoms." Yes. Elder Shen left immediately. This night. The moon is high in the sky. The night sky is beautiful. But there is a lot of crime in Tianyu City. Why? Because Yin Yang Dragon Jade said that everything that can be taken away in Tianyu City should be taken away. What is all? All means everything. Although Tianyu City is the private territory of Tianyu sect, there is not only one Tianyu sect in Tianyu City. In addition to Tianyu sect, there are also people from other kingdoms and merchants and shops. And at this moment, they all became the prey of Tianyu sect. Burning, killing and looting. Looting. After tearing off the mask of hypocrisy, the disciples of Tianyu sect showed the ugliest side of human nature to the fullest. They wanted to squeeze out the last bit of value of Tianyu City before leaving. These are a bunch of robbers. This is also a group of bandits. A night of noise. A night of sin. When the dawn just rose, thousands of disciples of Tianyu sect had gathered in the square outside the city lord's mansion. At this moment, although they were about to say goodbye and leave the city where they had lived for a long time, after last night, they no longer had any regrets or nostalgia in this city. After a moment, Yin Yang Long Yu and several elders of Tianyu sect walked out of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the thousands of disciples ready to go, Yinyang Longyu raised his arm and shouted, "Let's go." After saying this, he walked out directly. Several elders followed. Thousands of disciples from the Tianyu sect also followed slowly. Under the light of dawn, a team of thousands of people from the Tianyu sect marched out of the city. However, just when they were halfway there and had not yet left Tianyu City, a large group of people blocked their way. These are all the people of Tianyu City, more than 10,000 of them. Last night, the Tianyu sect committed heinous crimes. Although many people died, the vast majority of them did not dare to resist or struggle when facing the disciples of Tianyu sect alone. But not resisting or struggling does not mean that they will remain silent. At least not everyone will choose to remain silent. They stole my property and destroyed my wife and daughter. Even an ordinary man will get angry. That is why, this scene happened early this morning under the organization of some people. To put it bluntly, they were unwilling to accept the situation and came to Tianyu sect to ask for an explanation. However, looking at the tens of thousands of people standing in front of them, the disciples of Tianyu sect all looked contemptuous and disdainful. They knew what these people were here for. But, is it useful? It is simply overestimating one's own capabilities if an ant wants to shake a tree. Yinyang Longyu frowned, and then shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Get out of the way of this sect master, otherwise, don't blame this sect master for being rude to you." To be honest, Yinyang Longyu knew very well what happened last night, because it was all arranged and condoned by him. However, he never expected that someone would dare to resist. However, what Yinyang Longyu could not have imagined was that as soon as he finished speaking, a big man in the crowd cursed angrily, "Go to your Tianyu sect, I will fight you." As soon as he finished speaking, the big man rushed towards the Tianyu sect's camp with a long sword in hand. Kill. The other people no longer hesitated. They were even too lazy to talk nonsense with the Tianyu sect. "You bully me because I am weak. Then I will fight you to the death." Tens of thousands of people rushed forward to fight. Everyone from the Tianyu sect was stunned. Especially those disciples at the Shinpo and Shanwu realms, when faced with the scene of tens of thousands of people charging towards them. The previous contempt and disdain on their faces had long since disappeared, replaced by a trace of panic and fear, and even many of them had their legs shaking constantly. Yinyang Longyu shouted angrily, "Since you are seeking death, then this sect master will grant your wish. Kill you." As soon as the words fell, Yinyang Dragon Jade rushed out directly. Beside him, several Yuanfu realm elders and Tiangong realm deacons of Tianyu sect no longer hesitated and followed Yinyang Dragon Jade to charge out. In their eyes, although the tens of thousands of people in front of them were powerful, they were not enough to threaten them. After all, most of these people were only at the spirit realm, and there were even quite a few at the heavenly fate realm. Warriors of this level can kill a large number of them in minutes. However, he didn't expect that the tens of thousands of people in front of him had no intention of fighting with Yinyang Longyu and others. "Since I can't defeat you, I will let your disciples be buried with me." An angry curse rang out from the crowd. Tens of thousands of people who rushed over ignored Yang Longyu and others, and instead, faced their killing moves and rushed towards the thousands of Tianyu sect disciples behind them. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yinyang Longyu's face turned dark. Although he did not take the people in front of him seriously, he could easily kill any one of them in an instant, but after all, he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. Tens of thousands of people ignored his killing moves and rushed straight to the Tianyu sect disciples behind him. What could he do? How many could he stop? How many could he kill? The same is true for Yinyang Dragon Jade, as well as the several Yuanfu realm elders of the Tianyu sect around him, as well as warriors like Tiangong and Tai. In a short period of time, they could not kill all of these tens of thousands of people, nor could they stop them. Boom! In just a moment, tens of thousands of people successfully rushed into the Tianyu sect's team after paying the price of hundreds of lives. Without any hesitation, they raised the weapons in their hands and attacked the disciples of Tianyu sect. No matter whether you can win by fighting or not. It doesn't matter whether to kill or not. Kill him. Chapter 2145, Master of Yin Yang, where are you going? Tens of thousands of people flocked to the scene one after another. What kind of scene is that? What kind of picture is that? The disciples of Tianyu sect, such as Shinpo and Shanwu, were immediately panicked. Many of them even forgot to fight back. But this is normal. Although the disciples of Tianyu sect have strong cultivation, they are not experienced soldiers after all. They are even like flowers in a greenhouse. They have never seen such a situation, let alone being in it. However, the common people who rushed over would not show mercy to the disciples of Tianyu sect just because they were panicked. Not only that, they would take advantage of your illness to kill you. Puff, puff, puff. The knife fell with a sudden movement. In just one encounter, dozens of Tianyu sect disciples were chopped to the ground. Each of them had been stabbed dozens of times, their bodies were covered in blood, and it was a horrible sight. It was also at this time that the remaining disciples of Tianyu sect finally came to their senses. Seeing their fellow disciples falling beside them, they were shocked and extremely angry at the same time. They never thought that a group of ants would dare to commit rebellion. The most hateful thing was that just at that moment, they were actually frightened by this group of ants. It's simply unforgivable. Kill. In shock and anger, the disciples of Tianyu sect did not stop and took action one after another. In an instant, a melee broke out. However, although the people were numerous and powerful, their individual strength was so weak that they still could not gain the upper hand even with their numerical advantage. That's all. After a brief confrontation, they actually let the Tianyu sect gain the upper hand. But there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, the strength of Yin Yang Long Yu and others is too strong compared to the common people. It is so strong that the common people don't even have the chance to resist or fight back. Flash sale. Flash sale. Another instant kill. This was simply a one-sided massacre. However, the people who appeared here at this moment were all determined to die, so they didn't care about these things at all. The worst that can happen is death. There's nothing to be afraid of. But, even if I die, I will drag your Tianyu sect's disciples to be buried with me. That is why, no matter how ferocious and murderous Yin Yang Long Yu and others were, or even if Yin Yang Long Yu and others wanted to take their lives, they did not care or pay any attention. They just identified the disciples of Tianyu sect, stared at them, and then raised the sharp weapons in their hands and hit them fiercely. Crazy. Persistence. Risking one's life. Faced with this scene, Yin Yang Long Yu and others were almost furious. But they had no solution. Now all they can do is kill all these lunatics as quickly as possible. Otherwise, all the disciples of the Tianyu sect who were in the spirit realm and the immortal martial realm would really have to be buried with them. Kill, kill, kill. Yin Yang Long Yu and others became more and more angry, and their killing intent became more and more fierce. Time passes by every second. More than 20 minutes later. Bang! Yin Yang Dragon Jade killed the last civilian with one palm. The battle is over. However, there was no trace of joy on Yin Yang Long Yu's face. Looking at the bodies scattered all around, he said with a gloomy face, "Count the casualties." Yes. The elders all responded. After a while, Elder Shen came to Yin Yang Dragon Jade. He looked a little nervous and said, "Master, in this battle, 567 disciples of the Tianyu sect, such as Shenpo and Shanwu, were slightly injured, 221 were seriously injured, and some died in battle. Elder Shen Xing seemed to have no idea how to continue speaking after this. Explain. Yin Yang Dragon Jade however let out a loud shout. Yes. Elder Shen responded helplessly, then said cautiously, 468 people died in the battle, including 223 people in the immortal martial realm and 245 people in the spiritual realm. Boom. In an instant, Yin Yang Dragon Jade couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. 567 people were slightly injured and 221 were seriously injured. That's all. The number of people who died directly in the battle actually reached more than 400 people, and half of them were in the immortal martial realm. Damn it. Immediately, Yin Yang Long Yu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He never imagined that a group of rabble would cause such heavy losses to the Tianyu sect. That's why he is angry, hateful, furious and anxious at this moment. But so what? Now that things have happened, they cannot be changed or undone. Call. After a moment, Yin Yang Long Yu took a deep breath, looked at the remaining people and said in a deep voice, "Take all the bodies of the disciples with you, and let's go." The purpose of taking away the bodies of those disciples was naturally to win people's hearts. Otherwise, if they were left here, it would disappoint the surviving disciples. This is not what Yin Yang Dragon Jade wants to see or hopes to see. After a while, the battlefield was cleaned up and the Tianyu sect continued to walk out of the city. Inside the city, only tens of thousands of bloody corpses were left. It's bloody and even more desolate. More than 2 minutes later. Outside Tianyu City. Tianyu City, Xingyu Kingdom, my Yin-Yang Dragon Jade will come back. Looking at the Tianyu City in front of him, Yin-Yang Longyu said with a resolute look. Finally, he shouted again, let's go. After saying this, Yin-Yang Dragon Jade turned around. The other members of the Tianyu sect around him were no exception. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, in front of Yin-Yang Longyu and his group, dust was flying and iron hooves were trampling. Seeing this scene, everyone from Yin-Yang Longyu and Tianyu sect were stunned. The next second, before they could think more, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of them with 30 god-killing guards riding on their horses. At this time, Ye Bufan stopped directly. He was about to ask Yin-Yang Longyu and others whether the place in front of him was Tianyu City, but he didn't expect that Elder Wang, who escaped from the royal city beside Yin-Yang Longyu, couldn't help but exclaim the moment he saw Ye Bufan. It's you, Ye Bufan. Elder Wang's sudden exclamation immediately attracted Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan took a look, and when he saw Elder Wang's familiar face, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, old man, it's you, what a coincidence. Skillful. You are so stupid. Elder Wang's mouth twitched, and then he immediately looked at the Yin-Yang Dragon Jade beside him and said, Sect Master, he is the Ye Bufan who killed Deputy Sect Master Chen. Will you die if you don't speak? As soon as Elder Wang finished speaking, Yin-Yang Longyu couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was about to explode with rage. Why did he and all the people in the sect abandon Tianyu City and evacuate the Xingyu Kingdom? Isn't it just to avoid Ye Bufan? Although they happened to meet at this moment, Ye Bufan obviously did not recognize their identities, so they would eventually pass by Ye Bufan. But Elder Wang is different. First there was an exclamation. Now he solemnly introduced Ye Bufan's identity to himself. What do you want to do? Are you afraid that people won't recognize us? Damn it. I am not afraid of god-like opponents, but I am afraid of pig-like opponents. Yin-Yang Longyu was furious. The other elders were no exception. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled. He rode on his horse and glanced at Yin-Yang Longyu and the others. Finally, his sight was fixed on Yin-Yang Longyu, and he said with a playful and teasing look on his face, this must be the leader of Tianyu sect, Yin-Yang Longyu, right? Changing the subject, Ye Bufan asked again, Master Yin-Yang, where are you going? Chapter 2146. What? Are you scared? The miserable appearance of the Tianyu sect's members, the corpses carried on the backs of the Tianyu sect's disciples, and the changes in the expressions of Yin-Yang Longyu and others after seeing him, made Ye Bufan clearly realize that the Tianyu sect's members left Tianyu City not for him, but that the Tianyu sect had encountered some misfortune and they were running away. As for what happened to the Tianyu sect and why they ran away, Ye Bufan didn't know, nor was he interested in knowing. He only knew that since he had encountered them, the people from the Tianyu sect had no chance of escaping. Even Ye Bufan felt a little fortunate. If he hadn't been idle and had the idea of destroying the Tianyu sect first, if he had come back a few days later, he might not even be able to see the shadow of the Tianyu sect. While Ye Bufan was secretly rejoicing, Yin-Yang Dragon Jade was about to explode with anger. Why did they happen to meet Ye Bufan? It's all because of those ant-like people in the kingdom before. If it weren't for them, their group would have left Tianyu City more than 20 minutes ago, and naturally would not have met Ye Bufan now. But that group of ants were seeking their own death, but they also delayed them. Now things are different. He wanted to avoid Ye Bufan, but he finally met him. Blame it on those damned untouchables. While Yin-Yang Longyu was angry and complaining in his heart, he forgot why the tens of thousands of people in Tianyu City blocked their way and why they were willing to fight with them. Ultimately, it was because of what their Tianyu sect did last night. Cause and effect cycle. There is a cause, there is an effect. Last night's cause leads to this morning's result. The current situation of Tianyu sect is a bit like, you can escape the misfortunes sent by heaven, but you cannot escape the misfortunes you bring upon yourself. Of course, as the leader of Tianyu sect, Yin-Yang Longyu would not think so. Just Ye Bufan was not enough to scare him. Since you can't avoid him, just face him. Immediately, Yin-Yang Dragon Jade turned to Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice, why? Do I need to report to you where I want to go? That's not necessary. Ye Bufan smiled and said, it's just that I came here today to destroy your Tianyu sect, so no matter where the Yin-Yang sect master wants to go, I'm afraid he can't go. Upon hearing this, Yin-Yang Long-Yu and others all changed their expressions. They never expected that Ye Bufan would actually want to destroy their entire sect as soon as he opened his mouth. It is really too rampant, too arrogant, and too presumptuous. But even so, they still suppressed their anger. There's no way. I can't afford to offend him. A Yuanfu realm expert in his 20s. Just thinking about Ye Bufan's background makes people feel a little scared. The next second, Yin-Yang Long-Yu clenched his fists, looked directly at Ye Bufan and said angrily, "Mr. Yi, don't go too far. My Tianyu sect's deputy sect master Qin has already died in your hands. What else do you want?" What? When Yin-Yang Long-Yu said this, all the disciples of Tianyu sect were shocked. The deputy leader is dead. Or was he killed by the young man in front of him? How is that possible? Etc. The sect suddenly ordered the entire sect to evacuate the Star Moon Kingdom. Could it be because of this incident? In an instant, all the disciples of Tianyu sect looked at Ye Bufan with horror and fear. Ye Bufan just smiled and said as a matter of course, "What else do I want? Didn't I tell you that I still want to destroy your Tianyu sect?" Yin-Yang Long-Yu was furious. He never expected that Ye Bufan would speak so bluntly. It was so blunt that he could hardly bear it. Yin-Yang Long-Yu immediately shouted angrily, "Mr. Yi, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a background? You have pissed off this sect master." Etc. Yin-Yang Long-Yu had just finished speaking when Ye Bufan interrupted him and looked at him with a look of surprise and confusion. Background? What background? Well, Yin-Yang Long-Yu was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said angrily, keep pretending. If you don't have a powerful force behind you to support you, or if you don't have a master to guide you, can you reach the Yuanfu level at this age? Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "You guys fled so early in the morning, isn't that the reason?" Snort. Yin-Yang Dragon Jade snorted coldly. Although he didn't say anything, he had already implicitly agreed with Ye Bufan's statement. Why? Seeing this, Ye Bufan sighed and said, "I never understood what it meant before. There is nothing to worry about in the world. Only mediocre people worry about themselves, but now, seeing you, I suddenly understand. Powerful background. Guidance from an expert. You guys are really bold. Why don't you say that I am the crown prince of a certain empire?" What do you mean? Yin-Yang Long-Yu was stunned. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "You are the leader of a sect. I have made it clear to you. Don't you understand? What I mean is that there is no such thing as backing from a background or guidance from a powerful person. I can have the strength I have today only by relying on myself. Do you think this sect master will believe it? I am just stating a fact. Does it matter whether you believe it or not? You really don't have any background. And no strong person to guide you. What else?" Ye Bufan spread his hands, then pointed at the 30 god-killing guards behind him and said, "If it is really as you think, do you think that I would only bring 30 immortal martial realm warriors with me to destroy your Tianyu sect today?" Well, Yin-Yang Dragon Jade was stunned again. Yes, if it was really as he thought, how could Ye Bufan bring only 30 warriors from the immortal martial realm to destroy his Tianyu sect? Is it because he has absolute confidence in his own abilities? Don't be funny. Even if Ye Bufan has this confidence, the forces behind him will never allow him to do so. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. If Ye Bufan lost his life because of underestimating the enemy, it would be too late to regret. In other words, I was overthinking it. Ye Bufan had no background or backing at all. The reason why he had his current strength was just luck. In a flash, Yin-Yang Dragon Jade thought a lot. Ha ha ha. The next second, he looked at Ye Bufan and laughed, saying, "Boy, without any background or support, how dare you threaten to destroy my Tianyu sect? Why not? Why don't you dare?" Yin-Yang Long-Yu said coldly, "You really are a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Do you think that you are invincible just because you killed a deputy leader of my Tianyu sect? I can't say I'm invincible, but it shouldn't be a problem to destroy your Tianyu sect. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin-Yang Dragon Jade rushed out and shouted, "Let's go together and kill him." Regardless of whether Ye Bufan has a background or backers, the fact is that he killed Deputy Sect Master Qin of the 3rd level of Yuan Mansion with a single sword strike. In addition, he had the courage to threaten to destroy the Tianyu sect with only 30 warriors in the immortal martial realm. With the combination of the two, Yin-Yang Long-Yu dare not be careless at all. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. If you want to kill him, then do it with all your strength. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several Yuanfu realm elders and a group of Tiangong realm deacons of the Tianyu sect also rushed out. What the hell? Seeing this, Ye Bufan exclaimed, "From your confident and sure win look just now, I thought you wanted to fight me one-on-one, but you ended up fighting me in a group. Why, are you scared?" Yin Yang Dragon Jade sneered and said, "It's too late. Today, you will die." Chapter 2147, Master, Run. It's too late. Today, you will die. Facing Yin Yang Dragon Jade's bold words, Ye Bufan just sneered. He pretended to be surprised, but he was just teasing the Yin Yang Dragon Jade. So what if it's a group fight? Do you really think that young Master Yi is afraid? Call out. As soon as Yin Yang Long Yu finished speaking, Ye Bufan flashed and rushed towards him. Court death. Seeing that Ye Bufan was advancing instead of retreating, Yin Yang Long Yu couldn't help but yell angrily. In an instant, he and Ye Bufan collided first. Call. The Yin Yang Dragon Jade was thrown out in one move. The same was true for Ye Bufan, and his first move was to increase the power of the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand by 16 times. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. The Yin Yang Dragon Jade is like this, and so is Ye Bufan. Facing the Yin Yang Dragon Jade of the 7th level of Yuanfu Realm and 6 Yuanfu Realm powerhouses, Ye Bufan dared not to be arrogant, and even more did not want to capsize in the ditch. Boom! In a flash, Ye Bufan and Yin Yang Dragon Jade collided with each other. Powerful force impact. The entire space trembled, and the raging storm swept in all directions. Da. Immediately afterwards, Yin Yang Long Yu couldn't control his body and retreated 7 or 8 steps. But Ye Bufan didn't move at all. How is this possible? Looking at Ye Bufan, Yin Yang Long Yu was filled with shock and disbelief. At this time, 6 Yuanfu realm powerhouses and more than 10 Tiangong realm deacons of the Tianyu sect had also crossed the Yin Yang Dragon Jade and rushed to Ye Bufan. They were also shocked by Ye Bufan's strength, but did not stop. Kill him. After an elder from the Yuanfu realm shouted angrily, the 6 elders of the Tianyu sect and the 12 deacons of the Tiangong realm attacked Ye Bufan with their killing moves. Ye Bufan doesn't dare to be arrogant, but he won't retreat because of this. Tian Gang Subduing Demon's Skill. Protective Chi. Under double protection, Ye Bufan faced off against 6 elders and more than 10 deacons of the Tianyu sect. Call. He struck out with his palm, and the Great Wilderness Sky Steel Hand directly attacked the one among the 6 elders whose cultivation was second only to Yin Yang Long Yu. Others only pick on the weak, but Ye Bufan chooses to fight the strongest. Of course, Ye Bufan had his reasons for doing this. In the huge Tianyu sect, Ye Bufan didn't take anyone else seriously except Yin Yang Long Yu. No matter if they were the elders of Yuanfu realm or the deacons of Tiangong realm, Ye Bufan was confident that they would be crippled if not killed by one blow from him. In this case, Ye Bufan would naturally first eliminate those who posed a greater threat to him. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the Tianyu sect's elder who was at the 3rd level of Yuanfu. As Ye Bufan launched an attack, the killing moves of the elders and deacons of Tianyu sect also arrived. A momentary confrontation. Bang! Ye Bufan confronted the elder of the 3rd level of Yuan Mansion with one palm. Puff! The elder of the 3rd level of Yuanfu spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards instantly. At this time, the killing moves of the 5 elders and more than 10 deacons of Tianyu sect had already landed. Bang! 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 The attacks of nearly 20 people all hit Ye Bufan squarely. Crack! Bang! As 2 dull and strange sounds rang out, the protective aura around Ye Bufan was directly shattered. While the attacks of nearly 20 people were weakened, they also collided with the external Tiangong of the Tiangong Subduing Demon's Skill. 30% rebound. Bang! 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 The 5 elders and more than 10 deacons of Tianyu sect were all ambushed by their own attacks, so that they were forced to take a few steps back uncontrollably. At this time, their attacks finally hit Ye Bufan. Unfortunately, under the counteraction of Ye Bufan's double energy, their attacks were already weakened a lot, coupled with Ye Bufan's strong body in the Yuanfu realm. Buzz. The killing move jointly launched by the 5 elders of Tianyu sect and more than 10 deacons of Tiangong realm only made Ye Bufan's body tremble and his blood churn. Apart from that, it had no effect on Ye Bufan at all, let alone hurting or killing him. A momentary confrontation. Everything seems long, but it takes less than a breath. How is this possible? Looking at Ye Bufan, everyone in Tianyu sect was shocked and unbelievable. He faced off against the combined attack of 5 Yuanfu and more than a dozen Tiangong, yet wasn't hurt at all. Is this still a human being? Even Yin Yang Dragon Jade had frowned, his face looking heavy and worried. Because at this moment he has clearly realized that although the young man in front of him is arrogant to the point of being rampant, he does have the qualifications and capital to be arrogant. And what about him? He had never underestimated Ye Bufan, but he still underestimated him in the end. One strike to knock yourself back. He was able to withstand the combined attack of the 5 great Yuanfu and more than a dozen Tiangong without being hurt at all. The strength of the young man in front of him is much stronger than his own. What to do? It is impossible to retreat. Negotiation, peace. Even if I have this idea, the other party will definitely not agree. In this case, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Base. The next second, Yin Yang Long Yu took out his sword, unsheathed it and said, "Use all your strength. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Yang Long Yu raised his sword again and rushed towards Ye Bufan. The 5 great elders of Tianyu sect and more than 10 deacons of Tiangong realm also came back to their senses instantly. Base. 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 They either drew their swords or drew their knives. Of course, there are also people who still only have a pair of fists and feet. However, whether it is swords or fists and feet, that is not the point is martial arts. Since fists and feet couldn't hurt the opponent, they used martial arts to beat him up. Although they could not possess the endless spiritual power like Ye Bufan to support them in continuously performing martial arts, even if there was only one chance, it would be enough. They didn't believe that Ye Bufan could remain safe and sound as before when the 5 Yuanfu and more than a dozen Tiangong used their martial arts to attack together. If this is true, then they can only accept their fate. In fact, Ye Bufan is not that strong. Especially attacks with weapons such as swords and knives. That would definitely be a fatal threat to Ye Bufan. That is why, when everyone from Tianyu sect, especially Yin Yang Long Yu, took out their weapons, Ye Bufan frowned, but it was only for a moment. The next second, Ye Bufan sneered, "Weapons. I can do that, too. Call out." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Yin Yang Long Yu came forward with sword in hand. The 5 great elders and more than a dozen deacons of the Tianyu sect have also rushed over with their martial arts. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly shouted, "This young master has his own sword, please let the Yin Yang sect master teach me." Bang! After saying this, Ye Bufan took a step forward. Thunder. Heavenly sword. Under the 3 god-killing moves, only 2 hands were used to perform the moves, but the weather had already changed drastically. The chilling murderous intent made the temperature around him drop sharply. Ye Bufan transformed into a heavenly sword and attacked the Yin Yang Dragon Jade directly. Buzz. Seeing this scene, especially feeling the cold murderous intent and endless oppression from the heavenly sword, Yin Yang Long Yu, who was originally ready to kill with the sword in hand, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He felt that he could not block the knife and would die. Seeing the Yin Yang Dragon Jade in such a state, Elder Wang, one of the 5 elders who had escaped from the royal city, was even more terrified. He still clearly remembered that Deputy Sect Master Qin of the 3rd level of Yuan Mansion was split in half by this knife. So, he subconsciously shouted, "Master, run." Chapter 2148 The Power of Heavenly Sword. Master, run. In fact, even without Elder Wang's reminder, Yin Yang Dragon Jade had no intention of resisting Ye Bufan's attack head-on. Ye Bufan slashed at the air with his sword, but Yin Yang Dragon Jade did not hesitate at all and immediately withdrew his attack to the side. The speed is extremely fast. From the end of the attack to the retreat, it took less than a second. However, at the same time as the Yin Yang Dragon Jade withdrew, Ye Bufan suddenly changed the direction of his attack. The heavenly sword turned and attacked the 5 Yuanfu realm elders of the Tianyu sect. What? The sudden change shocked the 5 elders of Tianyu sect, and all the deacons in Tiangong realm were no exception. Especially the Yin Yang Dragon Jade. As the leader of Tianyu sect and the strongest man in the sect, Yin Yang Long Yu knew at this moment that Ye Bufan's target of attack had never been him. The previous move was just a feint. His real target is the 5 Yuanfu realm elders of Tianyu sect. Damn it! Immediately, Yin Yang Dragon Jade shouted angrily. Call out! The sword in his hand shook. The figure who had been dodging once again raised his sword and rushed towards Ye Bufan. This is the case with Yin Yang Dragon Jade. The 5 elders of Tianyu sect were panicked. Feeling the sharp murderous intent and endless oppression coming from the heavenly sword, the 5 Yuanfu realm elders made the decision without even thinking: run. The yin-yang dragon jade couldn't block this sword, and neither could they. Unfortunately, it's too late. Previously, all their attention was on the yin-yang dragon jade, so they had no time to dodge at this moment. As the saying goes, one step ahead, all steps ahead. Something happened in a flash. Just as the 5 Yuanfu realm elders were about to escape, Ye Bufan's heavenly sword had already arrived in front of them. Endless chill. A fierce murderous intent. Call out. The heavenly sword cut through the air and swept across. Finished. The 5 elders of Tianyu sect felt a jolt in their hearts, and their minds became blank. Next second, the heavenly sword passed across the waists of the 5 elders. Puff. The knife passed and blood splattered. Bang. 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 The 5 elders fell to the ground at the same time. Their bodies were also cut in half. In a moment, blood was flowing and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Ye Bufan killed 5 Yuanfu realm elders with one sword. The whole place was dead silent. Yin-yang Long Yu, who was originally rushing to attack again, was also stunned where he was. This moment, time stagnates and space condenses. Everyone present was stunned with shock. It was also at this time. After the death of Tian Dao, Ye Bufan regained his original appearance. He stood behind the corpses of the 5 elders, like a peerless killer. Unbreakable. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's contemptuous voice suddenly sounded. Buzz. This sound instantly awakens everyone present. You deserve to die. Yin-yang Long Yu gritted his teeth, stared at Ye Bufan and said coldly. The 5 elders. Elder of Yuanfu realm. This is the result of his many years of hard work. But now, that's all. They are all dead. Yin-yang Long Yu was so angry and furious that he was almost losing his mind. Go to hell. The next second, yin-yang dragon jade roared angrily, and then once again drew his sword and attacked Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan did not retreat but advanced instead. Bang. He took a step forward. Thunder. Heavenly sword. The 3 god-killing styles reappear. What the hell are you? Seeing this scene, Yin-yang Long Yu couldn't help but curse. What are martial arts? Martial arts are a warrior's greatest reliance. Martial arts are also a way for a warrior to burst out his own strength. However, the prerequisite for performing martial arts is spiritual power. The more spiritual energy consumed, the more powerful the martial arts will be. After reverse deduction, the more powerful the martial arts are, the more spiritual energy will be consumed. Yin-yang Long Yu had witnessed Ye Bufan's 3 god-killing sword strikes with his own eyes. That was definitely the most powerful martial art he had ever seen, bar none. This kind of martial arts would certainly require a lot of spiritual power. To put it bluntly, although the 3 god-slaying swords are powerful, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary warriors to use them in succession. This is exactly the case. But Yin-yang Dragon Jade didn't know that Ye Bufan was an exception. Hongmeng Heavenly Seal. Tianyuan Royal God. For Ye Bufan, as long as he has luck, his divine power will never be exhausted. Call. The heavenly sword has come out. God Killer strikes. After witnessing the scene where Ye Bufan killed 5 Yuanfu realm elders with one sword, Yin-yang Long Yu did not dare to take Ye Bufan's sword head-on. He dodged and chose to dodge again. However, Ye Bufan's target of attack was still not him. The blade swept past. The god-killing heavenly sword directly attacked the Tianyu sect's Tiangong realm deacons. Hemp skin. Suddenly, the corner of Yin-yang Long Yu's mouth twitched. He never expected that Ye Bufan would lie to him and bluff him again. But what can he do? He is also helpless. If he didn't dodge Ye Bufan's knife, he would surely die. The heavenly sword strikes. The Tianyu sect's Tiangong realm deacons were so frightened that they almost lost their souls. Run. Without any hesitation, they immediately chose to disperse. However, when they wanted to run, Ye Bufan didn't give them any chance. The heavenly sword slashed through the air and slashed down horizontally. Puff. The 2 Tiangong realm deacons were unable to dodge and were directly split in half by Ye Bufan's heavenly sword. Killed 2 people with one sword. Although the power of the heavenly sword decreased, it did not dissipate immediately. Ye Bufan took advantage of the situation and slashed at another Tianyu sect deacon who was in the Tiangong realm. Terrifying speed. A fierce murderous intent. Puff. The blade passed by, and another person from the Tianyu sect died. The power of the heavenly sword is gone. Ye Bufan regained his human form again. With one sword strike, he killed 3 Tiangong realm warriors in a row. Compared to the previous one, this one was a huge loss, a bloody loss. But so what? Ye Bufan doesn't lack this little bit of luck. Ye Bufan has no shortage of this divine power. How about it? After killing 3 Tiangong realm warriors again, Ye Bufan smiled and looked at the yin-yang dragon jade not far away, and said, I told you a long time ago that in my eyes, you are just a group of ants. Ant. Is our Tianyu sect an ant? You are a stupid ant. Immediately, Yin-yang Long Yu roared angrily, boy, this sect master doesn't believe that you can still use this sword. Come on, kill him for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin-yang dragon jade attacked again. The Tianyu sect's Tiangong realm deacons looked at each other. Although they were very wary and even afraid of Ye Bufan's sword, Yin-yang Long Yu was right. They also didn't believe that Ye Bufan could continue to use this terrifying martial art. What's more, they have no choice at all. Since Ye Bufan wants to destroy the Tianyu sect, then they can only fight for their lives. Today, either you die or I die. Kill. In an instant, all the Tianyu sect's Tiangong realm deacons no longer stopped, and drew their weapons one after another, and rushed towards Ye Bufan along with the yin-yang dragon jade. Oh. Seeing this, Ye Bufan just revealed a weird smile. Next second, bang, he took a step forward. Thunder. Heavenly sword. The 3 god-killing styles reappear. In an instant, yin-yang dragon jade was stunned. The Tianyu sect's Tiangong realm deacons were also going crazy. Is this guy a monster? Where exactly is his limit? He has already used such a powerful and terrifying martial art twice in a row. Why can he use it for the 3rd time now? Won't his spiritual power be exhausted? Call out. Before the people of Tianyu sect could think about it, Ye Bufan's sky sword had already slashed towards them. The Tianyu sect's Tiangong realm deacons immediately chose to escape. Unfortunately, puff, 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 puff. The heavenly sword fell, and Ye Bufan killed 4 more people. The world was dead silent. The atmosphere has become extremely weird. Ye Bufan returned to his human form, looked at the yin-yang dragon jade not far away and said jokingly, Master Yin-yang, are you helpless? Are you desperate? It's just helpless. It's reasonable to be desperate. Today, I said I would destroy your entire sect and not leave a single person for you. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took another step forward. Heavenly Blade appears for the 4th time. Chapter 2149, The Direct Disciple of the Supreme Immortal. Seeing Ye Bufan perform the 3 god-killing styles, for the 4th time, Yin-yang Long Yu's face turned ashen and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. There is no doubt that the 3 god-killing styles are powerful. It would be fine if you could perform martial arts of this level twice in a row. If you could perform it 3 times, I would also think that you are extremely talented and far superior to ordinary people. But you actually performed it a 4th time. This is a bit too much. The same is true for Yin-yang Dragon Jade, and no one else in the Tianyu sect is an exception. At this moment, in their eyes, Ye Bufan was a monster. No, he is more monstrous than a monster. But no matter what they think, since the heavenly sword has been released, it will not be taken back. Call. The cold blade slashed through the air and attacked the Yin-yang Dragon Jade directly in front of it. The corners of Yin-yang Long Yu's mouth twitched, and he felt aggrieved. This was the 4th time Ye Bufan attacked him. Although the first 3 attacks were all feints and Ye Bufan's real target was not him, Yin-yang Dragon Jade still did not dare to relax or underestimate the enemy. After all, Yin-yang Dragon Jade could not be sure whether Ye Bufan's sword would be like before, pretending to attack himself, but the real target of the attack would be someone else. If not, this knife would definitely take his life. Therefore, the moment Ye Bufan came to kill him, Yin-yang Dragon Jade chose to avoid him directly. Although it was very frustrating, there was nothing he could do, he had no choice at all. Call. The moment Yin-yang Dragon Jade dodged, Ye Bufan transformed into a heavenly sword and attacked the Tianyu sect's Tiangong realm deacon. Hemp skin. Seeing this scene, Yin-yang Long Yu couldn't help but curse in his heart. The Tianyu sect's Tiangong realm deacons were trembling with fear in their hearts and souls. Bang! The Tianyu sect deacon who was targeted by the murderous intent of the heavenly blade fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Senior, please spare my life. I am willing to submit to you. From now on, I will let you. Puff. As soon as the Tianyu sect deacon said the two words, "Let it be," the heavenly sword transformed by Ye Bufan swept across his body and directly split him in half. For others, the surrender of a Tiangong realm warrior might be considered, but for Ye Bufan, there is no need to consider it at all. Surrender. Submission. Unnecessary. As the owner of the entire Tianyuan small thousand world, the thing Ye Bufan has the most is manpower. As for cultivation, it's just the Tiangong realm. As long as Ye Bufan is willing, he can use his luck to knock out 100, or even 1,000, or even more Tiangong realm warriors. Most importantly, these people are 100% loyal to him. In this case, why should Ye Bufan accept the surrender of a Tiangong realm warrior from the Tianyu sect? The sword flashed by, and the power of the heavenly sword did not diminish, directly slashing down the other Tiangong realm warriors. Puff! In the blink of an eye, Ye Bufan killed 2 more people. Tian Dao passed away. Yin Yang Long Yu and the others didn't even have a chance to catch their breath before Ye Bufan attacked again. The 5th appearance of the heavenly sword. Run! Yin Yang Dragon Jade didn't even think about it and let out a cry of surprise. At this moment he had clearly realized that he was no match for Ye Bufan. But it's not because they are too weak, but because Ye Bufan is too strong. Such a terrifying martial art can actually be performed continuously. This guy is simply not a human being. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as Yin Yang Long Yu finished speaking, several Tianyu sect's Tian Gang realm deacons did not stay and fled in all directions. It's a pity that Ye Bufan didn't give him any chance at all. The speed of the heavenly sword exploded to its extreme, slashing straight at the deacons of the Tianyu sect. The knife passed. Blood splattered. Death. There is simply no one who can withstand Ye Bufan's sword attack and survive. Not only that, Ye Bufan slashed one after another without any pause at all. The 6th knife. The 7th knife. The 8th knife. Extreme speed. The terrifying blade light. In less than 10 seconds, another Tianyu sect deacon at the Tiangong realm stood up. All the deacons were killed. The Yin Yang Dragon Jade only escaped a few hundred meters away. It was also at this time that Ye Bufan, who had just killed a group of elders of Tianyu sect, took another step forward. Thunder. Heavenly sword. Ye Bufan transformed himself into a sword and chased after the Yin Yang Dragon Jade at an infinitely terrifying speed. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. The distance between the two people was rapidly reduced. In just a moment, Ye Bufan had already arrived 30 meters away from the Yin Yang Dragon Jade. Feeling the cold murderous intent coming from behind, Yin Yang Long Yu's heart trembled and his soul was terrified. He finally knew what fear was and finally experienced what terror was. Although he didn't know how far Ye Bufan was from him, he knew very well that he couldn't and would not be able to run away. Call. After realizing that he couldn't escape at all, Yin Yang Dragon Jade suddenly stopped. Call. He turned around, shook his sword, and then stabbed out. Martial arts, 9 swords of Tianyu. Swish, swish, swish. 9 sword beams shot out from the sword in Yin Yang Long Yu's hand. In an instant, the 9 swords merged into one, and the 3-meter sword light slashed straight towards Ye Bufan in front. This was a sword that Yin Yang Dragon Jade used all his strength to strike. This is also the most powerful sword of Yin Yang Dragon Jade at present. He wanted to have a head-on fight with Ye Bufan. No matter who wins or loses. Regardless of success or failure. He had no choice. In a flash, the Yin Yang Dragon Jade sword shot out. Ye Bufan came with his heavenly sword. Swords clash. Boom. A sonic boom sounded. The energy shock of fear directly blasted a circular pit of more than 10 meters in diameter on the ground. The next second, the 3-meter-long sword light of the Yin Yang Dragon Jade collapsed, and Ye Butian died with his sword. Even so, Ye Bu is clearly more skilled. At the moment the sword disappeared, a terrifying wave of air rushed straight towards the Yin Yang Dragon Jade. Yin Yang Dragon Jade felt as if a tiger was charging at him. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. Although he did not fall directly to the ground, he was seriously injured after the head-on collision with Ye Bufan. At this time, Ye Bufan had already arrived several meters away from the Yin Yang Dragon Jade. Looking at the Yin Yang Dragon Jade, Ye Bu said calmly, "You lose." Yes, I lost. Yin Yang Long Yu had a bitter look on his face. Although he didn't want to admit it, the fact was that he was not as good as Ye Bufan. But so what? In just a moment, the bitter expression on Yin Yang Long Yu's face disappeared, replaced by a touch of confidence, arrogance, and amusement. Looking at Ye Bufan, he said calmly, "Yes, I lost, but do you think you won?" Ye Bufan frowned. Yin Yang Long Yu continued, "You are very strong, even stronger than all the geniuses and evildoers that this sect master has ever seen, but, so what, do you dare to kill me?" "Why don't I dare?" "No, you wouldn't. Reason. Do you know the true identity of this sect master?" "What is your true identity?" "That's right. Do you really think that I am just the leader of the Tianyu sect?" "You are wrong. My true identity is something you dare not even imagine." After a pause, Yin Yang Long Yu continued, "Since you met in Rushui in the royal city, you should know how powerful the dynasty is, but do you know that there is an even more powerful imperial court above the dynasty?" "The imperial court?" Ye Bufan was stunned, looking at the Yin Yang dragon jade with some surprise. "Are you trying to tell me that you are the son of a certain emperor?" "No, this sect master is not the son of the emperor, but—" Changing the subject, Yin Yang Long Yu said proudly and solemnly, "This sect master is a direct disciple of Xinglo Imperial Court, the Protectorate Divine Sect, and the Supreme Immortal Sect." Chapter 2150. Are you trying to trick me? This sect master is a direct disciple of the Xinglo Imperial Court, the Protectorate Divine Sect, and the Supreme Immortal Sect. Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. When Yin Yang Long Yu said this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be shocked. Is Yin Yang Long Yu a direct disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect? Whether it's true or not is not the point. The focus is the Tai Shang Xianzong. A few months ago, the Tai Shang Xianzong invaded the Tian Yuan Shao Qianjia, which eventually led to the destruction of the Tian Yuan Shao Qianjia. Moreover, the only disciple of the Tai Shang Xianzong who escaped from the Tian Yuan Shao Qianjia forcibly took the little fairy away before leaving, causing the god killer to be furious and directly abandon his physical body to chase after him. To this day, Ye Bufan knows nothing about the situation of the little fairy and the god slayer. But it's not that he doesn't want to understand, but that he has no way to understand. After coming to the Shanwu world, Ye Bufan has been trying to find out the news about the Taishang Shanzong. Especially after Qian Duoduo arrived, he has stepped up his investigation into the Taishang Shanzong. However, even though Qian Duoduo could find out such a secret matter as Chu Xinghei's will in advance, he still couldn't find any information related to the Taishang Immortal Sect. What does this mean? This shows that the Taishang Shanzong is too far away for the Star Moon Kingdom. With the status and strength of the Star Moon Kingdom, it is simply impossible for it to come into contact with the behemoth, Taishang Shanzong. For this reason, Ye Bufan had given up trying to find out the news about the Taishang Shanzong before entering the dynasty, because Ye Bufan knew very well that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to find any information before entering the dynasty. But now, Yin Yang Long Yu actually said that he was the direct disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect. Regardless of whether it is true or false, since Yin Yang Long Yu said the 4 words, Taishang Shanzong, then he must know something about the Taishang Shanzong. Otherwise, how could he know that there is a Taishang Shanzong in this Shanwu world? In fact, in Ye Bufan's opinion, Yin Yang Long Yu did not lie. He was the direct disciple of the Taishang Shanzong. It is true that after searching for something everywhere, it finally comes to you without any effort. But even so, Ye Bufan did not show any joy. On the contrary, he just frowned, then looked at the Yin Yang dragon jade and said, "You are the direct disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect." Well, Yin Yang Long Yu was stunned. Now it was his turn to be surprised. "Do you know the Supreme Immortal Sect?" Looking at Ye Bufan, Yin Yang Long Yu couldn't help but ask. "Have no idea," Ye Bufan said straightforwardly. The corner of Yin Yang Long Yu's mouth twitched. "You are a jerk. I don't know why you act so surprised. Are you kidding me?" Snort. Yin Yang Long Yu snorted coldly and said, "It doesn't matter if you didn't know before. It's not too late to know now. The Supreme Immortal Sect is the guardian sect of Xinglo Imperial Court. It is an extraordinary existence in Xinglo Imperial Court. And I am the direct disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect. Do you still dare to kill me?" "Why not?" Ye Bufan asked, surprised. "Is the Supreme Immortal Sect very strong? The Yin Yang Dragon Jade is in disarray. Is the Tai Shang Xianzong very powerful?" He felt like he was just talking to a cow. But think about it. No matter how strong Ye Bufan is, he is just a Yuanfu realm warrior in the Star Moon Kingdom. How could he possibly understand the power and terror of the Tai Shang immortal sect? But even if it is like playing the lute to a cow, the Yin-Yang Dragon Jade still needs to be talked about. Otherwise his life would be in danger. The power of the Supreme Immortal Sect is beyond your imagination. Looking at Ye Bufan, Yin-Yang Long Yu said with a proud look, "Let me tell you this, in the Supreme Immortal Sect, there are tens of thousands of direct disciples like me, and above the direct disciples there are chief disciples, and above the chief disciples there are deacons, elders, deputy sect masters, and supreme elders. Do you think that you are invincible just because you defeated me? Ridiculous. In the Supreme Immortal Sect, any chief disciple can abuse you to the point of doubting your life, not to mention that there are powerful people like deacons and elders above you. Therefore, I advise you to kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize immediately. If I am satisfied, I may be able to spare your life. If not, you don't even know how you died. A direct disciple of Yuanfu realm. Is there a chief above the direct disciple? Above the chief there are deacons, elders, deputy sect leaders, and supreme elders. It has to be said that the information revealed by the Yin-Yang Dragon Jade was too shocking. Ye Bufan was shocked and felt a little frightened, and even a little helpless. With his current strength, how can he take the little fairy back from the Taishang Shanzong? Not to mention destroying the Taishang Shanzong. But it doesn't matter. With the support of the Hongmeng Sky Seal and the entire Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds, Ye Bufan believed that he would soon be able to surpass the Taishang Shanzong, and be above the Taishang Shanzong. Now, naturally, I want to know more about the Taishang Shanzong. After all, only by knowing both yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Ye Bufan smiled and pretended to be unconvinced. You keep bragging. You said you are a direct disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect. Does that mean you are definitely a direct disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect? Where is the evidence? What do you have to prove it? Also, if you are really a direct disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect, and the Supreme Immortal Sect is as powerful as you said, then how could a direct disciple like you appear in a remote place like the Star Moon Kingdom? I was carrying out a sect mission. Sect mission? What mission? This is a secret. Do you think this sect master will tell you to an outsider? Confidential. That's right. I think you can't continue this story. Fart. Then tell me, what are you doing in the Star Moon Kingdom? I humph. Just say it. The sect just asked me to come to the Star Moon Kingdom to establish a sect, which is now the Tianyu sect. Other than that, the sect has not issued any follow-up tasks. Let the disciples establish a sect within the kingdom. The Yin-Yang Dragon Jade doesn't look like it's lying. But why would the Supreme Immortal Sect allow a direct disciple to establish a sect in the kingdom? What did they want to do? Ye Bufan was puzzled. Then, he continued to sneer, the follow-up tasks have not been released yet. If you can't make it up, then don't make it up. Finding such an excuse is like trying to evade me. Do you think I'm a fool? You. Don't be so pedantic. Didn't you say you were a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect? The next question is, how many deputy sect masters does the Supreme Immortal Sect have? 3. Are they all Dao Jia Tianzun? Yes. Where are the elders? How many elders does the Supreme Immortal Sect have? I know of 13, but there are certainly more than that. What realm? 7 of them are in the Wuji realm, and the rest are in the Daoji realm. It seems that you are really a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect. Nonsense. No, I have to ask again. How many Supreme Elders does the Supreme Immortal Sect have? I am just a direct disciple, how can I know how many Supremes there are in the sect? Yes, then I will ask you again, where is the Supreme Immortal Sect located? Xingluo Imperial Court, the top of Tianshan Mountain. Not bad, then tell me more. A few months ago, the Supreme Immortal Sect brought back a Taoist weapon from a small world. Do you know where that Taoist weapon is now? The sect brought back a Taoist weapon from the small world. Yin-Yang Long Yu was stunned for a moment, then cursed, are you fucking crazy? This sect master has been to the Star Moon Kingdom many years ago. How could this sect master know what happened a few months ago? And, Tao soldiers. Such a heaven-defying thing, how can a direct disciple of mine touch it? Etc. At this point, Yin Yang Long Yu's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Ye Bufan in shock and anger and said, "How do you know this? Are you trying to trick me?" Chapter 2151 An unexpected surprise, I really want to kill you. How do you know this? Are you trying to trick me? Being able to become the leader of a sect, Yin Yang Long Yu is certainly not a fool. At the beginning, he really thought that Ye Bufan was just verifying his identity, and in order to survive, he didn't think about it too much. However, as Ye Bufan asked more and more questions, he felt more and more that something was wrong. Especially now, the sect invades the small world. This kind of thing is absolutely confidential. Even those who are in the sect probably don't know much. If that's the case, how did Ye Bufan know? Besides, Ye Bufan's last question made Yin Yang Long Yu feel that he was clearly coming for the Taoist weapon in the small world he mentioned. Hee. After Yin Yang Long Yu finished speaking, Ye Bufan smiled and said without denying, "Yes, I am just trying to trick you, but don't you think you are waking up a little late?" "You." Yin Yang Long Yu was furious and shouted, "Who are you? Does it matter who I am?" After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "A dying person, even if I tell you who I am, what can you do?" Buzz. Yin Yang Long Yu was shocked. He looked nervous and fearful and asked, "Do you really want to kill me?" "What else? But you mean to say that you are the direct disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect? If I kill you, the Supreme Immortal Sect will definitely not let me go, right?" "That's right. If you kill me, the sect will never let you go." "But do you know that I have never thought of letting the Supreme Immortal Sect go?" "What, you? Surprised, right? Unexpected. Don't worry, it won't be long before the entire Supreme Immortal Sect will come to meet you." You are crazy. With your little strength, you still want to destroy my Supreme Immortal Sect. Who do you think you are? Even the Emperor of the Imperial Court does not have this ability. Then wait and see. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed directly towards the Yin Yang Dragon Jade. Buzz. Yin Yang Dragon Jade's body shook. "No!" he exclaimed, "you can't kill me. I can be your insider." Insider. If it was in the Tianyuan small thousand world. If Yin Yang Dragon Jade is just Tai or a warrior below Tai, Ye Bufan might consider it. However, this is the Shanwu world, and Yin Yang Long Yu is a powerful figure in the Yuanfu realm. In this situation, Ye Bufan simply did not have the ability to fully control the Yin Yang Dragon Jade. Since he could not fully control the Yin Yang Dragon Jade, how could Ye Bufan accept the Yin Yang Dragon Jade as an insider? There's no use keeping it, it's easier to kill it. Bang! Thunder steps out. The heavenly sword appears. The sharp murderous intent froze the heaven and earth, and also locked onto the Yin Yang Dragon Jade. Yin Yang Long Yu's mind trembled and his whole body shook. He is scared. He was afraid. He wanted to escape even more. However, after the previous head-on blow with Ye Bufan, he was already seriously injured. At this moment, he had no ability to escape or fight back. Puff! A cold light flashed. Ye Bufan's heavenly sword fell, directly splitting the Yin Yang Dragon Jade into two halves. A generation of patriarch fell. Ye Bufan didn't even look at it. He flashed and headed straight for Tianyu City. A distance of hundreds of meters is just a breath for Ye Bufan. When Ye Bufan returned to the outside of Tianyu City again, the Tai and other disciples under Tai of Tianyu's sect were squatting on the ground quietly with their hands on their heads. Around them were 30 god-killing guards releasing fierce murderous intent. 30 people intimidate thousands of people. Moreover, among these thousands of people, there are many whose cultivation and strength far surpass those of the members of the god-slaying guards, but even so, they still don't even have the slightest thought of resisting. It has to be said that the elites of the Tianyu sect are simply a bunch of idiots. Owner. As soon as Ye Bufan came back, the 30 god-killing guards shouted in unison. All the disciples of Tianyu sect were trembling in fear. As for Ye Bufan, they only felt fear and terror in their hearts. He single-handedly killed all the elders and deacons of the sect, and even forced their sect leader to flee in panic. How powerful is he, and what kind of strength is this? This is also one of the reasons why they did not choose to escape. To put it bluntly, they dare not. After the 30 god-killing guards finished speaking, Ye Bufan responded, then looked at the Tianyu sect disciples squatting on the ground in front of him, and said calmly, "Kill them all." Thousands of Tianyu sect disciples. There are spirits, immortal warriors, and Tai. Although their cultivation levels are different, killing them would bring a luck gain of 1 or 2 million. Even if Ye Bufan could only gain 1% from it, there would still be 10 or 20,000 points. Less is better than nothing. How could Ye Bufan let them go so easily? However, Ye Bufan's casual words shocked all the Tianyu sect disciples present. They were shocked and even horrified. Kill them all, right? Senior, didn't you say that as long as we surrender, you would give us a way out? A disciple of Tianyu sect in the crowd couldn't help but say something. Oh, the 30 god-killing guards sneered. No killing for those who surrender. Do you believe this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 30 god-killing guards rushed out, with the long swords raised in their hands. The endless murderous intent was like a prehistoric beast, devouring the world and drowning the mortal world. Damn it! Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, all the disciples of Tianyu sect became furious. Fight them! A Tai realm disciple shouted angrily, then stood up and rushed towards one of the god-slaying guards. Yes, fight them! Other Tianyu sect disciples also began to rise up in resistance. Unfortunately, their resistance was doomed to be in vain. What is the god-killing guard? That was the killing army under the command of the god-slayer. They lived to kill. They died to kill. Their fighting power is almost invincible among their peers. In this case, how could the Tianyu sect's disciples at the Shanwu and Shenpo realms be their opponents, and how could they possibly withstand the blades of death in their hands? As for those disciples in Tai realm, the moment the 30 god-killing guards rushed out, Ye Bufan had already taken action. Ye Bufan could gain luck by killing a warrior in the Tai realm. In this case, Ye Bufan would not be stupid enough to let the god-killing guards fight to the death with these Tai realm disciples of the Tianyu sect. In just a few minutes, all of Tianyu sect's Tai realm disciples were killed by Ye Bufan. What remained was a fight between the god-killing guards and Tianyu sect's immortal warriors and Shenpo realm disciples. But even so, the battle between the two sides did not last long. 20 minutes later, the battle is over. All the disciples of Tianyu sect died. The 30 god-killing guards only suffered minor injuries. This was absolutely a one-sided massacre. At this point, the Tianyu sect, the first sect of the Star Moon Kingdom, was destroyed. Ye Bufan checked the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal. More than 2.6 million luck points were obtained. In addition, he unexpectedly received news about the Taishang Shanzong. Ye Bufan definitely gained a lot from this trip to Tianyu sect. But at this moment, the long-lost voice of Tianyan Daoling suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. Congratulations to the Lord God, for destroying the Tianyu sect, the first sect of the Xingyu Kingdom, and obtaining the luck 6,342,984. Chapter 2152 Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei, Xiaobao enters Shanwu. Congratulations to the Lord God for destroying the Tianyu sect, the first sect of the Xingyu Kingdom, and obtaining the luck 6,342,984. What? Dao Ling's sudden voice made Ye Bufan startled, and he asked in surprise, destroy the Tianyu sect, the first sect of Xingyu Kingdom, and gain 6,342,984 points of luck. Yes, Dao Ling responded. You're a ghost. Ye Bufan's face was gloomy. Didn't you say that with my current cultivation in the Yuanfu realm, I can only obtain a maximum of 1 million points of luck at a time? What's going on now? With Lord God's current strength, he can only obtain a maximum of 1 million points of luck at a time, but the destruction of the local forces of the Shanwu world is an exception. Dao Ling said slowly. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. It is true that you can only obtain a maximum of 1 million luck at a time, but the destruction of local forces is an exception. Ye Bufan really wanted to kill Dao Ling. He didn't even tell me such an important thing. All right, I didn't ask. It's my own fault. It has nothing to do with his little Taoist spirit. After getting used to Dao Ling's style of keeping people in suspense, Ye Bufan was powerless and too lazy to pay attention to him. Thinking back to the topic, Ye Bufan spoke again. So, if I destroy a kingdom, I can also gain more than 1 million luck. Yes, Dao Ling responded. Ye Bufan was overjoyed. Today is definitely his lucky day for him. Not to mention the destruction of the Tianyu sect. While getting the news of the Taishang Shanzong, He also discovered an excellent way to quickly gain luck. Destroy the clan and destroy the country. Although it was a bit crazy, Ye Bufan didn't care at all. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This world is cruel. Besides, I am an invader. Wasn't it the same when the Taishang Shanzong invaded the Tianyuan small thousand world? In that case, why should I show mercy? Of course, the Supreme Immortal Sect is the Supreme Immortal Sect, and Ye Bufan is Ye Bufan. If Ye Bufan were really asked to destroy a sect or a country, he would not be able to do it. After all, Ye Bufan always has his own bottom line in his heart. It's okay to kill people. But he will not kill indiscriminately. But now is not the time to think about these. He gained more than 6 million luck from destroying Tianyu sect, plus the gains brought to him by killing Yin Yang Longyu and others. Now Ye Bufan's luck has reached more than 9 million. More than 9 million. This is definitely the richest time for Ye Bufan since he entered the Shanwu world. How to spend these more than 9 million luck? To improve your own cultivation. Ye Bufan is now at the first level of Yuanfu. If he continues to improve his cultivation, he will need 2 million luck to reach the second level of Yuanfu, 3 million for the third level, and 4 million for the fourth level. In other words, although more than 9 million luck may seem like a lot, in fact, it can only allow Ye Bufan to improve his cultivation to the fourth level of Yuanfu. Is there any difference between the fourth level of Yuanfu and the first level of Yuanfu? There is definitely a difference, but it's not very significant. In that case, let's continue to summon the creatures from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. As for who to choose, although Ye Bufan already had an idea in mind, there was no need to rush. He retracted his thoughts and looked at the 30 god-killing guards and said, "Clean up the battlefield and take away all their belongings." As the only sect in the Star Moon Kingdom, and an existence that is almost superior to the Star Moon royal family, Ye Bufan believes that the Tianyu sect is definitely the biggest fat sheep in the Star Moon Kingdom. This is also true. After the 30 god-killing guards cleaned up the battlefield, Ye Bufan's luck once again surged by more than 5 million, so that his luck directly broke through the 10 million mark and reached more than 14 million. What does that mean? This means that the spirit stones that the 30 god-killing guards had looted from the Tianyu sect had reached more than 500 billion. What is the concept of more than 500 billion? Even before the royal family was fooled by Qian Duoduo, they did not have so many spirit stones. The Tianyu sect is truly wealthy enough to rival a country. What's more, this is just the spirit stone item. If other properties are added, the assets of Tianyu sect will definitely exceed 1 trillion. However, what Ye Bufan didn't know was that the Tianyu sect was not as rich as he saw. The reason they had so much wealth was only because they looted the entire Tianyu city last night. Of course, this has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. Even if Ye Bufan knew that these spiritual stones and valuables were robbed from the people of Tianyu city by the Tianyu sect, he would not return them to the other party. After all, Ye Bufan was not a saintly B*TCH, and he did not rob the people of Tianyu city with his own hands. Just this is enough. Killing people and setting fires earns you a gold belt, repairing bridges and roads earns you death by freezing. This is absolutely true. Walk. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ye Bufan immediately ordered his men to leave. Shortly after Ye Bufan and his group left, countless civilians suddenly poured out of Tianyu city. They came to the edge of the battlefield and looked at the bloody scene in front of them, but they did not feel scared or terrified. On the contrary, the scene before them, especially the corpses of the Tianyu sect members, made them feel extremely excited, thrilled, and happy. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. It's not that there will be no retribution, but the time has not come yet. Tianyu sect, you didn't expect that this day would come for you, did you? You deserve it. Do you think that you can put an end to it all by dying? That's just a dream. Puff. As he was speaking, one of them took out a knife and chopped at the body of one of the Tianyu sect disciples. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated. Puff, puff, puff. The knife fell with a sudden movement. Countless people whipped the corpse to vent their anger. Tianyu sect. The kingdom's #1 sect. It is so sad that he ended up like this in the end. But who can be blamed? Even if misfortune is sent by heaven, you can still survive. He who brings trouble upon himself will suffer the consequences. However, Ye Bufan knew nothing about this. One day later. Royal City. Tianyuan Pavilion. In a private room on the second floor, A fat man who was as round as a ball held Ye Bufan's right leg and said pitifully, "Master, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten me." As soon as the fat man finished speaking, another man holding Ye Bufan's left leg immediately spoke up. "Master, is this the Shanwu world? Are there many beauties here?" "Shut up, you pervert. Can't you see I'm reminiscing about the past with my master?" As soon as the thin man finished speaking, the fat man shouted angrily, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Master, there must be more delicious food in this Shanwu world than in our Tianyuan small world, right? I, your disciple. Roll." The thin man immediately interrupted the fat man and said angrily, "Fatty, you only know how to eat. Can you do something useful?" After a pause, the thin man looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Master, my yin and yang energy has improved recently. Do you want to?" Bang. However, before the thin man could finish his words, the fat man kicked him. "Fatty, you dare to kick me." The thin man was furious and immediately pounced on the fat man. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the fat and thin men started to wrestle with each other. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. These two people are Ye Bufan's two wonderful disciples, Zhen Weiwei and Qin Heihuan. One of them is greedy and the other is lustful. Although Ye Bufan always felt creepy and even had goosebumps every time he faced these two weirdos and lunatics, he still took the lead in summoning them. Why? Just because these two guys know how to cause trouble. Ye Bufan believed that after the arrival of Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei, they would be able to bring him the greatest benefits in the shortest time, just like Qian Duoduo. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan summoned them. But now, looking at the reactions of these two guys, Ye Bufan suddenly felt a little regretful. Base. But at this moment, the sound of a sword being unsheathed suddenly rang out. Suddenly, Zhen Weiwei's body trembled. Qin Heihuan's heart also trembled. Brush. Brush. The next second, they both stood up immediately, then looked at Long Xiaobao who was holding a half-drawn sword, and nodded and said, "Master Bao, please go first." Chapter 2153 His Majesty Emperor Tianwu has a purpose. In the Tianyuan small thousand world, when other people can't stand Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weishi, these two weirdos, they will choose to avoid them actively. However, Long Xiaobao is different. Once Long Xiaobao can't stand it anymore, he will take action directly. As for counterattack, Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei also wanted to, but they were no match for Long Xiaobao. So there is no such thing as counterattack. If Long Xiaobao wanted to beat them up, then they could only accept the beating obediently. For this reason, after countless lessons learned, Long Xiaobao has already become the nightmare-level figure that Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei dare not touch. Others would stay away from them when they see them. When they saw Long Xiaobao, they could only keep their tails between their legs. At this moment, seeing that the sword in Long Xiaobao's hand was half unsheathed, they dared not say anything more. To put it bluntly, these two guys are cowards. Base. As soon as Qin Heihuan and the other finished speaking, Long Xiaobao immediately sheathed his sword. Call. Qin Heihuan and the other man secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "That was a close call, we almost forgot about this ancestor." Long Xiaobao ignored them, but looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Young Master Ye." Unexpectedly, as soon as Long Xiaobao opened his mouth, Ye Bufan interrupted him, "Xiaobao, you and Jingshuan are already married, isn't it time to change the name?" Well, Long Xiaobao was stunned and said, "Okay, brother. Is that right?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Long Xiaobao continued, "Brother, what's the situation now? After the battle that day, the Tianyuan small thousand world was destroyed and we were sealed. During this period, a lot of things must have happened, right? Since you asked, let me tell you." Ye Bufan said this, and then roughly told Long Xiaobao and the other two about what had happened during the time since he came to the Shanwu world after the destruction of the Tianyuan small thousand world. More than an hour later, Long Xiaobao and the other two were all shocked. Big world. 9 realms of martial arts. Kingdom, dynasty, imperial court. There is also a sect. The information Ye Bufan had learned during this period of time alone had far exceeded their original understanding. But it just shocked them. Especially Long Xiaobao. After learning about the 9 realms of martial arts in the Shanwu world, his eyes immediately revealed a hint of passion and desire. After all, Long Xiaobao is different from others. His method of cultivation is to fight to support fighting. Grow in battle. Breakthrough in battle. He constantly surpasses himself in battle. It's just that the Tianyuan small thousand realms is too limited, especially for Long Xiaobao who has advanced to the later stage of immortal martial arts. It makes him feel that he has no rivals. But the Shanwu world is different. 9 realms of martial arts. Shanwu is only the 3rd realm. Long Xiaobao felt that this was the world he wanted. The magic weapon, years, has been forgotten for a long time. He wanted to challenge the powerful geniuses from the big world. Of course, Long Xiaobao has never been an arrogant person. He knows that with his current cultivation and strength, he is not enough to compete with the real strong men in the Shanwu world. Even in the eyes of those truly powerful ones, he is now nothing more than an ant. But it doesn't matter. He is still young. He has plenty of time. In addition, Long Xiaobao also cares about the little fairy's affairs. After all, the little fairy is a member of the Tianyuan Shaochen world, and is also Ye Bufan's wife and his sister-in-law. Ye Bufan wants to rescue the little fairy, and Long Xiaobao is naturally no exception. At this time, Ye Bufan spoke again. The current situation is that whether we want to face the supreme immortal sector gain a foothold in the immortal martial world, our strength is far from enough. Therefore, the most urgent thing we need to do is to improve our strength. As for how to improve strength, the importance of luck is probably unnecessary for me to say, right? As long as I have luck, I can directly improve my cultivation. As long as you have luck, I can directly infuse your body with luck. Brother, do you have any plans? Long Xiaobao asked suddenly. No. Ye Bufan shook his head. No. Long Xiaobao was stunned. Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei were also a little confused. You can't say there is none at all. Ye Bufan said, just like Fatty Qian said, everyone has their own opportunities, so I don't want to restrict you, nor will I make any arrangements for you. Instead, you have to go out on your own. The Shanwu world is huge, so huge that we can't imagine it, but whether you can make a name for yourself depends on you. Of course, before that, I will improve your cultivation. After saying this, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and directly performed the qi infusion on Long Xiaobao and the other two. Now, he had more than 10 million qi in his hands, which made him truly wealthy and powerful. Before Long Xiaobao and the other two could react, they felt a huge force pouring towards them. Suddenly, the 3 of them stopped hesitating and talking nonsense, and sat cross-legged in front of Ye Bufan, practicing their own skills and entering a state of cultivation. Time passes by every second. More than half an hour later. Qin Heihuan was the first to advance to the first level of Yuanfu. After Qin Heihuan advanced to the Yuan mansion, Ye Bufan stopped infusing him with qi. Another 10 minutes later, Zhen Weiwei was the second to advance to the first level of Yuanfu. As for Long Xiaobao, more than half an hour passed after Zhen Weiwei advanced to Yuanfu before Long Xiaobao officially advanced to the first level of Yuanfu. At this time, Ye Bufan also stopped, infusing his body with luck. At this point, Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei, and Long Xiaobao have all advanced to Yuan Mansion. Although they all reached the first level of Yuanfu, the time they spent and the amount of luck they lost were not the same. Qin Heihuan spent more than 2.4 million in luck in more than half an hour. Zhen Delicious, about 40 minutes, spent more than 2.5 million in luck. Long Xiaobao spent more than 4.3 million in luck in more than an hour. The reason for this is that everyone's talents and potentials are completely different. The higher the talent and the greater the potential, the more luck will naturally be consumed. Take Ye Bufan for example. It would take nearly 6 million luck for Ye Bufan to advance from the immortal martial realm to the first level of Yuanfu. That is why, at the same level, Ye Bufan's combat power is far superior to Long Xiaobao and others, and at the same level, Long Xiaobao's combat power must also be far superior to Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei. After the energy was infused into his body, Ye Bufan chatted with Long Xiaobao and the other two. During this period, Ye Bufan also asked Long Xiaobao whether he wanted to bring Ye Jingxuan into the Shanwu world now. However, Long Xiaobao chose to refuse. As for the reason, Ye Bufan did not ask any more questions. One day later, the west gate of the royal city. Ye Bufan saw Long Xiaobao and Qin Heihuan off. As for Zhen Delicious, this guy has already gone to the Star Moon Forest. In his words, the Snow Wolf Demon King has become the Demon King who owns a territory in this Shanwu world, so naturally he, as his old friend, has to visit and congratulate him. As for the truth, who knows? After watching Long Xiaobao and Zhen Weiwei leave, Ye Bufan withdrew his gaze and said to himself, "It's time for me to leave this Star Moon Kingdom." After saying this, Ye Bufan turned back to the Star Moon Royal City. It was also at this time. A figure suddenly rushed over from the air in the distance. Buzz. Seeing this, Ye Bufan was shocked. Flying in the air, Lord Wuji. In the Shanwu world, only those who have reached the Wuji realm can fly in the air. There is no doubt that this person must be Wuji. He may even be a strong man like Dao Ji. But, how could a warrior of this level appear in the Star Moon Royal City? Boom. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, a terrifying and heavy martial arts pressure suddenly erupted in the royal city. In just a moment, this pressure had swept across the entire royal city. In an instant, the whole city was shocked and horrified. Before anyone knew what was going on, a cold and solemn voice resounded throughout the city. Emperor Tianwu has issued an order that Ye Bufan of the Xingyu Kingdom should come to receive the order immediately. Chapter 2154, appointed as the Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards. His Majesty Emperor Tianwu has an edict, and Ye Bufan of the Star Moon Kingdom will accept it. Powerful pressure. A cold voice. The entire Star Moon Royal City was instantly filled with deathly silence. Has His Majesty Emperor Tianwu issued an order? Who is Emperor Tianwu? That is the Lord of the dynasty. In addition, as the vassal state of the Star Moon Kingdom, even the king of the kingdom had to perform the etiquette of monarch and subject when meeting the Tianwu emperor. Of course, although there is a subordinate relationship between the two, the Tianwu dynasty has never interfered in the internal affairs of the Xingyu kingdom. Even though the eldest prince Chu Ming killed the king and seized the throne a few days ago, the Tianwu dynasty did not interfere. But now, Emperor Tianwu actually issued an order himself. The most important thing is that this imperial edict was not issued to the king of the kingdom. Ye Bufan. The people in the Star Moon Royal City are no longer unfamiliar with these three words. He is the son-in-law of the corrupt state teacher. He was the young genius who helped the new king turn the tide and killed a powerful Yuanfu realm expert from the Tianyu sect at the coronation ceremony a few days ago. But why did Emperor Tianwu issue an edict to him? What does Emperor Tianwu want to do? The people in the royal city couldn't figure it out, and Ye Bufan was also a little surprised. At this moment, at the west gate of the royal city, Ye Bufan looked up at the center of the royal city. The old man in green robe who was standing proudly in the air had a frown on his face. It is true that Emperor Tianwu is the ruler of the dynasty. But I don't seem to know him. Not to mention knowing each other, I have never even seen him. If I am like this, then the Emperor Tianwu must be the same. Since the two parties have never met each other, why would the other party give him an order? Ye Bufan was a little confused. But soon, Ye Bufan thought of a piece of meat. No, he thought of a person, the seventh princess of the Tianwu dynasty, in Rushui. If there was any connection between him and the Tianwu dynasty, it was only with the seventh princess of the dynasty who appeared in the royal city a few days ago. But what does this have to do with Emperor Tianwu? Give yourself an order. Oh shit. Ye Bufan's heart trembled violently. Would Emperor Tianwu force me to be the consort of the seventh princess? Ye Bufan clearly remembered that when he first met the seventh princess of the dynasty a few days ago, she made an almost ridiculous request for him to become her consort. It's a pity that I refused. Although the seventh princess did not force it at that time, but turned around and left, but now, in just a few days, the imperial edict of Emperor Tianwu came, which forced Ye Bufan to think about it in this direction. To take a step back, even if the other party did not want to force him to be a prince consort, the content of the imperial edict was definitely not a good thing for him. After all, his public rejection of the seventh princess in Rushui was tantamount to offending the Tianwu dynasty and the Tianwu emperor. In this case, how can the other party give you anything good? Run. Looking at the old man in green robe in the air in the distance, Ye Bufan immediately made a decision in his heart. Flying in the air, Lord Wuji. A strong man of this level is simply not someone I can contend with at my current level. Once I am locked onto by the opponent, it will be difficult for me to escape even if I want to. However, just as Ye Bufan was about to run, a voice of surprise suddenly rang in his ears. Young Master Yi, you are here, why don't you accept the order? I am so. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and his heart felt chaotic and crazy as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through it. It's true that people are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. How come everyone knows me? Is this young man really that famous? Also, if you know each other, just know each other, why are you shouting like that? Are you jealous of me and want to kill me? At this moment, Ye Bufan could only pray silently in his heart that the powerful Wuji realm expert in the distance did not hear these words. It's a pity that Ye Bufan was destined to be disappointed. The royal city was now in deathly silence. Even a needle falling on the ground could be heard clearly, let alone the scream of the royal city citizen. Brush. In just a moment, Ye Bufan clearly felt that a sharp gaze from a distance fell directly on him at this moment. Immediately afterwards, before Ye Bufan could think more, a figure appeared in front of him. It was none other than the old man in green robe who was in the air before. Are you Ye Bufan? Looking at Ye Bufan, the old man in green robe glanced at him and asked. I am. Although he wanted to deny it, Ye Bufan finally chose to admit it. After all, the other party is also a powerful person in the Wuji realm. Since he can become a strong man in the Wuji realm, he must not be a fool, and he definitely can't get away with it by simply denying it. If you can't get away with it, just admit it openly. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the old man in green robes immediately unfolded the imperial edict in his hands and said, His Majesty Emperor Tianwu has issued an order. Ye Bufan of the Star Moon Kingdom is here to receive it. Ye Bufan listened quietly. The old man in green robe frowned, looked at Ye Bufan angrily and said, Why don't you kneel? Kneel. Ye Bufan looked at the old man in green robe with some surprise. I am the lord of a world, and you want me to kneel down to an imperial edict. What are you thinking about? Let alone an imperial edict, even if your Emperor Tianwu stood in front of me, I would not kneel to him. He is not worthy of my kneeling. Although he thought so in his heart, Ye Bufan obviously would not say it. Looking at the old man in green robe, Ye Bufan said calmly, I am neither from Xingyu Kingdom nor from Tianwu dynasty, so why should I kneel down to the imperial edict of your Tianwu emperor? Presumptuous. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the old man in green robe shouted angrily. Boom. The next second, a terrifying pressure surged out from the old man in green robe, and then poured directly towards Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan trembled all over. I just felt like I was being crushed by a mountain. Bang. Then, his knees fell to the ground uncontrollably. You. Looking at the old man in green robe, Ye Bufan's eyes were bloodshot and he was furious. Snort. The old man in green robe snorted coldly and said, Why, you don't accept it? After a pause, the old man in green robes continued, Young man, it's not wrong to be young and frivolous, but you should do everything within your ability. As a human being, you should understand the order of respect and inferiority, know when to act, and know when to advance and retreat. Don't think that you don't know your own limitations just because you have some ability. Also, you are not from the Tianwu dynasty. So what? To borrow your words, all land under heaven belongs to the king, and all people in the world are his subjects. Since you are now on the territory of my dynasty, you should kneel before the emperor. What a great saying, kneel before the emperor. Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, I will remember this kneeling. The old man in green robe frowned. But at this moment, Chu Zan, Qin Tian, and Gongsun Bupo hurriedly ran over from behind and came to Ye Bufan. After taking a look at Ye Bufan, Chu Zan immediately faced the old man in green robes, clasped his fists and said, Your humble servant Chu Zan pays respect to the envoy. Greetings, ambassador. Greetings, ambassador. After Chu Zan, Qin Tian and the others also clasped their fists and said something. No thanks. The old man in green robe said lightly. Thank you, your excellency. Chu Zan said this, then took Qin Tian and the other person aside. At this time, the old man in green robe looked at Ye Bufan again. However, due to the sudden interruption by Chu Zan and the other two, his anger had subsided a lot. He looked at Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice, If you are not convinced, or if you are unwilling to give in, you can come to trouble us at any time in the future. I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. You wait, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice. We'll wait at home. The old man in green robe said this, and then he directly read out the imperial edict. In compliance with the will of heaven, Emperor Tianwu decrees that the young prodigy Ye Bufan of the Star Moon Kingdom, who has extraordinary martial arts and extraordinary talent, is hereby appointed as the deputy commander of the second-rank Imperial Guards and is to enter the palace to meet the emperor immediately. So ordered. Chapter 2155 Bang. By the providence of heaven, Emperor Tianwu proclaims that the young prodigy of the Star Moon Kingdom, Ye Bufan, is a man of extraordinary martial arts and talent, and is hereby appointed the deputy commander of the second-rank Imperial Guards, and is to appear before the Emperor immediately in the palace. So ordered. As soon as the green-robed old man finished speaking, Ye Bufan was stunned. This young man has extraordinary martial arts skills. I am talented. And you even promoted me to the position of deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. What do you mean? Ye Bufan originally thought that even if the imperial edict from Emperor Tianwu was not to force him to be the 7th princess's consort, it must be to cause trouble for him. It was precisely because of this that Ye Bufan had dared to provoke the green-robed old man, a powerful warrior in the Wuji realm, unscrupulously. After all, in Ye Bufan's view, if he really wanted to do as he thought, then even if he admitted to being a coward, the other party would definitely not let him off easily. But who would have thought that not only did the other party not make things difficult for him, but he even issued an imperial decree to promote him. This Nima, second rank, deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Even in the Tianwu dynasty, this official position should be quite high, right? What does Emperor Tianwu want to do? Is he mentally ill? Ye Bufan didn't understand what was going on, and Qin Tian and the other two were also a little confused. Boy, why don't you accept my order and thank me? But at this moment, the old man in green robe beside him suddenly reminded him in a cold voice. Ye Bufan came back to his senses instantly. Afterwards, he took the imperial edict and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." Well, Ye Bufan's reaction made the old man stunned. In the opinion of the old man in green robe, considering the arrogance Ye Bufan had shown before, he should not accept the order so easily, and it is even possible that he would directly disobey the order and refuse. But Ye Bufan accepted it, and accepted it so readily. This surprised the old man in green robe. But soon, the old man in green robe felt relieved. Why did Ye Bufan accept it so easily? It's very simple. Apparently, he was attracted by the position of deputy commander of the second-rank Imperial Guards. Young prodigy. Superior force. So what? In the end, you still have to bow down to the imperial power. Oh. When he thought of this, the old man in green robe sneered, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Ye Bufan. Qin Tian and Gongsun Bupo were somewhat surprised by the green-robed old man's behavior. Only Qin Tian. After seeing Ye Bufan's move, his eyelids twitched and an ominous premonition arose in his heart for no reason. The next second, Ye Bufan stood up after receiving the imperial edict, and smiled at the old man in green robes, saying, "Senior, I was reckless before. I hope you will not take it personally. When we serve in the same court in the future, I hope you can take care of me." Oh. Hearing this, the old man in green robe sneered, and his disdain became more and more intense. He didn't even pay attention to Ye Bufan, and just said, "You can go now." Walk. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, "Where are we going?" "Return to the imperial capital and meet the emperor." The old man in green robe said with some impatience. "Yes, yes, yes." Ye Bufan responded repeatedly, like a lackey, and said, "Return to the imperial capital and see the emperor. I must thank His Majesty in person." But, changing the subject, Ye Bufan said, "Could you please wait for me for a little longer, senior? Just a little while will be enough." The old man in green robe frowned. Ye Bufan immediately explained, "Senior, I still have a lot of things in the royal city. I should pack them up before leaving. I'll give you half an hour." The old man in green robe thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, senior." Ye Bufan said this, and then suddenly asked at the end, "By the way, I still don't know what to call you, senior." "My last name is Li." The old man in green robe responded instinctively. "It turns out to be Lord Li. I am so sorry for my disrespect." Ye Bufan smiled and clasped his fists, then said, "I wonder what position Lord Li holds in our Tianwu dynasty." "Are you done yet, kid?" The old man in green robe scolded impatiently. "I'm just curious." Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly. Snort. The old man in green robe snorted coldly and said, "I will temporarily take the position of the chief steward of the palace." After saying that, the old man in green robe reminded him again, "Boy, remember, you only have half an hour. After half an hour, whether you agree or not, I will take you away. Don't worry, I won't ask any more questions, okay?" Ye Bufan waved his hand, then turned to look at Chu Zan and said, "Your Majesty, do you know what rank the chief eunuch of the imperial court is?" This. Chuzan hesitated for a moment and said, "It should be the fourth rank, the official rank is randomly made up, don't pay too much attention to it." Fourth rank. Ye Bufan pondered and said, "Between the fourth rank and the second rank, which one is higher, the fourth rank or the second rank?" "Of course, it's from the second rank to the fourth rank." Chuzan said this instinctively. "Oh." Ye Bufan responded with a long sigh. Chuzan and the other two looked confused. They really couldn't understand why Ye Bufan asked these questions that even a 3-year-old child would know. Even the old man in green robe frowned. But at this moment, Ye Bufan turned around suddenly and slapped him. The old man in green robe was shocked. He never thought that Ye Bufan would actually sneak attack him. That was why, without any preparation, even with his Wuji realm cultivation, he was unable to dodge Ye Bufan's palm. "Pa!" A clear and heavy voice sounded. Ye Bufan slapped the green-robed old man directly on the left cheek. In an instant, the whole place fell into dead silence. Chuzan was stunned. Gongsun Bupo was stunned. Even Qin Tian's eyes widened. Who is the old man in green robe? He is a strong man in the Wuji realm. Ye Bufan actually slapped a powerful Wuji realm expert in the face in public. This is just seeking death. This is also true. Boom. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, the old man in green robes flew into a rage. His infinite realm pressure surged out, and he stared at Ye Bufan and shouted angrily, "Boy, you are looking for death. Call." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in green robe directly struck out with a palm. Seeing this scene, Chuzan and others were all shocked. "Your Excellency, calm down." Chuzan couldn't help but shout out in haste. But at this moment, at the critical moment, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke up and said calmly, "Eunuch Li, have you forgotten what you just said?" The old man in green robe frowned. His killing move paused, his right hand stayed in midair, then he looked at Ye Bufan and asked in a deep voice, "What did you say?" As a human being, you should know the order of respect and inferiority, know when to act, and know when to advance and retreat. Don't be ignorant of the immensity of the world just because you have a little ability. Isn't this what you said, Eunuch Li? Ye Bufan said with a smile. You. The old man in green robe was stunned and furious. You what? Ye Bufan rebuked him harshly, and then shouted angrily, "I am the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards from the second rank appointed by His Majesty, and you are just a eunuch leader of the fourth rank. I beat you because I think highly of you and appreciate you. It would be fine if you didn't appreciate it, but you actually want to fight back. Are you trying to commit a crime? Or do you treat His Majesty's decree as a joke?" Pa. As he spoke, Ye Bufan took the imperial edict in his hand and slapped it hard on the left cheek of the old man in green robe. Chapter 2156 Old Man, I advise you to take it easy. Arrogant, presumptuous, and overbearing. At this moment, Ye Bufan demonstrated these 3 words to the fullest. A mere Yuanfu actually dared to slap a Wuji realm expert in the face in public. This courage was simply too great, and it was no different from seeking death. But Ye Bufan did just that. Why? It's very simple. Although Ye Bufan didn't know what Emperor Tianwu wanted to do, he knew that the imperial edict was real, and it was also true that the other party appointed him as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Just this is enough. Didn't this damn eunuch use his power to oppress others before? Now I am using my power to bully him. As the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death, not to mention that Ye Bufan has the imperial edict in his hand. If there was no one around, the other party would most likely attack him directly, but with so many people watching, Ye Bufan didn't believe that the other party would resist. To resist is to defy the emperor. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan is just using chicken feathers as a token of authority. But so what? As long as you can cure the other person, that's enough. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Ye Xiao wants revenge and will do whatever he wants when he gets the chance. Dead silent space. Weird atmosphere. Qin Tian and others watched Ye Bufan using the imperial edict to continuously whip the old man in green robe, especially when they recalled Ye Bufan's previous words. They couldn't help but twitch their lips. They never expected that Ye Bufan would fight back against the old man in green robe in this way. They never expected that the imperial edict of Emperor Tianwu could be played in this way. It's true, absolutely amazing. But at the same time, they were a little worried. After all, the old man in green robe is not only the chief eunuch of the Tianwu dynasty and a close minister to the emperor, but he is also a powerful man in the Wuji realm. With this kind of status and strength, the other party must have considerable influence within the Tianwu dynasty. Now Ye Bufan is about to go to the Tianwu dynasty. If you offend the other party in this situation, will the other party let it go? Definitely not. Once they arrive at the Tianwu dynasty, the other party will probably cause trouble for Ye Bufan. Qin Tian and the other two were very worried. The old man in green robe was about to explode with anger. Who is he? He is the chief eunuch of the Tianwu dynasty, and also a powerful person in the Wuji realm. A fourth-rank official. So what? In the Tianwu dynasty, even the first-rank officials would politely address him as Eunuch Li when they met him. But now, in this Star Moon royal city, a mere brat in the Yuanfu realm actually dared to slap him in the face and humiliate him in public. This is simply outrageous. It's simply unbearable. But, thinking of what Ye Bufan had said before, and looking at the imperial edict that kept slapping him in the face, the old man in green robe, even though he was filled with rage, still forced himself to endure it. As the saying goes, serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. Although it is true that he is a close minister of the emperor, he still cannot bear the crime of disrespecting the emperor. Okay. The next second, the green-robed old man said, okay, 3 times in a row, then looked at Ye Bufan with a gloomy face and said, boy, wait for us. Why, you don't accept it? Of course, if you don't accept it, or if you are unwilling to give in, you can always come and cause trouble for me. I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability to do it. Ye Bufan said lightly. This scene is similar to the past. These were also what the old man in green robe said to Ye Bufan earlier. However, in just a few minutes, Ye Bufan repeated his original words to the other party. You. Suddenly, the old man in green robe became furious. Snort. Then he snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. Oh. Ye Bufan sneered. Revenge on yourself. Looking for trouble. Ye Bufan really wasn't afraid of him. Just the infinite realm. With the Hongmeng heavenly seal in hand, it is only a matter of time before Ye Bufan is promoted to Wuji. Therefore, he can suppress the opponent now, and the opponent will have no chance of making a comeback in the future. This young master will not only suppress you for a while, but also suppress you for a lifetime. Ye Bufan thought about it in his mind, but he would not tell the old man in green robe, and he did not continue to humiliate the old man in green robe. After all, everything has a limit. If he exceeded it, or if he completely angered the old man in green robe, Ye Bufan could not guarantee that the imperial edict in his hand could still suppress the other party. It would not be fun if the other party went crazy. After putting away the imperial edict, Ye Bufan ignored the old man in green robe and walked directly to Tianyuan Pavilion. Inside Tianyuan Pavilion, actually, Ye Bufan had nothing to pack. He returned to Tianyuan Pavilion only to tell Xiao Qian that he was about to go to Tianwu dynasty, so that she could pass the message to Qian Duoduo. In addition, Ye Bufan could also ask Xiao Qian to notify the 30 god-killing guards he had summoned earlier, and ask them to meet him at Tianwu Imperial City. As for the rest, Ye Bufan had nothing to explain. In Ye Bufan's opinion, with Qian Duoduo, Qin Tian, and the Snow Wolf Demon King, in charge of the Star Moon Kingdom, plus Chu Zan, the new king with the supreme body, the rise of the Star Moon Kingdom is inevitable. Half an hour. 10 miles away from the Star Moon Royal City. The old man in green robe, Eunuch Li, looked at Ye Bufan with some surprise and asked, boy, you didn't even ask the little king to send someone to follow you. Why did I ask him to send someone to follow me? Before in the royal city, there were too many people around and it was difficult for us to touch you. But now, there is no one around. Aren't you afraid that we can kill you directly? Kill me. Do you dare? Why don't we dare? Aren't you afraid that our emperor will blame you? This place is not close to Tianwu Imperial City. No one can guarantee that you will not encounter powerful monsters on the way. If you die at the hands of the monsters, why would your majesty blame us? Are you stupid, or is your Tianwu emperor stupid? At that time, so many people in Xingyu Royal City saw you and me confronting each other, and then on the way to Tianwu Royal City, I was accidentally killed by the monsters. Do you think your Tianwu emperor would believe such a far-fetched reason? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, of course, if you really want to kill me, that's fine. However, I suggest that you take me back to Xingyu Royal City now, massacre the people in the city, and then frame the monsters or other human race masters. In this way, no one will be able to suspect you. Massacred the entire royal city. The old man in green robe didn't think he could be so cruel. Snort. He immediately snorted and said, "Boy, although I can't kill you directly, I can still beat you up to vent my anger." "Beat me?" Ye Bufan looked at the old man in green robe with some surprise. "Why, are you scared?" The old man in green robe sneered. "Hee hee." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "I'm not afraid, but I think you still don't dare." "Why don't we dare? Then go ahead and do it." "You don't dare, right?" Changing the subject, Ye Bufan continued, "You have seen my ability. Taking advantage of every opportunity and making things up are commonplace for me. I am used to it. If you beat me up, I will definitely be angry. Once I am angry, I will not be able to control my mouth. If I say something about you in front of your Emperor Tianwu, what do you think you will do? Of course, Your Majesty Emperor Tianwu may not believe my few words, but the human heart is hard to predict, and the Emperor's heart is even harder to predict. Can you guarantee that after I praise you, your Emperor Tianwu will not have any thoughts about you? To be with the Emperor is like being with a tiger." Ye Bufan sighed, then patted the green-robed old man on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Old man, I advise you to take it easy and stop messing around on the way. If you mess around, you might end up losing half your life." "You." The old man in green robe was furious. Ye Bufan's move was clearly a naked threat. But he couldn't ignore it. After all, what Ye Bufan said was true. Or maybe he hit the green-robed old man's weak spot. Serving the king is like serving a tiger. Even though he was the chief eunuch and a close minister to the emperor, the old man in green robe did not dare to easily offend their Emperor Tianwu. Snort. Immediately, the old man in green robe snorted coldly and ignored Ye Bufan. He was angry, anxious, hateful and furious. A powerful person in the Wuji realm was actually unable to do anything to a mere young boy in the Yuanfu realm. Chapter 2157 Emperor Tianwu, in Zimu. 2 days later, outside Tianwu Imperial City. A beast cart pulled by a Tai realm demon beast came speeding from the plain outside the Tianwu Imperial City, and the driver was an old man in a green robe. The old man was none other than Eunuch Li, the chief steward of the imperial court. After leaving Xingyu Royal City, the green-robed old man Eunuch Li meant to take Ye Bufan directly to fly in the air. In this way, they could return to Tianwu Imperial City in half a day at most. It's a pity that Ye Bufan refused to agree. Eunuch Li couldn't convince Ye Bufan, so he could only take Ye Bufan back to Tianwu Imperial City in the beast cart. Of course, at the beginning they were riding in a beast cart pulled by a demon beast from the Shanwu realm, and the demon beast from the Tai realm was replaced halfway through the journey. Although the beast cart saves energy, its speed is far from comparable to that of a strong man in the Wuji realm. Look, it originally took less than half a day to return to Tianwu Imperial City, but now it took more than 2 full days. Eunuch Li was very angry and helpless. As for Ye Bufan, he really wanted to slap him to death. A few dozen meters away from the Imperial City, Eunuch Li stopped the Tai realm monster with his shout. The animal cart came to a standstill. Eunuch Li said coldly, "Boy, we're here. Are we there yet?" Ye Bufan lifted the curtain of the animal carriage, glanced at Eunuch Li, and then looked towards the Tianwu Imperial City in front of him. As he looked around, a majestic city appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. The city wall was 1,000 meters high, and the wall was in ruins. Traces of defeat remembered the shocking battles that had taken place here. However, Ye Bufan was not concerned about these at the moment, but the 2 huge gates of the city in front of him, which were hundreds of meters high and hundreds of meters wide. Look up. Above the 2 city gates, in the center, there are 4 large characters carved like flying dragons and phoenixes, Tianwu Imperial City. At this moment, even though he was standing dozens of meters away from the city gate, Ye Bufan could still clearly feel a heavy breath coming towards him. 4 ancient characters stretched across the 2 city gates, like a dormant cloud that wanted to soar into the sky, containing an incomparably powerful momentum. That was a domineering aura of a king. In addition, there were several long queues lined up inside and outside the 2 city gates. Teams were coming in and out of the city gate, people of all kinds were coming and going. The dense flow of people was far beyond what could be compared to the previous Star Moon Royal City. The most important thing is that the people who travel in and out of the city have cultivation levels much higher than those in the Star Moon Kingdom. At least, in the Star Moon Kingdom, Tai realm warriors are a very rare existence, but here, Ye Bufan saw dozens of them at a glance, and there were even Tiangong realm warriors among them. Prosperous and lively, spectacular and majestic. This was Ye Bufan's first impression of Tianwu Imperial City. But at this moment, eunuch Li on the beast cart suddenly sneered, "Boy, how do you think this Tianwu Imperial City is? Isn't it magnificent? Isn't it stunning? Do you suddenly feel like a country bumpkin entering a city? A country bumpkin coming to the city?" Ye Bufan came back to his senses instantly and then sneered. "Which of us is the country bumpkin? It's just the Tianwu Imperial City. I have been able to fly into the sky and travel through the earth, and roam the starry sky. How could I be shocked by a city now? What are you thinking about?" Ye Bufan ignored the eunuch Li, who had been deeply offended by him, and said impatiently, "Okay, old man, stop wasting time and hurry into the city." Ye Bufan's reaction and attitude made eunuch Lu extremely dissatisfied. "In just 2 days, have you really treated us as your slaves? You wait here. This Tianwu Imperial City is our territory. In the future, we will have plenty of time and opportunities to deal with you." Snort. Thinking of this, eunuch Li snorted coldly and said nothing more. Instead, he drove the animal cart towards the gate on the left leading to the Imperial City. As eunuch Li is the chief steward of the Imperial Palace, he naturally does not need to queue up to enter the city. After entering the Imperial City, eunuch Li took Ye Bufan to the palace in a beast cart. Of course, the animal cart could not enter the palace, so after the animal cart arrived outside the palace gate, Ye Bufan could only enter the palace on foot under the leadership of eunuch Li. About 30 minutes later, under the guidance of eunuch Li, Ye Bufan passed through 13 palace gates before arriving outside a palace in the central area of the Imperial Palace. "Wait here." Eunuch Li left a few words and walked straight into the palace. Ye Bufan ignored it and looked around at the surrounding environment. Although everything in the palace was extremely luxurious, it was not something Ye Bufan was interested in at all. What Ye Bufan really cared about, or the only things he cared about, were the guards who were responsible for guarding the palace. From the moment they entered the first gate of the palace, these guards had already caught Ye Bufan's attention. 13 palace gates. The number of guards Ye Bufan saw had already exceeded 10,000. Just because of this point, the Star Moon Kingdom is far from being comparable to the Tianwu dynasty. That's just the beginning. What is important is the cultivation of these guards. When Tai starts, there are many Tiangong. Ye Bufan even saw 2 guards from the Yuanfu realm. This is just what Ye Bufan saw. What about what Ye Bufan didn't see? The foundation of the Tianwu dynasty is so powerful that it is terrifying. Ye Bufan knew that if he dared to act recklessly in the palace, he would die without even knowing how. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the familiar voice of eunuch Li suddenly rang out from the palace in front of him. "Ye Bufan, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, is here to see you." Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. Although he still didn't know what the Tianwu emperor wanted to do, and he was always on guard, but now that things had come to this, Ye Bufan was very clear that since he had come to the palace of the Tianwu dynasty, he had no way out. It's a blessing, not a curse. It is a disaster that cannot be avoided. Call. Ye Bufan took a deep breath and walked directly towards the palace in front of him. After a moment, Ye Bufan stood in the center of the hall. Deep in the hall, there was a middle-aged man wearing a purple and gold dragon robe sitting quietly on the dragon throne. The man had black straight hair that fell to his shoulders, evil and handsome eyebrows that were slender yet contained a hint of dark magic, thin and lightly pursed lips, angular features, and a tall but not rough figure. He was like an eagle in the dark, cold and lonely yet domineering, and his independence exuded a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Ye Bufan knew that this was Emperor Tianwu, and Zimu. Ye Bufan pays respect to His Majesty Emperor Tianwu. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan faced Nzimu and clasped his fists. Nzimu frowned. In the Tianwu dynasty, as the ruler of the dynasty, everyone would kneel down and kowtow to him, but Ye Bufan just clasped his fists to him. This surprised Nzimu, and even made him unhappy. However, he did not pay too much attention to these things. Instead, he glanced at Ye Bufan and said calmly, "Are you Ye Bufan? The ideal husband chosen by Shuiye?" Chapter 2158 Just be your consort and stay quiet. Are you Ye Bufan, the ideal husband chosen by Shuiye? What do you mean? Ye Bufan glanced at Nzimu with a strange look, then frowned and said, "I am Ye Bufan." Ye Bufan did not mention a word about the ideal husband. Ye Bufan deliberately avoided the question, and Nzimu did not continue to ask. Instead, he looked at Ye Bufan and said, "I heard from Shuiye that before in Xingyu Royal City, you used a martial art to transform yourself into a sword and directly killed a warrior of the 3rd level of Yuanfu. From this point of view, your own cultivation must be strong. What level of Yuanfu is it? The 7th level of Yuanfu. 7th heaven. Yes. Since you are at the 7th level of the Yuan mansion, why can't I sense even the slightest spiritual power fluctuation from you? Are you using a secret technique to hide your own cultivation? Yes. Ye Bufan responded. Although he knew very well that the reason why Nzimu could not see through his depth was entirely because he was cultivating divine power rather than spiritual power, Ye Bufan would not tell Nzimu. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Nzimu looked at him and squinted his eyes and said, "You have the cultivation level of the 7th level of Yuanfu, and you have performed secret techniques that even I cannot understand. Ye Bufan, you are very extraordinary." After a pause, Nzimu continued, "You first appeared in the Chen family in Qingshan town of Xingyu Kingdom. At that time, you were seriously injured, and your cultivation was only at the Shanwu realm. Later, when you helped the Chen family eliminate Wu Qianchuan, the lord of Kengyan city, you showed the strength of the Tai realm. Then, you left Qingshan town and went to Xingyu forest. The eldest prince of the Xingyu kingdom killed the king to seize the throne. When you helped the second prince to seize the throne, you showed your strength in the Yuanfu realm and killed the deputy leader of the 3rd level of the Yuanfu realm of the Tianyu sect with one sword. That is to say, you appeared out of nowhere in the territory of my Tianwu dynasty, and you actually grew from a warrior in the immortal martial realm to the 7th level of Yuanfu in just a few months. Ye Bufan, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Nzimu smiled slightly. Ye Bufan's heart was trembling violently. He never thought that Nzimu had found out everything that happened after he came to the Shanwu world in such a short time. Apart from his identity as the Lord God and the secrets of the Tianyuan small thousand world, he had become a blank sheet of paper without any secrets in front of Nzimu. After a brief moment of distraction, Ye Bufan came back to his senses and looked at Nzimu with a fearful and cautious expression. "I wonder what kind of explanation your majesty wants." Hee. Nzimu chuckled. "In fact, I don't need any explanation from you at all." Ye Bufan frowned. Nzimu continued, "No matter where you come from, what your purpose is, what opportunities you have, or your background, I only know that my daughter has fallen in love with you, and that is enough." "What does your majesty mean? Isn't my meaning clear enough? Since Shuiye has taken a fancy to you, you will be the consort of the Tianwu dynasty from now on." "What?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but exclaim, "Your majesty, aren't you forcing me to force someone to do something?" Nzimu said without hesitation, "Yes, I am forcing you to do something against your will, so what? Just as you said, all land under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people in the world are his subjects. In the Tianwu dynasty, in my territory, if I ask you to marry Shuiye, you must marry Shuiye. Apart from this, you have no other choice. What if I insist on refusing? Reject." Nzimu sneered. "At this point, do you think you still have the qualifications and opportunity to refuse?" Ye Bufan was furious, but then he suddenly realized, "You appointed me as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards just to trick me into coming to the Tianwu dynasty. That's right. In your eyes, is it possible that a Wuji realm expert cannot defeat me? Things are unpredictable, so it's always better to be careful. The world is unpredictable, but it's always better to be careful." Ye Bufan gave a bitter smile, and then said, "If I insist on refusing, what will you do?" "I have already said that you have no right to refuse, nor do you have the opportunity to refuse. If Shuiye likes you, then you must marry her. Your Majesty, even if you force me to marry the 7th princess, do you think she will be happy?" "Happiness. What do you think happiness is?" "Well, in my opinion, being able to get what you want is the greatest happiness in this world." "All right, stop talking nonsense. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to marry Yu Shuiye and become my imperial consort? Do I have any other options?" "No. In that case, why do you have to ask so much?" "I just don't like to force people." Hee. Ye Bufan sneered. "You don't like to force people? Don't you like forcing me to marry your 7th princess? Do you still have any shame?" Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Nzimu spoke again. "The next auspicious day will be in half a year. By then, you can marry Shuiye. Do you have any objection?" "It's all up to your majesty." "Very good." Nzimu smiled and said, "Ye Bufan, I know very well that your so-called promise is just a perfunctory one. In fact, you must be thinking that you should promise me first, and then find a chance to escape from Tianwu Imperial City, or even escape from Tianwu Dynasty, right? Ye Bufan was stunned. And Zimu continued, yes, as long as you can escape from Tianwu Imperial City from under my nose, then you are capable, but before that. Boom. As soon as Nzimu finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out from him and poured towards Ye Bufan like a raging wave. Ye Bufan was shocked. However, before Ye Bufan could make any reaction, he felt a powerful and heavy force sweeping down on him. Puff. The next second, Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang. Then, his body collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. Something happened in a flash. Ye Bufan looked at Nzimu with hatred. He never imagined that Nzimu would break his Dantian, shatter his Yuanfu, and destroy all his martial arts skills. However, facing Ye Bufan's hateful eyes, Nzimu didn't care at all. Young genius. The 7th level of Yuan Mansion. Looking at Ye Bufan, Nzimu sneered and said, from now on, you will stay in the Tianwu dynasty and be your consort. Chapter 2159 in Rushui, the future queen. From now on, you will stay in the Tianwu dynasty and be a peaceful and responsible prince consort. At this moment, Nzimu's calm but commanding tone sounded so harsh and angry to Ye Bufan's ears. In order to stay within Rushui, Nzimu actually gave up his own cultivation. What does he want to do? Does he want me to be in Rushui's plaything? Ye Bufan was angry, anxious, hateful and furious. If looks could kill, Nzimu would have died tens of thousands of times by now. It's a pity that looks can't kill. At least Ye Bufan's eyes couldn't kill Nzimu. What to do? Although Ye Bufan was extremely angry, he had not yet lost his mind. As the old saying goes, if you are patient, you will have peace, if you take a step back, you will have a broad horizon. I will endure today's humiliation. But at the same time, I will keep it in mind. Isn't it just that the Dantian Yuanfu is broken? Isn't it just that all the martial arts skills have been wasted? Do you really think you can force me to surrender and accept my fate by doing this? Innocent. With the Tian Yuan Yu Shenju in hand, and enough luck to support me, sooner or later I will be able to repair my Dantian and Yuanfu, return to my former peak, or even go further. What's more, I have practiced both my physical body and martial arts. Even though you destroyed my martial arts skills, you couldn't destroy my physical body. Now, my physical body is still in the 1st level of Yuanfu. Although I no longer have divine powers, my fighting ability is not as strong as before, but even if I only rely on the physical body of the 1st level of Yuanfu, I can still fight against the warriors of the 3rd and 4th levels of Yuanfu without being defeated, and I can even defeat and kill them in battle. So, Nzimu, and the Tianwu dynasty. You all just wait for me. For today's humiliation, I will make you pay back 1,000 times in the future. A stern face. Angry eyes. Ye Bufan just stared at Nzimu but said nothing. Because Ye Bufan knew very well that at this moment, no matter what he said, it would be meaningless. In fact, the more he said, the more he would arouse Nzimu's suspicion. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Then just say nothing and do nothing. Looking at Ye Bufan's cold eyes and feeling the rage released from him, Nzimu didn't care at all. He just shouted, "Someone come here." His Majesty. In an instant, 2 imperial guards from Yuanfu territory walked in from outside the hall. Nzimu ignored them and pointed at Ye Bufan who was slumped on the ground, saying, "His name is Ye Bufan. From now on, he will be the deputy commander of your imperial guards and the 7th consort of the emperor." Well, the 2 Yuanfu realm imperial guards were both stunned. They all looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment. Deputy commander of the imperial guards. Also the 7 imperial princes-in-law. Before they could think about it, Nzimu spoke again. From today on, you will follow the 7th prince consort and be responsible for protecting his